Hello everyone, and welcome to Fleet's Random Ramblings. The Big 5-0. I know it's insane, but we're here. We're actually here at the Big 50, and I didn't think that we would ever get here, but we're here. We're actually here. And that's honestly amazing. We're here. It's incredible, and I genuinely am so happy to share it with all of you. "50 ramblings." It's insane to think about, but yeah, that's where we are. It's really weird, but yeah, that's where we are. It's insanity. 50. Hello, everyone. Hello, the audience on Discord. Welcome. Welcome to Fleet's Random Ramblings, the Big 50. The 50th in the series of live ramblings. Got a fantastic show for you today. A much extended show. I don't know. Obviously, various members of the panels will drop in and out as we go forwards. But for now, it's just me. So bear in mind, while it is just me, question answers may not be as fluid as you're used to. But I'll give it the old college try, since after all, rambling started with just me. And with just me, it has continued for some time. Wow, subscribers seem to be steadily growing. When I last looked, we were at 203. We've gained 10. We're going places. But yeah, so normal ramblings fare. Just ask me questions, and ye shall receive answers. Good answers not guaranteed, correct answers not guaranteed, and remember, if you think Fleek's talking rubbish, you're more welcome to go and look it up yourself, because I am just going from memory here. But yeah, so here we are. The big 5-0 is here. We've got more people watching on YouTube than we do on Discord, which is actually a first. Probably the early time, but still. I wonder how many of them are here because they were watching Brew Ships yesterday and I told them what was going down. So, it'd be nice if that was the case. But we shall see. Admiral Wellesley asks, first question of the Big 5-0. What would a modernised Bayern look like? Would it have a rebuilt superstructure? Yes, most likely. You're looking at a modernised Bayern would probably look basically set the same as it did, but it'd probably have a Bismarck or Scharnhorst style superstructure. Basically, World of Warships got it pretty much on the nose with their later models of the Bayern and how they look. It's one of the things World of Warships got right when they first introduced German battleships, is how they looked when they were rebuilt. So World of Warships got it pretty much on the nose regarding that. Don't be shy, YouTube audience. I take questions from both sides, so don't be shy. Fire away. It is just me right now, but I will attempt to answer every question I get. AOI, see. So, on the Discord, we've got Cvix, Wellesley, AMC Woods, and Sufficiently Nautical. And on YouTube, we seem to have Commandant Galileo, Knight, and a few other people who aren't making themselves known. Knight asks, if the Free French at the war's end had one Joffre, one Béarn, two Independents, one Colossus, and one Diximunda, what stays and what goes? Simple. Everything but the Joffre and the Colossus basically go. Everything else is basically surplus to requirements and is far beyond what the French need in the post-war world. They don't... So Béarn is obsolete, she obviously goes. The Independents are light carriers and are not as capable as the Colossus class. The Colossus is infinitely more capable. So the two Independences goes, and the CVE is a CVE, so obviously, well, no need for it. The French economy can't support it. What the French economy needs is two fast carriers, and the Colossus and the Joffre give you two fast carriers. So, they stay. The rest have no real purpose in a post-war French fleet that's massively downsizing. AMC Woods, you are in charge of shipbuilding and acquisition for the US Navy in 2030. What ships, submarines, aircraft, and weapons do you build? You have up to $1 trillion to spend per year for 10 years. That question is fundamentally impossible to answer because I have no idea on current US nautical thinking, no idea on what US technical information is available in that period. I don't know what technologies will be available. I don't know what technologies will be developed over the next 10 years. That question is fundamentally impossible to answer. AMC Woods, if you're going to ask me questions like that, you've got to give me questions I can at least have a chance of answering. That's basically impossible to answer. Not even the US Navy itself knows what it's going to build. They have some rough ideas, but they don't know for certain what they're doing. Even at this point. Even though the Joffre is in no way suitable for helicopters or jets? Well, no, it isn't. But it's still a large carrier that can serve for now, and the French won't really be operating jet aircraft until the 50s. None of the carriers are suitable for helicopters or jets apart from the Colossus. The Independences aren't suitable for jets. Béarn's not. Diximunda's not. The only one that is Colossus. And if you have Joffre, which can operate conventional... You can't hear me. Can anyone else in Discord hear me? Is it just AMC Woods who can't hear me? Because I'm coming through fine according to my systems. You can't hear me. Well, according to my systems, according to Discord, I'm coming through all right. Can you not hear me? Try leaving and rejoining. Okay, let me just try ending the stage and restarting it. Okay. Hello? Can people hear me? Is everything coming through alright? Because I know people can hear me on... Knight. Those aren't conventional jet aircraft. Those are Harrier jump jets. That is not relevant to a French fleet in an immediate post-war environment. You asked a question, what happened at the war's end? I gave you an answer relevant to what happened at the war's end. That Harriers are 20 years in the future, and there is no point keeping those Independences for 20 years to operate Harriers. Like, the Joffre and the Colossus will stick around until the Clemenceaus come in, and then they'll go. They're only there to hold the fort till the Clemenceaus come in. But yeah, AMC Woods, now you can hear me. That question regarding the US Navy is impossible to answer. You're asking me to come up with what the US will buy in terms of ships, submarine, aircraft, and weapons. Oh, you've changed it now to be the present day. Even then, I don't know nearly enough about USM procurement to answer that question. I'm gonna have to go with what the US is currently building, because it seems to make perfect sense to me. I mean, even with more people in the panel, I'd need... Even if Cyclic appears, Cyclic will basically say the same thing I'm saying. It's one of those questions where it's... There's too many unknowns, basically. Team Mulaka asks from Discord, in alternate reality, the French keep the Tumblehum hull designs until the end of the 1930s. How would the French fleet have looked? Not too dissimilar to what we see historically. You just see the Tumblehome get less and less pronounced. So there would be Tumblehome quotation marks, but it would get less and less pronounced as a feature of the ships as you went forwards. Let me see. Any questions from any new questions from YouTube? No, nothing yet. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Sorry, Knight just came in clutch there. Knight 681 from YouTube. If the two 20,000 ton Joffre class were divided between Vichy and 3 France, would they use 15 D790 and 23 Baguette BR810s, or would the Free French get her air wing overhauled? If by some miracle the Joffre class, the two Joffres exist, and are both worked up, and both are operable, and one is Vichy and one is Free French, the Vichy Joffre will obviously have no choice but to retain her French air wing, because the Germans have no carrier aircraft, so the French will have to use whatever French carrier aircraft are available. And the Free French Joffre basically has to get her air wing overhauled, because there will be no supplies of spares for her aircraft, so that she will probably get her air wing replaced with probably F4F, TBD Devastator as they become surplus to US requirements, and SBD Dauntless. From YouTube, your typical gunnery officer, do you think the Yak 3 and Yak 9 are better than the P-51D? I don't know enough about the Yak 3 and Yak 9 in terms of performance, but I would argue that they were Russian aircraft built for a Russian campaign. Fighting on the Russian front in terms of aerial combat was different than the fighting on the Western front. In the Western front, you're looking at mostly higher altitude engagements between aerial combatants, so fighting over the bomber wings. Yeah, there's some low-level combat, but it's mostly higher altitudes. On the east, you're looking at a more mid-altitude engagement regimen, and you do see the Russians adopt some more high-altitude types towards the end of the war, so the Lavochkin fighters, that sort of thing, towards the end of the conflict. But during the opening to middle to even the late stages of the conflict, you see the Yaks focused on this mid-altitude band, and they start to turn the tables on German aircraft in the mid to interwar period. So that's that. So that was that. So YouTube question. That's it. One. If the two Joffre carriers, so if one goes to Vichy France, one goes to Free France, as we said already, which carrier survives longer? The Free French carrier. The Free French carrier will probably survive the entire war. she most likely will not be risked in areas where she will be capable of being lost. So she'll probably operate in the Atlantic and in the Mediterranean when it's mostly pacified. It's unlikely she'll be such a valuable asset will be risked by Free French Command in areas where they're not completely certain she'll be mostly safe. Same thing they did when they had the Richelieu available for operations. Like, there's risk of loss, but it won't be a high risk. The Vichy French carrier will go to the bottom whenever the Germans try to seize the French fleet, or if she's unlucky enough to be at Mez el Kabir, she'll die there. From Discord, your typical gunnery officer asks, what if Iraq successfully provoked Israel during the Gulf War into fighting against Iraq? Would the rest of the coalition prefer to side with Iraq to fight Israel because of Israeli entry into the war? No. There was a UN resolution to push Iran out of Kuwait. If Israel joins the war, they will be seen to be honouring a UN resolution. It might piss off a lot of the Arab countries involved, but it may also open the way to some form of rapprochement with Israel over both sides fighting on the same side. Like, I have no doubt there will be a lot of bickering, there will be a lot of grumbling, there will be a lot of Arab states making wild, provocative statements. But then again, there could also be, like, we've seen it's possible. The Arab states were close to reaching an agreement with Israel recently until a certain kerfuffle in a certain area occurred. But so it's possible that if Saddam is basically trying to save himself, it's not going to be enough. The British and the Americans and the French are battering Saddam's face in with a sledgehammer. Even if you remove the rest of the Arab parts of the coalition, it only makes the sledgehammer slightly less heavy. It's still heavy enough to smash Saddam's teeth in. There will not be this big swing where the rest of the Arab coalition will move to side with Iraq. No, not at all. Nope, so we've got no new questions from YouTube. So, new question from Discord. Tiwaloka, when does Fleet move to Cornwall and have its own second-hand bookshop? As nice as that would be, that's not really viable right now. I know I joked about it in Brew Ships yesterday, but that's not really viable right now. Question from YouTube. Nothing. Nope. Still no new questions yet. Mr. Guy, DeLorean Keyholder on Discord asks, had the French held on to the Je ne Cole doctrine, what effects would this have on the French Navy and French shipbuilding, especially regarding what the French Navy could possibly look like by World War I? The French never really let go of Je ne Cole, not completely. You see it in the still heavy focus on cruisers, and the French don't really let go of Je ne Cole completely until the Dreadnought race begins. Because during the Dreadnought race, you see France really commit to getting her position back. They're building 15 capital ships in parallel, and they're able to pay for it. That's when you really see France discard Je ne Cole. If we're talking about a heavier emphasis on Je ne Cole, you're looking at less battleships, more armoured cruisers. Possibly even some of the fast battleship designs that the French were toying with, capable of 21 knots with really weak armour, that the French were toying with in the late 19th, early 20th century. Yes, Knight, I'm aware Saddam tried to attack Israel to get the Gulf War alliance to collapse. But it's highly unlikely that even if Israel had declared war on Saddam for attacking him, I'm going to let Discord ask you questions for a little bit. It's alright, Knight, you're allowed to keep asking questions if no one else is. I like to alternate between Discord and YouTube, and if no one else is asking YouTube questions, nothing's stopping you asking questions. If no one else is asking them, then that's fine. I alternate between YouTube and Discord, it's fair. No one else is asking questions. You're fine. So I answered a YouTube question, then I added an addendum that wasn't really a question from Knight. So Stephen Mayer on YouTube asks, "Hello, so you live? Question: Read an alt history where Canada did get modified QEs with Nevada-style turrets. What other changes do you see them getting? Do you see the R and Admiral classes change with Nevada-style turrets? Does that mean they have triple 14-inch guns, or does that mean they have triple 15s?" Or does that mean they have twin 15s with US-style turrets and barbettes? I mean, I'm not sure what to make of that one. But the R and Admiral classes don't change. Regardless of what the Canadians have ordered, the Rs and Admirals have no real reason to change. If the only modification is getting American-style turrets, or American guns, the Rs just flat out don't change. The Rs are supposed to be a cheaper battle line version of the QEs with slightly slower speed. I see. Okay, 232 layout with 15-inch. Right. Okay, okay, I understand. If Canada gets those QEs, those modified QEs, the Revengers will be unchanged, because the whole point of the Revenge class is to be a cheaper Queen Elizabeth, which is very rapidly able to be worked up from paper design to final design to keel being laid down. And the way they do that is by editing very little. It's why they look very similar. And given in mind that given the fact that those are the design concepts and the reasons behind the Rs, there is no reason just because the Canadians have some modified QEs for the R class to change its design. With the Admiral class, the reason we see Hood come out the way she does is, again, the design brief that led to the Admirals and to Hood isn't going to be changed by the Canadians having revised QEs. So I don't think they change at all. So from Discord now, I will answer specifically Nautical's question because I didn't realise I'd missed it. So thank you for letting me know. Sufficient Nautical asks, here's an interwar battleship of the future concept. Thoughts? Interested to hear what features may be somewhat adopted, completely insane, and anachronisms carried into the future design, or good ideas that didn't end up working out. So for those who aren't aware, the battleship of the future concept is something that we see come up fairly often. It's an image that is infamous amongst those of us that are familiar with naval history, and I'll just flash it up on the screen for the audience members now. It's infamous to those of us who are familiar with warship design and naval history. It's abysmal. The turrets are on both ships. The turrets are functionally unable to rotate. The secondary battery is horrifically placed. The streamlining just creates shot traps for shells to get trapped into. The torpedo defense system is completely ludicrous. The exhaust outlet at the stern provides literally no lifting capacity for the boilers. The reason you have tall funnels is to lift the smoke. You can't just put the smoke at the back and expect it to be lifted off the boilers with any degree of success. These are warships designed by people who've looked at a battleship and said, I'm an industrial designer, I know how that works, without having any naval design experience at all. They are fundamentally laughable concepts with no real basis in reality, and should be treated as such. Question from YouTube. 1981. If the Free French Joffre class was refitted, what would replace their 830mm dual-purpose guns, 37mm AA, and 13.2mm AA machine guns? Well, they'd keep their 130mm, because there are enough Free French ships serving with that caliber that there is probably sufficient demand for an arrow production line to be going, and presumably one's already going. So they'll keep those. The 37mm AA will go for 40mm, and the 13.2mm AA machine guns will go for Oerlikon. However many they get is going to depend on deck space requirements, what's available for the ship, and I can't comment on that. But I can tell you they would be landing everything that isn't there at 130mm for both as an Oerlikon. Admiral Wellesley on Discord asks, you're a French battleship designer in 1920. You've just learnt of the G3 designs and specs. You are tasked with designing a response. It's unlikely it will be built, but you still have to design it. What do you design? Oh, that's really quite simple. I take the Leon class battleships, and I basically swap their quad 13.4s for the design armed with twin 38cm or 15-inch guns. I go for a full turbine loadout. I trim the secondary battery down from 24 to probably 12 5.5-inch guns. Use that saved weight to buy me an additional inch or two of belt armor, and end up with a ship that does 21 knots, has 8 15-inch guns. I'm basically building a French QE, because that's realistically what French yards can produce and the guns we have available. Yeah, I suppose. More like a French Revenge, you're probably right. It'd probably be it would probably be better protected than a QE or a Revenge. But it would be slower. It's realistically what France can build as a response. So let's see, is there a YouTube question? Ah, yes. Question 4. What would the Lone Joffre class carrier do if she saw action in Indochina? What does she use? Well, first of all, Indochina was a Vichy possession until it was captured by the Japanese, prior to the invasion of the rest of the colonies. Because remember, the Japanese demanded and occupied Indochina before their attacks on the rest of colonial holdings. So the Free French Joffre would not be there. If for some weird reason she was there, either working with the Allied Navies or ABDA Command, she'd be air cover. She'd be functioning in the fleet carrier role. How useful she would be would depend on how good her air wing was, what force she was working with, if the Japanese knew she was there, and what response she dealt with. It's likely that she... Oh! Oh, you mean in the French Indochina War of 1954? Right, I see. Right, okay, so if she's there, she's providing carrier support. She's providing tactical aviation support to the French forces engaged in the fighting in the region. In the same way that US carriers would do much later on. Not really much to say, to be honest with you. There's no Vietnamese warships to be engaged. There's very little she can do apart from provide air cover and bomb ground targets. There's not much more she can do besides that. Your typical officer asks, question 3, why did the US then refit the Iowa secondary batteries with 5-inch 54 Mark 45 like on the Tychos and Sprue cans in face of twin 5-inch 38 since the 38 is updated in the 80s? Cost. There's no point. It's not needed. She doesn't need it. if she's in a range where she can engage with her 16-inch guns, then she's in a range where she can also engage with her 5-inch 38s. Simply because of the way directing and gunnery has worked at this point. The 5-inch 38s were retained because there was no need to replace them. Question 4. Why didn't they reclassify the VLS sprue can... Oh, hang on. That was a Discord question I just answered already. Is there a YouTube question? Nope, there's no YouTube question, so that's another Discord question from your typical gunnery officer. Question 4. Why didn't they reclassify the VLS sprue cans as DDG? Didn't they carry SM missiles in the VLS cells? I don't know why they didn't reclassify the VLS sprue cans as DDG. I couldn't tell you. Any YouTube questions? Nope. So, another Discord question. Again, from your typical gunnery officer. Question 5. What could the US Navy have done better in the Battle of Rennell Island to prevent the US cruiser Chicago being sunk by aircraft? Would it be possible to have 2 CVEs in formation to provide air cover with their aircraft instead of leaving them behind? Battle of Rennell Island. I am not familiar with that. I'm just going to go and have a look at that and see. 28th Navy, 29th January 1943. The last engagement of the Guadalcanal campaign. So, the land-based torpedo bombers provide protection. 43 medium bombers. Okay. Let me see. One. So look. I don't think, just judging from what I can see, the Task Force 18 had air cover, but they went home because it was the night. In the evening, and the Japanese bombers attacked in the evening, so they had air cover. They had what you're suggesting they didn't have. It was just good timing that enabled the Japanese to do what they could do. So, they have what you were suggesting they didn't have. Nope, still no new questions from YouTube yet, but I will keep looking out for more. So, again, another Discord question. You are in charge of a New Republic fleet tasked with taking out a rogue Imperial Executor-class Super Star Destroyer and a 20 escort vessels, half of which are a mix of Imperial 1s and 2s, the rest are Lancer and other smaller escorts. What is your strategy to deal with this fleet and bring a fight to it? No Viscount-class Star Defenders, or Lusankia, or Guardians. Bold of you to assume I need any of those ships. I am bringing 3 Mediator-class battle cruisers. I'm bringing 2 Mon Calamari heavy carriers. I'm bringing 6 MC-80 Home 1 types.
And about 10,000 Y-Wings.
Yes. Oh, it's the boy! It's the random idiot! Hello! I'm so happy to see you!
10,000 Y-Wings is, in fact, an infallible strategy.
I will point out the 3 mediators alone is overkill versus an executor. Sorry, yeah. Oh, I'm not allowed to bring mediators. Oh. You put that in afterwards. I saw that. You put that in afterwards. Fine. Okay, that's fine. You want to play that way? Simple. I don't even need mediators. Let me think. 4 MC-80 Home 1 types, so the big MC-80s, as the core to batter down the Star Destroyer shield, the Super Star Destroyer. Then normal MC-80Bs, the winged typed MC-80s, as carriers. 8 MC-90s to go toe-to-toe with the Imperial Star Destroyer escorts. And then about 20 to 25 Corellian corvettes to deal with the Lancers. And of course whatever fighter complements come with the Mon Calamari ships which will probably be a mix of X-Wings, A-Wings, Y-Wings, B-Wings. Maybe even some K-Wings if we're lucky.
course it's Legends. Of course it's Legends. I have no idea what the New Republic could bring to bear in canon, and I don't think anybody else does either.
No. No
including the people who
no
get paid
MC90s.
6 figures to know that kind
What
of
do you
thing.
mean no MC90s? I'm the New Republic. Of course I have MC90s. How can I not have MC90s as the New Republic?
If things continue to presumably the idea here, right? Like, what is this guy doing that we have to go kill him?
Oh. I don't know. He's just going rogue, I think. Just going around blowing up things with his executor.
Well, is he out on the rim? Because then we could just leave him alone. He's not hurting nothing important.
Yeah. I assume he must be doing something worth... Look. We've been told to blow him up.
He has stolen a plot MacGuffin.
Ah, I see.
And now we must... I don't know.
Yeah, like,
But
we have to go blow him up.
are involved.
Yeah, we have to go blow him up. Like, that's the orders. Like, I don't like him. But... Well,
he shot the main character's sister like 30 years ago or something.
Yeah, AMC Woods. If it's a rogue Imperial warlord, that's a different kettle of fish entirely. That's dealing with a state. That's dealing with an Imperial successor state, which is an entirely different kettle of fish than dealing with a rogue Star Destroyer.
Just the Star Destroyer, your
and its
best
escorts.
bet is actually probably to not try to engage it directly.
Yep.
He's got to pick a fight eventually. He's got to come somewhere. He's gonna run out of spares, men, material, whatever, right? Let him come to you. Of course, the problem is that even a Executor class Star Destroyer is still probably a planet killer if he tries hard enough, right? Like,
Yeah, like if an Executor starts blasting, that is a base Delta Zero on a planet. That is a slagging of the crust.
Correct. And even if he doesn't want to do that, he is still more than capable of reducing basically any ground installation he pleases.
Mm-hmm.
At will. And thus, a rogue without a state will probably become a rogue with a polity of some description, even if it is just, he steals
enforced by
3 shitbox outer rim planets.
Yeah.
The equivalent of like a shitty trailer park or something, right? Like, he's still got them.
Like his objective, like if we want to stop him, we need to find something that he wants. If he doesn't have a system, he'll be looking for one. And one of his things, he'll want a planet he can tax. He'll want a planet that can produce ground vehicles and train troops, and most importantly, he'll want some form of shipyard world.
All right. So the important thing is that we find one random mid-tier officer in our navy who's from somewhere out there, and we assume that they're the main character, and his home planet is going to be the one he goes for.
Yep.
All right? And now we can meet him strategically.
Yeah.
It's all about managing the main characters, man. That's how you win anything in Star Wars.
Nebulas and endurances are good, but when you're dealing with an Executor, you really do need something big for it to focus on. Like an MC-80. Like, there's a reason why I'm bringing 4 MC-80 home ones. You denied me mediators, which was what I was going to use to bash its head in with a sledgehammer.
Yep.
I can bring them. Oh, I can bring them now. Okay, if I can bring mediators, I'm bringing 3 mediators as my flagships, because 3 mediators
gotta have something like that to put up in front of him.
Yeah, because the thing is, 3 mediators versus an Executor is a fair fight.
I mean, I'm still of the opinion that you just 10,000 Y-wings his ass, but...
Well, yeah, that works as well, but the problem is that what's stopping him just going to hyperspace? 3 mediators in his way with a what's it called? Gravity well generator ship behind them. That's basically, you have to fight us now.
Yep. Because presumably he will be concerned with preservation of his forces above all. It will be very hard to corner this guy.
Yep.
Well, no, because I shouldn't be thinking strategically. I should be thinking like a Star Wars villain. Which means preservation of forces will not be important to him at all. And
there'll be
but God
glory
only knows
hogs.
what he will be going at.
And there'll be glory hogs within his own
Also that,
command
yes.
structure.
Yes. Really, if we just leave him alone for 6 months, his organization will disintegrate. Now, then we'll have some other random jackass running around with basically the same stuff, minus, like, one shitbox tin can, but, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so any new YouTube questions? Hey, there we go. Knight coming in clutch with the first YouTube question for a while. How likely is it that the Free French Joffre cast, because he's been on a roll about the Joffres, and to be fair, it's been quite an interesting rabbit hole to go down, and he's been asking very precise questions, expanding on what he's talking about as he's been going. It's been actually, Knight's been doing really well with his questions. They've been concise, to the point, and really quite good. How likely is it that the Free French Joffre class of midships arresting system would have been ripped out by the Allies and replaced by better British or American systems? Yeah, absolutely. As soon as the Joffre class is understood and the British and French have worked with it, they will quietly take the French aside and go, hey, you're going to be operating our aircraft now? You need a rear arrestor wire setup. You can't have the midships arrestor wires.
The challenge will probably not be getting the Americans or British to want to do it, but getting the French to agree to let them do it.
Yeah, basically.
But even that will probably
not
be
be hard.
Tremendous
it won't
challenge.
be hard because they can say, we're supplying you with the aircraft, we're supplying you with the ammunition, we're supplying you with the fuel, very generously for very little money. You will adapt this carrier to be more effective.
Correct. But consider also, these are the French we're dealing with.
Oh yeah, it's de Gaulle's Free French, so yeah.
Yes. No, like, some random, I don't know, captain. And it would be some, some random bureaucrat will decide that this is not happening. And there you go. There's nothing you can do. I don't think that's likely, but, like, the French would be the most likely to obstruct it. I still don't think it would. Like, it would probably go through.
So... against... What the heck is... What is this? Oh. Oh, it's this. It's... Okay, so let's see. So we answered a YouTube question. Now it's a Discord question. Admiral Wellesley, I found this a while back. Thoughts? Do look into the carrier affair and the late. Yeah, I've heard of this. It's the Against All Odds. It's that Paradox AAR written about a Black Ice Hoy 3 game that happened. It doesn't really. It's one of those things that it's a great narrative piece, and there's a lot of great writing in it, but a lot of the navies and everything else and other bits and bobs involved in it are aggressively silly in terms of how large they get, especially since the RP ended in the after action report ended with the end of the Second World War, and then it seems like a person or persons have continued it to basically, and I know I'm going to say this as a Brit, which makes it even more. Yeah, this looks
is fucking ridiculous.
This looks like Brit wank. This looks like massive Brit wank.
I don't understand how Britain's affording even like a quarter of this.
Apparently, the British Empire is one of two superpowers, and then an American People's Republic is the other one. And they fought together during World War II. No, this is just like the original after action report.
The Empire sticks together doesn't change the fact that the Empire is economically fucked.
I know. Like, this is what I mean, that the actual after action report was the build up to the Second World War and the Second World War in Hearts of Iron 3.
the listener, are writing speculative fiction or alternative history involving the preservation of the British Empire.
Hoitu, sorry, thank you.
The British Empire was really, really, really in poor shape. It broke up for a lot of reasons.
Even the British knew it was untenable. There's a reason why there was a great deal of effort in moving towards a commonwealth of independent nations that were tied economically to Britain.
Correct. It is not just that the US and USSR are ascendant. Even in a vacuum, Britain is probably hosed.
Yep. So, YouTube question, nothing yet.
A follow-up, they had asked for a follow-up to the last one about converting the Barons amidships arrestor gear. That is a technical question, an engineering question that I do not at all feel qualified to
with Bairn, it's not possible, and also not really worth it. She's an old carrier. She's slow. There's literally no point to it. By the time you'd even think about doing it, there's no point. It's worthless expense.
That doesn't mean it wouldn't happen.
Oh no, it wouldn't.
Worthless.
No, it wouldn't. Like the Free French had Bairn, and they didn't do it. She just served as an aircraft ferry for the entire war. She was Free French.
Pretty useful in that role too.
She was, and that's probably what she'd do in this. Especially if they've got a Joffre, she might act as a repair carrier for the Joffre's aircraft and carry spares for the Free French Navy.
Yep. Okay. So that's that.
So from Discord, Sufficiently Nautical asks, some J, L, and M class destroyers had one of their torpedo racks removed in favor of a single 4-inch high-angle mount. Why that gun instead of pom-poms? Like how the USM would do a Bofors for torpedo swap on its DDs. Especially for ships like the Orkan M class that already had a dual-purpose 4.7-inch main batteries capable of high-angle elevation and loading. I don't know exactly, but my guess would be a British desire to improve long-range heavy AA firepower over short-range rapid fire.
The 4-inch over the pom-pom is reach out and touch. You were sacrificing fire rate for reach out and touch capability, right? I don't know what exactly was going through their head at the time. Clearly, they thought it was. Clearly, they had their reasons. I am assuming that they had their reasons for wanting to trade range for fire rate. I don't really know what those necessarily would have been. I mean, they're. When are these being built?
J, L, and M's. Do you mean built or rebuilt?
Rebuilt, because that's when this is happening, I presume.
I think it's some point in the interwar period. In the come on, Fleet, use your brain. At some point in the
Hang on, I'm googling.
Yeah, please do. I used to know this, and my brain's just gone.
No, they're built pre-war and early war. And then are refitted with. It's a AAA refit. And I would imagine that the reason they didn't go for the pom-poms had to do with like what they're dealing with in some capacity. Part of the reason the U.S. Navy goes all in on Ehrlichans and Bofors and like, hey, look, we have this random, 2 square feet of decking. How many AA guns can we fit in it, right? A part of the reason they're doing that, and because why they're very, very concerned about fire rate and saturation late war, has to do with kamikaze. The early war, the U.S. isn't doing quite the same thing, right? Like, we're not as Bofors crazy as we would become later on, and there's still like doctrinal theory of high, catch the dive bombers before they come in, like ideas like that, like break up the formation. I am assuming that they were thinking something along those lines. They're also not fighting the Kido Butai.
It's also worth pointing out that a lot of the air threats the British faced in the Mediterranean, and yes, there are some single-engine attack aircraft, but you are dealing with a lot of twin-engine bombers, triple-engine bombers
at higher altitude.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a difference in threat profile. If you want the that's probably a good technical.
Yeah. So that was a Discord question. YouTube question. Well, it's more of a YouTube thing. I think Knight makes it quite clear. There are things about Against the Laws that make no sense. About the Empire not breaking up as a better alternative to the communist USA being top dog, I think is apparently why the Empire doesn't break up. And apparently the British have done the Imperial Federation.
Yeah, right. Because that was going to go swimmingly and have exactly no problems at all.
Oh, I know. Like even Knight is saying like this makes no bloody sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like as I said in text on YouTube, both of those states should creak and groan under the post-war world.
Yep.
And the US the US will probably transition to some form of democracy again. And the British, and even Imperial Federated British state will probably lose all of the non-white settler colony areas of it rapidly.
Yes, and even they are probably going to be sketchy.
Yeah,
you are probably still going to have a Rhodesia, or something like that, like a would-be breakaway white supremacist mess. Because that problem's not just going to go away because you magically federate.
Ironically enough, federating and trying to impose some form of enlightened, this is how we do things and we treat everyone equally, is probably going to encourage a Rhodesian breakaway state.
You know you fucked up when the British Crown steps back in to recolonize you to fix a problem.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So, would you like to read out and do the basic blurb for this next Discord question from Typical Gunnery Officer?
The one from Gunnery Officer? Sure.
Yeah, I'll be back in a sec.
So the question is, as read, Pearl Harbor, the U.S. forces are somehow on full attacks full alert after the ward sinks midget sub, and a message from WAD is spread out to the whole command, and is interpreted as being, hostile attack imminently commencing. Does this result in Japanese attacking aircraft taking more casualties? Does Nagumo send a second attack wave, or does he stop with one? And is it possible that American losses are reduced? I believe, although I'm not sure, that Drac has actually discussed this. Not exactly this scenario, but has discussed a alert Pearl Harbor, right? And the fundamental problem with sort of alerting and mobilizing at Pearl is that you can make the command channels aware of the attack early all you want to. That's not going to get guys on guns. The other problem, and the other very interesting problem about this, right, is, sure, let's say you do more damage to the attacking Japanese, right? But does the U.S. Navy becoming aware of the threat and attempting, as is reasonable, to make steam and maneuver, and to make steam and assault and attack, right? Because presumably that's what they're going to try to do.
What you've
the Navy is not just going to take this line down. They are presumably going to try to do something to meet the attack. And the question is, does that mean more ships go down in places they can't be recovered?
Here's the thing, that if Nagumo is aware that the US is alert after the first wave, he will basically... he has no choice. He has standing orders to preserve the fleet, and unfortunately, being at the edge of his logistical chain, I know there's a lot of talk by Drac and Dr. Clark about, if the US saw it, the Japanese will stick around and then they'll hit them with an airstrike. The Japanese don't have the fuel. They
don't have the fuel, and remember, they're primarily here trying to get the carriers. And the carriers aren't there. They're not going to go back in for... They're not going to go back in to sink shitboxes.
No.
And I don't mean to call the U.S. standard shitboxes, but they're secondary targets, right? Like, they're not what they're here to kill.
Yeah. So the Japanese will withdraw after that first wave.
There's some interesting questions about the U.S., like what the U.S. does in the immediate aftermath.
You basically have the standard battleships that can sailing for the U.S. because it's clear that Pearl Harbor is no longer safe, and there will be damage to Pearl Harbor. Not as severe, perhaps, but there will still be damaged.
Yep.
Apart from that, the war will proceed mostly as normal, except the US has more standard battleships available. There won't be this massive standard sortie across the Pacific, because the US had plans to use its battleships and carriers basically as they did historically. The carriers will go out first and raid.
They just weren't expecting to do it with as little as they did. There is also some question about, some of that early fighting, right? Like, how does, shit.
Most of these, I think, are unrelated to the Pearl Harbor question. They are World War II questions, but they seem to be unrelated to the actual Pearl Harbor scenario itself.
Yep. Yeah, like, how does, Guadalcanal? Like, do things change there? Probably. Do things change meaningfully is always the question. And the answer there is maybe.
Are we on question 7?
It's very likely that a U.S. Navy that doesn't suffer the dizzying blow of Pearl Harbor is probably... It hasn't been knocked as reeling, right? Like, they're still, dazed, but they're not as, like, shocked. They haven't lost same personnel.
And
that could potentially have some knock-on repercussions.
The U.S. is perhaps slightly more bold.
Which might be a bad
mistake.
Thing. Yeah. The pre-war U.S. had a lot of plans that involved sailing over there and kicking Japanese's ass, because what are they going to do with their Japanese?
Although, which, like, the fact that, we caught them, they made a mistake, clearly, this surprise attack was not the thing we thought it was, we caught that submarine.
Right, yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to form the standards up into a battle line, and we're going to go sailing, and we're going to get them all blown the fuck up, because we don't think long-range torpedoes are as good as they are.
Yeah, but that is an outside scenario. It probably won't happen.
Yeah, that's beyond the scope of the question anyway.
Yeah, so, no, there's not another YouTube question, so it's another Discord question. Admiral Wellesley.
We do get a follow-up.
Do we? Where?
Regarding... Yes, from your typical gunner average.
Oh, there we go. Yes, that is the next question.
Does Halsey still send his carriers south to try to find them, or does he get a message from Pearl about direction? Does this matter?
Probably.
If the American flat tops...
Flat top singular, because it's just Enterprise that Halsey has.
If Enterprise finds the Kido Butai, Enterprise's aviators are fucked, and Enterprise might also be fucked.
Because here's the thing. You're talking about the entire Kido Butai against one American fleet carrier. This isn't even Midway Sunshine.
The Kido Butai are, in this moment, bar none, the greatest naval striking force in the world. Period. They have the best carrier aviators in the world. Period. If Enterprise finds them, Enterprise is fucked. Halsey probably would be smart enough to vector Enterprise onto them. Or dumb enough.
Although, to be fair, if Halsey's smart enough, he will do... If he knows where they roughly are, he'll probably have his aircraft come in from an angle that Enterprise isn't, and then depart at an angle where Enterprise isn't. So, aka, you attack not from where Enterprise is, and you leave not going directly towards Enterprise. If he does that...
If you have the range for it.
Yeah. If he does that, Although it is quite likely that the Japanese might actually be midwayed. They could be taken by surprise. It's possible.
Maybe, but even I'm not sure that matters.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, we got one of them. They still have 5. Like,
although that will be a nice shot in the arm for U.S. morale if that happens.
Yes, that probably means the Doolittle raid doesn't happen.
Yeah, because you've had the shot in the arm morale.
Because we already gave him one, right? Anyhow, moving on.
Admiral Wellesley saying timeline. Do you remember 2 weeks ago when I showed my alt hist? Yes, I remember. Could an EU-style Imperial Federation have happened? Joint currency, joint defense, same foreign policy. Only if the earliest example and earliest proposal for the Imperial Federation, aka in the 1890s, is adopted. It has to happen that early.
And even then, it's probably going to be rocky.
Yep, absolutely. If you do it then, when federal and Dominion loyalty to the mother country is still quite high, when there is a sense of imperial unity, you will likely get the settler colonies in without much resistance to a federal parliament. Where it becomes tricky is the problem is that earliest form of the Federation foresaw bringing in everybody. India, Africa, the Asian colonies. Everybody.
Yep.
That's
and
where it
there
gets
will
rocky.
there will be a lot of trouble there if Britain tries to maintain primacy.
Because India's there with its population.
Yes, and its economic capability. And, if you're federating,
and one of the big things
they have the ability to maybe buck some of the exploitation, or maybe the exploitation's worse. I don't know.
Well, no. One of the things about the Federation was to end exploitation and uplift the empire economically. Everywhere was to be industrialized. Everywhere was to have infrastructure. That was the whole point.
It's a nice theory.
Yeah, it is, but
it probably wouldn't be quite that equitable in practice, and that's an understatement. But still, the point stands, right? Like, Britain is going to have trouble.
Yeah.
And there is absolutely nothing, and you're probably going to have a decent number of them later on just cut their losses and get out, right? Like, the EU is a group of nations that, for better or worse, have to have some of the same interests, just geographically.
Yeah.
Ireland and South Africa have very different geopolitical realities.
Indeed.
Anyway, moving on.
Your typical gunnery officer asks, question 7, Guadalcanal, what if Admiral Fletcher was somehow more aggressive and opted to station his carriers longer in the Guadalcanal area for 3 or 4 days than historically, regardless of the result of the Savo Island battle? Would Admiral Turner and his transport ships also stay longer in the area? What are the Japanese responses to this move? I don't know what's available for the Japanese at this point. I know the Savo Island force that wins first Savo is basically the Japanese bringing everything in the kitchen sink that's in the area at that moment.
Yes. And meeting an opponent who was not expecting them to throw everything, including this kitchen sink, at them.
It's not till later, I think it's about 2 to 4 more days later, that you see the Congos arrive in theater, that you see Shikaku and Zuikaku arrive in theater.
And the problem is, right, that's a big fight that nobody wants to have.
The Japanese don't want it because it's not on their terms. You'll notice that the carrier battles that happen in Guadalcanal are always when the Japanese think they have it on their own terms.
Yep. Because that is the smart thing to do.
If
they stick around a little longer, they probably dance around each other a bit and then ultimately fuck off.
Here's the thing: if Admiral Fletcher's carriers can be fixed, and the Japanese, like I say, he's staying in roughly the same place, and the Japanese concentrate their light carriers, their fleet carriers, basically bring together as much flight deck power as they can. The Japanese
Which
may
is-
the Japanese may decide they have a fixed task force of American ships that isn't really moving. They roughly know where it is. Let's decisive battle the ever-living heck out of it.
Yes. Yeah, maybe.
That is a maybe, though. That is me, like, just, it's a possibility I can't discount, but...
The thing is, right, that the U.S. concerns about precisely that are part of why the U.S. pulls out. They know the Japanese are scrambling. They don't want to be there when whatever they're scrambling shows up. And I'm inclined to agree with that decision-making process. The decisive battle might happen. But I would say a decisive I don't understand why the U.S. Navy would want to put itself in the position where that could happen.
Yeah, they wouldn't, but if they're doing what the typical officer is saying that they're doing...
Then they are putting themselves in that potential position.
The Japanese are gonna... Like, if they stay for 3 days, the Japanese won't jump on them. If they stay for 4, then... in midday on day 4, they're going to be jumped by land-based aviation from Rabaul, carrier-based aircraft from the Japanese carriers at the same time. And it is going to be a slaughter.
Yes, because this is the early war U.S. Navy. It hasn't figured out to cover every available surface with anti-aircraft guns.
And hasn't figured out fighter
and
direction
always
yet.
have like 40, and just keep 47 Hellcats up there just in case.
And they're all talking over each other at the same time.
They don't even have Hellcats yet.
Yeah, they have Wildcats. But this is the thing. We're talking at least... We're talking a sortie of perhaps all of Rabaul's Bettys and Emilys. Some of which might be armed with torpedoes, escorted by land-based Zeros,
and you
with
can
B5Ns and Vals from the carriers, and Zeros from the carriers.
Yep. But that's if they can get a fix. If they can get a good location.
Yeah. If they fix them 2 days on the trot, that goes in. If they fix them 2 days on the trot, that goes in. This is one of the reasons why the carriers didn't stick around. Why Fletcher was absolutely right in that early stage in the campaign, when they didn't know the strength of Rabaul, when they hadn't neutralized Henderson Field. He was entirely right to move his carriers away.
Alright.
So is there
YouTube question?
Oh yes, Knight 6831. If the French had 4 Corbeys, 3 Britannias, 4 Normandies, and 4 Leons, how does that change the Richelieu? Well, assuming all the ships are designed as we know them, so the Corbeys are the Corbeys are not really that good. The Britannias are okay. Normandies are decent, and the Leons are actually quite good. You see the French fleet focus around this 13.4-inch gun. Honestly, if the Richelieus are being built in this period, if they've built nothing post-Leon, in terms of battleships, that doesn't really change Jean Bart and Richelieu. Because you've still had a break in construction from Leon onwards. Which is very similar to what we saw historically. Getting the Normandies and the Leons doesn't really change how the French will view constructing capital ships in the 30s. Thank you, Paul and Montana, for the 50th Ramblings. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Calling the Corbeil a steaming submarine is perhaps fair, but unwarranted.
Yeah, true, Knight. It isn't. You're quite right. So the Richelieus would still have 15-inch guns. Like I say, this is what we might won't change anything.
For those of you who can't read, Knight has asked, is the 13.4 still good enough for the mid-30s? The answer is a resounding no.
I mean, in the numbers that the Leons and the Normandies have it, with increased elevation, it's good enough to deal with the Italian fleet.
They've already got them, so they'll keep them, but there's no reason to build more of them.
No, the Richelieus, like the Like Dunkirk and Strasbourg will have probably have a refined long-barreled 13.4 rather than a 13-inch gun that they had historically. But the desire will always be to go to a 15-inch with the Richelieus, which is what will happen.
Yep.
It's not really that. It's not enough of a change to French shipbuilding. Like if there had been battleships between the Lyons and the Dunkirks, it'd be different. But because the Lyons are fundamentally the last gasp of French pre-World War I shipbuilding, even if you complete them, you haven't really changed the gap in French ship design that existed between them and the Dunkirks.
Yep.
So there's no real fundamental reason that the French would change Dunkirk and Strasbourg beyond perhaps giving them 13.4s, since they would have had more barrels and been building more of them. Or they might still have the high-velocity, long-barreled 13s they had historically. Depends.
Yep. Okay. Discord question. Jesus, I don't think we're going to be able to give you a good answer for this one.
Question 8.
If the Philippines, prior to World War II, are still Spanish colonies, or Spain is in some way able to retain the Philippines in the early 20th century, do the Spanish expand their naval power, since they have overseas territories? And if they do the Japanese in World War II still attack the Philippines and Spanish Navy earlier than December 7th? And does the U.S. come to aid the Spanish?
Well, first of all, the Spanish in this scenario are crying because you've literally taken Cuba off them, which was actually the profitable colony, and left them with the Philippines, which was the one draining their coffers.
Yep. So they have no money to do naval things, and have to try to do naval things.
They have money, it's just, you're just going to see the Hispanias built for homework, and possibly the cruisers that they built historically serving overseas. You're going to see the historical Spanish Navy. It'll just be spread out across the entirety of the world.
Next important clarifying comment. You do remember what Spain is doing in the late 30s, right?
Like, you do realize the moment the Spanish Civil War kicks off, the Japanese will walk into the Philippines to stabilize the chaotic region.
Yep, and the US might go in with them. Like...
Yeah. That's what will happen, because the moment Spain collapses into civil war, there will be a revolution in the Philippines, and the Japanese and US will be all over it. The Japanese will go in first, and the US will go in, quote-unquote, in a spirit of cooperation with our Japanese allies, but really to stop the Japanese getting too much territory.
Yep. And they will then spend the next however long it takes for the Japanese to decide to attack America, staring at the Japanese across whatever random arbitrary border they have decided on, wishing a motherfucker would.
Although at this point, given the age in which the US will have this, it will be a Philippine Republic that will be established by the US. Whereas Japan
and Douglas MacArthur will still get way too attached to it.
Yep. Now, this changes if the Spanish still have Cuba. If the Spanish still have Cuba, there is more money to go around. You'll likely see the Hispanias built as a class of 3 proper full-on dreadnoughts. Probably something akin to... Probably similar armament, so 8 12-inch guns, but probably arranged in a full centerline battery, capable of 21 knots, with armor to resist their own guns. Maybe as a class of 4, rather than a class of 3. And what I will say, in both scenarios, what you will still see is the Canarias class will still get built, the Spanish 8-inch cruisers, because they will be incredibly vital for the Spanish Navy in the modern period.
The cruiser is good for that sort of work. Very good.
You might even see 4 of them rather than 2. Like, basically to one-for-one replace, or then expand upon the Hispanias. As the Hispanias role will now be stay at home, guard Spain, and the Canarias class will form the squadron that defends the Philippines.
You do probably see some interesting knock-on effects on US and, as a consequence, Japanese naval procurement. Because the US doesn't have to worry about being able to go fight a war in the Philippines.
No.
Which means they're not designing ships to go fight a war in the Philippines, which means the Japanese aren't building ships to counter the US trying to fight a war in the Philippines.
There will still be an expectation among both powers that they will fight each other at some point, but it will be seen as taking place in the Pacific. Between Hawaii and Japan.
Or around the Panama Canal.
No, that's not possible. The Japanese physically can't get there.
Correct, but that doesn't mean the US Navy won't be paranoid about it.
True.
If there's one thing that the U.S. Navy in this scenario will be extremely paranoid about, it will be the Panama Canal. Because that's basically historical, actually.
Okay, so that was YouTube question. Sorry, that was Discord question. YouTube question. Expansion on Knight's question. If the French had 5 Corbeys, 3 Britannies, 4 Normandies, and 4 Leons by the time of the treaty, what were the French willing to give up? That's really simple, actually.
The old shit.
They standardise on the 30.4-inch gun carried by the Britannias, the Normandies, and the Leons. The Corbeys go, or the pre-dreadnoughts go, and you standardise on the 3 Britannias, 4 Normandies, and 4 Leons. They all carry the same gun as their primary armament. It makes sense.
Okay. I don't even know what the hell this next Discord question is.
What? Okay, I'll read it out. What if the superweapons from Strange Reel, aka Ace Combat, were transported into the real world to the nations that parallel their respective nations? So the US gets the Ark Bird and the Arsenal Bird. Russia gets the Sinfaxi-class submarines. Both US and Russia...
I wasn't planning on popping up yet, but that's an interesting one.
Both the US and Russia get 1 Solg apiece. China gets the Slovakian Air Fleet and the Chandler Railgun. Germany gets the Excalibur anti-missile laser tower. The XBO Husqvarna heavy command cruiser. UK gets the Stonehenge turret network. Yes! The French get the Alicorn, and every last country gets a V2 MIRV ballistic missiles. How do these affect the state of the world? Funnily enough, the V2 MIRVs have very little effect, because we've actually got weapons superior to the V2 MIRV already. Massively so.
Hello, Winter.
What time period is this?
I think it's
modern day.
the modern day. I think it's the modern day.
Europe just became a fly zone and is basically immune to all the hostile air power.
Yeah, Europe is just no fly zone for anything because Germany and the UK
also,
are sat there going,
the Excalibur system can be an anti-ballistic and can be an anti-missile system.
I know.
So ICBMs no longer function against Europe.
Yeah, so basically Europe has no reason to fear Russian escalation in any way.
More than just that, Europe no longer has to fear anyone's attacks, really, apart from actual focused ground force. And even then, Stonehenge can actually be used theoretically as an anti-surface unit. So just if you can use it correctly, it can target ocean-based forces. That carrier group gone.
The Sinfaxi-class submarines will be a problem for Ukraine because those burst missiles are non-nuclear. And that will be a problem.
Those burst missiles are horrifically powerful, honestly.
Yeah, those will be a problem because Russia can actually use those to blast a hole in Ukrainian lines.
Yeah, considering a single burst missile from the Sinfaxi sunk 3 carriers, basically.
Oh my!
Like, it's such a wide area burst.
That is just
honestly, you use that against the front line, and that front line's gone.
To quote every general in history, "Dear grid coordinates."
Yeah. I would like you to not. Thank you.
Honestly, that's honestly not even dear grid coordinates. That's more, this is a public service announcement.
Bye.
To whom it may concern and that.
Yeah.
Well, the US has the Ark Bird and Arsenal Birds. I mean, the US may just go, right, Arsenal Birds over Ukraine, no fly zone. No, I don't care, Russia. Fight me.
Wait, did you say the Ark Bird?
And the Arsenal Bird.
Oh boy.
So the US has the Ark Bird, and the US has the Arsenal Bird.
If the US is smart, that's got an orbital laser.
Oh, that's quite funny.
Really
the US can just go over Ukraine and go, no, we didn't do anything, I didn't see... No,
so what you're telling me is simultaneously,
we don't know where Sinfaxi submarine's gone.
To the nuclear deterrent.
Basically, Russia has the short end of the stick here. They only get the Solg. That's it. They get bugger all
else. The Solg is pretty dangerous, actually, because it does have a nuclear-capable... The Solg is a gigantic linear railgun in orbit, with multiple defensive missile batteries and lasers. It also, basically, a single shot from it can level a city.
I don't know what exactly would happen, but I can tell you that the U.S. Space Force's budget would, multiply by...
No, the thing is, the US has the Ark Bird.
The US has got the Ark Bird.
Yeah,
the Ark Bird is basically the Ark Bird is a suborbital laser platform.
Oh no, not suborbital, it's orbital.
We won't develop the capability to conduct a space boarding action. You don't know America.
I will point out that the first thing
that's actually what happened with the Ark Bird, so yes, I can entirely believe it.
The first thing the US will do is they will demand that they will say that we will deorbit our Solg if you deorbit your Solg, Russia. basically to abide by the No Weapons in Space Treaty. If the Russians refuse, the US will use the Arkbird to just remove the problem.
No. You can't do that, fleet. You can't deorbit it.
Why not?
It's designed for atmospheric re-entry. Do you realize what happens when an entity with that much mass hits a planet from orbit?
It's...
Okay, so instead of deorbiting it into the planet, we deorbit it out of the planet and just yeet that sumbitch at Jupiter.
Yes. Get it? Yeah. Give it to someone in a couple thousand years is going to have a real bad day.
Yep.
Like, either that or you form some form of spacecraft to go to Mars out of the combined two things. You do something with it. And if the Russians refuse, you basically say, if you don't do that, that's too much power for you to have. We'll use our own Solk against your Solk and see what happens. And damn the consequences.
Will they combine into a bigger one?
Well, no, the funny thing is, because Stonehenge exists, the British can just go, yeah, so Russia, if you don't, if the US destroys your Solk, we will just remove the debris problem. So, we're not bothered about the debris problem.
Also, you'll probably see Russia also demand the Arkbird be scrapped.
Well,
America will tell Russia to go pound sand.
Well, thing is,
then they'll say no about the Solk because the Arkbird is an orbital weapon.
Well, thing is, the Arkbird can be de-weaponized.
It's only an orbital weapon if we put it in orbit.
No, thing is, the Arkbird's laser platform can be removed. It's a system that can be removed. So what? Then
that would probably happen.
Yeah. So what you do is, that's only if Russia agrees to remove its orbital weapons platform.
Yep.
If that happens, then
we remove it and we scrap it, and it goes and lives in a cave in Nevada.
Oh no, the Arkbird doesn't get. Sorry, the Arkbird doesn't.
No.
Sorry.
The laser bit of the Arkbird gets scrapped.
Quote unquote. So, whatever happened to the air fleet?
China has the Slovakian air fleet.
Who got the air fleet again?
So China has the Slovakian air fleet, and and Germany gets the Hogs heavy command cruiser.
Yeah, those are useless, effectively.
Okay, who gets the Gleipnir? What country does Laysath represent? Who gets the Gleipnir, the stealthy boy?
Gleipnir. Oh, good point. Because there's also a couple of other airships as well.
Yeah, who gets Gleipnir?
Me, personally.
But the thing is, those airships, honestly, if it's modern day and Germany stays in the Union, theirs is probably, the command carrier is probably the only one that's useful because it's the only one Stonehenge can't shoot.
Why can't Herzegovina be shot
Same
by
with
Stonehenge?
Excalibur. Like, unless the Germans be very annoying and British do it just to prove a point.
It causes a constitutional crisis in Japan.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, yeah, because every country gets veto. Oh, every country? Every country?
Oh god, the fucking Taliban get one?
No, please, that's the worst idea.
Excuse me.
The Taliban get one, Yemen gets one.
Every country. Well, you've just proliferated nukes to some of the worst people on the planet.
You get a nuke. Everyone gets a nuke.
Also, the Ukrainian war ends because the Ukrainians will announce they have it and demand Russia cease under threat of nuclear annihilation. And here's the thing: because Germany has Excalibur, and because the UK has Stonehenge and the range of those systems, Ukraine can say, "You can't touch us, Russia. We can touch you."
Yep. Anyway, Central Africa disintegrates.
Yeah, there will be a lot of nukes fired there.
Like there's what? God only knows what happens. To be honest,
it'll just improve.
God knows what happens in Sudan.
Yeah.
Nigeria, their coup didn't actually happen, did it? Yeah, no, that's gonna be a mess.
Yeah. The YouTube chat's going wild over this one.
Also, one thing which is actually potentially a threat, though here's a very good question. China gets the chandelier railgun. Is it still on the iceberg?
Oh yeah, melting.
Because the chandelier is built on an iceberg so that it can be moved.
Yeah, but
otherwise it is a stationary weapon.
Yeah.
Theoretically speaking, it's going to be dangerous because it's basically a worse Stonehenge. but it's still a very powerful weapon system overall.
Yeah. I mean, France gets the Alicorn and probably a mad captain to go with it. Probably French baguette.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even know what France would do with the Alicorn. Because the Alicorn is a improved variant of the Synfaxi class submarine.
Oh, that's really quite simple.
They would smoke a shitload of cigarettes and rebuild the entire gallery to do nothing but bake bread.
I never loved Mickey, you know that?
Well, because the thing is, it gets both. It's got a carrier. It's a full-blown carrier, and I think actually it uses. The French planes would actually be able to work quite well off it, actually.
Honestly, that would be their second carrier.
It's also got one heavy-duty railgun and then twin light railguns, which bloody buses.
Bloody buses.
No one likes you.
Did you just enter a wind tunnel?
Whatever happens...
No, a bus just went past.
Whatever they do, it will not be good for West Africa.
Yeah.
You probably got not much change apart from the war in Ukraine ending. There'll be a new uneasy geopolitical situation apart from the end of the war in Ukraine.
Nothing much changes with North Korea because remember they're already
Hermit Kingdom moment.
Yeah, like they're already a nuclear power.
Yeah.
Like
although no, the worst thing is you've just given them MIRV technology they can dissect to build new MIRVs. That's the worst thing.
Honestly, if anything, I could see the US asking for blueprints for both Stonehenge and Excalibur.
Yeah, probably.
Because
probably
immunity to ballistic missiles and literally complete aerial dominance.
Probably in exchange for funding to keep those systems operational in Europe.
Yeah.
Honestly, yes. Probably. Would you like us to just run the damn thing?
No. Honestly, the UK I think the UK would probably say no, and Germany would definitely say no, but they probably wouldn't mind technical advisors, quote unquote.
Yes.
Technical advisors who do half of running the damn thing.
I need to go for 5 minutes because I'm glad you're all here because this next question is right up your alley. From Brackman, could the Galactic Empire Star Wars Legends breach the defenses of Holy Terror good enough to land armies to attack the Imperial Palace in the aftermath of the attack of the Beast, but before the Last Wall Protocol? They get everything except planet killer platforms like DS1 and DS2.
Alright, so first clarifying question. Does the defenses of Holy Terror include the Navy? Because if it does, no way in hell.
No. It's more worse than just that. Does the defense of Holy Terror include the entirety of the Sol System's defense network? Because that's all part of Holy Terror's defenses.
Yes. And is very, very... Well, when an entity like the Imperium gets pretty good at being paranoid.
Because also, this means the Phalanx... I don't know, did the question mention about the Phalanx, sorry? Because the Phalanx should, technically speaking, be in orbit.
Doesn't say anything about it, I don't think. I'm looking.
Then, yeah, the Phalanx is part of the Sol defense plan. So, yeah, like literally one of the most powerful ships that humanity's ever seen. Bucephalus is also there. So, if the Custodies realize this is going on, well, would you like to see Golden Battle Barge 2 Electric Boogaloo?
I am assuming that the Attack of the Beast and the Last Wall Protocol are two things that mean something timeline-wise.
Yes, right. The Attack of the Beast occurred in M34, where the largest orc warg in human history basically appeared and attacked Earth.
Okay, yes, I'm familiar.
Led by... this is the one where there was genuinely a top hat-wielding orc, went down to Holy Terror, went into the meeting of the High Lords of Terror, and politely asked for their surrender, in basically a proper English accent. Yes, this is canon.
Yeah, it's great. The orcs are the best.
And the Last Wall Protocol is a thing the Imperial Fist set up, which is, in a case of attack against Terror, all Imperial Fist successor chapters are hereby disbanded, and the Imperial Fist's Legion is reformed. To defend Terror to the last man. Technically speaking, this also involves traitors, because a group of traitor Imperial Fists ended up also coming over and going, so yeah, we heard the Last Wall was enacted. We're here to help. Please don't kill us.
Good on them. The other important note about the Last Wall is that that's kind of unnecessary, because you have to assume that an attack on Terra will result in the Imperium as an entity scrambling any and all available forces. And
Crusade,
a lot of unavailable forces too. I don't care what you're doing, get over here.
Keep in mind, the Sol Defense Fleet has 2 Gloriana-class battleships.
Yep. Basically 40k is fucking ridiculous. You cannot, and also important note, Star Wars as a setting routinely underestimates force sizes. Right? Like, if you look at the given complement of the Galactic Empire, it's really, really, really low.
So, right. Do we be generous and go off the Legends one for the Galactic Empire?
They did say Legends.
Even that,
They did say
even
Legends.
That's,
Because going off
even
Legends,
that-
they have 250,000 Star Destroyers alone.
That's still
But, yeah.
sure. The problem is that they still got to get into Terra.
Holy
Now,
terror!
what they do have that the 40k universe doesn't is actual functional FTL that doesn't involve that doesn't involve hell dimensions. That could get squirrely.
Also, theoretically speaking, if they've actually been given a competent commander, you could actually see them using micro jumps in the system to jump around defenses.
Kind of where I was getting at, right? The hyperspace tech will be, if anything, hyperspace tech will be what lets them do things. The other thing is that even the act of physically landing troops is going to be very difficult.
How do you how do you reach the planetary void shield for one?
Yes.
Then even ignoring that. I'm sorry, go on.
Yep. And even if you can do that, Terra is an extremely built-up, dense urban area with a shitload of fortifications and active defense. First, you have to breach the void shield. Then you have to get by whatever, aircraft and patrol craft and whatever all else are there. Then you have to solve the air defense problem. Then you have to physically find somewhere to land.
You've also then got all the anti-orbital cannons.
Yep.
Because the entire surface is covered in guns.
Orbital plate.
Yep. You could maybe, some hyperspace chicanery might work to, accomplish temporary denial strikes. Right? Hyperspace gets screwy depending on the Legends Empire we're dealing with. There's does anybody besides me know what I'm talking about when I say the Sun Crusher?
No, not that abomination.
Nope, not a chance in hell. That thing can burn in the sun. Well, actually, I can't even say it burns in the sun because it's immune to bloody supernovas. Oh, and did we mention it's not even actually destroyed in the bloody black hole? It's actually just sitting there beyond the event horizon.
Yep, that thing's fucking ridiculous.
You know what? That is the one thing that might actually be 40k.
Uh-huh.
Because that is so beyond plot stupidity.
Uh-huh.
It's literally the I win button.
Yep. Straight up. It is literally indestructible. You physically cannot destroy it.
Derp Squad just made an interesting point. Hyperspace tech doesn't include Gellerfields. The 40k Imperium can just warp jump near Star Wars ships and drag them into the warp.
Doesn't matter. They're going through hyperspace, not the warp.
No.
Demons ain't gonna work.
No. What he means is the Imperial ships jump to warp, as in rip a hole in reality to jump into the warp, and then physically drag the Imperial ships into the warp behind them.
Only works that way if they're basically... It only works that way if the Imperial ship is literally touching the other ship, basically. Yep. The warp rift's not... a warp rift for a ship going into the warp is not like a slip space rupture from Halo. It doesn't drag everything in near it. It has to be basically literally on top of it when it happens.
Yep.
So in other words, you would have to have a ramming maneuver to do it.
Which would happen.
Which keep in mind, 40k ships literally have ramming prows and ramming spikes.
But that only happens if your Imperial guy is an absolute idiot. Because
decides,
remember,
yes, enemy close by.
Because
Let's
remember,
stay still.
Micro jumping is a possibility, and any competent Imperial commander is bamfing about the solar system like a squirrel on crack.
I also want to point out something here. The Cobra-class destroyer, one of the smallest ships in the 40k arsenal, is almost as large as a Star Destroyer.
Yeah.
But
Also-
the Sun Crusher
sorry, go on
is
about Sun
ridiculous.
Crusher? Yeah.
Yeah, that thing is...
What another-
for those of
concern.
you who don't know what the Sun Crusher is, it is a small thing. I think it's, if memory serves, it's a small thing. It's about the size of a Lambda shuttle without the wings.
Yeah, it's the size of a fighter, it's described as.
That is quite literally physically indestructible. It's like quantum force entanglement bullshit. Literally indestructible. At one point, they fly this thing through a star.
And it just goes, nah, I'll win.
And it burns the point defense cannon off the outside, but doesn't destroy the thing. So that thing could, like, do shit. But that thing is also complete and utter nonsense. Like, that is absolute insanity.
Okay, so, moving on from that insanity, we have a YouTube question from Knight, which basically boils down to, I'll read out what it is exactly, and then I will read out what it basically is summed up. So, as it is verbatim, what if you gave the French one Mulhouse class light cruiser, one Colmar class light cruiser, one Strasbourg class light cruiser, one Thionville class scout cruiser before World War One? What it basically means is, what if you gave the French all the ships they got through treaty, aka from the defeated Central Powers, before the start of World War One? You've given the French a fast, modern cruiser wing that will probably be used in the Mediterranean and /or working with the Harwich Force of the Royal Navy. But that's realistically the only real change here, because it's not that many light cruisers, and they're not realistically going to radically change the outcome of the war. Although it probably will confuse... Yeah, as I said, yeah. This will probably confuse the heck out of the British, French, and everyone else who are wondering where the heck these ships have come from.
You may get some interesting consequences regarding code books and that sort of thing.
Possible.
But
Possibly.
I don't see that as being relevant for more than 6 months, if it's even relevant at all.
And even then, the British already do that anyway, so... During the First World War, so, yeah. So, next is a Discord question, which is... Question 9. What if Saratoga's task force was much closer to Wake Island than IRL while the island was being invaded or attacked by the IJN? Would she come to the aid of the garrison, and would Saratoga cause more damage to the first attacking IJN force? If the IJN force, which consists of cruisers and destroyers, comes under air attack from a full-size fleet carrier, that is problems. That is problems o'clock. That is SPD Dauntless is having a field day.
I love the Dauntless.
And heck, it's even TBD Devastators having a field day, given there's no fighter cover for the Japanese.
And that's impressive, because those things are...
They're basically the Swordfish without an ability to just take bullets all the time.
Yep.
That's basically... It's really that simple. Yes, she would come to the aid of the garrison, and she would cause a lot of damage. Probably might even defeat the first Japanese attack.
There's gonna be another, and they're gonna get Wake. That's not really negotiable. But you know, we can make a bleed for it at least.
Question from Runes Lair on YouTube. What if in the Russo-Japanese War, but Admiral Ross Vensi's flagship gains the ability to fly? However, its speed in the air is not different. What can change? He laughs hysterically.
He can throw binoculars from far. He can throw binoculars further.
But also, he laughs hysterically because he can now have a complete overview of the battle as it's taking place, and can presumably,
He has
if he can alter
He
his
has a
altitude
better
at
view
will,
of his fleet shooting torpedo boats.
he can also see exactly
Torpedo
what's going
boats.
on, and can probably also just move at will throughout his force.
Does that mean he can get to, his ship can fly. That means it doesn't have to go the long way around.
That's true. Yeah, he could say, all right, everyone else go to the Far East. I'm going via. Oh no, he has to stay with the fleet. So yeah, but if only
No, he doesn't. Fuck him.
if only his ship can fly, that doesn't change too much. But presumably, since he's the admiral in command, he can probably train the gunnery crews on his ship to deal with shooting from altitude.
That, or he ends up spending the ship ends up spending the entire war ferrying bullshit from the east to the west.
Possibly. But either way, it doesn't really change too much, although it is likely the flagship will probably survive the Battle of Tsushima, basically going, I'm in the air now, what are you going to do? Basically. Next question is on Discord from Darth Sidious. Well, we have 7 people watching on YouTube and 11 in Discord. We're actually doing really well. Darth Sidious asks, were there any questions, doubts about Dudley Pound's abilities after the disaster of PQ-17? How were the reactions by the US and Soviets after the disaster? I don't know. That's not something I'm very well read on, nor very familiar with. You'll probably better off asking that question again when Drac and Dr. Clark are here. Like I will point out, Drac is a potential, Dr. Clark is a definite, and other members of the shipshape crew are also coming as well.
For my money, no, I'm very not read on this. For my money, if there are reservations, we're never going to know about them because they aren't recorded for history. They're expressed privately. They're not written down. They're not. But that's a guess, and I may be wrong about that. Right, because expressing concerns about the capabilities of an ally's senior officers in wartime is something you don't do unless you're Douglas MacArthur, and even he got yelled at for it. Fucker.
Yep.
I have a lot of opinions about Douglas MacArthur.
Yes. From YouTube, 96831 asks, why was a Nevada-style layout of 10 guns considered for the Admiral class? Presumably because the RM was trialing all options, they'd seen it work on the Nevadas, and presumably they were just trying to figure out what would work best for their new battle cruiser.
You draw up a bunch of random stuff and you think about it, right?
Eventually, the RN decided on a much more. I think the original clincher for not going with it was basically down to the fact that when Jutland came down, it became clear that more firepower wasn't what was needed. It was more protection and more speed.
And shutting the goddamn fire doors.
Yes, that as well. That as well. A question from Slayer. What if Musashi was around for Operation Ichigo, so as a result the Americans don't have the experience of hitting Musashi to use on Yamato? How long could both of the battleships last against the carrier onslaught? I see a major knock-on effect from Musashi as the planes attacking Yamato all attacked on one side, making her sink faster. If you've got 2 Yamatos plus escorts, that is a force that may survive to contact with the American standards.
That doesn't... May. And it's going to be bleeding when it gets there.
Yeah, the standards will put either one or both of them down by that point.
Yep.
But,
probably not without casualties of their own.
Which may be damaged, it may be lost, depending on how intact either one or both of the Yamatos are.
And I choose to assume that it will be BB-48, which actually sinks whichever one shipment survives.
Yep.
This is purely partisanship on my part.
And that will be the last great battleship action ever. And you better believe it'll be held up by the reformer saying, it wasn't the carriers that shit Yamato, it was the battleships.
Yeah, the only reason the battleships did is because they were there.
Yeah, but you better believe, if that happened, it would have been brought up constantly.
Alright, so what we need is the USS Long Beach, except we make the box 18 inches thick.
What did the IJN
Tell me I'm
learn from the 8 British pre-dreadnought battleships, 2 British, 1 German, 1 French, 2 Italian armoured cruisers, and 3 British and 4 French protected cruisers that they got? How to build a navy, if you want the honest answer. They learned how to build a navy. A modern navy. And they did. As soon as the Japanese knew what they wanted, knew how to build what they wanted, and knew what the design style they wanted, they stopped ordering from abroad and built it themselves.
Yep.
And you see this across...
And it's worth noting, it's not that they couldn't have developed their own understanding of best practices and things like that, but why would they when somebody else has already done it?
Yeah, they were smart enough to know exactly... They didn't do a China. They were smart enough to know when they could do it themselves, but they were also wise enough to know when not to do it themselves.
Yep.
And the Japanese also understood that working with the West doesn't mean you're kowtowing to them or they're superior to you. Unlike the Chinese, who basically had this stick up their ass the whole time. Which is unsurprising, it's Imperial China. Derp Squad, didn't Drac do a war game with this? Yes, I think he did. But again,
Yes,
if you want to have a more detailed explanation rather than the Cliff Notes version we've given, I would say go and like I say, if you need more information than what we give, I do always say to people, go and look up, do a bit of research. Like, we always give a Cliff Notes version here at Ramblings. We're not experts, we don't have all the sources, but we try.
Answers guaranteed, good answers not so much.
Thank you for the quote! Darth Sidious asks, were there any designs for carriers discussed by the Soviets in the 30s and 40s like they were battleships? Yes, there were. There were a great number of designs for carriers consulted by the Soviet Red Fleet. There were a few things floated around to use one of the incomplete Borodino-class battle cruisers to turn into a carrier. They never went anywhere. There were designs for keel-up carriers.
There was one which was basically a copy of the Illustrious class, which is interesting.
Yeah, there was that one. There were ones that were keel-up fully Soviet carriers. They never went anywhere. Basically, there were a lot of proposals, a lot of discussion, but it never went anywhere.
Hey, if it keeps the naval designers out of the Gulag or the Siberia,
Yeah,
they'll do
there
whatever
you
they
go.
want.
That's the line. Iro Legerman asks, navally, what you happen if World War I didn't happen or happened much later? Could you reword that question and I'll get back to you once I understand what the heck you asked, Iro.
I think that's a what do you think would happen naval development-wise if World War I?
That depends entirely on when it doesn't happen and for how long it doesn't happen. And
because some damn fool thing in the Balkans is going to start a world war.
Or some damn fool thing in Africa.
Going to happen. If this damn fool thing doesn't start a world war, some other damn fool thing is going to start a world war. The system of alliances and the geopolitical realities of Europe mean it's going to happen.
And I will point out, World War I was always going to happen in 1914 because the German general staff was sat on their hands fretting about, oh dear, Russia's right there, and we need to fight Russia now. We can't fight Russia any later.
Because Russia might figure out how to actually do a war and then beat our ass, which they did 20 years later.
Yeah.
Okay, more than 20, but you know.
But navally, you're basically looking at the French will probably finish their first tranche of building programs, so Normandies, the Lyons. The French may lay down one of their battlecruiser proposals, but that depends on what they do. Britain will finish all.
See some.
Britain will finish all the Revengers, possibly all 10 of them. Then they will look at what follows them. Triple turrets may appear, they may not. Battle cruisers will move to the 15-inch gun as well.
I don't think we'll see the Revenge.
No, the Revengers were the Revengers were planned.
Reason why I don't think we'll see the Revenge, because if there's no no real cause for war, what you might actually see is a Revenge in a different form.
No, the Revengers were already
the
Revengers were already finalized. The Revengers design was not as a result of World War I. They were supposed to just be a mass build.
That's
program.
not what I said, though.
They would be different.
And while the designs. Yeah, without any of the case pressures for a potential war to be brewing, you've got more time. You don't have to try and get out.
No,
another 10
the
ships.
Revengers weren't
the
rushed.
thing is, right? There's clearly still a war coming.
Yeah, the Revengers weren't a rush design or caused by pressures of war. They were just they were basically the RN wanting to get 2 battle squadrons of 15-inch ships into the Grand Fleet at relatively cheap cost.
The thing you can change is Franz Ferdinand and that whole shit show in Sarajevo and the subsequent like Serbian and Austro-Hungarian responses, right?
I mean, if Austria-Hungary just goes in the first weeks, like the rest of Europe will back them.
There's gonna be some other damn fool thing happen.
Yeah.
And everybody in Europe knows that. They knew that historically. If they're fatalistic about it almost, right? Like, some damn fool thing's gonna go, and we're gonna get dragged into this whole fucking shit show. Yeah. I don't think they knew how much of a shit show it was gonna be, but they knew there was gonna be a war.
No one knew. But
I would bring up HMS Agincourt, though, as a counterpoint.
Agincourt
which was also designed. And Agincourt, the 5th member of the QE, or basically the last member of the QE class, that was going to be of a drastically different design. If they don't have any of the pressures leading up to wanting to get this, you might actually see Agincourt finished in her form. And that's why you might see a knock-on with Revengers being
just
different.
Just because one ship changes
doesn't mean... different.
Me and Dr. Clark have been talking about this on brew ships and other things. Just because one ship changes doesn't mean other ships change. That's not how naval design works.
Yeah, that's not what... but...
I will grant you that Agincourt will likely be different.
Why would you have a one-off ship, then?
Because...
If Agincourt is now this potentially up to 12, 16.5-inch armed ship... Yes. Or 3x3 18-inch.
Yeah, Agincourt was supposed to be this one. Yeah, my point would be, why would you have a one-off ship? Regardless of what Agincourt is, she's not going to change the Revengers because of a desire to work the 15-inch gun into the fleet in a major way, to begin phasing out the 12-inch ships still in service. That's the reason for the 8 Revengers. It's a large buy-in of a class of reliable, capable capital ships on proven technology that can be built relatively quickly. The follow-on after the Revengers will likely include lessons from whatever form Agincourt took, and will likely be a follow-on to
but the thing is, though, now, Fleet, without these pressures, because if this war does happen much later, potentially, going off of the question, there is potential that you don't have to try and quickly get these ships down.
No, it's not about speed.
You might go back to quality.
It's just
You literally just said they're trying to get them down as quick as possible, though.
No, what I said was they wanted to work 15-inch ships into the fleet to begin retiring the 12-inch ships. I didn't say anything about doing it quickly.
And then after that, you quite literally did just say, and get the 10 ships down as quickly as possible.
Well, it was 8, technically. I was wrong about it being 10. But the point is that there's no reason to change the Revengers. None of this... the situation regarding the tensioned state of Europe still exists, even if there is no war. Just because there's no war doesn't mean the tensions have gone away.
There are very much still tensions. There are always tensions. It's Europe.
Yeah. It's highly... I mean, I know we talk about HMS Agincourt, but I think it is just likely she'll probably be a repeat QE with possibly small tube boilers. Maybe a slight difference. And then you probably have the follow-on designs from the QEs and the Revengers be radically different as the RN looks to pivot once again in this post-naval arms race world. Because remember, the Revengers are also supposed to be the final capstone on the naval arms race. Which, the UK knows the Germans have backed off, but they want to have the Revengers as the final capstone on top.
As completely... Same question, unrelated. Quick note, right? If the war is delayed long enough, it doesn't need to be terribly long, you may see some very interesting things done to carrier development.
Carriers could change, that's very true.
The war goes long enough that really shit early flat tops are involved.
No, what you'll probably end up seeing is the whole planned raid on what's it called, which the Royal Navy planned, using a whole bunch of something like 300 torpedo bombers from, even in some cases, literally floating platforms, battleships or cruisers.
That's built on World War One.
That was already
experience.
considered for World War Two of World War One.
That's built on experience developed during the Great War. So it's hard to say without the Great War where aviation would be.
Not referring to Taranto.
Okay.
It was a raid they planned. The World War One raid they had planned
On
and were going to,
Wilhelmshaven.
but then Germany surrendered and they never got enough.
Yeah, the cuckoo's
Basically, because they kept going, "Oh, 100
You probably
planes,
see some
200 planes."
You see some interesting things done to aviation development more generally, and to carriers specifically. The other interesting thing that you may see some interesting knock-ons regarding just like mechanization
That will be slowed down.
ground troops. Yes and
Yeah, I know what you mean. It'll be slowed down in some of the armies, sped up in others.
because this is a time period where the airplane is getting much better, much faster, and like automotive technology is getting much better, much faster. And I don't think it's going to change much. Like mechanization, at least, isn't going to change much of the situation on the ground. The situation on the ground is still going to be an absolute shit show, and primarily infantry driven. Infantry and artillery driven, rather. But yeah, the impact on carrier doctrine could be interesting. Because again, they're going to be really early, really shit carriers if they're involved in anything, which may give some. We may see the battleship be perceived as superior to the flat top way longer than it should be, right? Like if they can prove that superiority in battle, right? You know, the last stages of the last stages of an old technology are better than the first stages of a new, and obviously this isn't the end of the battleship, but you see what I mean. Like that is a mature technology. We know how to deploy them. We know how to fight them. I don't know. Anyway, I'm rambling.
Well, that's the show. Oh, okay. So where were we? So that was that. Let me see if I can find where I was. Wake Island. I can't find.
Why were you on Wake Island?
There we go. There we go. Iro. Darth Sidious asks, if it was the U-boat arm that would win Germany World War One, how would the relationship between the army and the navy be? How much political leverage would the navy get compared to the army prior to World War One? Not much would really change.
I'm assuming you mean World War II there?
No, he said World War One. He said it twice. Because the U-boats can win Germany the war in World War One if they're used right, whereas in World War Two it's not really a possibility.
Sidious, could we get a clarification of that?
He said World War One. If he means World War One, he means World War One.
Yes, and I want a clarification.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, it is World War One. Okay.
So if it's in the aftermath of World War One, the army and the navy are probably pretty much sitting equally, because yes, the navy has brought the British to the negotiating table, but it's the army that's bashed France's head in with a sledgehammer.
Yes.
Oh, and of course, where was the navy during the Russian campaign? Oh yeah, two of your mighty dreadnoughts got scared off by a Borodino class. Sorry, by a pre-dreadnought named Slava. Anyone else has any thoughts and comments on that? Because I need to disappear for just 1 minute, and I'll be back.
Not a ton. To my mind, the more interesting question there isn't to do with like the army and the navy hierarchy in Germany, but it's specifically to do with the submarine service and the surface arm within the German navy. Is just because like I'm trying to think how to say this. And if the other two of you have any thoughts, feel free. But the thing I'm trying to... The Army and the Navy are... That difference isn't going to be tremendously important, I don't think. Like, neither one will... The Navy may consider itself the superior service. They will both consider themselves the superior service, as ever they have. I don't know that you're gonna get a whole lot of like actual practical. One is better than the other. The question of the submarine service though could have a lot of impact on like the building of the Navy in future. Yeah, I think that would be the question, right? Like, because in this alternate scenario, right, where Britain is brought to the negotiating table by the U-boat fleet, and by the U-boat fleet alone, presumably, or
Happy 50th birthday.
if there, or,
No, Kim. It's not my 50th birthday.
or if there is a surface engagement in this timeline, presumably it is an inconclusive one. Which, well, because Jutland was a tactical
victory, but it was a strategic failure.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, the submarine service and their ascendancy would be the thing that really has a lot of knock-on impact, I think.
Yeah.
Rather than any Army versus Navy games.
Yep.
Because the Army is still going to be bigger,
Yep.
and you're still Germany. You still have a huge need for an army.
And of course, you're trying to
Britain,
establish multiple new nation states in the east and reorganize Belgium.
Britain can sit over there with with the Navy being ascendant because Britain's security can be solely assured by the Navy. Okay, maybe not solely, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Germany is not in that situation and never will be, no matter what they do to France and whatever abomination of a peace treaty they get. Which will almost definitely be terrible for France.
Yeah, it's not going to be fun. So, question from YouTube. Rune's Lair asks, scenario, 1945 Unit 731 spawns a Godzilla and lets it loose on Manchuria as a giant fuck you to the Soviets. Would Godzilla be able to hold off the Red Army long enough for the US to secure Korea? Assuming the Japanese can control this Godzilla, that Godzilla could walk all the way to Moscow. And there is literally nothing that can stop it. And I mean that, there's literally nothing that can stop that monstrosity if it chooses to walk to Moscow. Like, if it wants to, there is next to nothing that can stop that thing. And yes, the US will be able to invade Korea.
Or Godzilla turns around and absolutely beats the fuck out of Unit 731, because even Godzilla can tell those fuckers are monsters.
True. So, YouTube question, sorry, Discord question. Carrier designs, U-boat Admiral Wellesley asked, the year is 2270, and you're the design team assigned to design the refit Constitution. What would you change from what Enterprise has refitted to? Nothing, it's perfect. Refit Constitution is perfect. You can't change perfection. Plus,
I know nothing about the premise of this question.
Plus, I'm not a Trekkie, so I don't really know. I'd have to ask Dragon or Winter. They're more Trekkie than I am. But unfortunately, I think Dragon's not available.
The only thing I would probably change would be to include more 1911s in the armory. And there's no particular reason for that. It just seems necessary.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I'm back again. Sorry, what's the question now?
The year is...
It is 2270, and you are in charge of refitting the Constitution.
Is it the designing the refit Constitution? What would you change from what the Enterprise was refitted to? And he's gone.
Right. Oh well, these things happen.
Yeah, literally just after I asked that, my internet died for a sec.
Yeah,
oh dear.
Did you hear what the premise is?
No.
Okay. You know what? Since Dragon's having internet problems, I think we will just move on.
Yeah, we'll
for
come
now.
back to that one. Ask it again in a minute. Wait till he gets home. The man is currently space shuttle status. So YouTube question. Knight6831. If the British got HMS Eagle at the same time as the two Almirante Torres, well, first of all, how much does the Iron get out of her in World War One? Well, first of all, only one of the Almirante Torres was finished in time for service during the Great War. The second one was paused and then converted into Eagle. So if they get her at the time that they get, I think it was Canada, into service.
That's a pretty good thing, honestly.
Look. HMS Eagle. So HMS Canada. Yes, HMS Canada. So if she commissions 1915, 15th of October. So
Probably
if,
not.
So if they get Eagle in as well,
what do they have to fly off of her?
Doesn't really matter. Right? Anything will do at this point. Literally,
yeah,
anything.
A couple of
It's-
biplanes,
It's
top of
World War
Camel could
I.
probably
You
do it.
Literally, just go take random aircraft.
Yeah, literally
and
anything will
probably
work. Yeah, literally anything will work off of Eagle. Like, you don't even need a resting wires at this point, given the anything will work.
No, you'll probably kill a few pilots, but
Yeah,
whatever,
they'll-
that happens.
Yeah,
Like,
they'll
regular
figure it
flying
out.
This
does
is
that
this is to be
too.
expected.
Yeah, regular flying does that too. That's
She'll
not really
probably
anything.
first be used in the Dardanelles, where her aviation will be very useful.
Disagree. I
Why?
think she'll be kept in the home waters to support the Grand Fleet. Basically,
Uh,
take up a couple of the seaplane tenders' role.
Yeah, that
well,
sounds more likely because the primitive nature of the aircraft of the period cuts both ways, right?
Yes, but the land-based aircraft are actually far more capable than their sea-based equivalents, and one thing the Gallipoli campaign sorely needs is
to not happen.
No, is more land-based aviation.
Yeah, but the problem is though, you've randomly got this ship that has just appeared in your port basically now. You have a rough idea of what it is, but why would you send it to a potentially very dangerous theater immediately? And also, this is literally what Jellicoe wants for the Grand Fleet. He'll be going, no, give now. We can use this. Hell, BT even might want it as part of a scouting force.
Oh,
And
no.
It's slow
as
for the
is
battle
well
cruise, but still.
established, those two gentlemen are very good at getting things to happen, even when perhaps they shouldn't.
Hmm.
For instance, Beatty still having a job post-war.
Like, could you imagine actually having Eagle at the Battle of Jutland with, instead of just a couple of spotter planes, like 10 spotter planes potentially with radios?
True.
That's wonderful.
True, that's possible. I hadn't really thought of that. That could work. But that's basically the outcome. You're not really change. It's not going to dramatically change the outcome of the war.
Yep, because the first thing they've got to do is learn how to carrier. We kind of take knowing how to carrier for granted, but it took a hot minute to figure out how the fuck to do any of this. Right? Like, how do you safely refuel an aircraft on a carrier deck? How do you, how do you protect the wings of this aircraft from the ocean? How do you, there's a million things you got to figure out how to do, big and small, and they're gonna take time to figure all that out.
Mm-hmm.
They will figure it out. They did figure it out, but it's gonna, the first thing they're gonna do is probably look at the thing and go, what the fuck is this? Why doesn't it have any guns on it? The second thing they're gonna do is try to figure out they might do some damn fool thing with it, like using it to ship trucks, I don't know, but probably not.
Yeah, it's... And also, they'll have this design, which is very clearly an Almirante Latorre based carrier. Look at the other one and go, oh, she's called Eagle. The other ship was going to be called Eagle. This is literally that ship. Okay. So now they know what Eagle will look like when she's finished. But that's basically about the long and short of it.
Yep.
So, YouTube question.
All right.
Darth Sidious asked, what if the French decided to aggressively expand their navy when Germany did? How would the French navy look by World War One, and how would Anglo-French relations be affected? The French were expanding their
With
navy
what money?
about as aggressively as they could. The reason that you see this massive French dreadnought building program during the pre-war period is that everything finally falls into place for France to really kick it into high gear, because the infrastructure finally catches up.
Yep.
In terms
the
of available
Junacol
slips.
The Junacol is not just a... The reason France is willing to hear the madness that is the Junacol is because they also have no money.
When you
have zero money,
the aftermath of the
a whole lot
Franco-Prussian
of little
War.
shit boxes sounds really good.
Yeah, the aftermath of the Franco-Prussian War was basically the ideal and perhaps only environment for that doctrine to take hold in the French Navy. And it arrived. So it took hold. By the time you get to the Dreadnought period, the French industry and slipways and dry docks have caught up enough that the French literally... money was never the problem once you get past the period after the Franco-Prussian War. It was always available slips and dockyard space.
Which was partially knock-on from having no money after the Franco-Prussian War.
Yeah, and then a lot of money that could have gone into laying down more ships in small dockyards went into building new dockyards. And then you see the... it all comes together in about 1910, 1912, and the French decide, you know what, we're going to build 15 battleships in parallel, and we're going to be able to pay for it, and none of you can stop us.
And then Germany stopped them.
Mm-hmm.
Although it did take rather drastic action to stop them.
Yeah, basically. Question from Paul Amos on YouTube. Earlier Cyclic, it's not Cyclic, it's the Random Idiot. He's
Hello.
one of the actual regular co-hosts. We don't see him very often now because he's been very busy, but it's nice to have him here for the Big 50. Said the Philippines would be taken by Japan and the US would join them. Isn't this likely to cause war between the two, as the US-Japanese relations were never good historically?
War is going to happen. I don't think it will happen immediately. Japan is still looking to be a major imperial power in the Far East. Remember, for those of you who don't remember, this is a knock-on to our question about Spain remaining world power, or not remaining world power, but retaining colonial possessions in the Philippines and the Far East more generally into the early part of the 20th century. And we said that when Spain disintegrates, as it does in the mid-30s, Japan immediately tries to eat the Philippines, and America also tries to eat part of the Philippines to keep Japan from getting the whole Philippines. I don't think that immediately turns into war. But the US and Japan are going to be sitting there holding rifles, staring at each other across the border, waiting for something to happen. And something will happen. It may look like the historical Pearl Harbor. Probably not. It will probably be much more Philippine-focused if Japan has the capability to develop major forces over there. But, yeah, no, there's gonna be war. I just don't think it's going to be immediate upon Spanish collapse.
The reason the US is going in is not for colonies; it's to prevent Japan getting everything it wants.
Yep. And, you know, we're just ensuring the pacification of the region and helping the Filipino people. No, we're just trying to keep Japan from getting all the stuff.
So, question from Discord now. And then, of course, hopefully back to YouTube. And this flip-flopping's working quite well today.
It is.
Your typical gunnery officer asks, what if the IJA didn't pull their troops that were close to Port Moresby when the US invaded the Guadalcanal? Would the IJA troops in New Guinea be able to capture Port Moresby from the Australians if the IJA troops were kept there?
I don't know.
Now, it's important. I don't think the Imperial Japanese Army withdrew from New Guinea entirely. I think they just pulled back from their attack on Port Moresby.
I don't know what's arrayed to meet them.
Yeah.
I will admit that is a part of the war that I know significantly less about than I probably should.
Same here. What I will say is that, no doubt, if the things are not pulled back, an Imperial Japanese Army assault will be made. Whether or not the Anzacs sit there, dig in, and tell them to put shrimps on the Barbie and, go away, or whether they go, oh dear God, the Barbie's cancelled and run away, depends entirely on what happens.
I don't see them cutting and running. They're gonna fight them for it.
No, what I mean is,
they're able to fight them for it is debatable.
Yeah, what I mean is, do they run away after making the Japanese take 10-1 casualties or something?
Yes. They're gonna. It is probably for the best that it didn't happen, because it would have fucking sucked for all parties involved.
Yep. Nope, no new questions from YouTube, so back to Discord. From your typical gunnery officer again. What if the atomic bombing of Hiroshima happened earlier, on 1st of August 45 and 4th of August, so for Hiroshima and Nagasaki, then Japan surrendered immediately on 6th of August 45, way before the Soviets declared war on Japan? Would the Soviets still gain the territories they would IRL when they declared war on 7th of August? But in this case, they did it without hostilities with Japan. No, because one of the reasons the Soviets declared on Japan was to get a seat at that table.
Yep.
And if they don't, they have no seat at the table. China will roll all the way back up to Manchuria. In terms of the Republic or Communist China. And Republican China will be in a far better position because the Russians will not be able to give the territory they control to Communist China. There will also probably be a single unified Korea.
You do probably still see some, for lack of a better term, Soviet, just claim jumping in North China, but nothing major, right? Oh, we're going to settle the borders where they are, and the Soviets immediately try to run half a mile, right, and be like, no, the border was here, honest, we swear. But,
So still no new questions on YouTube. So we'll keep going with Discord. Another one from your typical gunnery officer. Come on, lads, give me some other questions. He's running away with it. Thoughts on super prop fighters like the XP-72, 51H, Sea Fury, F-8F, and others? I think you've asked this question 3 weeks on the bounce, but I'll answer it anyway. Did they come in a tad bit too late before many major countries started to use jet fighters as frontline fighters? Do you think they could be a beast fighter if they all entered service in early 1945 during World War II?
They couldn't have entered service early.
Yeah, they are the last generation of a mature technology. And
they are very, very capable.
And you probably want to build some of them just in case the new stuff doesn't work out like you want to. But once the new stuff matures, even a little bit, they are obsolete.
Yep. They see service if the war goes on a little bit longer, right? Like over a hypothetical invasion of Japan, you're going to see like the Bearcat and the P-51H and that kind of thing. But they are very, very fascinating machines, and some of the shit they did at the air races is nuts. The air races in general are nuts.
Yeah.
But jets were the future, and everybody knew it.
There's a reason why you see super props die off, and what prop aircraft survive to serve in Korea are the most reliable of those super props. So the Sea Fury, the F-8F, reliable workhorses that can carry bombs and rockets in a ground attack role.
You do also see in Korea some just like National Guard units who are like 78th in line for new airplanes that just still have whatever old surplus nonsense was lying around. But and some of them are called up specifically because they're still flying old not junk, but old propeller aircraft for like loiter time or whatever the hell else you might want a propeller aircraft. But no, jets are the future, and everybody knows it. Superprops are fascinating, and
for all the complexities you need to get a high-performance superprop, a low-performance jet gives you the same performance for actually much less complexity and maintenance costs.
Correct. And well, different complexity and maintenance costs. You're looking at more engine rebuilds probably. Anyway, they're cool, and for a very brief period, they were the kings of the sky. But they were kings whose time was limited even when they were.
Derp Squad. This is a bit of a joke, but sure, it's a YouTube question, so I'll answer it. Would the panel lend me a Queen Elizabeth class battleship so I might use it to engage in gunboat diplomacy to get my employer to pay me while I don't necessarily complete my assigned task?
The panel does not endorse armed robbery of your employer. With that said, if we had a Queen Elizabeth,
I'd be using it for other things.
I might leave the keys. I might leave the keys in it. You know.
I'd be using it for other things. Like
what?
Simple. I'd be on my way through the Mediterranean, transiting the Bosporus to go play Sevastopol visit.
I would just, I don't know, park it in the Potomac and just vibe. Because what are they gonna do? Tow me?
No, the US can actually tow you.
Yes, tow in multiple senses of the word. Anyway,
Just a Nimitz class carrier shows up, hooks on a tow line, and says, "Watch this, you slowpoke."
that I would love. That I would pay money to see that. Not a lot of money, but money.
Okay. Your typical gunnery officer. Again, the man's running away with it. He can't keep getting away with this. Question 13. Thoughts on the push of propeller aircraft in World War II like the XB-55? Do you think pushers could be a better carrier aircraft than conventional tractor aircraft? No. Absolutely not. That is all sorts of problems.
I love them. They're hilarious. But I assume that the aeronautical people who made the decision to not had good reasons for that.
Basically because spinny bit at the back of plane. Oh god, I'm bailing out. I need to get out. Spinny bit at the back of the plane.
There's also just some the fundamental question of maintain a force being exerted on the nose of the airplane will, all things being equal, pull the airplane just straight forward. A force being exerted on the back of the airplane can push the airplane God knows where. Right? Have you ever tried to balance a baseball bat
also
on your palm?
Also simplicity. When it comes to ground-based pusher aircraft, I think that's a different kettle of fish entirely. But, well, it's probably
6 turning, 4 burning, baby!
Yeah, P-36, yeah! Oh my god.
That thing is fucking ludicrous, and I want one.
The fact they lasted as long as they did in service is also insane.
Mm-hmm.
B-36, that sounds like.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gotta love it.
Yeah, oh, we all do.
Yeah.
We all love it.
It's
one
patently ridiculous.
Question from Matthew Malik. If the French were to build Strasbourg and Dunkirk with a new model 34cm gun instead of a 33cm gun they received in real life, would this have led to a rebarreling of older ships like Lorraine? Probably. It depends on if the gun's breaches are compatible with the turrets in the older ships. Like
And
if it's
doubt
designed
they
with
would
that in
be.
mind, if the new gun is designed with backward compatibility with the older French Britannias in mind, and the older French ships, assuming this is related to the question about the Leons and the Normandies and the Britannias, etc. Then if they have that many ships, then it might be worth, if you're building a new 13.4, to think about, can we, when it comes, because ships do have their barrels replaced on a fairly regular basis, like, can we, during the next barrel replacement, use our new guns rather than our old guns? Like, I feel like that's something that might happen. If it's not that, and it is just the historical fleet with just the Britannias having those guns, no, it won't be.
And I am skeptical that the new gun would be designed for that capability. Just because you are sacrificing some of the potential of that new gun, right? Like, if you're gonna design it to be compatible with the old breach, why not just use the old gun, right? Like, you're upgunning for a reason. And does allowing for that design-wise mean sacrificing why you're upgunning in the first place?
Yeah. He's got a point there.
To some degree, it always will, and I don't know that they would make that decision. Not just the breach, right? Like, just turret geometry, ammo handling geometry. There's a lot that goes into this kind of thing, right? And presumably you are always trying to design your turrets and your ammo handling spaces and your ammo handling machinery to be as space efficient as possible, because you're on a ship and that's what you do. And if you're designing to be as space efficient as possible, it's probably going to be difficult to fit a bigger shell in there, all other things being equal. That's not to say it's not doable, but the expense would be... It would be more expensive than just swapping the barrel and, like, taking a cutting torch to the breach for a couple minutes.
Okay. Oh boy. This is
I don't
the
even
big
know
one.
that I want to touch that. I did Jesus.
AMC Woods, I will read this out just so people know I've read it out, but that is too many variables.
What is the question?
What if the Dominion War era Starfleet and Romulan Star Empire and Klingon Empire, UNSC during the Human Covenant War, Mass Effect Good Factions, and Galactic Alliance at the end of the Vuzon Vong War all teamed up to find the Covenant, the Terran Empire at its height, Dominion, Vuzon Vong, pre-Battle of Coruscant, Galactic Empire, and the Reapers? Who wins? Nope.
Give me a moment.
No.
I've just got home.
No, I do not want to dive deep into this one. That is a massive level
Hello,
of no.
I'm here now.
I can entirely answer that because I know most of those franchises.
I'm going to answer it now. We lose. The bad guys win.
Oh.
That is what happens in that scenario.
That is
I'll
a...
believe it. And I'm not going to think about it.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing, Chief. So it's up to you two if you want to have a crack at that one. I ain't got nothing.
I also need to scroll up and find this fucking question.
1 moment, I can link you to it.
Yep, I got it. There we go. There we go. Just finishing off my dinner.
So to give people a degree of context for some of these factions, prior to Halo 2, humanity was fucking losing in Halo. The only reason we weren't actually dying was because we were confusing the Covenant space engineers or whatever, and making sure they couldn't find Earth. Bearing in mind that humanity's greatest military stronghold that wasn't Earth, Reach, exploded. Mostly because we put up such a difficult fight for them at Reach that they got really fucking butthurt and glassed the planet out of principle. And
Naturally.
the only reason we started winning was because, High Charity? That's Flood now, not Covenant. You just lost your mobile capital that has the single largest military force in the galaxy that we know of. Gone. Also, the Sanghelios went through the Great Schism. So literally half of the Covenant's best fighting forces just dipped out of the Covenant. We're like, no, we're siding with humanity now because they're better than you guys. They didn't lie to us.
Yep.
And that's just the fucking Covenant.
Yep.
Like,
the
Yuuzhan Vong pre-Battle of Coruscant, literally the greatest fighting force and largest fighting force in the galaxy at the time.
The problem is that the bad guy faction includes several entities
Genuinely
who are
overpowered
all
entities,
defeated
including
only by plot bullshit.
Yeah, again,
I will counter a point here, though.
The Reapers, plot bullshit. They would have won.
We'll make some counterpoints here. You've got Starfleet, the Romulan Empire, and the Klingon Empire.
Oh, don't get me wrong. Nothing to sneeze at. Nothing to sneeze at. They will put up a hell of a fight. That is a tough thing to fight combined. As we sort of saw in the Dominion War. The only thing that really tipped the balance was what was his name? Oh my god, the dude who died during the rebellion off screen in the Cardassian dude.
Damar?
Damar, thank you. Damar would being like, I'm done with these guys. I'm going to switch sides mid-battle in the final battle.
No. No, even beyond the final battle. The Dominion was done.
Oh, the Dominion was like on the back foot almost perpetually from a certain point, but Starfleet and the Klingon combined fleet was having a tough time of it in that final action.
Yeah.
Keep in mind that this is only because out of all those powers that's mentioned there, the Dominion's actually the biggest threat. Right. The reason why I say this, the Dominion is more powerful on average than the Covenant, and we know they own an entire quadrant of the galaxy. We also know
that is
their
a lot of
weapons.
galaxy.
Yeah, like 25% of a galaxy, a lot of territory, a lot of resources. We know that their flagships are on par scale-wise with a good number of Covenant ships, the Dominion Dreadnought, and also they have way more powerful weaponry on average. Like, Star Trek weaponry is a factor above Halo on average.
Okay.
Now, Covenant plasma weapons are equivalent to about 100 years ago Romulan plasma weapons.
Okay.
So, Dominion War era, Romulan Star Empire, like, they have over 30,000 battleships, I think it's basically worked out. The Klingons, hundreds of thousands of ships, because as soon as basically unite the Great Houses, oh dear, the Klingons become one of the largest fighting forces in, well, Star Trek.
Yes.
Starfleet, over 50,000 vessels easily.
Yes.
With incredibly powerful weapons, to say the least. The Dominion's biggest advantage is the Phase Polaron bypasses most of their shields until later. Because Phase Polaron is ludicrously powerful. They are, I think, by default, the most powerful
Could I get a
weapons.
clarification from the of which Terran Empire we're referring to here?
I'm going to assume the Mirror Universe one.
Probably, but I would like just to be sure.
I get that makes sense. Yeah. At which point, the Terran Empire is big, but the Terran Empire is actually in a worse state most of the time.
The Terran Empire, like the height that we see it at is, funnily enough, during fucking Discovery under Giorgio, and Discovery is, you know, pre-Constitution class in terms of relative timeline.
It's why we know when they get the Constitution class, it's so overpowered.
Yeah. A bog standard Constitution, the Defiant, the Defiant that gets sent back into the Mirror Universe, goes back, 150 years?
Oh, yeah, pre-Discovery. Yeah, that's pre-Discovery.
So, like...
It goes to Enterprise era.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it does. Fuck.
So what
And
we see
Discovery
in
is
Discovery
Discovery is
sort of-
something like
it's a weird
100 years afterwards.
Yeah, it's a weird federation that has these weird super capital ships that have suns inside them, or some weird.
Yeah, but keep in mind, all of those exploded.
Oh no, I'm aware, but it's just.
I still sad we lost Sharon. Sharon was so cool as a ship. I loved it. However, we're also then looking at again the Covenant.
Yeah,
Covenant,
wasn't
like,
gonna be scary.
I'd also like to point out that during the fall of Reach, the Covenant fleet alone that was sent in to actually take Reach was something like 350 ships. And there are hundreds of battle fleets for the Covenant. Not to mention that the single they also do have a number of precursor bullshit technologies.
Yeah, those are honestly going to be the biggest
So
issue.
what we've learned from this is that sci-fi writers are bad at scale.
Yes.
Oh, you
This is a
don't
perpetual
even.
issue.
Yeah.
We're also like,
We haven't
again,
even-
like,
we haven't
Terran
even-
Empire has like the bullshit that it has. That's fine.
We also
because
haven't
it's
even
still-
gotten to the Galactic Empire and the Reapers yet.
Honestly,
Yeah.
they're non-threats.
when it
Are
comes
they?
to like the technology balance. Yeah, Galactic Empire
Right.
is not a Reapers are a threat.
Reapers
Yeah.
are a bigger threat, but the problem is Reapers are mostly anti-kinetic weaponry because of how the Mass Effect universe works. Reapers do not react well to photon torpedoes, plasma torpedoes, or directed energy weapons.
We do have to assume
Yeah, but
that
if a
all
Reaper
of
gets in
these
close, it will physically
entities
tear your
are-
ship apart.
we do also have to assume that all of these entities are intelligent actors who will react, again, intelligently to the threats arrayed against them, right? Because this is not going to be this is not going to be over in a hurry. This is going to take a while.
This is
No matter what happens, this is going to take
honestly no one really wins this situation.
Yeah,
it's
correct.
a bloodbath on both sides.
Oh yeah, and
Like-
what you end up with very quickly is you see very quick technological proliferation. I have to assume, right? Because again, there are
as much as certain
Reapers are
factions
weird.
would be willing to do so.
Yeah, the thing is, a number of factions are weird because the Reapers, as I recall, mostly upgrade their stuff basically at the end of a cycle.
Yes.
It's yes, and
They- Yeah, I know the Reapers are a bit weird, but them adapting to
it's mostly because Mass
threat
Effect
weapons
is poorly
gonna be
written
odd.
and sucks.
Yeah, like real bad, honestly.
Anyhow,
But-
I don't know that there's too much more we can get into here.
Yeah,
We could
like, I think
spend,
I think
we
we've at
could
least
discuss
covered it.
this question for
Yeah.
hours. I don't think
I
we
think we've
should.
at least covered it to a reasonable level instead of just no, I'm skipping it.
Yes.
The
Like-
main part is that I think in the end the bad guy factions will end up winning, but it's going to be it's going to be a fucking
Any given
stupendously
any
Pyrrhic
given
victory.
any given combatant at the start of this mess, on no matter whose side you're on, has a single-digit percentage chance of making it through to the end of the day.
How morally correct
Y'all wanna,
are we
will you
going to
agree
go
with
with
me on that
factions?
one?
Yeah, mostly. The only thing I do question is how many morals is Starfleet willing to break in this war?
So here's the point that I'm
That's something
also going to
scary.
get into because this is going to become a theme with this thing. You have a raid, a selection of factions who are contextually good within their stories, not they are the good factions TM. Or
Yeah.
the unapologetically good smiley rainbows and happiness factions. Because, fun fact,
They all go to war with each other. Got it. All right.
the
moving on.
only real point that the Freedens had in Halo is that, yeah, the UNSC is kind of fascist.
Well, yeah.
Oh, sorry, not the Freedens, the general insurrectionists. Like, the UNSC is an inherently fascistic nation.
I'd more say
In
it's,
part-
it's authoritarian, but it's not fascist.
Oh, no.
No.
Let's.
No,
yeah.
no, no.
Firstly, let's
It
not get
just
too into the
is.
weeds about this.
However,
Yeah,
however, back to the main point. a lot of
Sad I
these
missed the one
good
by
guy
Woods
factions, a lot of the let's say the good guy
As
factions
independent
versus
political
the-
entities, their cooperation is not immediately assured.
There is that.
Is that where you're getting?
Kind of. It's also a case of like at a certain point, one faction may be like, "Why am I helping you fuckers? You're worse than the enemy is."
Yeah.
What do you mean? You kidnap children to make super soldiers. We don't do that anymore. You do.
Okay, but
You're
have you
doing it right
considered
now.
that we need super soldiers?
Yeah, like this is the point about the UNSC and why its fascism is
It is an interesting
contextually understandable. I will
Yes.
use the phrase.
Also, to also go over wait, the good guys aren't necessarily good. Remember that time the Federation engineered a genetic plague to wipe out an entire species because they weren't doing so well at the war?
Or do you remember the time that the Galactic Alliance literally sacrificed entire sectors of the galaxy to buy them time? Time to do what?
Yeah.
Fuck over each other and possibly kill the Yuuzhan Vong. Possibly. That may have been on the table. But it was mostly so that individual people in the Alliance could fuck over one another. Because, fun fact, the good factions in Star Wars are only
Aren't
slightly
good.
better than the fascist empire.
Right.
They're the good guys because the main characters work for them, not because
Right.
they're actually good.
This is something I've said for a very long time. The Empire is not the good guys by any means. They are awful. That doesn't make the New Republic better.
yes.
It doesn't make the
they're
Galactic
just as bad.
Republic better.
Better.
Right.
They,
anyway,
However-
they gene bred their own race of slave soldiers to
Again.
fight their war that they didn't know they needed.
Hashtag
Again.
Confederacy is better than the Republic.
Yep.
We're
been
not
through
doing
this.
that.
We've got a
Yeah.
pretty good. We've had a pretty good discussion
I
on
think,
this.
yeah,
Let's
it's
move along.
better than just.
So
it's better than just saying that.
this is a funny contrivance, and will only go so far.
Yes. Thank you for the question.
So
I'm
the
having
next
to catch
question,
up on all
the
these
next
questions to add
question,
to the
the
document.
next question is from Knight on YouTube. However, I'm having trouble finding the ship he's referring to.
What
I
ship,
can
what
find-
ship is he referring to?
I can find a Greek large cruiser design from 1939.
What ship's he
Maybe it's
referring
the
to, if you wouldn't mind?
I don't know. He just says, quote, I'll read the question aloud. If the Greeks ordered the 1929 design E-cruiser, wouldn't that cause a problem with Turkey?
Oh,
I am
I've
trying
heard
to-
of that one, actually.
I'm trying to find this ship. I'm looking through
Oh.
Google
I'm
and
going
I
to
can't.
go out on a limb,
and I can't
even knowing
find it.
nothing about this ship, and say yes, actually, just based
Or
on
more.
knowledge of Greece and Turkey.
Yeah, like, honestly, just Greece getting another ship would cause problems for Turkey. End of. But...
The specific nature of the problem isn't particularly noteworthy. The
if you
answer
can possibly
is yes.
provide, if you can possibly provide which one he's referring to, would be
Yeah, because I
very
can't.
helpful.
I can't answer a question
Just 'cause-
unless I know what the ship is.
I want to say I have heard of what ship he's referring to,
Because
though.
there's a
Or they're referring to, I don't-
1939 large cruiser proposal I can find on the internet, but nothing about a 1929 design.
I know they had one later.
cruiser.
They had, they did have an idea in the 20s of basically a new cruiser force, but didn't do it because, well, it's Greece in the 20s.
Yeah.
Honestly, that line could actually just be "It's Greece." Most times, honestly, but yeah.
Yeah, possibly.
So come back to that one possibly if
So,
Knight can expand on it a little bit.
Okay, so that's not a question. 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 Is that a question?
You know, I'm having to ask those exact same questions because I'm trying to fill in the document.
Okay. Brackman
Which I can
asks.
obviously give you access to at some
Brackman
point.
asks, full flood from Halo against the Tyranids, and why are the Tyranids food?
I'm waiting for this one. They're not. Oh boy.
The Tyranids
The
rule.
flood don't stand.
Tyranids,
Yeah.
Tyranids are bullshit.
So did you know the Tyranids have recently started... they did it previously, but it was unwritten, and now they've started doing it again. The Tyranids have now started to adapt to antimatter.
Remember,
The
right?
Tyranids are a
Re-
galactic level predator. They are
Remember-
not multiple species, they are one entity.
Remember former commentary regarding the utter bullshitness of 40k. And then remember that in 40k, with as bullshit as it is, the Tyranids are still a major threat.
They're beyond a major threat. They are literally, unless the factions
Like,
can
they are an
get themselves
existential
to do
threat.
stuff, they are the 40k, literally 40k will die potentially
Yes.
if the Tyranids can't be dealt with. There's
Yep.
like 3 winners:
And-
Necrons, Orcs, and Nids.
And God knows how you stop them. The Flood would be consumed.
The Flood might have an advantage to begin with. They might work against a single hive tendril. But as soon as the rest of the Nids start going, ooh, what's that? This is something we can work with. Let me start sending our nanoscopic Tyranid warriors, because they bloody did that. The Tyranids made, like, it's beyond genome level
40k
warriors.
is bullshit.
To fight literally on the enemy gene structure because the Necrons started deploying subatomic nanites against them.
Yep, 40k is bullshit. Moving on.
I think I finally caught up because I've just seen that question from Brackman.
Okay, it's a YouTube question next, so let me just get it up.
Correct.
this
Brackman
is
also
a-
said with
this
the
is
grave
a-
mind and access to deeper
Knight
deeper
says
subspace
it is the
areas.
ship
This is a-
from... Okay, we have the thing. The European cruiser. Let Fleet do a bit of poking.
And we do have a follow-on from Derp Squad regarding the Greeks trying to
Oh,
pay
it's
for
it's the Pan-European destroyer that's actually a light cruiser.
How the
Lavros
hell do they pay
Draconis.
for it?
Actually, wait a
I don't
sec.
know.
I
I
actually think I might
assume
know what
that
he's referring to.
I assume that they go rob a bank or something. I don't fucking know.
It's basically
How do they pay
it's
for it is a
basically
question we don't like to screw with.
It's basically a small destroyer / large destroyer leader.
Yeah, it's based. It's based off the E-class cruiser. Actually, the reason why this rings a bell is
Yeah.
it. World of Warships actually has it.
Yes, that's what I said. That's what I just said.
Weird. I didn't hear you.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt too badly, but I've had a brain rot. The sci-fi question has given me brain rot. All right.
Ah, Jesus. All right, answer it in text.
No, I need to know
This is words needed.
what is the location situation about?
Oh God, I just realised.
Because there's like 7 different factions on one side that are all in the same fucking place,
Oh my
and
God.
that makes it an even worse shit show for people to actually
I have to head out.
do
so
stuff.
y'all have a
Right.
good
Farewell.
day.
Because
It has been good.
Goodbye.
I
Indeed.
may return, I may not.
Yippee.
Enjoy.
Yippee.
Peace.
I mean, good having you.
Okay, so where were we? Where was? So
So
basically,
I need to know: is it like a case of there's like a liminal the lands between from Elden Ring where people just fight it out,
yeah.
or is it like contextually relevant to their starting position, if you will?
I would.
'Cause there's 7
Can we-
factions
can
that
we
all
not?
spawn on the same
Can we
fucking
not?
planet. Answer this,
No, this is
answer
more
this
for
in
actually-
text whilst I finish making this cup of tea, and I'll
Please do not
Hopefully be
answer
put
that
to
in
bed.
text.
Please do, because it's actually an interesting question.
But I want to get somewhere, please. I've been making good progress. I
that's why
refuse to be
this is why
stopped
we'll
by
do it in
one
text.
question.
Yeah, Fleet. No, Fleet, you're not being stopped. That's why Hood's explicitly asked for them to put it in chat, and they'll respond in chat. It's not trying to interrupt this. It's letting.
Calm
It's
down,
literally
Dragon.
the optimal
Calm
thing for
down,
you.
Dragon. Jesus Christ, calm
I
down.
am calm. I'm having.
No, you're not.
I'm having fun.
So for Knight, in regards to your
Oh,
question,
you would arm
if the Greeks get that ship, it's basically a large destroyer leader, which is going to lead their new Italian destroyers that they're getting at the same time, which is basically going to remove the Ottoman cruisers, what little is left of them, from existence. Yeah, it basically gives the Greeks a fast scouting wing that can outrun Yavuz and destroy any Turkish destroyer force. Yeah, it is going to cause the Ottomans to basically buy something similar, probably from the Germans or the French.
It's really hard to catch up with some of these questions, especially when I'm trying to. When I could post an image. But, still 30 minutes behind.
Where are we? Slayer asks, what if Russian shipbuilding didn't drop off a cliff during the Civil War? What type of fleet could we see in the lead up to the Second World War? So basically, if Russia doesn't go completely hard...
Ismails, isn't it?
Pardon?
They would see the Ismails finished, probably.
Unlike...
they're under construction. So
Problem
that's why I
is,
think
you'd
we
have-
might
you'd
not
have-
see them.
You'd have the pause during the Civil War. So what would happen is you'd have the pause during the Civil War, because it would still have to happen, even if the ship design. Because the problem wasn't lack of infrastructure; it was the fact they killed all the ship designers, which then meant that the things languished. So, assuming that things aren't languishing too badly, and also assuming they do some socialist nonsense in their heads about how building ships is good for people because it gives them work and all that, you're probably going to see two of the Borodinos cannibalized to finish two of the other two. You'll then probably see the Russian fleet pivoting to constructing, to rebuilding some form of battleship for the Black Sea. So possibly 2 or 3 battleships for the Black Sea to revitalize Ukrainian shipbuilding. Then you'll basically see the Russians pivot towards building perhaps 1 battleship every 4 years to basically gradually replace their fleet. And then also building cruisers and destroyers. You're looking at a Russian fleet that will probably solidify at 4 battleships and perhaps 2 battle cruisers in the in the Baltic, of whatever form they take. Perhaps a battleship or 2 in the Northern Fleet. Maybe a cruiser squadron in the Pacific, perhaps with a battle cruiser or 2 leading it. I don't know if you'll see carriers. You might, but that's very much something I'm not willing to place a bet on. And you're looking at probably 3 to 4 battleships in the Black Sea.
You could potentially see some of the interesting stuff coming out of Russia, but it just depends how much focus they're actually giving their navy.
Yeah.
Because if they realize, if they basically realize we don't have to spend all of this money on the navy, then they're probably not going to. But they do actually have some pretty decent designs of this period.
Okay, so that
even if they're half stolen.
So that was a Discord question? YouTube question. There isn't a new one yet. So, Discord question again. AMC Woods asks, what if the USAAF 4 years prior to World War II gained 500 B-52Ds due to time travel, along with extensive manuals on how to operate them? How much would they change the Second World War? Yes, I'm aware not all B-52s are the same variants historically. Well, first things first, 100 of them get cut up to be absolutely pored over and examined. Mainly their jet engines, most likely, as that's the main thing that can be reverse engineered. Most of their electronics and other things are not really viable to be reverse engineered. The remaining 400 will probably split between a few bomber squadrons, and when World War II breaks out, Japan gets flattened. As in, quite literally, the US launches its 400 B-52s in one wave, and just flattens Japan. Like, every city just gets flattened in about a week.
Do you know the best part about that as well? Depending on when war breaks out for them, they can just fly them in one trip to Australia and launch from Australia.
Yep.
They don't necessarily need to launch from, say, mainland US or even Alaska.
Well, no, it's a B-52. They just launch on the mainland US with a light bomb load, which for the B-52 is still more than any bomber can carry, which makes logistically supporting them easier. So they're going to do that.
I am aware. However, they do have a lot more to do. They do have many more options available than just light load flying them from continental USA.
They do, but it's the one they're going to pick. Because it's just the easiest thing logistically. And with these aircraft, logistics are going to matter. Because in the 4 years between the outbreak of World War II and these bombers arriving, the US is going to have to basically build up some way to sustain them. And that's what those 4 years are going to be used for. You'll also have the stockpile of spares left over from the 100 that were cannibalized. So, logistics is going to matter, along with security, so they probably will remain in the US. I can see what you mean about flying them to Australia, but it's just security-wise, logistics-wise, especially since these will be the most top-secret things in the US arsenal, period.
To be fair, they'll probably get learned about. It's inevitable.
Yeah, but they're still going to want to keep a lid on them as much as they can.
So, here's the thing, the issue with that. There's only so long they can keep that kind of thing a secret. both domestically and on the international stage.
And also, the various nations could probably bribe someone to sell them the secrets.
Oh no, I'm aware of that, but it's more about just you do all you can to prevent secrets leaking.
They will try and prevent it getting out. Honestly, it's some of the tech on board them I think is also more useful, like the fact they've got inbuilt radars and such.
Yeah,
Some bunch of boffins is going to have a wonderful time.
there's a reason why
tearing one of them apart.
Oh no, 100 of them will go. 100 of them will be torn apart, both for a cache of spares for the rest of them, and to enable enough, enough things that you can test some of them to destruction. If that makes sense, you have enough of them to test some of them to destruction.
And to be fair, 400 of them still is pretty good.
Yeah.
Steve Clark said, Foon, nobody ever won a war by conventional strategic bombing. It's been tried, so regardless to the equipment, unless it's atomic weapons, it's not going to happen.
I didn't say anything about winning the war. I just said Japanese cities get flattened. I didn't say anything about the war being won.
I don't recall any nukes being dropped on Germany.
And yeah, but I guess the argument there could be that wasn't technically the strategic bombing. It was the fact that they were surrounded by armies and they marched to the capital.
You also just don't win a war by air power alone. America learned that pretty well in Vietnam.
But it does.
Again,
help.
It was also horrifically misused on almost every theatre for Vietnam. However,
there is also
you
the
don't
shock and
just
awe
use
of
air power alone.
Yeah.
You use it in support of other activities.
There is also the propaganda effect of, I don't know, the US casually flattening every Japanese city overnight.
That might not win the war, but pretty good show of making Japan bow out pretty fucking quickly.
Yeah. And
then,
of course,
as soon as you
do the same thing to
cities,
Germany.
if you choose to do this, there's going to be problems because now your workers are basically homeless. Your factories are damaged. The supply lines have problems. It's not going to be a fun time for anyone who's being bombed.
Funniest thing about the B-52s as well is that you don't really need to have them fly at high altitudes for strategic bombing.
No.
Because they're so fucking fast.
Yes. Laughs hysterically in, yes, bombs away, boys.
If we're also looking at the D specifically, I believe that its top speed was... Yeah, it's going flat out, it can achieve roughly 650 miles per hour. That's roughly 1,000 kilometers per hour. Lamau. Lol, even.
Oh my goodness, Hood's brain rot's fully set in at this point. Good lord.
You could probably have some mad lad pilots for the AAF doing fucking sea skimming in a B-52 before they pull the nose up and start doing level bombing at low altitude.
Yeah, just casually
So
removing Japanese
they can drop their
warships.
bombs as they climb, and by the time that it lands, it's going to be roughly on target as well.
Yeah.
And they've done this, 10 kilometers away because of the fucking approach angle and speed.
Yeah. Goodbye, goodbye, IJN carrier fleet. Goodbye, IJN battleships.
Oh, now I'm imagining fucking a B-52D squadron carrying Tiny Tims.
Oh my lord! Just dropping out of the, just continually dropping out of the bomb bay, then just jetting off to the
They
front.
just don't stop. How many do they carry? They carry 150 each.
Oh my
How
god!
big?
They just do.
Big.
Oh my god!
Large, even.
Or better yet, the US might even be able to develop some form of guided munition early, simply because of how much bomb bay space you have to work with, so you don't have to worry about shrinking down the electronics. Gentlemen, I present the Battleship Begone. A glide bomb that's absolutely huge. Guaranteed to ruin your enemy's day.
All right, I'm gonna attempt to do some quick maths, which is not gonna go well because I suck at maths.
Well, I think we've.
If I recall correctly, the B-52Ds could carry upwards of 84 500-pound bombs. So that's roughly 42 1,000-pound bombs.
How big's the bomb bay, though? That's the thing that matters here in terms of. It's not
A
about.
tall
it's pretty
boy
big.
is 12,000 pounds. So they could probably carry about 5 mounted inline
In terms of
fuselage
weight,
because
yeah.
I mean weight they can do it. It's more the internal space for the bomb bay.
Yeah.
That said, though, how big is the tall boy in terms of absolute size?
Yeah. Isn't Grand Slam bigger?
Grand Slam is 22,000
Yeah.
pounds, but
So Grand Slam is even funnier then.
the main issue though is that the tall boy is a bit more controllable because, funnily enough, it's lighter.
Yeah. Grand Slam's just a bloody huge bomb, basically. Tall
Yeah.
Boy's actually
Yeah, but
a
because
lot of
just...
quite well done design.
Oh no, I'm aware of that, but Grand Slam is just hilarious because you just fill B-52s with Grand Slams and just flatten everything in a 5-mile radius.
Oddly enough, like when it comes to the actual design of the weapon system, the Grand Slam is just scaled up tall boy. The only issue is they didn't, if I recall correctly, they didn't actually relatively scale the fins, so it's a lot less easy. It's a lot worse to actually try and control because you've got to really set at a particular angle to achieve a given attack angle with the bomb. So yeah, it's tall boys would be better, but Grand Slams would be funnier. All right, so the tall boy is 21 feet long. Jesus,
Oh, yeah, it's a big
I
bomb.
forgot how fucking large it was. Do design? I guess armor is what I want.
Okay, so moving. Where were we? Where's Fleet? Well, apart from being off his head, waiting for my guests to show up so I can push the big red everyone button.
Was that a Discord one or a YouTube?
A Discord everyone button. Oh, you mean the
No,
question?
no, as in questions wise.
Oh,
yeah.
the question was a Discord one. I'll be answering a YouTube question in just a second. Derp Squad asks, would a signatory of the Interwar Naval Treaties be able to design a ship for a non-signatory, build all major components, then send them to the non-signatory for final construction without breaching the terms of the treaties? As Dr. Clark said in Brew Ships yesterday, no, that's not possible. It violates the terms of building a ship for another power, because you are still building it for another power. The fact you're not actually building it yourself doesn't matter. You've designed it, you've created the components. The fact you're shipping them overseas really doesn't matter.
Design work is still work. Right, so here's the thing about like designing kind of stuff. Putting in man hours into designing a ship that another person builds for another person, for a third party again, you're still doing work on that ship because you're designing it. That still counts.
Okay, so where was the fleet? Yes.
Oh, God.
Admiral Wellesley asks,
Wellesley.
you're Admiral Jellicoe in an alternate world where Britain was in the Central Powers. The Marine National's Atlantic Fleet is attempting a breakout. You have what the RN Historical have on hand during Jutland. You're expected to engage the French in the Celtic Sea. What do you do? I just say go forwards.
Laugh hysterically.
Yeah, I just say go forwards and laugh hysterically as the French fleet dies. It's not even a contest. I don't even have to be.
Like what? They have...
The battle cruiser fleet can deal with the Marine National Atlantic Fleet. I don't even have to commit the dreadnoughts.
So, how many ships are even in that fleet exactly? Like, I don't actually know what ships would be there at this time, but being generous and saying they've got all 8 dreadnoughts, being the Corbeil and the Britangs,
and all of France's modern pre-dreadnoughts, which is about.
do we also okay? If we include the Dantons then as well,
No,
that's a fair point, isn't it?
the Dantons and the 2 classes that came before it.
What the Libert?
Yes, you have to include them.
How many Frenchmen are you trying to kill, Fleet? I thought you were a Francophile.
I am, and they are vital parts of the French battle line in this period. There's a reason why those ships are also retained after Washington.
Right. I will agree with you, they are vital for the French battle line. But calling them a battle line's generous. Like, compared to what's meant to be happening at this period. Like,
considering that
so
both,
yeah, we'll be generous. They've got 8 dreadnoughts then. They'll have what? They've got 5 Dantons, 4 Liberté.
6?
What?
Where's the 6th one gone?
Yeah, I think it was one was lost at least. When was that one lost? I can't actually remember. One was sunk in 1917, so that one might not happen. But so yeah, we'll say 6 Dantons then. Correction, yeah. You've got 4 Libertés and 2 Republiques.
Yep.
So what? 6, 12.
That's 12. That's
20,
12.
20 capital ships total.
Yeah. So that is going to require me to show up with the Grand Fleet, but the battle cruisers will be able to at least deal with the pre-dreadnoughts.
The battle cruisers would wipe the floor with the pre-dreadnoughts.
I know, but they're going to have to retire.
Also,
in the face
I'm
of the
pretty sure
dreadnoughts.
actually, is it the? I can't remember if it's the Corbeil or if it's the Bretagne, but I'm pretty sure they can't even reply to the Grand Fleet or to the British Fleet because the British can actually outrange them.
They can outrange them, but it's not as much of a degree as you would think.
I've good few thousand meters.
It's not as much it's not as much as people think. It is a range difference, but given British policies and how we're trained to close down the
British
action.
policies is but British policy is to fire from basically as soon as we can.
Yes.
Use the range advantage that we have.
Yes, that's true, but we also continue to dial the range down. That was also British doctrine.
Yes. To battle range. But even then,
the French,
like these ships are not going to stand a chance.
Oh no, they're going to lose, but the French will not just be able. The French will not be dead before they start replying.
Here's what I do.
No, but they're probably not happy.
I would do what the intention was for Jutland is I'd send BT in first, but instead of then trying to close the range with the battle line menacingly approaching at a steady pace, I'd just send in the cruiser and destroyer flotillas.
At least I'll have them as scouting.
They have the speed and the maneuverability to actually begin dodging most of the French capital ships and their fire. And modern torpedoes, nothing to sneeze at. And the Grand Fleet has them in numbers that, like, Jesus fucking Christ, it would make Kamchatka shit herself. I wouldn't even need to commit any of my main battle squadrons to the action.
Perhaps.
Because I could just have the battle cruisers loop back around and come in from behind, and they've got main caliber guns. I'd be concerned about BT and Cordite, but
right.
I wouldn't necessarily need to commit battle squadrons.
Even assuming the Dantons are small dreads, which means basically swapping their wing turrets for single 12-inch, that still doesn't change much.
I think I know which one he's referring to.
Assuming they still are built with the small dreads, I know what that literally means. It means the Dantons but with single 12s instead of their wing-mounted twin.
There was an actual... I kind of agree with you, but there was a design actually, which is basically the Dantons, but a bit bigger, which formed the Turenne, which would have basically been a Nassau-style layout of unified main battery. So it would only go down to 2 wing turrets, but there would be 305s.
I still feel like the more realistic option is the single 12s, but still, yeah.
Either way, it won't make.
It doesn't
much
change.
Of a
it doesn't.
difference.
It changes literally nothing. It changes literally nothing.
So what year is this exactly?
It doesn't matter. They die.
I know. I know they do. I know they die, but it also depends on what ships I have access to at the time.
It says you have everything that you have at Jutland.
Yeah, they
Oh,
die,
so if
and they die hard,
You have the Grand Fleet from Jutland.
along with the battle cruisers.
Then yeah, QE Squadron. That's gonna.
Well,
make them
again,
tougher. Iron Duke Squadron. Yeah.
I personally would not commit battle fleets, main battle squadrons outside of maybe the was it the fifth that was the Queen Elizabeth's?
Yeah, fifth
Yeah.
battle squadron was QEs.
I might commit the fifth because they can keep pace with the battle cruiser line. But outside of that, I wouldn't need anything more than the battle cruiser squadron, maybe the fifth,
I might.
and just a
probably
bunch
have
of
a couple of
cruiser
battle
and
squadrons.
destroyer flotillas.
I'd have a couple of battle squadrons as a second line force, just in
Oh,
case
I'd have
manage
them
to
like
slip out.
I'd have them in the backline. They would not. I wouldn't commit them to the main action because I don't think I'd need them all that much. Purely because the sheer weight of fire
True. If I'm
contained
really,
in
if I'm
both
being,
the battle cruiser fleet, the fifth battle squadron, and this fucking swarm of destroyers and cruisers that I have.
if I'm being the British Admiral and I want to make sure that we win, I personally would commit the battleships primarily because I want an overwhelming amount of firepower compared to them.
Oh yeah, I want to walk away from that action with every ship I walked into it with.
Honestly, I probably wouldn't even. I probably would actually not have the Invincibles move in. I'd probably keep them actually out and just stick with main battle cruiser squadron, fifth battle squadron, and then have a couple squads from the Grand Fleet because assume they've got 20 ships, of which now apparently 12 of them are full-scale dreadnoughts / small dreadnoughts.
No,
I personally would want at least 30 capital ships.
Yeah. Just bring in the Grand Fleet. There's no reason to play a fair fight. Just
Put them down.
yeah.
Good old gunshot to the back of the head them.
Yep. Okay, so I'm going to take a... Please don't answer any more questions. Just talk amongst yourselves. In fact, actually talk about that, the bit about the whole thing you wanted to talk about. While I need to take... I need to take a 5-minute break. So, Hood, do your thing. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
You know the question that Fleet was desperately telling you not to bother answering? Fleet's just told you to answer that one again.
I thought I did. I wanted some
Yeah.
clarification on one point, and I don't think it's been clarified yet.
I want to say it was, but I need to go back through.
Does morals go out the window?
Yeah, morals go. Honestly, I'd say morals going out the window. The Federation become horrifying.
Yeah, it's probably still like again.
The only way it becomes even worse is, and this is really a cop-out answer, so I don't like this one, but is something the Federation would consider. They would start using time travel as a weapon.
I was gonna say, are we gonna see the Temporal Division show up?
Like, it's not something... personally, it genuinely feels like a cop-out answer.
It
Because
is.
It's just such a Mary Sue thing. But if all morals... If they realise, yeah, we're about to die, all morals will go out the window. And they will probably do it.
Who asked it?
Yeah. Was it
Woods.
AMC Woods or was it Brack?
AMC Woods, if you're still in chat, I have a query about the sci-fi
Which
question.
they are.
What is the location stuff about? Like, because 7 or 8 of those factions in total are in the same fucking star system from their spawn. Which, like, great for building up a home fleet. However, all it takes is a single half-second conversation to be like, where the fuck's Earth? Oh, it's here. Cool. Every bad guy faction knows, and suddenly Earth gets wiped off the fucking face of the universe. Because that's something some of those factions can do from across the fucking galaxy. Or is this all happening in a Stellaris style, or even a Sins of Stellar Empire 2 style, the lands between liminal space, where they're just doing decisive battle all day long?
Sins of Solar Empire style.
So liminal space between their home worlds. TM. I mean, yeah, I guess nothing changes from our answer. It's going to be a fucking slog, and I think that the bad guys are going to win in the end. In part because some of those bad guy factions have more, just more. That's actually bad for them. Because, again, 5-minute conversation. Where the fuck's Earth? Oh, it's located here. Goodbye, Earth.
I'm back. Right. Okay. Please.
Welcome back.
Are you
Welcome
two?
back. We finally got to answer the question.
Good. Yippee.
Things go awfully for everyone.
Good. Figured as much. Right. Your typical gunnery officer asks, what would Japanese fast battleships look like if the Yamatos weren't built? In their place, you can build 4 to 5 fast battleships. What kind of armaments, armor, speed, and appearance would they have? Do you think the RGM would keep or scrap the Congos? Also, if they are keeping them, are they going to use both the Congos and the fast battleships often and aggressively against the Allies like in the Dutch Indies, Guadalcanal, Indian Ocean? So, you know, Japanese, building a fast battleship. Okay, so it's going to have 9 18-inch guns. It's gonna have thicker armor. It's gonna have thick armor. It's gonna do.
I
It's
disagree.
gonna do
I
about
disagree.
20. The Japanese are going to build the Yamatos.
No, I don't think they are.
No, so
right.
So here's
These are-
to answer the question in its most base form. What happens if no Yamato? Keys.
Key slash number 13s.
Yeah,
No,
Simple
those are
as.
massively old
Yeah.
ships.
But
modern ones though. Like I'm not saying they're just going to be the same design. It's going to be a 1930s version of the keys.
because I'm assuming this is in like early 30s you're designing these for when like basically
That's my assumption.
like this is not like it's like 90 like late.
This isn't
basically,
1916 or whatever.
This is it's not like because Yamatos start construction 37. So assuming they start being developed
34, 35-ish.
if not even possibly earlier.
Possibly, yeah.
But-
Because it's probably just going to be a case of like, what can we do to just make a fast battleship? Oh, extend the Nagatos. Oh, that's basically just a key. Yeah, I guess it is. Let's just modernize the design because we still have that paper. It's got coffee stains and someone spilled their Coke Zero on it, but it's there.
There's also a couple of different versions of the Yamatos with 4x2, which have higher speed and still using 18-inch guns. Like,
Which might
they might use triples, but I do actually think they might keep with the twins.
I like the idea of a 4x2 Yamato instead of a 3x3 because I personally prefer
like-
twins over triples. But that's a me thing. However, that could still work. They probably wouldn't need to be as actually no, I guess they probably would because if they want to increase the speed, they'd want more engine power. That's going to be
No, it's not
much
that
more
one.
weight.
I'm trying to think. There's actually a quite good list of what a good number of them look like, and there was a number where they were twin designs. The Yamatos had a lot of different designs.
There are like 13 or 14 like different preliminary designs for Yamato.
and those are only the ones that actually received
Survived.
proper work on them
And,
as well.
and also
Yeah.
the designs survived because yippee.
Assuming it's 34. Also, how fast of a battleship are we talking about here? I guess is the question.
Well,
Yeah,
I've
like,
made,
like,
I mean,
fast
I've made
battle-
my stance perfectly clear. I would just
Personally, I
build
want
something
about
similar to the
32
Yamatos
knots
again,
would be nice.
since that's what
I
since
wouldn't
that's
because
what Japan needs.
to me the Yamatos are a bit too slow.
Japan needs the Yamatos.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, but we
Clark,
know that,
you
but that's
remind
not the
me.
question.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
like,
my answer.
it's
to the
not a case of-
question.
Cool.
It's not.
Thank you.
Yeah, but okay. So, but now you
we're
built
going to
5.
continue answering it.
Right. But the Yamato's not a fast battleship, really.
27 knots. That's not slow.
I need to find the
Compared to a
actual
lot of the
question.
other stuff at the time, it's not
It's only-
exactly fast.
It's only 1 knot slower than a North Carolina when it's shaking itself to bits, or
Yeah,
a South
and
Dakota,
it-
or a KGV.
Yes, but I personally would want to get to about 30 knots.
You can't without
Ideally, a bit
sacrifice-
more. 31.
You
would
can't
be
without
nice.
What
sacrificing the
speed?
armor and weaponry that the Japanese battleships need to make
No,
them
we can
competitive.
easily get that. We can easily get the same number of guns.
Yes, but then
We
there
can
would
get
be
the same number of
18-inch
guns and same caliber. I'm
not,
thinking 18.1 still, but
not without sacrificing armor.
okay, right. We go with a different armor scheme.
They're
Like,
already.
There's a
all
lot
on-
of no, but there's difference in all or nothing and all or nothing though. You've got different areas you can prioritize. You've got different things. You've got different torpedo
You
defense
know what,
systems you can
Dragon?
look at.
Dragon.
Mhm.
I think I may have cooked too well with the idea of
Uh-oh.
just modern keys, because the keys were slated to go at like 29 plus knots. Like the only thing that I would be concerned about is, again, like protection, but like, again, modern engine technology, modern TM engine technology for what was essentially a 1919 design.
This also depends on also how mad I'm really going, because potentially I might reintroduce the all-forward design.
Oh my god!
Like, if I do use triples, I might go with the all-forward, because
honestly,
this is a design that sticks with Yamato
honestly,
almost to the very end.
I'm not gonna lie. An a pseudo-Japanese Nelsonian design, going something like 30 knots, again with like, let's keep the 16-inch triples. That could be really funny and really interesting. And I'd probably, again, I'd personally only build 2 and then have the remaining 3 of that 4 to 5 number be 1930s key equivalent rather, because again, modern engine technology compared to the 1920s or 1919, I think the initial design, because essentially the keys were just, what if we upgraded the
keys are a bit
Amagis?
later.
The keys are also like, what if we just upgraded the Amagis with more armor and better engines, and that's it. That is essentially it when it comes to the comparison between the keys and the Amagis, because I believe that they were roughly the same length as the Amagis.
Yeah.
The only difference is that they were...
The key's kind of basically their first attempt at a fast battleship.
Yeah. However, that's the
you
first
don't
part
have
of the
to
question.
say the comma.
Yeah, no, you do for emphasis.
However, that is the first part of the question. The second part of the question is, what about the Congos? I'm going to say I'd give them their historic rebuild, and I would also use them as aggressively as they were used historically. However, I would not have them rocking in their own theaters. I would have them rocking as part of, as historical 2-ship divisions, whether that's with each other or with our new fast battleships.
I would have the Congos actually leading cruiser actions. I would have fast battleships doing the fast battleship role, and I'd have the Congos actually being more aggressive, leading cruiser actions, with the fast battleships not far behind. So basically, like, obviously I'm aware that if the Congos show up, the US will show up with battleships, which therefore means I can basically have the initiative. I know where my Congos are going to be, and
you can then have them pull back and bring
you see what Hood sees where this is going.
If I get a full squadron of these ships, I might actually consider getting rid of Congos.
To be a bit more creative, I would, so just to expand on what I mean, I would probably, I know I said the Yamatos, but I've just been thinking while you've all been talking, my ships would look like the Yamato class, but they'd probably trade some of the more ridiculous parts of the Yamato's armor scheme for more speed, and I'd probably also drop the .1 and go for just 18-inch guns, just to try and buy a little bit of more, just to buy a little bit more barrel life.
I think I broadly agree with you on the like, aesthetically speaking, and I guess design wise they would be similar. However, I would just scale them down. They're not 60,000 tons. They're not 18-inch guns. They are mini Yamatos. They just have 16-inch guns. They're a bit slimmer. They're a bit longer than they would be scaled down, but they have more engine power, because I like the idea of having that more engine power.
I think I just fundamentally disagree on losing the 18-inch guns and the protection to resist those guns.
Yeah, but we're not saying we're losing the 18-inch guns most of the time.
No, I am.
Like, Hood, I can understand dropping down to 16s, but I personally would still want to keep the 18.1s.
Because the whole point is,
I'm more than willing to lose a bit of armor.
We have to bear in mind where we're designing these ships for and the environment we're designing them for. We're always going to be outnumbered. We have to be much better, and that requires bigger guns.
I don't agree. So somehow we've got 5 of these ships now instead of 2 normal Yamatos. Yeah,
4 to
assuming
5
we even
for
get
these fast battleships.
assuming we get 4.
Japan should have had
Instead of going to
3 Yamatos.
70,000
The only
tons,
reason-
I'm aiming for around 50 to 60,000
The only
tons.
reason Japan didn't have 3 Yamatos by the ending period of the war was simply because they made the idiotic decision to convert Shinano into a repair carrier.
I don't think it was necessarily idiotic.
No, it
but-
was it was an act of panicked desperation after Midway.
Not to convert her into a repair carrier. If they wanted it, if it was an act of chaotic desperation.
That's not what she was intended to be.
She was never. She's not just a repair carrier.
That's what she ended up doing for her first and only voyage.
The thing is, though,
She was just carrying spares to Kure.
The thing is-
so that she could be fully fitted out.
the thing is, though, if she was designed as a carrier, they did a really
actually,
bad
Steve,
job
I
on
kind
her
of agree with
design.
you.
They did a
Oh,
really,
yeah,
really
Steve
bad
Bart's
job
mentioning
on
if
her
you increase the
design.
length to beam width ratio and also give it more powerful, it can give you an awful lot more speed, and you can get them with the carrier fleet, which might actually. Also, to be honest,
I just had a thought.
I'm looking at things a bit differently to you, fleet.
I just had a thought.
You want you want the guns to be able to resist. You want the armor to be able to resist the same guns that we're using.
Which is the
I
normal
personally
rule with
disagree.
battleship construction.
It's not really.
Yes,
It's
yes,
a bit different
it
to
is.
that.
No, that's the normal rule with
yesn't.
battleship. No, that is the normal. No, not
Well-
yesn't. That is the rule with battleship construction. You design your battleship to ideally be able to resist its own guns at normal battle ranges. You only deviate from that if design constraints prevent you from doing it.
Who else is using 18.1-inch guns at this point?
That doesn't.
I don't want 18-inch point. Right. Let me explain my logic at least first.
No, I understand.
So-
I understand your logic. I was just saying that you were saying that it wasn't a thing that navies did. That was my issue with that.
It's right. It's a lot more complicated. We can get into that later, perhaps. But anyway, right. Basically, my more thought is I'm not actually expecting these to engage an enemy battle fleet that much. How much? Right. Because think of it this way: how much effort has been placed into the carrier force currently for Japan?
Oh no, I'm aware.
To
of
be honest,
yeah, I'm aware of that.
the age of our battleships are kind of.
I get the point that you're trying to make here, but I also want to interject for just a moment to highlight a point that has not been brought up just yet. The assumption that you two have made is that we're going to do similar combat doctrines.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Absolutely, I'm not.
Also, as I thought, Steve Clark just pointed out, the Yamato can't resist 18.1-inch guns. It's designed to stop 16-inch.
Really? I thought the turret faces were designed to resist their own guns, weren't they?
No, not really.
The faces were, because they were like 26 inches slanted.
Honestly, I think that's excessive. Personally,
It is. It absolutely is.
The fact that my turret alone weighs 2,700 tons is a problem to me.
Well, okay. Let me think.
I think that's way too much.
Let me think.
I want enough armor that they can resist stuff at
if?
nominal battle ranges, but again, I'm currently also more concerned about air power potentially. And also, I do think more speed is good.
That's not a bad thing.
And also, apparently, US 16-inch could penetrate the turret faces.
Damn, they failed on that one, and Japan really dropped a clanger there.
Well, that's also mostly because when it came down to the testing, they were using the good shells and the good guns. And as has been pointed out routinely on this Discord and in Drax's channel, the Iowa guns are fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hell, the preceding guns, the ones on the
16-inch 45s are a different matter entirely.
They're still scary. They're just not 16-inch 50.
I've just been
scary.
I've been doing more thinking, and I'm just thinking, well, if I want to square the circle in, so you guys have your proposals, but if I want to square the circle on mine, a way to do that is to, well, if I drop the super firing forward turret to a twin, that drops us down to 8 guns. But it does save a ton of weight. And that frees up a lot of space. I can probably also then make the hull a fair bit finer.
I get your logic, but I want to shoot you for that idea.
Why? What's wrong with it?
Test that.
All right, this is solely a personal thing, so this works for design. I get it. But just purely visually, I hate odd-numbered guns on barrel. It's one of my biggest issues. KGVs. The fact that it's 4-2-4.
I love it.
There's certain American designs where there's like 4, where it's like 3-2-2-3.
I love it.
No, my main issue for testing it on the American ships is because the Pensacos are ugly anyway.
Yeah.
And the fact that because the hull is so tiny, they had to do a twin gun with a super firing triple, because the triple would not fit
I
in the
hate
hole
that.
without widening it, and
Yeah,
they couldn't widen it for limitations of design
As mentioned earlier,
utilities.
Clark, I actually personally would try and do a high speed all forward if I'm going with triples, because I can actually get very nice hull design out of that.
You also aren't really skimping out on that much of deck space if you want to open up for upgrades for things like AA nests.
I feel like what we've got here is we've got three different.
It's basically
lines
just it's basically slightly different
so we've
ideas
got-
of how we want them to be used.
So we've got a Yamato purist, which is me. We've got Dragon wanting things to work with the air fleet, and we've got Hood sort of doing completely off in a different direction entirely.
To be fair, I do want them to do more than just the air fleet, but that's where I'm expecting them.
I will also do the historical of like largest carrier fleet pre-war in the world. However, I'm also going to be building my fast battleship core to do things that I would want to do with fast battleships, and that is essentially he-who guerrilla fighting on the seas. I'm laying ambushes. I'm controlling the ranges and luring them into a fight that I can win. That's what I'm doing with those fast battleships.
As for the other aspect of the question, since I think we have pretty handedly covered, Hood's mentioned, I think both Hood and Fleeta mentioned they would keep the Congos. Hood would give them a historical refit.
I would keep the Congos both as historical, but I'd also be, as with Fleet,
I'd be using them much more
substantially
aggressively
more aggressively.
because they are now they're now expendable, and more importantly, they
If
can
I
be
can
used
justify
in a
it,
cruiser
I
role.
actually would scrap them.
You can't. There's no justification.
I can.
No, you can't.
Right, they are useful,
I'd actually
but
be
it
in the
depends. It depends basically what are we building after these 4 ships.
We're not. This is all we're getting, sunshine.
That's not how procurement goes, though.
Given the build up to
I'm
World
assuming
War...
I'm looking to the future and hoping
What I would do
that,
to answer that
I might
question,
be able to
Dragon,
replace them.
to answer that question, Dragon, is repeat last order, please.
Yeah, basically.
And what I would do then is, instead of scrapping the Congos, I'd scrap the 14-inch battleships first.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I don't like those either.
I'd get rid of
Honestly-
those because that gives me much more tonnage to play with, and I can get more fucking 16-inch on fast battleships, and suddenly
Oh no, Hood!
zippy
Hood,
doodah.
you've just given me an even better idea. Japanese Vanguard, but leaning more towards being a
Ooh.
fast battle cruiser replacement for the Congos. So you take the
Right, so actually,
you
6
can
turrets.
get 3 ships. You can get 3 ships out of each class of Japanese
Oh, we're talking about
battleships.
okay. You're talking about the 14-inch on slow
Yes.
battleships now. Okay, yeah.
So if you scrap them, you can then use their hulls to. You can then use their guns to create something that's very well balanced, like really quick, well armored, fast.
At that point, you basically are just getting.
You're basically getting the
cross between-
Congos, but able to deal with
No,
modern
actually,
guns.
I go more mad. I go more mad
Mad?
fleet. More mad. Why do I want Vanguard? Time to. What if we go back a bit in time?
No, you are
Give
not
me a
doing
Margis
that.
with 14s.
No, I mean you could do that, but
I want
you
more
lose.
more speed.
You have to manufacture more guns, though.
Yeah,
And the idea
no,
is
right, no.
to reuse
Because
turrets and guns.
here's the thing. We've got right. If I'm scrapping all of the 14-inch ships, so
Yeah.
both the Fusos and the Issei's,
Yeah.
that guaranteed gives me 24 turrets, basically.
Yes, it does, which you can use to
I
create
can
6
quite
ships
reasonably
with what we're
get.
doing.
I can quite reasonably get 3 ships with 10 guns
Yes, but why would you do that? We can have 6 with 8.
because I want to build more than just these.
What?
As much as 6 Vanguards would be nice. That's 6 capital ship dockyards I am now using for these ships which are using old guns. I still want, once again, other ships to be built and developed. This way, I'm using 3 capital ship dockyards and we'll get a decent new force that would probably be able to operate with the Congos.
Okay.
And I still have 3 dockyards able to do other stuff like the new carriers, because we're going to want to keep carrier production going, to be honest,
I
or
just
for something else.
I am liking this idea, Dragon. I'm not gonna lie.
I would go 3 and 3.
And then we also still have we then have spare turrets and 3 spare barrels.
I would go 3 and 3. Personally, I would go 3 and 3.
No, I get it.
But that's just me. We think navally.
This is literally comes down to personal differences in how we want to do things.
It's been established that we think naval. Like if there was a game that enabled us to build like fleets properly to balance each other and do a proper naval arms race that was just that, aka if UAD actually had a decent multiplayer, fuck's sake.
You mean if UAD actually had campaign multiplayer?
Like when our fleets met, they'd be radically different in composition. Massively so.
What if all the waves had multiplayer?
Yeah.
Honestly, if Rule of the Waves had multiplayer, I'd actually consider buying it.
Yep. Well, it's fantastic.
I'm surprised that isn't a mod, actually.
Yeah. Well.
Anyway, I think that question's now been answered pretty well, and I hope
pretty well. We've run it into the ground. Well, this is what happens, folks. You signed up for Ramblings. By God, you're going to get Ramblings.
Oh God, sorry, Steve. Also, now this is if someone's had too much cocaine and had too much sake. Well, what if we do a Tone design with these 14-inch guns?
That is not the. I hate that. That's not a bad idea.
something. Scout battle cruiser.
You've had too much sake. Please stop.
No, I won't. I will do this. What's its main armament? Well, it's got 8 14-inch guns in 4 twin turrets. That's pretty reasonable. What else does it have? It has a rather large float plane contingent. How big?
You may as well build a purpose-built battle carrier at that point. You may have the flight deck space.
You kind of are.
Give me a moment.
You kind of are.
I've got an idea.
Right. Anyway, moving swiftly.
Next question. Basically a battle carrier from the get-go.
Where are we?
I might not be able to do
which I'm okay with, because I actually like battle carriers.
Chris asks, what if Bismarck has 12 11-inch guns? The British are laughing hysterically, because that is not...
Thank you for making these guns not as big of a threat.
Yeah,
it depends. Which guns?
Even if they're
these are 11s, correct?
Even the Scharnhorst ones are like...
They're
not
good.
Great.
They're good 11-inch guns, but it's not the same thing as something armed with 815s.
Yeah.
815s can pose a threat
to any RN
to any of my old ships quite reasonably.
And
and
any of the new ones, to be fair.
When it comes to the 11-inch guns, people that I've spoken to. I wish I could speak.
Wow!
In the past, not recently. In the past, kind of just assume that the Deutschlands and the Scharnhorst guns are just the same gun.
They are not.
They're not.
They are similar, but they're not.
They're not that similar.
They literally just hit the upgrade button on one of them. It's like, oh, these are really good now. Cool, let's put them on our new battleships.
It's actually kind of funny, quite how much
I think better designed internally.
Oh yeah, they are the improvement is actually somewhat shocking between the 11 on the. It's actually kind of incredible.
It's like 1150 versus 54, isn't it?
It's
and the shells. There's a whole load of. Yeah,
a lot of upgrade has actually gone into those guns for the Scharnhorst to the point where they're actually good. Like there's a reason that the only thing that the Scharnhorsts did not engage, even when operating in company, was a battleship. And even then,
that's not the reason they didn't engage. Wasn't down to the fact. I was actually talking to Clark about this yesterday during brew ships. It's what he calls glass jaw syndrome. Like, yes, they can engage, and they can. Like, Scharnhorst and Gneisenau can probably win that fight with that 15-inch capital ship, but they will.
They can win a fight with one. It's just
they'll come away battered and bruised and no longer able to accomplish their mission of raiding commerce, which is the whole reason they're out there in the first place. The reason that the Bismarcks are game changers is that they have the range to actually engage the battleship, not to sink it, but to force it to focus on fighting Bismarck, so the Scharnhorst can, with minimal risk, engage the convoy and its escorts and do the job they're there to do.
That's the point I was making.
Oh, sorry, did I just...
The point I was making was that, like, because of how good this 11-inch gun is, the Scharnhorst have a very good chance of winning against a 15-inch battleship on its own if they choose to commit to battle.
Yeah.
The main reason they didn't was because the chance was a bit skewed in the direction that, like, they'd come away pretty battered, and one or both of them would have to return to port for repairs for an extended period of time, which would remove them from play, which is
Yeah.
something they didn't want to do.
Yeah. The problem with giving the
If it was a
Bismarcks-
Deutschland that was doing so,
yeah, they would just die.
not a hope in hell.
No, the Deutschland dies. The problem with giving the Bismarcks these 11-inch guns is basically, it's not the fact that it can't fight things, it's the fact that you've removed the
a lot of the threat aura that it has.
Yeah, and also a lot of the range, because one of the things the Bismarck planned to do was it engages the R-Class at a range that is very long. It forces the R-Class to come to it, to look at it, to engage it. Bismarck is not looking to damage or sink the R-Class. It is looking to draw it away, create an opening for Hipper or Scharnhorst or whatever it's with, to go in and menace the convoy. Bismarck...
However, with 12 11-inch guns, like, the weight of fire is comparable, not
Oh, no,
the same.
It's not weight of fire that's the problem, it's the loss of range.
I know, but my point that I'm going to try to make is that it's the reason that we went with 10 14-inch guns for the King George V's was because we wanted to try and match the weight of fire of a previously 8 15-inch armed gun, or battleship rather. 12 11-inch guns does not quite match that, and actually, again, much worse off in terms of fighting potential because it does not have the range. It also, funnily enough, probably won't have the same reload time. It will actually be longer because there are more guns and more mounts, which is something that people tend to forget. It's the reason I personally prefer twins, because they're faster to reload than triples, particularly if you don't have a very efficient or capable reloading system. So they're a very good go-to. But yeah, the 11-inch armed Bismarck is not going to last long, because the Royal Navy will just laugh and then batter her from long range until they're confident that the main guns are down, and then just move closer and continue battering her. Kind of like how she died historically, but instead of just charging straight in, King George V and Rodney are just going to sit back for a while and continue hammering her.
Okay, so from YouTube, I've had to ask Knight for clarification on this one, but he's given it. Knight is trying to explain the effect of explain to someone in a world where you have clean energy comparable to the power of nuclear reaction with no negative side effects, that dirty nuclear weapons would be dropped in favour of ones derived from this clean energy, as it would have the same destructive power with no negative side effects. AKA, even if you have some form of clean nuclear energy and clean nuclear bombs, it's likely that you would still develop dirty atomic weapons instead, because clean nuclear weapons are just, well, that's asking for a lot of destruction with no side effects. I think it's an interesting point. Would they develop dirty weaponry? Or would they develop clean bombs and just rely on the sheer destructive effect rather than the radiation after effect to be a deterrent? Is mad really mad when the world doesn't end, you just wipe a few cities off the map with no radiation? Thoughts? Comments?
Sorry, I was answering.
Sorry, I'm going mad
question.
and doing something quickly.
Oh, sorry, so I'll just reread the question.
Yeah.
Knight's posed an interesting discussion because he's trying to explain to someone that in a world where you would have some form of clean nuclear energy, aka it's a clean energy source that has the same energy releasing effect as nuclear reactors with no negative side effects, no radiation, that you would probably still develop dirty nuclear weapons instead of clean ones derived from that energy, since you wouldn't want the clean bombs since they would just have the same destructive power but no radiation side effects. That is an interesting point for discussion. I personally think that the destructive power alone is enough, and you would still have the throw-up of dust clouds and such, even if they aren't radioactive.
So here's the thing with that: clean nuclear energy, as a buzzword, is stupid. The closest we get is fusion, and the reason that we have not cracked fusion yet is because it's really fucking hard. Really fucking hard. You want to look at the nearest natural nuclear fusion reactor? Look up. It's the sun. Do you know what it takes? Do you know how much hydrogen the sun fuses per minute? Tens of thousands of tons of atoms per minute. Possibly hundreds of thousands. It might be higher. I don't remember off the top of my head what the actual number is. It's a lot.
Right.
The reason that we
It's
went
done.
to fission is because it's a lot easier to do. When it comes to the difference between a clean bomb and a dirty bomb, in the sense of like nuclear energy, TM. Lol, Lamau even. What the fuck is this question? However, to try and actually answer it, when I remember the actual specifics of the question, Fleet, remind me. Fleet's dead. Never mind. I'm pretty sure the thing with the question was
Well,
There we go.
would
I've
it
got
be
it.
clean or dirty?
Ignore the stats, but the too much sake class.
oh lord,
I hate it.
I hate it. And we all just
It's not a toenail. It's not a toenail. That's not a good one.
It's the closest I could get in UAD for a toenail
UAD
style
sucks for
rebuild.
this kind of thing, though.
Yes, it does, but it's the closest thing I could get.
Hey Tony, how you doing?
And it represents roughly a design similar to what the Japanese would be looking at in the early to mid 30s, which has got a couple of 6-inch secondaries. I would have got more of the 4-inch, but again, UAD is not very good for this.
Fleet, do you have a link to the question so I can try and actually answer the specifics of it? Because
To quickly answer Team, I'm not sure if you were
it's
listening
in,
earlier about some of the mad.
It's
about
in
the
YouTube,
amateur
and I read it out
designs.
verbatim.
This was
It's
a
in- it's
stupid
YouTube
idea
question,
of how to do
Fuck.
things.
and I read it out verbatim.
well, then I can't bring it
right,
up
let's
because the YouTube
right,
stream
give me-
function doesn't work properly.
Give
so
me a moment.
If the thing
so when
was like
it?
was the
There,
actual
found it.
meat and potatoes of the question, like would we still see dirty bombs or would it just be clean?
Yeah, like would
Was
it?
that-
I can copy
yeah,
and
he-
paste the question for you if you'd like, Hood.
Yeah, it was
That
basically.
would probably
would,
help, actually. Yes.
Yeah, it was
'Cause-
basically would there still be
Stupid.
dirty bombs? I
Yes.
can't find the. Oh, there we go.
The short answer is yes. There would still be dirty nuclear bombs. Because when it comes down to it, the main difference between is would it be fission or would it be fusion?
There you go, Hood. It's in the chat now.
There we go for those on the
I
live
believe
stream.
that's one at least.
That is the totally large Tone class from the other
Yes.
question.
When it comes, okay, so yeah, when it comes to it, you would still see nuclear fission devices because they're easier to make and achieve. When it comes to clean ones, which would effectively be nuclear fusion, again, we haven't cracked fusion energy today. It's not in widespread proliferation. It's not widespreadly used. It's being sorted out. TM, honest to gods, it is. However, not yet achievable on a mass scale, which means that if we were to try and make an explosive device for fusion, oops, we blew up the country and half the planet because fusion reactions are terrifying. Or at least can be when done improperly. It's one of the reasons that fusion reactors, when you look at them, are almost exclusively electromagnets. Because we're trying to contain the energy and control it and then harvest it. Bombs or explosive devices in that capacity that are inherently destructive are essentially uncontained. The
Energy goes
container-
everywhere.
The container for a nuclear fission device is an explosion to kick off the reaction to cause the nuclear detonation, or the chain reaction to the nuclear detonation. And we achieve this by just stapling a bunch of explosives around the containment vessel that would shred the containment vessel, whilst using the implosive energy of the explosions to compress all these atoms together to then generate a chain reaction on an atomic stage, creating our nuclear weapon. That is a very rough, possibly slightly incorrect version of how a nuclear fission device works. Nuclear fusion is much more complicated, and even if we were attempting it now, tests would be terrifying and next to untestable on Earth because of the potential runaway reactions. So there, that is the answer.
Knight, in regards to you saying not before revenge mission kills Bismarck, I think if it comes down to a Bismarck with either 11-inch or 15-inch guns, it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't really do anything. Hood will probably kill her, even in a shit state.
Here's the thing, the Revenge can't mission kill Bismarck, because Bismarck's not looking to kill Revenge. When I say beat Revenge, I'm talking about Bismarck is literally just there saying, "Hey, Revenge, look at me, watch the cells splash around you, look at me. And then
I'm big, I'm scary, I'm fast, come chase me."
And then as soon as things start getting hairy, Revenge gets close to landing hit or lands a dangerous hit, Bismarck goes, "You're no fun anymore," and just goes off over the horizon. That's all that happens there. So, from Discord, Chris, what if Scharnhorst Tirpitz is at Narvik and fights Warspite? What happens at a close range in a fjord? That is a messy melee, which basically comes down to who pulls the trigger first.
I think given previous legendary status
it's Warspite.
and experience, it's probably going to be Warspite, and she's probably not gonna miss, given some of the range. I mean,
Nope.
to also like highlight the fjords. Do you want to know the thing that killed that first destroyer?
A 15-inch shell, wasn't
It was not technically the shell. It was instead the shell's passage through the ships, because they were at such close range that the fuses were not active when they hit the ship. They went out the other side and exploded in the terrain behind the ship.
Big kaboom.
But the passage of the shells through the ship were what caused these big holes that sank it. Because it was not explosive damage from the 15-inch guns that killed that killed that destroyer. And again, by the time Warspite was heading past the cliff face, so that the destroyer was in view, all 8 guns were trained on the ship itself. Because again, 5 or 6 tribal class destroyers were screening her forward, and had already sunk their teeth into that poor destroyer. Yeah, Dr. Clark's video on Narvik is one of the best that I've yet seen. It is great. I fully suggest watching it because he does a lot of very good theatrics that I fully approve of, especially regarding Warspite, because it's Warspite. She deserves it. And the final battle of Narvik, where she goes in, is such a hilarious curb stomp for the Royal Navy that it's not even fun. It is funny. It's hilarious. Genuinely hilarious. However, if we were to replace one of the destroyers with, let's say, a fully working Tirpitz, fuel and all, she's mostly playing guesswork on, which comes around the corner first. The destroyer screen or Warspite. And if it's the destroyer screen, Warspite has a really good chance of catching her with her pants down while all her guns are reloading. Mm-hmm. And also, potentially magazine detonating her, because the ranges are so great, they're going to punch directly through her armor regardless.
Also, the spotter plane would be able to very easily go.
The spotter plane is going to be great.
There.
The spotter plane makes it even funnier, and an even more immediate win for the Royal Navy, because they're going to be like, "Oh my god, she's right fucking there! Quick, drip feed destroyers through. We'll sacrifice 2." But the payoff is going to be great.
Okay,
right,
so
I think we've done that.
Well, hello,
So,
Foxo.
Discord.
Yeah, I say
hello.
It was entirely meant to be a joke thing if they had too much alcohol for the too much sake
Knight,
class.
a revenge.
But genuinely, that
revenge
question was actually very fun.
Knight, a revenge can mission kill a Bismarck if Bismarck lets it. If the
Yes.
Bismarck's captain,
Bismarck's captain is not going to let it, though. That's the point.
yeah. If a Bismarck's captain is stupid enough to close to within a range where a revenge is able to land accurate hits, then he deserves to get his ship mission killed from under him and possibly sunk.
To be fair,
Yeah.
honestly, the Revengers actually have a reasonably decent fire control system.
No,
so
but what I mean is, if
More the point of, like, Bismarck is not going to run in to try and kill the Revenge.
Yeah,
Dragon.
no.
It's going to
Oh, no.
it's going to fire a few salvos, make the Revenge engage it and return fire, and then turn around and keep engaging
Leg it.
to draw the Revenge away from the convoy.
Yeah,
if the
it's-
Revenge is smart, it will probably not engage.
Yeah,
because it
if
can't
the
keep up.
Revenger's captain is smart, he'll force Bismarck to come to him.
Yeah.
But if Bismarck's captain is smart, he won't take that bait. If it's clear the Revenge isn't following him, they'll move on to a convoy that is either...
They'll break off from that convoy because they can't really.
And basically, they'll be ran up the chain of command of, hey, Bismarck here, went that way, send the fleet. Send a hunting pack, basically.
Yeah.
Oh no, a Bismarck a Bismarck has been spotted in the Atlantic. Quick, build Force H and send it after them.
Yeah.
Sorry,
it's
sorry, you really
important-
just gave me the idea of...
Like, it's important to bear in
a
mind,
Bismarck-
Knight, we're not saying that Revenge can't mission kill a Bismarck. We're saying that the engagement wouldn't proceed in a way that would give the Revenge a chance to land the hits it would need to land to do that.
The closest that we'd see is potentially like lucky hits, which are, nature of discussing lucky hits. It
Yeah.
might get a shot off and damage its communications. It might damage the hangar. It might damage all number of surface level systems. It might shut out the electrics because of how stupid the Bismarck's electrical system was.
Well,
However,
who knows, maybe
Connor-
the Revenge gets a perfectly lucky shot, hits the magazine, and Bismarck just goes up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
No,
But what we're saying is...
It's unlikely, but that's the whole point of lucky
It
hits.
wouldn't
They're so
even be a battle akin to Denmark Strait. Denmark Strait was a closing engagement where the gunnery solution on both sides is rapidly increasing. But the Bismarck
Decreasing.
would not be looking to get into a Denmark Strait slugging match. She's looking to stay at extreme range. We're talking about as far as her gunners can get her shells near the target.
we're looking at maybe 25 to 27,000 yards.
Longer than that.
No, because she'll need to make sure that she's targeting the right ship because she'll need to be a bit closer for that kind of solution plotting. But at that point, when she knows the range and has it dialed in, after like maybe 2 or 3 salvos, she's turning right around and coming away, baiting that Revenge class to chase her. And if both captains are captains worth their salt, it's not going to play out that way. One of them is going to not take that bait and try to bait the other. They're not going to take the bait. Right, this didn't work. We'll pull away and find another convoy. That's how that would play out if both captains know what they're doing.
Yeah.
If one of the captains doesn't, like say, again, the Bismarck, he's going to keep closing to try and kill that Revenge class. Whether it's actually sinking her or mission killing her, doesn't matter.
And the Revenge is going to take advantage
If
of that.
he keeps closing,
Yeah, the Revenge
that
is...
Revenge class is going to get hits in, which is not good for the Bismarck. Not the least because that compromises her continuing mission to boldly go where no German has gone before and try and sink some convoys in the Atlantic.
Well, no, or miraculously help whatever ship she's with sink some convoys. She's not supposed
Yeah.
to, it's whatever she's with.
She's that's the point though. She's not meant to do
Yeah,
that. She's
yeah.
meant to support it
Yeah, but she's not doing that by getting into a one-on-one
by
gunfight
getting
with
into a
the-
slugging match with a Revenge class.
Your whole thing of hey, really gave me the whole thing of the old Lego adverts where something
That
in Lego
was the
went
point.
wrong.
That was
Hey,
exactly
yeah.
my point. I'm glad you
It's like,
picked up on that.
I'm genuinely just imagining like the Royal Navy needs to hunt down the Bismarck. Help them by building the King George V class battleship. Just
Hey!
built by Brit-
Build the King George V class battleship.
Except instead of hey, it'd be oi.
Yeah, right. This is why I want Kobe to make a KGV design.
Oh
We have
god,
fun,
we have fun in Ramblings. Pity Dr. Clark and Drac aren't here. Shame.
Give them time. Clark normally will turn up, and as for Drac, isn't he busy doing stuff elsewhere? I know
Drac
he
did
might.
say he
very
might
keyword
be
there.
here.
Might.
He said
Yeah,
he might be here.
He might
But-
be here.
There's a big difference between might and actually able.
Yeah, but Dr. Clark said he would definitely be here.
He's probably doing like something before he gets on there.
Hmm.
Only
Who
says
knows?
a Clark fleet.
Yeah.
Where are we?
The next question, I think, if it's what the next question is going to be really awkward, a bit
yes.
odd, but
So is
It's
there anything
odd.
from YouTube? No. Knight makes a good point. That assumes this convoy guarded by the Avengers and have cruisers with them. Yeah, he's got a point there. If it has cruisers with it,
cruisers might move off to intercept.
Yeah, no, he's got a good point there. Yeah, that's true.
But
yeah, but like I say, we're talking
the Revenge
about
the Revenge is going to stick with the convoy if they're smart because I can't catch up to that thing.
Yeah, like I say, it would all depend on the exact circumstance, but we were just chewing the fat basically.
It depends on can the Revenge get lucky and vibe check the Bismarck?
Yeah. Chris asks, why did the British not auction off the High Seas Fleet in 1919? Let the South Americans, China, Africa, Canada buy a few German ships. The fleet was not theirs to auction off. It was held under treaty to be divided by the treaty. It was not theirs
to auction
causing
off. Headaches.
Yeah,
as I recall.
If
the whole thing of how do we distribute these ships? Apparently the Soviets want some.
The who?
Yeah, the Russian government at the time.
It's going to be a mix of the who and wait. They're not going to respect the
France.
They're not going to respect the Tsarist debts. Oh fuck the Soviets! We're not giving them shit.
This
it was causing a real headache because they didn't want to give other European nations or even the Americans their ships.
Yeah, this is the thing.
It's also a case of they
can't sell. They physically can't sell them. It's not. They're not.
These aren't ours.
Yeah, it's not the same as we're dividing up the prizes at the end of the war. They weren't prizes. They were just being held by
the British,
by the Germans in a British harbour
until it could be decided what to do with them.
Don't remember that part of the reason why they scuttled them was not because they snuck people in. They had crews there to take care of them.
And the British basically tacitly let it happen to remove a massive headache from them.
We threw up a fuss because fuck, they scuttled the ships.
Damn, dear!
Said they wouldn't. Behind closed doors, we're like, oh, thank God they did that because that would have been.
Now we no longer have to deal with this headache.
Yeah. Quietly gives.
Also,
handshake.
British scrap merchants start rubbing their hands.
Oh
going,
yeah. British scrap. The best thing is because they were scuttled, they weren't war graves, so the scrap merchants could absolutely go nuts.
Well, there's literally some images of some of them being refloated upside down, and while upside down, being pulled along to the scrapyard.
So because of how they sank and where they sank, most of the capital ships were salvaged, and almost all of the small ships were salvaged.
I think there's 5 battleships left.
There were 5. I believe there are now 3 left.
Yeah, and they're still fairly intact. They still nick off with little bits of them for detectors.
Non-radioactive.
It was non-radioactive steel plate.
They're still the world's greatest resource of non-irradiated steel.
But it is
when it comes to them, I believe there was either there was a bit of legislation passed in the last decade, or relatively recently, to have them designated as either graves or war memorials or something.
Yeah.
To prevent exactly that, because they're intact and they're really good for diving. Actually,
they're not graves though.
Yeah,
no, they're
ships
not.
That are still around. We have the König, Kronprinz Wilhelm, Markgraf, and those are the only battleships currently. So there's 3 battleships. All of the battle cruisers were salvaged.
Yeah.
We've got Brummer, Koln, Dresden,
a few
unsalvaged.
Still there. Nice.
Karlsruhe is still around.
There's a fair number of the former High Seas Fleet just
S-54 apparently is 50% still there.
Yeah.
They got a bit of it, but not all of it. And then after that, basically almost all of the smaller stuff is just gone. So there's 3 battleships, a few 4 cruisers, if that, and then half a destroyer. Yeah, from our side, it's actually quite a popular diving spot if you've got the stuff for it, because it's really cool.
So
that'll be an interesting one to get to, Chris. Won't make much of a difference, but still be interesting.
So Knights of the 1. How does having 5 26-knot QEs and 5 23-knot Avengers at the start of World War II cause issues? If you've got the QEs all capable of making their actual design speed they never achieved in service, and
what was the question? I missed it.
So basically, if all 5 of the QEs, regardless of what refit state they're in, and all 5 of the Revengers, regardless of what refit state they're in, can reach 26 and 23 knots respectively at the start of the Second World War.
I want to know what refit state they're in personally, because that massively changes things.
As normal. as normal. The only difference.
So basically, the ships that got modernized still got the modernized, but for somehow they're all just faster.
Yes,
Just
they
hand wave it.
all just have the speed.
Doesn't
regimen.
really make much of a difference.
It does in the Mediterranean, massively.
Yeah,
It'll help,
they're
but-
gonna make a dent in the Mediterranean because they're now fast enough to be. Because the main
More
goal
Spite
is
won't leave
to,
her sisters
to
behind,
Well,
and they'll be
yeah,
fast
Sea
enough to catch the
Sea
ships
Dodders
that
is
are running
basically
from
saying
them.
they were given, for the sake of the QEs, they were all given small tube boilers from the get-go as an idea. Which, yeah,
It
sure,
doesn't. It doesn't really matter
potentially.
how. That does. It's,
I know, but it's just a nice little way to tie it all together to say how it's
I
done.
really don't like adding complexity where it's not needed.
Yeah, but it's not exactly adding complexity. It's just
when it comes to
Yeah.
like what they're gonna do.
things aren't going to change much.
Yeah,
I don't think,
Not
honestly.
much is going to change. However,
You
Connor,
might have some more.
would-
You might have some Italian battleships actually sunk in
that,
naval
yeah,
actions.
the Italians are going to have a much harder time of escaping certain ships, and also we can now send a couple more ships to help with that, because if the R class are at 23 knots universally, they're pretty quick now.
Yeah, the QEs,
They can-
the
they
QEs
can
are actually
catch-
fast enough to catch the QEs are actually fast enough now to run parallel with the rebuilt Italian dreadnoughts. They're not slower, but but not slower is not fast enough for the Italians to actually break away and run.
No.
I wish Sea Dodders, but no, we can't do that.
When it comes to this though, it's not all that much will change. However, the Italians are going to have a bit of a worse time.
Yeah.
However, with that said, actually, depending on how things go, we might actually see a QE division sent to the east.
Oh, that's going to be interesting.
It's going to be they're going to have a fucking horrible time because of the Kido Butai. For a
Probably
pair of
no more.
QEs down by, say, Australia.
Yeah, possibly.
Just don't base them in
having a
Darwin.
pair of QEs either loaned to or running with the Australian Navy or the Royal Australian Navy might see them start running with some American cruisers.
Could be.
They're not going to be quick enough to keep pace, but
At standard cruising speed, they'll probably do pretty
lot
well.
of weight of fire.
Yeah.
Mm.
They'll be able to run around at cruising speed, but once the battle begins, they're gonna have to separate into the battleships with destroyer escort and the cruisers with destroyer escort.
Which is actually quite interesting.
Where are we now? That was a YouTube question, so now it's a Discord question. CVix asks, how would the Royal Navy look like if they finished all the Admiral class in a predicted schedule? What impact would it make on the Washington Treaty Conference? If the Royal Navy has all of the Admirals, so they don't cancel
Was
the
that
other
CVix
Admirals...
on YouTube? Sorry.
No, that was
Say, or-
CVix
No.
on Discord.
You just-
If
Right,
they don't,
so that
if
must
they
have missed that one
don't, if they don't cancel the admirals in favor of reworking them into what we would know as the G3s, you've basically got 4 of the most powerful warships the world has seen floating around prior to Washington, and at that point, the conference is basically going to be everyone else. The conference is going to run very similar, except when it comes to what battleships people are allowed to keep. The Americans and the Japanese will demand to be able to complete at least 2 of their Washington Naval Treaty designs. So the Americans will demand at least all 4 Colorados and 2 South Dakota 1921s. The Japanese will probably demand to complete the Kagas. But that will probably be the only thing that changes. You'll have
Tosas.
Sorry, you're right, the Tosas. So what you'll probably see is you'll have each fleet will have a core of modern ships. So but it's important to bear in mind of this: the British will not get Nelson and Rodney. They will have the 4 hoods for the British.
Wait. So the Americans get 6 capital ships, and the British get 4.
Yes, but their 4 ships are treaty breaking in a way that is
Yeah,
not
but the Royal
applicable.
Navy's not going to accept that.
Yeah, Durrani's not going to accept that, especially if the Americans get 16s.
Yeah,
Because
but
that's 4. Basically, it'll be 4 ships with 4 ships with 4 turrets of 15 inch
Yeah,
versus 4 ships or 6 ships, or 4 turrets with 16s, that completely breaks.
No, it's not. It's actually
system.
4 against 2.
Colorado's have 5.
No, it's not. It's 4 against 2. Because the only ships that are actually going up against the only ships that are actually treaty breaking on the US side are the Sildaks. The Colorado.
Yeah, but there's no way in hell the Royal Navy are going to settle for just their battle crews, just basically their admirals.
They don't.
When others get to build new ships.
The Washington Naval Treaty is about setting parity. The Royal Navy is not going to set to not having parity.
They have parity. They have superiority.
They don't.
They have 4 to 2.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No,
They don't.
Yes, they do.
Because an admiral
is not equivalent.
is
Yes, it
in
is.
a straight gunfight, not equivalent.
There are 4 admirals.
And
There
also-
are 2 South Dakotas.
Also, keep in mind, at this time, these are the admirals as built, not the admirals as refit. Which is quite a difference.
Yeah,
These are battle
these are the
cruiser
admirals that are the developments of.
From what I understand, if we're talking about the Admiral classing and predicted schedule, this is the admirals as laid down in their final form. So Hood and Hood alikes.
Yeah,
Not
but
the
Hood
original
got a massive,
admirals.
but no,
Yeah,
but
but
Hood got a
no.
massive
Yeah,
rebuild.
Hood
if you remember, in
got
terms
a
of design.
redesign after the Battle of Jutland because oh shit.
Yes.
Things went wrong.
Yes.
But
That's
if
what
it's
I
as
just
laid
said.
down,
I said
if
laid
it's
down
as
in
laid
their
down, you
revised
get
The other
form.
ship-
what essentially is a larger version of
Do people
Renown.
not listen to
So
anything
right,
I
right,
fucking
just to
say?
clarify. So I must, Fleet. Let me just.
Wait, well,
So
listen.
the ships get finished, right? I'm guessing the admirals that are currently on the slips get finished, basically.
Yes.
Is that right?
That means you've got
So-
4 Hoods.
That means no. You're right. The problem means though,
Yes.
Hood was explicitly able to be rebuilt. The War Office and the Admiralty said the other 3 admirals physically could not be changed at this point. So they would be built. They would not incorporate the lessons of Jutland. Would not incorporate the new designs. These are. They're fast. They've got 8 15-inch guns. Good. Well enough. Your enemy's running around with 10 16-inch guns.
No,
or
they're-
8 16-inch guns. Yes.
Yeah,
If
eight-
Japan's running around with the Tosas.
Yes. Okay, well, assuming that I didn't... The thing is, there is no...
Steve,
there
I
is
kind of agree with
no-
Steve Clark where you kind of have to make the battle cruisers a separate category in the naval treaty if you're going this
that-
way.
At that
doesn't-
point, you have to redesign the entire treaty.
Yeah, but that
Yeah.
doesn't... Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. That's not logical.
But right, the only way to do it though is the Royal Navy is not going to accept. Right. So did you say that? Right. To clarify, because I might have missed it, so I want to make sure I'm getting what you're saying correct. So I hope you think that's fair at least. So did the Royal Navy get any new ships out of the treaty? Were they allowed to build any new ships, or
No,
was they just
because
stuck with
they've
the
got
Hoods?
4...
Right.
They've got
Yeah.
1 basically fast
So-
battleship and 3 additional fast 15-inch
It's not a fast
capital
battleship.
ships.
Right.
I didn't
So
say...
right. So right.
No,
let
I
him
said-
let him finish. I at least want Fleet to finish. So give him
The
his fair
problem
chance.
that we've got here is that the RN has 4 new ships. In our timeline, they had the 1. That was Hood herself.
Yes.
We've given them 3 more. In order
Yes.
to balance this, the other powers, the Americans are going to need at least 3. Which is 1 of their Colorados and either 2 Lexingtons or 2 South Dakotas. The Japanese will need 2 capital ships to counter. The Japanese will likely go for the Tosas, not the Amagis.
Tosas still have 10 16-inch guns.
Wait.
Yes.
So how many new capital ships do the Japanese get?
2.
So
The Americans
they would
get
get 2
3.
of their designs.
The Americans get 3.
So is that on
which
top of
keeps-
their already Colorados that are basically done?
No, that's the what? Yes, that's the. So they finish the Colorado.
So they would end
class.
up getting 6 16-inch
Yes.
armed ships.
Yes.
And the Royal Navy's got 4 15-armed ships.
No, they don't. They have a lot more than that, Foxo.
No,
They have
new
the
ships.
QEs,
New
they
builds.
have the
New
doesn't
builds, because the
matter.
QBs
It
when
doesn't
16-inch guns
matter.
come in don't matter.
No, yes, they do. What are you talking about?
right,
That's ridiculous.
No, right, Fleet. I'll try and
Yeah, right, let me
Since Fox
explain.
is- right, I was also going to say, since Fox is not necessarily great at explaining a point to you at some points, they're not equivalent, though.
Yes, they are.
They're not. I'm sorry. How the fuck is
The Colorados are not
pre-World
equivalent to
War I
QEs.
design
They're better.
equal
No,
to
the
fucking
Colorados have
Colorado?
worse armor. Yes, the Colorados have bigger guns, but the QEs are faster and are better armored. And the
But
R-Class
no,
have similar
but-
armor
right,
and
yeah.
equivalent speed.
But the Colorados have enough armor to resist the
15-inch guns.
No, they don't. The Colorados can't even resist their own
They
guns.
do.
This is a
They do.
problem with the standards. Their armor hasn't. The armor on the standards hasn't been good since the second battleship in the series. It's a known problem with the standard class. Their
But
armor
it's enough
but
to
it's
keep
good
out
enough.
15-inch guns.
No,
at
it
battle
isn't.
ranges.
It's not even enough to keep out
Yes.
14-inch guns.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
What
They
armor
were
are you
implicitly
referring to?
designed against 15-inch guns.
Right. I do have to question if, like, their armor, while it might not be the best, it's still pretty good. It's more than
acceptable.
the Colorado's design is more than enough to resist a 15-inch gun at battle ranges
It's
over important areas, and at close range they might have more issues. But
the QEs can
Think of it this way, right.
If
Try
you're
and think of it
going
this
to
way,
tell me
please.
the Colorados can resist, if you're going to tell me the Colorados can resist the QEs, I'm going to turn right back round and say the QEs can resist the Colorados because they can.
They can't.
They can.
Can't.
They can. If you're going to say the
No,
Colorados
no,
can resist
right,
the QEs, the QEs can resist the Colorados because the QEs have more armor.
Yes. You know, one little fact.
but the 16-inch gun,
Right,
like, this
Fleet.
is
No.
thicker armor.
Fleet's personally got me annoyed here.
Oh,
Fleet.
okay. Oh no.
We have the post-war designs that tell you exactly how much armor the British think they need to keep out the American 16-inch guns with what they know of them. The QBs have 3 to 5 inches less than they would need by British thought.
That doesn't mean those are right though. And besides, armor penetration depends
Yeah,
very much
that's
on
the
the
British
day and the situation.
basing
We also
the American 16 off their own 16s.
Okay. I'm still not confident in.
Right. The Royal Navy wouldn't. All right. Going back to the actual question. Yes, they've now got 4 new battle cruisers. This is good. If the enemy are being allowed, if the US is allowed to build 6 new capital ships, the 3 Colorados plus maybe a 4th and then 2 Lexingtons, that is 6 new build vessels that have incorporated the lessons of the First World War fully, and they've had time to get new stuff in them.
The
The Japanese
other
are allowed
powers
now to
won't
build
accept that.
Chutosas.
The other powers won't accept that.
Yeah, that's my point. This
they
is my
will
point.
though. No, they will.
Like-
They'll accept because the Americans want parity out of this treaty. The Royal Navy have 4 new capital ships, and if the Americans want 6 new capital ships, they will let the British have 2 more new capital ships.
Where are you getting this 6 figure from? The Colorados do
the
not
six-
count
right, this
towards.
is what I-
No,
They
because
do.
you said that
We did
it's
act.
that it's the original treaty ships
Yes.
3 Colorados.
Plus 1.
plus
Plus 1.
2.
Yes.
You said plus
yes,
1 battleship and 2 battle cruisers.
Yes.
Which is 3.
Yes. Which.
Well, that's
which-
3 plus 3 equals 6, Fleet.
Yes, but the Colorados aren't. Yes, but the Colorado class aren't.
They will be considered.
Yeah,
Yes.
and I'm sorry.
No,
You can argue technicality about the Colorados, but that's fucking hindsight.
No, but what I'm saying is, the RN has 3 new capital ships on top of what they already have, or on what they had historically at the treaties, which is
They're
Hood.
going in with 4.
Which is
They're going in
Hood.
with 4.
So they had Hood historically. Instead, they're going in with 3 extra. So, hang on.
Right.
Hang
Also,
on.
Right.
1 second. Let Fleet think out loud. You'll see why. Hang on. So if they're going in with,
Yeah.
if the RN's going in with 4 extra, and the Americans, if the RN's going in with 3 extra, and then the Americans get 3 extra, and Japan get 2 extra, that then leaves the British right back where they started in the first place, in exactly the same situation as historical Washington. Fuck, I've been going round in circles on myself and not even fucking realised.
Right. Also, for the record, Fleet, just I found it. So, unless the Colorados are shooting beyond 30,000 yards, they can go through any armor the QE has.
Damn. Fuck me, that's impressive. Yeah, those 16-inch
They're good
50s.
16-inch guns.
Fair enough. So,
Yeah, so right, as Hood
okay,
pointed out,
yeah,
Hood,
yeah, I can see that,
historically Britain gets Hood and 2 liters.
yeah.
UN gets 3, Japan gets 2. If the US is allowed 6, the UK has 4,
Yeah, which means
and Japan
they
gets
which
4
which
as
then
well,
mean-
technically.
Yeah, which then means this is what this is what I just said. We're right
Yeah,
back
you
where we
finally
started.
realised what me
Yeah,
and
we're
Fox have
right
been trying
back
to
where we
say.
started. My maths just wasn't working out in my head.
When it when it comes down to it, what I think is going to happen is the USN will be allowed to build another Colorado to match the RN's numbers. The RN will be like, but they've got 16-inch guns. We want 16-inch guns, and we'll then probably decide, let's just refit 2 of the admirals because we
It'd
can
probably be too hard to
technically do that.
rebuild them. Technically, yes, but it would require a large rebuild of the turrets, the magazines, and the shell spacers.
The Royal Navy's going to be willing to do that to
Alright, that-
have that gauge.
Maybe.
They need to widen the beam.
They
Yeah.
not
Every-
necessarily.
Because
You would not necessarily know.
Because the designs they had, which are essentially admirals with 16s, had an extra 2 meters on the beam. To make
That was
space no
mostly
bigger
to
bayonets.
that was mostly to make the equivalent deck space
Mm.
between the guns and the edge.
Yeah, which
Strictly
is already-
speaking, to meet that need without new builds, the Iron would be willing to sacrifice that degree of uniformity.
Problem is, where does that leave Japan? They're probably are they going to be allowed 1? Probably a Margi.
They get a single extra ship, which is probably going to be either an Amagi or a fast Tosa,
Probably.
Honestly,
it
I-
will-
which
honestly,
might
see
end
them
up
go
just
with
being
Amagi.
an early build key.
Yeah.
Frankly.
I do see them wanting to more go with a Margi than necessarily a
Hell, they
Tosa.
might actually decide to say sod it and just build 3 Amagis and turn the Nagatos into Amagis.
honestly, I think I honestly think the most realistic option is going to be a fast battleship because carriers haven't changed. So what you'll probably see happen is you'll have Tosa finished, the carrier program will proceed as normal. You'll have the Great Kanto earthquake.
Oh my god, it fucking worked. Sorry, I've spent this past hour trying to get something working in New Vegas and it works.
A Kargi will then a Margi will then be lost to the earthquake, so then Karga will be pulled off to finish into a carrier. So you'll have Tosa as a battleship, Karga as a carrier, a Kargi as a carrier.
You
Basically,
might just
because
see 2 extra Tosas to add to that battle line, but again, like it would depend on
The
what
question
they
is,
want
do
to
they want
speed-wise.
the question generally does come down to, do they want Tosas or Amagis?
it's
And I
basically
personally kind of feel they more would want to lead towards Amagis.
you've got a uniform squadron in the form of the Congos. Yes, they're not that good, but they are a uniform squadron. You've got a uniform squadron when it comes to the Fusas and the Issei's. If you get Tosa, you've then got a uniform battle squadron of 16-inch ships, because by themselves, Nagato and Mutsu are only half of a squadron. Whereas with Tosa, they're almost there, and basically they are there. And it complements
The reason
Has
why I say they might want
correct-
Amagis, though, is
Whoa.
now if the Royal...
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the Tosas were basically the same speed as the Nagatos.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
A little bit
There you
faster,
go.
but not much.
There you go. That's actually probably how it's going to work out. Instead of getting a 3rd Nagato, unless they actually want to go with a 3rd one, they might not. But anyway,
Tosa's advanced
They might
enough
just-
that finishing her is the cheapest, the easiest, the most expedient option.
at which point you'll then see either even cheaper and expedient to get 2 Nagatos because they were not laid down at the time, as I recall.
Also, again, the reason why I might... to explain my logic for why I think they might want Amagi more. The Royal Navy now has got 4
For
32 knot ships.
modern as shit battle cruisers that wipe the floor with anything that they'll come across.
Like, yeah,
no.
we might
Oh,
have
oh,
10
oh.
16-inch guns, but they've got almost 10 knots on us.
No, they don't have 10 knots on you. They only have about... It's still an advantage.
6 or 7?
It's
6 or
6
7 for the Amagi?
Yeah, it's 6. It's
Well,
6.
I'm saying I'm going off Tosa here. So
Oh, off Tosa, yeah.
No,
Tosa
they
is
don't,
six.
they don't have 10
This is
knots.
why I think they...
They don't have 10
This
knots
is why
on
I
a
think-
Tosa. What are you talking about?
So, yeah, Tosas are 26.
Yeah,
10.5.
Nagato, Mutsu, and
That's
Tosa.
still
that's-
what?
that's
7?
still 8.
That's still 7 to 8 knots.
Like, I'm aware of...
Because Hoods could easily get to 33. They can push it to 34.
Yeah, but the thing is that the Amagi...
The Congos ain't gonna cut it.
Yeah, but the problem you've got is it's about...
Congos might.
It's about overall expediency. It's about overall utility here. Yes, Amagi is... Yay, we've got a big battle cruiser. There's only one of her. And the temptation will be to use her as a one-off unit. Whereas... if
kind
you
of
have,
exactly how we used her historically.
Yeah, whereas if you have a Tosa, she's more likely to integrate into a 3-ship squadron with the Nagatos, and you can rotate them and use them equally.
You'll probably actually see Tosa become combined fleet flagship and operating as a command ship for the 16ers, and then also overall flagship for the combined fleet when it gets formed.
And then you can rotate her with the Nagato and Mutsu to keep one 16-inch ship as flag while you're doing other things.
While she's getting upgraded or repaired or whatever. Like I like the Tosa angle better, frankly. Now that that's been worked out, I like that angle much better than I would a single...
I do get it, but I do also
one-off.
just think that I do think you might see Japan after this then going, we need a faster element after this because...
Yeah, so what you may end up having is you may just see a repeat of... Actually, no, you might actually end up seeing a Tosa-esque design, but in keeping with the treaty, unless they choose to break with the treaty early, you might just see a... Again, to revisit the question from yonks ago, you might just see modern keys replacing the 14-inch battleships when they get cycled out.
Like if Japan
Knight is saying that even with the 4 admirals and no 16-inch armed ships, they will want 16-inch armed ships and will offer the 13.5-inch armed ships to get them.
I brought that up earlier.
The Royal Navy will not settle for not having a 16-inch armed ship if the other players are getting
what?
at least
So
the US.
Hold on. Here's the thing. With 4 admirals, what you'll then see is that Tiger, regrettably, isn't being kept around to keep the battle cruiser fleet at 3. What you're now having is, do we scrap Renown and Repulse or make use of both of them to have 2 3-ship squadrons of battle cruisers?
The thing
with the Renowns picking up the slack.
Yeah, the thing is though, we still haven't addressed the problem of
there is
16-inch
later.
ships.
However, no, I'm getting there. Don't worry, I'm getting there.
Because that's something that Knight keeps banging on about in my YouTube comments.
What you might end up seeing is that instead of refitting the admirals, they might just scrap the Renowns and make new 16-inch armed battle cruisers to operate as either a 2-ship division with an admiral leading or supporting, or operating as the flagships of the new battle cruiser divisions of the new battle cruiser fleet. Oh, for fuck's sake!
I can't see them.
One moment, I have to go and deal with administrative stuff.
Yeah, I can't see them getting rid of Renown and Repulse, just because of those 2 are much easier to support logistically on overseas stations. Because unlike Hood, they fit in Singapore, they fit in Hong Kong, they fit in a lot of places. The Admirals don't.
Again, we're probably going to go around in circles once again, but anyway, I do think the Royal Navy. I know, but just more case of we've been on the question. So I at least want to get that set out so that people know we've been going around for a while. To notice thing from like the Royal Navy will at least want 1 16-inch armed ship. Maybe they might accept they might actually accept 1 if they long as get that, but they will want parity with the US at least.
And once again, we've had
twice as much Japan.
We've had another fantastic Fleet Foxo I which was I love the passion. It's great.
Also, it's the fact though that Foxo was right the entire time.
Oh no, I know, it's brilliant. That makes it better. That makes it better.
I know. It's just more a case of
like I'll admit I fucked up, but you know it was a good debate nonetheless.
You have to count, Fleet.
Okay, here we go. I'm back from an administrative leave.
What?
Yeah,
oh dear, did someone do a funny?
Someone got their 3rd strike.
Oh dear.
Achievement unlocked, 3rd strike muting. Anyway.
Hey, Hood, can I hammer? Wait, I can't do that anymore, sadly.
Yet. Anyway, let it speak.
When it comes to the question of 16 inches, again, I think that when it comes down to it, the Royal Navy will probably decide.
I think Knight makes a good point. The two Renowns won't go like the Renowns will be the battle cruisers that go when First London comes around.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to. Like when it comes to it, the Royal Navy will probably make the weigh the options of like, do we push for this now or wait for later on when we inevitably revisit this fucking treaty and then try to wangle new controls on other things and then quietly, because in this timeline I'm gonna fixate on four admirals in, let's say, two separate squadrons of two, with the Renowns picking up the slack in the same manner that historically HMS Tiger picked up the slack when one of the battle cruisers, normally Hood, was in for refit.
Yep.
Keeping the battle cruiser squadron at 3. At which point, the Renowns get quietly scrapped and taken out of service so that the new, brand spanking new 16-inch armed battle cruisers, possibly Nelsoids or Gs,
F3 or a 16-inch F3.
Actually,
or
no,
even,
probably more K.
Or even a conventional layout of let's say, for example, Nagato-esque, where it's just scaled up admirals with 16-inch guns.
K3,
Yeah,
K3,
well, yeah,
called K3.
We literally have design. Yeah, and you've also got you've got a couple of the designs that are like the G3s. You've got a
K2's
4x2
18s,
16.
K3 16s.
Yeah. You've got a 4x2 15 as well somewhere in there, and you've also got a 3x3 16.
Which one were the Ks again?
I think it's K2. I'm thinking.
Well done, Cvix. You've set us off on a ramble. Then again, that's the show.
Is it K3?
Alright, I'm bringing up my...
I'm just getting trains. I'm just getting trains. What's going on?
K2. K2's the 18-inch, and so it's K. It must be K3 is the.
Okay, right. K2's
K3.
18. K3 is the... K2 is the 4x2
No, sorry.
18.
Yeah,
K3 is 3x3 16.
Alright, so
And J3 is 3x3 15.
Alright, so what's probably going to happen then is when it. Okay, I'm gonna hammer this out now.
Like, given. Can I just
let
me finish, please.
Let her finish.
You'll get the 4 admirals in 2 separate squadrons of 2, with the Renowns picking up the slack in each of them. London Naval Treaty rocks around. Oh, you still don't have 16-inch guns, Lamau. No, we do actually. We're scrapping the Renowns because we don't need them anymore because we've got 2 brand new 16-inch armed battle cruisers.
You know what that means, though, don't you? The building holiday
either
expires.
the K2 or the K3, and that's gonna, because they're not technically, they're not actually increasing numbers. They're just doing cycled replacements.
Yeah, but the problem is that would still require the building holiday to expire. The building holiday was all construction, either replacements or cycling. If you're talking about replacement during after First London, you're talking about First London not extending the building holiday. So
yeah.
Ooh, there is one other thing, but it would be tricky to organize. Right, you still have a build holiday, but you don't make it as long. And then you have a clause in the treaty of once that shorter build holiday is expired, you can then build ships to a certain tonnage that do directly replace older ships. Would be something that would potentially be workable for all parties. So, basically, the UK could either replace a bunch of ours / the Renowns, and get rid of 2 for 2. The US could perhaps do the same for some of their old standards. Japan might be able to even be allowed to do it for their 14-inch armed ships. Or
the Japanese would be looking not to replace their battleships, but to replace the Congos.
No, if they're only allowed to build 2, I do actually see them wanting to replace 14s. If they're allowed to build something newer.
Which half came first, the Fusos?
No, the Congos. No, the Congos are the oldest.
We're talking battleships, just here, fleet. It's referring to.
I'm talking battleships.
The Fusos came first.
Because if they're allowed to build 2 new battleships in maybe late 20s, early 30s, that they're actually straight up
Well, no,
allowed
it
to build this
would
to
be early
new tonnage.
30s. It would be early 30s because
Yeah,
the
like, this is my-
renegotiation would be after First London.
Yeah, basically allow, as I said, the shortened build holiday to then allow it to build replacements. Japan would probably go, these 14s aren't really cutting it anymore. And the Congos, while they're definitely
useful.
old and they definitely want to be replaced, as Hood said earlier,
So the
they're
Congo,
fast enough that they can at least be useful.
yeah, the Congos. So basically, you'll have the new builds being constructed and the Congos being dragged in for their rebuilds as historical.
I think that's
basically.
probably the best way. I think that is probably the best way you would try and see a treaty going, where Britain might go, fine. If the treaty is absolutely not allowing anything, maybe we're allowed to build one new 16, everyone else is allowed to build their thing. But we'll have a holiday for now, and then afterwards, we're not allowed to build new builds and keep all the old stuff, but we're allowed to replace build, basically.
But
And that,
yes,
because that would make powers happy that they can replace their oldest stuff.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but it does it open the problem with opening that kind
It
of
opens up a lot of things, but I do think it's something that might at least be put on the table
the
and
problem,
be discussed,
the
because it
problem
would
with
appease the Royal Navy,
the problem
appeases the US and Japan.
the problem with that is if you put that on the table, someone will immediately slam their hands on the table and say, then why not just get rid of the building holiday overall? It's actually far simpler and much more expedient to just have the building holiday not be renewed in this timeline, rather than this convoluted solution. Just don't have the building holiday extend past First London.
A good portion of the
did you miss
reason
the
the
whole-
treaty is signed is the building holiday.
Also, did you miss the whole thing of me saying, because this would be Washington still, because the Washington also introduced the build holiday, not have as long a build holiday.
I mean,
Still have the build holiday, but have it reduced a bit. And then
why?
You're
Why
still
would what
slowly
reason?
disarming tension.
What reason?
Because you're
would-
trying to reduce tensions. You're trying
Yes.
to bring things back down to a more standard level.
Yes.
Having a build holiday that's not as long, and you're not allowed to build brand new ships that are just adding to the fleet to increase numbers again. Number of nations will go, right, this is useful. We can get rid of our older ships at this point in time. We can plan upgrades potentially for these.
Yep.
It just slows things down. And then after this, you might have a treaty where you might have another one where they go, right, it's now at this point. Do we want to start construction again, or do we extend the holiday?
Dragon,
Basically,
that's
you look
not...
at various nations. This is how politics can work,
Yes,
Fleet.
I'm aware of that, but there seems to be a fundamental misunderstanding here of... Okay, the building holiday...
Because otherwise,
the
we're going to
building
have problems where no one will just agree to the treaty to begin with.
The building holiday was a flat ban on new construction of any kind. Apart from specific examples that the British were given to build a pair of 16-inch ships. If that's no longer the case, then there will just be a building holiday in force until First London. And then what will happen is people will just go, you may now build ships again. Tonnage limits are still in place. And that's all that needs to happen. You don't need this convoluted system. All that needs to happen is the building holiday goes away, and that's it. That's all that needs to happen.
No, because why would they necessarily agree?
Because... why wouldn't they agree?
Because as soon as someone makes
power-
any kind of move, someone is going to start screaming about the escalator clause and then leaving the treaty, at which point other nations will cause a chain reaction of people leaving the treaty.
Why would they?
Because
Why?
people are stupid!
No,
Yeah,
that's...
like we
Because
see this
people will
in
try
real
and
life.
use everything in their arsenal to get cheat bigger shit.
They were doing that anyway!
Yes, but
Yeah.
now you've made it worse by everyone
No, I
having more
haven't.
stuff.
No,
You
I
have.
haven't! You're all just...
Wait.
You're all completely misunderstanding how navies work. All three of you.
No, we're not, though.
Yes, you are!
Uh,
If that was the case, then why were the treaties still allowed when the Japanese were so clearly cheating with their cruisers? When the Nelsons are so clearly a cheat? When the Lexingtons
Because
are
they
so
weren't a cheat,
clearly...
they were-
They had
Because those were
plausible
agreed.
deniability.
yeah,
And
also,
why
the whole thing
wouldn't
about
this-
the Nelsons was
why-
literally wrote into the treaty.
Yes, but that was technically also still a cheat, because it was something the British wrote
but it was
in to allow
but it was a
them.
legal cheat.
It doesn't
There's a
matter.
difference between
The
illegal
point-
cheats
It
and legal
does though.
cheats.
In treaties, it quite literally
The
does.
point I'm trying to
we're
make is
literally
you are
talking about
you are
contract
suddenly,
clause here.
You are suddenly deciding that things will be different in 1930 than they were in 1921, 22 for
Yeah,
arbitrary
I agree,
reasons I can
Clark.
only assume are because you want to make a point and get one over on fleet.
I mean, this
No.
it's because this fucking question is bad and dumb, and I'm sick of discussing it. I hated it when we started because I went to get a drink, and I've now drunk that drink in the time that you've been discussing this question.
As Steve Clark has pointed out, it's not actually the navies who are negotiating this treaty. It's politicians.
I'm aware of that.
Politicians love to go, my cock is bigger than your cock.
Yes, I know that, but...
Anyway, this has been discussed. Let's move on.
I'm saying that we've discussed this as far as we can go.
Let's go, please.
See, whipping out the dick jokes always kills the question.
Sure.
Right. This should be what's called a YouTube fleet.
Yes. Do we have a YouTube question?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the one who keeps an eye on those ones.
Nope, we don't have a YouTube question.
I only record Discord questions.
Where are we?
If only we had the same sort of thing that Clark had, that would be so useful.
Yeah, I've got that, but I need to wait for my Discord server to be operational for actually to plug it in.
Right. Okay. So fair enough.
Right.
You're getting another Discord server?
Yes, but
apparently he's not even using the one he's already.
No, because I'm keeping that one as a personal. I'm keeping that one as a personal server. And
I think the next one fleet is what if every nation in the world has an fleet of airships from Project Wingman
by AMC Woods M6. Well, that's I mean, airborne fortresses.
Half of them sell them off because they can't maintain them.
Yeah, airborne fortresses exist, I guess. And then
Scarpa Flow all of a sudden becomes a very good naval base again.
And I mean, yeah, they exist. Congratulations. But
why did the US store theirs?
Hold the middle of the New Mexico desert, Dragon.
No, I'm just thinking, because you need a pretty big body of water. They might keep them on the coast.
Gulf of Mexico.
Guys, you're forgetting the Great Lakes exist.
I was about to mention those. Would we see them based in the Great Lakes?
No, so the issue with that is that the weather is really fucking bad on the Great Lakes.
Yeah.
The calmest that the Great Lakes are is in the winter when they freeze over.
I think
every other time they're really bad for micro weather stuff.
Norwegian fjords, honestly, the fjords are probably
they're not big enough. Not for most of the airships.
Not the big ones, but I can imagine the Norwegians, or at least
even then, like
a couple of small ones.
Dragon. The thing about that is, like, even though maybe a handful of the fjords are good for the smaller ones because they need a lot of distance to take off, and the fjords just don't have it in terms of like a straight line.
The length, yeah.
Yeah, it's no.
The Russians cry in a corner.
The Russians actually smile because they have the Caspian Sea.
Actually,
the Caspian Sea is just about big enough to take off most of the airships from Wingman.
Well, wait, so that's actually got a bigger version of the Caspian Sea monsters.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually. Unironically.
I fucking love that
five or more fjords. That's probably saying around 5 or more fjords are probably long enough for them to do so.
Yeah, which is not enough, frankly. The Norwegians actually might...
For the size of a Norwegian fleet, it probably will be.
Actually, best part. If we're doing this as modern day, NATO is in a really good position.
Yep.
Yeah.
NATO is laughing giddily in every corner they can because they're fucking everywhere.
Yeah, AMC's Wood said, yes, this is for modern day. So
cool. NATO has all of the opportunity.
Russia is crying.
Britain, how much can we sell these for?
That's the Caspian.
Yeah,
Russia has like maybe 2 places. They might be able to use the Black Sea, maybe.
Not right now.
No, I mean in general terms. Not right now. And other nations would be chopping at the bit to use the Black Sea because they can. The Russians can use the Caspian Sea. The Russians can actually use the Bering Strait. The Bering Strait is just about calm enough. The only issue is most of their airships will need to be weatherproofed.
Yeah, I just want to point out, Knight has made a fantastic comment. I do want to say it. This is why the naval treaty does not work in the setting in Azure Lane. You guys have perfectly demonstrated why you cannot use it. It doesn't. The naval treaties do not work with hindsight, and he's absolutely right.
What? Where does the Azure Lane come into this?
Sorry, I've just read a comment that was very funny.
Like, he brought up Azure Lane. Where does Azure Lane fit into this? Because
whilst similar, the main issue there is that in Azure Lane, everything that happened IRL happened historically. The only real difference is shipbuilding is different. TM.
Yeah, I know, but because
And even then, not really, because they still have like big surface ships. However, the main difference there is that
also
plot
Azure Lane's
device and
very much
contrivances
separated
go
from
fuck
history.
yourself. It's not a good analogy.
But
like the fact that we've now got a whole bunch like the fact that Karga exists as both a battleship and a carrier theoretically at the same time, but not quite.
Don't forget Amagi.
I wasn't even bringing up Amagi yet.
anyway,
Because now we've got Amagi battlecruiser, dead Amagi, and Amagi carrier
moving swiftly
all
on.
at the same time.
Moving swiftly on. Your typical gunnery officer.
You just don't
asks-
like anime.
Your typical. Oh, so actually, it is a. No, who says I don't like anime? I love anime.
Can we please?
1931 asks if the two Queen Elizabeth class had used Harrier 2s, or Sea Harrier 2s, I assume he means, before the F-35Bs as was likely intended, would that allow the RN to keep the capability it lost after the Invincible class were retired?
Why would they use Harrier
Yeah.
2s?
He presumably means
Because Harrier
Sea
2s are
Harriers.
better.
No, the reason why I say why Harrier 2s is because at that point, why aren't we using AV-16?
Because they're not
'Cause
British?
They are though.
No,
Right,
they're American.
Right, Fleet, let me explain. AV-16 that we currently have is American. But at one point during the development cycle, later down the line of the Harriers, the Americans basically said, you know how we helped you with the Harriers? Would you be up for a joint project to make basically the next generation Harrier, which was going to be the AV-16 for the Americans? Britain then basically told them politely where to go, because we had our various problems at the time. And then you get what's currently the AV-16/Harrier 2. The one that they wanted to go with was a far better design overall. But since there wasn't national accomplishments, they decided against it.
So, here's the thing. What you're essentially describing is future GR programs. I will remind people that the final iteration of British Harrier was, I believe, the GR9A. When it comes down to it, there probably wouldn't be a joint one. We'd just make a new GR, because that was, I believe, the version that we were using anyway.
And then base a new Sea Harrier off that to put on the QEs as first its only asset, and then supplementing the F-35s, which would give the.
I see Big O.
Which would mean the F-35s could be used for fleet defense, and the Harriers could do naval strike.
I'm trying to find this fucking question. I can't.
Hey, I got complimented in warships.
Hey,
Nice. But I don't think it'd actually help though in terms of about the whole thing of losing, because there's still the very long period where we're not operating a carrier and such.
he's got a point there,
Like,
you know.
I don't think it actually makes much of a difference overall, really. Unfortunately.
Look, the 1990s are hell in the UK.
Yeah.
Like there's Russia.
And
the thing is, like what
no
happened?
amount of carriers.
Yeah.
It all started
Yeah,
when
as-
East and
also
West
as Knight-
Germany reunited and crashed the British economy.
As
He never
Knight's also
recovered.
pointing out, the current one the US use, the current Harrier 2 is the AV-8B instead of the AV-16.
Yeah.
Like, AV-16 actually, looking at what they wanted it to be, was actually quite a good plane. But, yeah. Various issues pop up along
Yeah,
the way.
Hood, I'm not doing the everyone ping until either
You actually
Dr.
get,
Clark
you know,
or...
Oh, that's
other
what you've
important.
gotten up to. Fuck me.
Yeah, it takes them a while. But yes, well done, Bishtron, for at least posting Big O. So few people know about that show. Very good show. Very
EA
confusing
Harrier
ending.
2 and US AV-8B Harrier 2. Yeah, it's what we thought.
It is indeed a legend, but
So
few know.
your typical gunnery officer asks, if Halsey didn't turn his Task Force 34 southwards during the Battle of Cape Engano to try and intercept Kurita, and instead focus solely on engaging Ozawa's forces, do you think Lee's battleship force could sink Issei Hyuga and the Japanese carriers and probably the other ships in the formation? Yes, handedly, without a doubt.
what are you saying Hyuga gonna do, sorry?
They've still got 8 guns, but
What are
it's
they
not going to even be a fight.
also known as modern fast battleship, go burr.
Basically.
Also, like, I'll point out, it's motherfucking Ching Li.
Yeah!
What did he do to Kirishima again?
It's gone, mate.
Battle of...
Yes, I'm pretty sure. Was it Kirishima?
You've battle
Yeah.
carriers at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was with secondary guns, by the by.
Yeah, so that is battle. Also, doesn't this mean he has like 12 battleships technically that he could?
He's playing
utilize?
around with like
Most
6
of
or
the
7
US
at least.
Yeah, he's got most of the US's fast battleships.
He's looking at this and thinking, "Oh damn!
Yeah,
I wish I had a place to keep all these fucking
he's
trophies."
literally got the New Jersey. Like,
The only thing that's coming out of this is that Kurita is being like, "Damn, this guy's hacking."
yeah, doesn't the
It is
battleship?
literally
The battleship force.
No,
which
no, no, no,
designates
no,
Task
no,
Force
no, we're
34
not-
consists of 4
no, we're not
battleships,
talking-
5 cruisers, and 14 destroyers.
No, Hood, we're not talking about him fighting Kurita. He's fighting Azawa. Kurita's just down there fighting Taffy 3 having a good time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so like Azawa probably doesn't live to see it. Frankly, he's probably going to die in the first salvo because Ching Li has decided he's identified the flagship, and literally fucking pilot snipes him with a 5-inch.
It's
with
also
a 5-inch 38 himself.
It's also, battleships fighting carriers.
we saw kind of how that went with, funnily enough, Taffy 3. And again, like, the main reason that some of the Taffy 3 ships survived as long as they did was because they were so unarmored that the shots were just going through them and weren't
there we go.
properly detonating.
Right.
Well, wasn't that
so
partly
I'd like
because the Japanese went full retard and
Right,
decided
so this is
to fire AP at destroyers?
So this is the Battle of Cape Anago, I believe the question mentioned. So that is both Iowa and New Jersey.
The Black
At
Dragon
least-
has come to play, and she is
The indomitable
not
Black
taking
Dragon
shit.
wants to see you. She wants to appease her honey. Like,
I appreciate that reference.
Also, Sidonis has created the all-forward Yamato, and I am here for it. I love it.
I think
There's a whole bunch of
God,
that-
I was behind, Fleet.
Right, that rear
I
most,
have to be hours behind. Somebody's got to make
Yeah.
sure I know where we
That
are.
rear,
It's
that
why-
rear
it's
most
why
guy
I
needs
try
to
and
flip
stay at the beginning.
around. But anyway, yeah. So when
is
it,
it rear or forward facing? Sorry, it's
they,
been a while.
they need to be forward facing.
Yeah, there
Rear
was a design
facing
for it
main
rear,
guns
there was a
do not
design
work
for it
that
rear
well.
facing, but I
Yeah.
definitely prefer it when it's forward.
Doesn't work that well. Does not work that well. And it doesn't really save that much
Oh,
either.
sorry. Also, I actually missed something there.
It's just
No,
an
he doesn't-
inefficient
there's more
way to
than
use the
just-
space.
There's more than just the 2 Iowas. He's also got South Dakota and Massachusetts potentially at his command.
Oh, yeah, he's got almost all the fast battleships the US has in play right with him.
That's like, what do those Japanese forces even do at that?
I think the question is, do you think
How
any of the
badly
Japanese ships
murked do they
actually
get?
escape?
No, that's
No.
so slow.
The answer is probably not.
No,
it's
you've got,
probably
like,
a
some
full
of the
team wipe.
You've got the
If the
US
carriers
carriers
know,
as
oh,
well. You've got the
God,
US carriers
run
there,
away.
right behind them, literally half an hour steaming away. It's like 5 minutes to get their aircraft into the fight.
Yeah.
What was the
Yeah.
phrase? It's the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot, but this is the Cape Anago Turkey Shoot.
Except this time it's battleships doing the turkey shooting.
I'll
It's
actually
genuinely
play
going to be
this
a
game for more
toss
than
up of
killing-
like who gets the first blood. Is it going to be the battleships or the carriers going to be like, I want to go? Mum said it's my turn on the IJ.
You had your turn with Musashi, let us have a go.
Yeah, honestly, Iowa might actually get a claim to fame more than shooting a training ship. A number of Americans I've heard bragging that Iowa sunk a enemy ship, whereas most of us was like, yeah, but it was a Katorai, and she's a training ship. I love Katorai, but
Meanwhile, they're pinning the 11th Battlestar on fucking New Jersey.
but yes, so
So
that is a slaughter, basically.
Not even a question. It's literally just a Lamau. Next question.
So let me just check YouTube. Here we go. From Knight 6831, would a 15,500 to 18,000 ton treaty cruiser with 8-inch guns have been the best option for everyone at the treaty if the limit could not be made 10-inch guns? Yes, absolutely, because what you've got there is a ship that is immune to its own guns, fast, and long-ranged. You've basically got the perfect 8-inch cruiser.
15,500 to 18,000 was that, sorry.
Yes, with 8-inch guns.
Give me a moment.
Best option for
Design
everyone at
scheme
the
scheme.
treaty. if the limit could not be made 10-inch. Yeah, no, you've basically hit upon the perfect 8-inch cruiser for the
Basically, all the signatures for the treaty.
yeah.
The only ones that aren't going to appreciate it is possibly the Italians and the French.
Yeah,
Possibly.
because that's
In
gonna.
part because they're going to be like, they're not fast enough.
Yeah, because basically what you've got there is you can actually, because obviously as we find out later, you can actually create a good 8-inch cruiser on 10,000 tons. The tech's just got to get to 1932.
Yeah.
Whereas
George Stephenson cruisers.
Yeah, whereas with this tonnage, an 8-inch guns is the limit. You can build a balanced 8-inch cruiser, in 1922-23.
So, this here. There was already a design, which I'm going to always bring that because I love it and it causes people psychological damage.
No.
Like, the 10,000-ton design C cruiser, 9 18-inch guns, 34 knots potentially.
Whoa. 9 watts?
9 8-inch guns in 3
Okay, you said 18, so I was confused.
Sorry. Yeah, yes, it's a cruiser with 18-inch guns.
That's why I was confused.
Yeah.
Baby Yamato.
Give it, like, there's a lot of very good designs at this point, which, if you gave them that extra tonnage,
Oh, I wish I could find
makes
it as
them
easily,
really
but,
good.
But a user on the Discord, What Is Moo, designed an all-gun forward successor to the Royal Navy's counties. And it looks a little like that. The superstructure is moved back a bit to allow more spacing between the guns. But yeah, it's something that you can do. And for things like heavy cruisers, particularly, probably the best option.
Yeah, like, honestly, that just allows for some
Because
very good
I will
cruiser
remind
design.
people, the traditional use of a heavy cruiser is primarily as a raider. Whether that's convoy raiding or force raiding. Force raiding essentially being what most of the American cruisers early on in the Pacific War were doing. Where they were going out and roughing up Japanese squadrons. So yeah, when it comes to it, this just works. To borrow a phrase from a liar, it just works.
Oh lord, it's that man.
We speak badly of our Lord and Savior, Monsieur Legrand, Lord Howard.
I'll call him a dick because he is one.
Oh, I can't use the soundboard in here. That sucks. I have to change that.
It just works.
No,
Yeah.
I like my things
It just
unsoundboarded,
works. It
please.
just works. Niet.
Yeah, give me access to soundboard, please.
No.
Please.
And then,
You
of
know,
course,
I'm
we've got
glad
a
both
question.
me and Fleet agreed on that one.
Yeah.
Right, next one. Fleet, go before she
Chris,
keeps going-
what if the
before she starts
IJN
talking.
made a medium 37 40mm copy and replaced them on their ships? Now, this is an interesting story. The Japanese
Which
actually,
37?
the Japanese actually had a 40mm, actually had some captured 40mm Bofors guns and some 40mm Bofors left over from some of their conquests in China. The thing is, though, you have to remember the state of Japanese industry at the time. Japanese industry is pulled 25 different ways, fighting an industrial war against powers much greater than them. And they don't have much spare capacity. The 25mm is in service and is being built. To work up a 40mm gun would require a new production line, new factories, new toolings, new jigs, more resources. It's time, resources, and manpower the Japanese can't spare. So they just keep building more and more Type 20, more and more 25mm. If they put the resources and effort required to get a 40mm gun working and in production in reasonable scale, to put them on their ships, as in a modern 40mm gun, you're looking at a reduction in productive capacity in the 25mm gun, which will mean that for a period from about for a 2 to 3 year period, you'll have less 25mm available, which will lead to a net.
Which, strictly speaking, for the Japanese at the time, they're not going to like, but with hindsight, will do them a world of good.
Also, forgive me if I'm wrong with this, but didn't the Beaufort's 40mm have issues because it required, especially early on,
Yep.
really high quality gun steel.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah,
And the Japanese won't be able to work around that by just throwing industrial
I
capacity
know
at
by
it.
the end of the war they actually had got a production line basically set up, but this is late 45. And
Yeah, this is-
Late
yes,
45,
but
and it
the
was
reason-
a very low capacity one.
Yeah, this is what I'm
Right.
talking about. This is because the Japanese made the correct decision, which was to not sacrifice having anti-aircraft guns that function in large numbers now, rather than having a 40mm gun in some capacity 2 years from the end of the war.
2 years hence.
Yeah,
Like,
it was.
as he just points out, they do actually have a 40mm gun before this, which is basically, well, it's literally the pom-poms the British gave them as a reverse engineered, but
The issue there is that
They're pom-poms.
no,
hey, pom-poms aren't actually a bad gun.
no, it's more the fact that the way that the Japanese build them and the materials that the Japanese have available means that it's not super serviceable.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
to mention
honestly-
the fact that Japanese ammunition is also worse on
Yeah,
a metric
and going-
scale to
Right.
everything.
like
This
one of the
tends to
things.
be a
One of the
question
things.
just asked, but also, should we add into this? Sorry, Fleet, what you're saying, because Wellesley's asking. So, what if Japan actually had proper Bofors 40 mils?
Again, you've got the. It depends on when they have them, and is it the. And again, if it's proper Bofors, then they are going to be slow to build, artisanal creations like the original 40mm was for the Americans. Ripped off all the bells and whistles and spent a good deal of money and effort turning it into a mass-producible spam machine, which is really not going to fit with what the Japanese need. Here's the thing that a lot of people miss. Now that we all like to shit on the 25mm, all right? We all
Rightly
like,
so.
yeah,
For valid reasons.
but here is the thing.
Well, actually,
No,
the
here
25
is-
mil is
here is-
very good.
Here is the thing. It is, ironically enough, a case of Japanese industrial planning working quite well. The 25mm is not a good anti-aircraft gun. What it is an anti-aircraft gun that can have ammunition fed through it with relative ease, doesn't jam that often, and can be relied upon and produced in numbers to cover Japanese warships with it. It is a gun that is available in numbers, and in numbers can do a job. That
Better
is
to have something that's bad in numbers and actually on it than
exactly.
Which is
know,
which
it's
is
not.
the entire point that Fleet is making.
yeah, which is it's understandable, but I don't think that's an excuse for the 25mm on it.
It-
No, it isn't.
The only thing I can
I mean,
say
it
though
is though.
because this question
there's
actually
no
also meant-
alternative.
it's not.
There is no alternative.
The other part of this question does mention what if they had the 37mm as a copy?
Which 37
It-
millimeter?
I'm
It
assuming
doesn't-
they're referring to the German 37.
It doesn't
Oh,
matter.
no.
It really doesn't
37.
matter what the gun is. They will still have to develop it for mass production. They will still run into the same problems I have already stated. They will still have to revert to the 25mm because they will not have the resources and industrial capacity to work up a production line for these guns in any reasonable numbers without massively reducing the number of 25mm available, and that is not an option. This is why
Honestly, it
the
might
40mm
honestly, actually, I do think you're slightly oversaying just how much they had to have the time, because they actually could have set up another production line.
What are you
for a different
sacrificing? What are you sacrificing?
25, a portion of the 25mm production.
That's not acceptable.
Okay, yeah,
It is.
because the man hours on the Bofors, especially
I'm not
the
talking
ones the
about the
Japanese
Bofors.
have access to, for a 40mm gun is batshit insane. Production hours, man hours wise. The simplified Bofors, the really simplified Bofors the Americans end up using initially, it's more reasonable, but compared to stuff like the pom-pom, the German 37, the autocannon version of 37, not the fucking bolters, you actually get some of that man hours wise they could pull off if it was a gradual, like slowly consuming
This is what-
25mm production
This is what
line.
I'm saying. Like, you start
Like
a
what
secondary
happened
line
to the Oligan.
early. Yeah, you start a secondary production line early. You sacrifice some production of the 25mm because keep in mind, at the beginning, they weren't as concerned about sticking 25mm on absolutely everything. It wasn't spam as many of the guns out as possible. This is good enough. It's only later do you see, right, now we cannot afford to divert any production to another gun.
It's possible.
When it's a case of so if they manage to do it early enough, and I'm not saying make it a Bofors. I'm saying just work on a different set of guns than the 25 mil.
It's
Honestly, to try and highlight something, I also quite like the idea. Sorry, I'm having to tap out. The idea of having to, instead of making a 40 mil, making a 37 mil, because by this point the Japanese are in the Axis powers, and as we see, there was a degree of technology sharing between Axis powers. It's not that far-fetched for either the German or even the Breda 37 mils to see
if the
testing by the Japanese.
If the Breda 37 is tested and adopted in 1942, that I can see gradually filtering in numbers that won't affect the 25 mil. But it'll be a slow, gradual input, and it will be only on the highest value ships.
Also,
and
I
again,
can actually see them wanting the German actual 20 mil might also be a viable alternative.
The problem with that is
the German 20 mil is actually very good.
It's a fantastic gun.
Man-hours.
It's a fantastic gun. The problem is that at that point you are talking about switching the light AA gun that the Japanese are building. No, it is no.
Which I don't think's actually the worst of ideas.
It is
for
a
later
terrible.
builds.
It is a terrible idea.
Yeah. Not if you actually do pre-planned production of how this is. You're not thinking I want this now. It's I want these to now be in enough numbers to equal and exceed in a couple of years' time, because you can get the German 20 mil very early and quickly.
Remember, the Germans have the flak pan. I remember the flak Panzer One.
Are we making this argument in the sense that it's going to be more interims ideas, or for
perhaps
proliferation?
If it does turn proliferation, maybe. But I'd see them more going, this is a good gun. How do we make our own?
Yeah,
better
I would personally
want our
see
own
it
homemade
more,
version.
I would personally see it more as we're going to make a quick homemade version for an interim weapon whilst we wrangle the kinks out of this 37 mil that looks really good and works well.
Yeah, because keep in mind the German 20 mil was already effective by 1934, and we know it's a very effective gun then. It does get more
as
effective
I recall,
later,
the only thing that changed was fire control system.
and also they also made it longer. They gave it a longer barrel.
Yeah.
So
Which again, doesn't change all that much when you're looking at a manufacturing standpoint.
And also, honestly, the German quad 20 mount would fit in the same mount as a triple 25 mil.
Yeah, it would be a little heavier, I think. A little heavier, but they can fit on the same mounts and are roughly the same size.
And again, I don't think they would be permanently using this for. I think they'll probably make some own modifications. And this isn't saying immediately give up on the 25 mil, just stop production. It's slowly.
Work on.
Hell,
on
maybe give the IJA the 25 mil, and you keep this nice new 20 mil.
That could work, I suppose. I'm just given Japan's industrial situation. I'm very apprehensive about anything that will disrupt line production.
I entirely agree with you, Fleet. It is a problem.
When it comes to alt history like this, you know me, folks. I like to play safe. I very much like to play safe.
I understand that, but I also enjoy going a little bit further.
Were you able to hear the part of the conversation about the 20 mil? And
I heard of most of it.
Yeah.
All right.
As for also, what's it called? What's the name? Sorry, C Dollars brings up the 30 mil Type 5.
Yeah. Also, I have news. Dr. Clark is on his way.
Nice.
Yippee.
When was the? I'm trying to figure out even when the Type 5 30 mil.
And when he gets
here, the Type 5 is worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also it comes out so much later. I believe.
It's also just not good.
Yeah, and also when he gets here,
it's a modification of It's a modification of the Type 2, which is basically a copy of the Orlican. Except, what if we make a 30 mil Orlican?
The reason why Japan didn't adopt the Orlican is fairly simple, because they just decided that the production delays weren't worth it. And to be fair, they were probably right.
I do think Orlican's a pretty meh weapon, to be honest.
It's still better than the 25 mil.
It's not a bad anti-aircraft gun. It's just
The thing is, compared to the 25 mil in a double mount, which can occupy a similar space to an Oerlikon, because the 25 mil double mount is actually a fairly compact mount, and it can occupy the same space as roughly a single Oerlikon plus a little change. Compared to a 20 mil Oerlikon, a dual 25 puts out a similar rate of rounds downrange. So what's the point?
Then I would then also once again go back to, but now let's look at what they could get. Some of the Myras or Rheinmetall 20 mils. Yes, let's replace those triple.
Now you are really clutching at straw.
No, I'm not. Because how? This is literally the whole thing we were just talking about. Considering the 20 mil from Germany came into actual service in 34,
We're never going to
and was
get
being in
anywhere.
production since 30. We know they would. Honestly, if we're going off the actual 38, which came in 1938, Japan could still get it then and still have time. If we go off the earlier one, they could get it even earlier. Make their own modification, they could get a quad 20 mil setup probably pretty easily. And again, now imagine Yamato, but instead of those triple 25 mils, but replace all of those with quad 20s, replace the twins with triple 20 mils. All that is a lot of DACA. And also, I'm pretty sure actually the German 20 mil got better ranging than the actual 25 mil on average.
It does.
So you've got a better AA envelope. And I agree, yours is definitely the playing safe. Mine's the, can we have a bit of fun with this and still keep it feasible?
And this is why I love Ramblings, because we have everyone's point of view and everyone gets a fair shake. Except when Fleet's angry.
Anyway, I think that's very well answered.
Then nobody gets a fair shake.
Draken and Hood get to speak to you with facts and logic. I just get to shout at you.
And I shout right back.
No, don't
Yes,
worry.
yes, we do.
I have not yet managed to shout.
Good.
I don't want to hear you.
I know.
I've
I like
heard
your
Hood
voice
shout.
as it is.
And also,
not it.
I've been told explicitly I'm not allowed to repeat what
Okay.
Foxo calls you. So moving on.
I've decided
So
Japan should have just adopted the Soviet anti-aircraft gun.
I thought you were. I thought for a second there, I thought you were going to pull out some crazy Dutch wonder weapon.
And Guy
from-
is the insane option.
Just setting up the production line out to stealing everything.
So,
Oh.
hold on. As I recall,
Stop!
as I recall, the Soviet 25 mil was based on the Hodgkiss.
Oh please, no, we're done, we're done.
Which, when
we
you look at things,
no,
the Japanese 25 was also based on the Hodgkiss.
no, we're done.
It's come
Moving
full
on.
circle. It's like a
Moving
poem.
on.
It fucking rhymes.
So we've got So we've done that. We've
That
done
was-
that. It's
that
time
was a
for a
YouTube
YouTube
one, I
question.
No, that was a
Knight
you.
68
Sorry, no, that was Discord.
No, Knight 6831 for Cunningham. How does 325 not refit QEs alter things in the med? So what if all three of the QEs well, that's actually yes. Hello.
Sorry, what was that?
Hello,
What are QEs in the med?
Italian Navy. You can't run anymore. Cower.
Yeah. How much does 25 not refit?
Basically,
Italians cry in a corner.
yeah.
Can we get out-
Cunningham's
can we
very
get our
happy.
Latorios?
Cunningham is very, very happy in the early war
I'm
period.
not going to lie. Cunningham is also in a position to now absolutely look at the entire Mediterranean and think,
This is my operating theatre now.
I'm going to rename this Lake Victoria 2. Or Lake Elizabeth. Fuck it. The Mediterranean is now a British possession. Who dares oppose this?
At least until the Litorios appear, then the balance sort of limits back to normal.
Even then, when it comes down to it, the Litorios are drip feeding into the Mediterranean, right?
And then, of course, Taranto comes along and says, "Nah, mate."
Here's the point, though. Taranto fucks with the Italian fleet in general. The Litorios are being drip fed out of their shipyards. At which point, Cunningham's fast squadron can just jump them on their own at night and just run away giggling whilst these new battleships sink or limp away and spend the next dozens of months in repairs, diverting men and material from the builds, or then just being neglected, which continues to keep the Mediterranean fleet in very good order. This is probably Cunningham's wettest dream, because he can sit in the med, beat the shit out of the Italians, and then when the new ships come along, jump them at night
and beat the shit out of the Italians again.
with Prince Philip manning searchlights on each of the ships, because he can do that apparently.
Big kaboom.
Also, to be fair, these refit QEs already have radar, so they don't mind if it's night.
That's my point. Not only has the Royal Navy been doing night fighting for the past, century at least at that point, let alone with new guns and newfangled technologies to make night fighting even more terrifying. They can just sit outside of visual range, sneak up with radar, pop on the searchlight to confuse these poor Italians, and then blow them out of the water.
Brackman's asking, at this point, would there be any reason why you wouldn't just try and bombard the yards from long range at night?
Yes.
Aircraft.
Yeah, aircraft.
Planes.
Submarine.
Planes are scary still, yeah.
If submarine exists in coastal water, you take battleship into coastal water, you die.
I know the Italian Navy is a bit of a joke half the time, but they do genuinely have some good designs. And also
They have some decent
are
design.
actually pretty good.
Honestly,
This is also why I'm having Cunningham's new fast squadron ambush these ships alone at night, where the only thing that's going to be up is a watch commander and a watch crew, with most of the crew either not being on the ship because it's so close to the coast, or being asleep, meaning that as soon as action stations are sounded,
it's already too late.
It's too late.
Because the thing is, if that Littorio is alert or is cruising at night with a full crew, that Littorio is going to hurt them before it dies.
Yeah. It might get really badly unlucky, and most of its guns or its electrics are knocked out in the first salvo because the three QEs are so fucking close and have dialed in the range with their radar so precisely, because at this point they've probably been using it for a while. That first salvo of quick maths, 24 15-inch shells flying through the air at surprise notice is going to be fucking devastating.
Honestly, also, you've once again, when they realised, wait a moment, did we just order a carrier to open fire? Wait, why do we have a carrier in the battle line again?
But why
does this keep happening?
What I will point out, is that despite the Italian Navy gets a lot of rubbish thrown at it, given the situation they had,
they genuinely have some good stuff.
And also given the situation they had, fuel shortages and everything, they fought the
Italian Navy.
They fought a good war. Given all the circumstances.
Yeah.
When it comes down to it, if you want to compare the two, the Italians did far more than the German Navy did in terms of sheer ballsiness.
And honestly,
as well as making
over the Captain Romani's.
They also, when it came down to it, made a bloody good showing with what they had, and what they had was not brilliant to start out with. They made things better.
I will point out
that are some of the best ships to see in the Mediterranean.
In terms of naval theatres, the Mediterranean is the only theatre where there are points where the Axis, if they play their cards right, can win navally.
Yeah.
The issue
and it's almost exclusively down to the Italian Navy.
Yeah.
The issues the Italian Navy have is they're fighting Andrew motherfucking Cunningham.
The Italians pulled off a coup.
One of the best admirals of the war.
Yeah, there was a 6-month period where the Italians could have dominated the Mediterranean, invaded Malta, and basically
they nearly fucking did.
But knowing Malta though, they'll give just as good as they.
Oh no, they will do. But the thing is, if the Italians had learned the truth that the two battleships had actually been sent to the bottom of Alexandria and were out of action for 6 to 12 months. The Italians would have called the Germans and said, "Bring us the Fallschirmjäger. We're going in on Malta, boys.
Give us the Fallschirmjägers and all squadrons of Stukas, and we will take Malta and turn it into Fort Emmanuel III or whatever."
Yeah, but knowing Malta, they'll just go right. So we've got this thing ready. Fire the 100-ton gun.
No, the problem is that Malta is tough. I'll give it that. I know, I'm aware.
No,
Malta...
sorry, no, Fleet.
Imagine
the poor face of that Stuka pilot as the 100-ton gun fires at him.
Or anything trying to get close to it, because even at this point, the 100-ton gun fire. Let's see if I can find the exact.
I don't know if any of you have seen the Little Wars TV Battle of Malta video.
17.72 inches, by the way.
Yeah.
450
I'm trying to
millimeters.
figure out just how heavy the actual round is.
Yeah. For any of you that
2,000
pounds or 910
So almost
kilograms.
a 900 kilogram big ball is going to hurt anything that comes.
Oh no,
close.
it's not a ball. It's a shell. It's an armor-piercing
It's a
shell.
proper shell.
Yeah.
Okay, so that makes it even worse.
High explosive, armor penetrating shrapnel shells.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But yeah,
You
the
can
thing is,
imagine them
the thing
giving
is
it a go.
so quickly, who here has seen Little Wars TV's episode on the invasion of
No,
Malta?
I
not a
actually
clue.
have not,
Nope.
unfortunately.
Well, anyway, so it's a invasion by Fallschirmjäger troops in force, with a small harbour also available if they capture it to bring in additional supplies. But one of the factors in that is constant worries about the British fleet showing up in force to stop them, as in sufficient force to stop them and drive off the Italian navy. If this happens when the Italians know those two battleships are at the bottom of Alexandria Harbour,
Back in a moment.
there is not going to be that fear. The Italian fleet can operate without being worrying about a force that's large enough to actually drive it off and win appearing. If Malta will fall. And if Malta falls, that opens up a massive can of worms.
Counterpoint: the British were very entrenched in some very heavily built
Oh,
fortresses.
it's honestly going to be a toss-up as to whether the ground forces can take it themselves,
Yeah,
without
because-
without the Italians doing a lot of shore bombardment, whilst say
Constant air raids from...
yeah, it's honestly going to be a very, very messy fight for everybody.
Yeah, it's going to be a short fight, a bloody fight, and a messy
It's going to
fight.
be a long one.
No,
it's going to be quite long.
Because fleet, with like the old, especially places like Valletta, where you've got the massive fortress that the city is built around. That's got the massive underground tunnel network.
It's more a point of like when it shakes out, the Italian Navy can continuously shore bombard until they run dry ammunition, and or are resupplied locally or run back to get more bullets. The thing that's going to really cinch it is the fact that the Luftwaffe, frankly, as historically, are going to have to be doing constant bombing runs, which is going to whittle down
this
their
is the
aircraft
thing.
because
If
Malta is covered in weapons.
Yeah, if the
They're going to make the Luftwaffe pay for every inch of sky they cross.
The thing that gets me, and I think is going to decide it, is if because some of the troops are scaling the cliffs. I think there's 3 divisions scaling the cliffs on the western side.
I don't think it's going to be like the Little Wood video.
Well, either way,
Right.
I think it's
Wait,
gonna.
have
I
you
think
seen Lindy Bager's video on Malta?
yes, I have. I'm aware. It's a horrible island with horrible terrain. However, it basically comes down to can they catch the majority of British troops outside the city and engage them outside the city before they have a chance to withdraw into it. If they can, there's a chance they can seize Malta. If they can't, the siege of Malta will last so long that the British will be able to bring their navy out in force after 12 months.
Hell, you might see Force H or elements of the home fleet scramble to try and dislodge the Italian fleet.
They might do, but that's gonna... Yeah, it's basically the Arabs have to make a choice. Do they hope that the Maltese defenders can hold out long enough for the ships to be repaired? Or... Because if they pull that, that is going to be an opening for German surface raiders.
I think it's mostly going to be hello, Dr. Clark.
Oh, hey! He's here! He's here!
So Malta's stocked and provisioned for this outcome.
Yeah,
they've got the rounds.
When it comes to it,
they've got the men.
When it comes to it, I think that in a desperate show of trying to control the situation, Home Fleet's going to send some backup.
Possibly. But either way, either way, we've got off topic here. We need to keep moving forward.
No, this is mostly on topic. What happens if there are 3 25-knot QEs rocking around in the Mediterranean? The Italian Navy gets fucked. Is what happens.
Yeah, we know that. Yeah, we got that. But we were into our side topic, so we're.
Oh, I thought okay, yeah.
Yeah, we got sidetracked.
Hello.
In what scenario is Malta falling? Why is anyone trying to scale those cliffs and not getting killed by the about 60 machine gun posts which cover them? 2, you keep talking about the outer forces who are trying to retreat to the city and retreat into it. Malta isn't big enough. They'll already be in the city.
Oh no, that was Foxo,
There's
not me.
space for them outside. They're not retreating
No,
to
it's
the
you that
city.
brought it up.
There's nowhere else for them to be.
Yeah,
In the
Malta
nicest way, Malta is a nightmare. If even the fascist Italians are going, no. Even Nazi Germany looks at it and goes, no. All these organisations which do all sorts of wing and a prayer operations, and sometimes they even succeed and pull them off, are looking at Malta and going, Lord, no.
Well, but someone's got to
A
try.
general actually turned around to Hitler and said, we cannot do that, and Hitler accepted it.
Okay.
That's how bad it was.
All right.
Honestly, I'm curious about what Clark's opinion on the
There
whole
are-
fortified
There are
fast battleship
easier
section would
ways
be.
to wipe out your entire land force attacking Malta than attacking Malta.
People, I get it.
Actually, hold on,
Easier.
Dr. Clark. I think a better way of doing that is attacking the rock. That is how you quickly you'd wipe out your attacking force quicker attacking the rock than Malta. Because holy shit!
It's when you realise the 9.2-inch guns can fire down.
Okay. All right. Okay, we're gonna put this to bed because I have something else that needs putting to bed. Because
Fleet just
it'll
hasn't been
be
put to bed, it's been put in the ground.
anyway. Look, Dr. Clark, the panel and myself had a question about Bismarck being armed with 11-inch guns, aka the Scharnhorst 11-inch guns.
I thought we were doing the.
No,
That was a question.
because Knight,
let Clark-
because Knight has said, quote, I'm quoting from YouTube. Knight says, Dr. Clark, please explain to Fleet why a Revenge would mission kill an 11-inch gun armed Bismarck. Now, before you say anything, the panel basically said that yes, an 11-inch armed Bismarck isn't as good as a 15-inch armed Bismarck, but the Bismarck's captain has to be monumentally stupid to allow himself to be mission killed by the Revenge. A Revenge is
In the
physically.
nicest way,
A Revenge is
if you're
physically.
armed with no, it depends what you classify as a mission kill, right? The trouble is, for mission kill, if you're a German surface raider in World War II, is if your sensors are damaged, i.e. your superstructure, your turrets are in any way damaged, so you can't use either the fore or aft turrets.
Yeah.
So you're down to half your armament. Or if your steering is damaged. Any of those qualify as a mission kill because you've got nowhere to go.
Yeah, what we basically.
So using that as the criteria,
yeah,
if you do get into a stand-up fight with a Revenge, it can theoretically cause a mission kill on your superstructure.
Yeah, we said that, but what we said is Bismarck should not be going around getting into stand-up gunfights with Revenge class battleships.
No,
she should be
this
kiting
is this is the whole point.
So this is why the panel said tonight that, look, we get what you're saying, but what we are saying is, yes, the Revenge physically has the capability to do this, but Bismarck will fire some extreme range salvos at the Revenge, say, look at me, engage me, follow me, engage me, and hope to God that the Revenge...
distraction type thing.
Yeah, so that whatever ship she's with, either a Hipper or a Scharnhorst, can get in and savage the convoy.
The trouble is, and the sheer problem for the Germans when they were doing this, and they did quite quickly work out whenever they did try and play those games with an R-Class, and Scharnhorst and Gneisenau did try and play that game, is the R-Class captains knew all well and good they couldn't catch them, so they didn't leave the convoy. They knew they'd have to come to them. And as long as they come to them, they can also do extreme range shots, and they might miss, they might hit, they don't really care.
Yeah.
The fact is they can do extreme range back.
Yeah, this is what we were saying, though.
We did bring this exact point up in that any captain worth their salt would not get baited like this.
Yeah, and so we said then the Bismarck, Bismarck and her escort will just leave. Yeah. They'll leave. They'll go to a convoy without an R-Class, if they're smart. If they can't lure the R-Class away, they'll...
Yes, but the trouble is the time they take luring the R-Class away could be just enough time for the heavy escort group to find them.
Oh no, we're aware of that. That's why we say, yeah, true. But at that point, then it's not the R-Class. Yeah.
For the R-Class, victory for the R-Class is actually keeping them on the convoy. So the R class might actually fake like it's being drawn away and then not be drawn away. Anything to keep them around the convoy for longer. A clever captain in the R class could play all sorts of little games for them.
Yeah, I suppose that technically, it's one of those things where it's yes, Knight's right, but also we're right at the same time, but we're all right because it's all down to circumstance.
And basically, it requires either the Germans be a complete idiots or the British be savants who have suddenly got, I don't know, Rodney-style levels of overdrive on their R-class engines, which is very unlikely.
So basically, what you're saying is the R-class itself, if both sides are smart, won't mission kill Bismarck, but Bismarck will likely get the hammer brought down on it by something else coming over the horizon 5 minutes later. Yeah, so there we are.
The first thing they do is basically report Bismarck sighted.
Yes, and there is actually a caveat here. There was an R class which could have done that, which could have done a mission kill at extreme range on Bismarck. It was Royal Oak,
but then she
sunk in harbour.
Yeah,
she lost in Scarborough Flow. The one R class which had the full fire control upgrades, so could do some really interesting long range shooting, is the one which lost at Scarborough Flow.
Yeah.
Because a certain gentleman called Winston Churchill, when he was Chancellor, stopped the money being spent on upgrading the defences of Scarborough Flow.
Ah, Churchill.
And concreting.
There we go. There he is.
It's like, it's like when people sort of point to World War II with him and go, "Oh yes, he caused the famine in India," and go, "Well, no, he didn't. In World War II, he doesn't cause the famine in India. In nice way, there's all sorts of." He didn't even make it worse. It's just the war made it worse. And frankly, there's not much he could do. And he did his best. Once he learnt about it, and the viceroy changed over and was aligned, he actually did his best to try and put food there. But the problem for him was, realistically, if you go back to the 20s, guess who's the chancellor who stops the investment in the Indian railways, which would have double tracked the line and made it far easier to send it by.
It was Churchill, wasn't it?
Yes! So, when people are blaming him because of his decisions in World War II, I go, no, there's nothing else he could really do in World War II. There's the merchant ships there's too much merchant ships being lost, there's too much Japanese action in the Indian Ocean, there's too many things going on, there's limits to what he can do. But if you want to blame him, you can blame him for his lack of investment in infrastructure about 20 odd years earlier. Then you can really blame him if you want to.
Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Hello, Drac.
Oh my goodness,
Hi,
it's
Drac.
here.
Fleet, why didn't you put
He
some
is
text in
here.
that message? You should have put some text that
I probably should have done. There we go. I fixed it.
You fool.
I promise.
Someone posted Sherman's regards. There we go.
I have no idea what time it is. If you hear me wandering off and snoring, that'll be because I've been awake since 3 o'clock in the morning Albany time. It's now 11:30 San Diego time, and apparently it's night time for you back in
It's
the
only
other side of
7:30. It's only 7:30.
Yeah, it's like 20 to 8 currently.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I all I know is I've been awake for about 14 hours, and the day is only just starting over here in San Diego, so I may just randomly talk.
You're making me feel bad now for dragging you out here.
Good.
No, don't worry. This is quite regular for me. This is quite often the core thing for bilge pumps of... Drac, are you awake? Where are you? Which time zone?
Okay, so, for those of you who are being dragged in by the everyone ping I just fired off into oblivion, welcome to Fleet's Random Ramblings, the Big 50. 50 weeks of me sitting here, opening my mouth and having drivel come out of it. So, there you go. We've got a good panel.
Did you
here
say
tonight.
drivel or dribble?
Drivel. Drivel.
Right.
D-R-I-V-A-L.
You sure? It sounded like dribble, didn't it, Foxo?
It was dribble.
Yes.
Oh, please.
It sounded like dribble.
Why did I introduce the pair of you? It's not stopped since you two... Oh.
It's utterly glorious.
Right.
I had a great time.
Where was I? Fleet.
Dribbling while dribbling.
Right. Fleet has to
that was
move
just
forwards.
a YouTube, was it? Or
That was a
Yeah, that was a YouTube one,
That was
I
a
think you just
YouTube
covered.
question, which was the 25. Yeah.
so I think it should be question 16 from
Yes, it is.
Gunnery Officer.
Which I'm actually quite glad we have Drac and Dr. Clark for, because I'm probably going to need a bit of help with this one.
Oh wait, regarding that question from about Cunningham with the 25 knotters. I need someone to make a parody of the Rhodes Colossus, but instead of Cecil Rhodes, it's Cunningham standing over the med.
Hey.
Honestly, I think if they could get away with it, they would.
Yeah.
Patchington, are you watching?
Yeah.
Patchington, that sounds up your street.
He's here.
Spiteful's here, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
He keeps, there. He keeps posting memes at least. Yep.
Okay, so let me keep cracking on. Where was I? Dr. Clark is being dogged. So,
that doesn't have the meaning you think it does, Fleet.
No, I just. Question 16.
Big fluffo doggo.
Question 16. What if somehow Ozawa's decoy carrier. What if somehow Ozawa's decoy force carrier aircraft, there we go, were sent to the wrong bearing because of wrong reports, which made Halsey never realise there's no Japanese carrier? Do you think he will send Task Force 34 to block the San Bernardino Strait? Or would both Task Group 38.3 and Task Group 38.4 be caught in a Taffy 3-like situation by Kurita's center force? Please tell me any of the two naval historians in the room know what these task forces mean, because I have no idea.
If Ozawa's force isn't detected, then at that point there's no reason for Halsey to move his formation north. Whether or not he puts Task Force 34 in the San Bernardino Strait is neither here nor there, because strictly speaking, after Sibian Sea, he thinks Kurita is retreating. So the placement of Task Force 34 is kind of contingent on how much Halsey thinks someone's coming that way, which of course we know historically he discounted that. However, even if he doesn't put Task Force 34 there, the entirety of his fleet, including Task Force 34, is going to be just to the northeast, which means that, assume worst case scenario and Kurita's force show up, transit the strait unopposed, and start attacking Taffy 3, Admiral Lee and his battleships and Mitra and his carriers are half an hour to an hour away from popping up and saying, hello, we're over here.
No, they're literally behind them. They're now between them and home. In the nicest way, that's a good way for the center force to get wiped out.
Mm-hmm.
The center force, basically,
if Kurita comes out and
works out better for the Americans.
Yeah, it's not a pretty scenario for center force at that stage.
Nope.
Basically, center force is going to be dealing with Taffy 3's aircraft. Then they're going to be dealing with the aircraft from Task Force 34, and then they're going to have the battleships turn up. Because at that scenario, there is no way you're going to keep Lee out of that fight. He's going to have radio malfunctions all the way.
So, next question is a YouTube question. I've been waiting for this one by Paul Amos. Which RN submarine type should the pre-World War II Admiralty have concentrated on? Which not to concentrate on, and how many would you want to be in service 1935 to 1939? Pre-war RN submarine types. Were the T-class a pre-war type? I keep forgetting.
They are. The S-class and U-class. Honestly, there's not one I really want to get rid of, because the S-class is a good all-rounder boat. The U-class is a great for inshore. And guess what? I wish there was more emphasis put on the U-class. There were more of them constructed prior to war. And the T-class were great ambush predators.
Can I?
So honestly, they all have their own roles. Okay, yes, I would probably like some of those roles to be combined in together and more of it. But the thing is, it's one of the scenarios you're dealing with. If you want a long-range sub that's going to ambush your opponents, you want a T-class. If you want a good submarine for the North Sea, North Atlantic coast, the Bay of Biscay, that sort of area, the S-class is usually better, and they're fairly good also in the Mediterranean and backing up the T-class on long-range patrols in the Indian Ocean and the Pacific South China Sea area. And the U-class are practically savants when you look at some of the stuff they get up to in the Mediterranean.
It's a really difficult one. For me, it's a really difficult one, because if you look at the way the war historically went for the Royal Navy submarine fleet, you have this wonderful force of big and relatively big fleet scale boats over in the Pacific, all ready to go after Japan. which then get hauled back into the Mediterranean and so forth
They take
by the
losses
outbreak
there,
of war in
don't they?
Europe. Well, they're not. You do not want a big sub operating in the Mediterranean, and also the kind of long distance patrol tactics that you'd use to hunt down the Japanese fleet is exactly the kind of tactics you don't use in the confined waters of the Mediterranean and the North Sea. So, on that basis, you'd want, with hindsight, you'd want a pre-war emphasis on the U-class or similar size subs because they're small, perfectly adapted for European and Mediterranean combat, and you can build stupidly large numbers of them and flood the area very quickly. Conversely, the T-class being the larger subs take longer to build and are far more useful as the war progresses into late 43, 44, 45, back in the Pacific, where they were supposed to be. At which point, if you don't have many T-class pre-war, you're really going to struggle to have a British submarine force of any significance in the Pacific at the end of the war, which would then logically indicate that you would actually want more T-class pre-war because you can rapidly build U-class during the war.
Yeah.
But that's also going to mean you suffer even higher losses at the beginning of the war because of the aforementioned fact that T-class aren't really all that suited for Mediterranean and European combat, which is where they're initially going to be placed. So it's kind of it's a real coin toss at that point.
There's a real. I think the question comes back in the end. In the end, the option, if you're really pushed, and if I was told I had to cancel one of the classes, I'd probably say I have to cancel the S class and use most of the resources to build more U class, and some resources to build more Ts to make up for it. But honestly, I don't want to do that because the S class are the good all-rounders, which do a really good job, as said, in the North Atlantic, North Sea, and Bay of Biscay, and also are fairly good at backing up the U-boats in the Mediterranean, and are fairly good at backing up the T-boats in the Pacific. And it's one of the problems of what you need actually is more subs. You don't really want to get rid of any of them. You need more subs. What you need is the Treasury to actually when a 10-year rule is supposed to end in 1932, to actually start relaxing it properly, not wait till about 1937 to actually relax it.
Yeah. I'd like to give a shout out to the mine-laying large submarine porpoise. She had a she was a good design and had a fantastic career in the Pacific, but she's not very well known. I think
the mine-laying subs had a good career.
I think
nice
more
way,
of
one
them.
of them was really nasty where she laid her mines.
Yeah, I think like 10 to 20 more mine layers, either based on porpoise or one of the others, might not have been a bad shout pre-war.
Well, the Grampuses, basically.
Yeah, more Grampuses.
I mean, that is kind of on the third mutated hand, the idea of just building an absolutely gargantuan fleet of mine layers who just saturate the Wilhelmshaven with every mine known to mankind, especially if they.
Yeah. Although I can't hear Grampus without thinking tugs.
I know, but I've just remembered you've got the Mark 10, which was then adapted into a depth charge, which is very much in the vein of Jellicoe's cruiser mine Mark 1 back in World War One.
Oh God.
2,000 pounds of Torpex or TNT, depending on what's available. Stick a bunch of those in like 24 Grampus class, and leave those gifts off of Wilhelmshaven, and watch what happens to the Kiel, and watch what happens to the German attempts to invade Norway.
Or alternatively, if you miss the chance to do that, leave those mines lovingly placed in the channels around Singapore and the Straits of Malacca, and watch what happens to the IJN.
Well, to be honest, with the size of the Grampus class, you might as well just turn up off of Kure.
Pearl Harbor raid? I don't think so.
No, there'd be a Pearl Harbor raids, but when you were coming back to celebrate, everybody watching their ships come in and go boom as they were coming in.
Why are our ships going down instead of across?
Ah, well.
Why are ships failing to reach dock?
Timu
Character
Lock,
of Battlefleet Gothic. Tactic of aggressive mine laying.
Yeah.
Oh.
Where you lay mines directly in front of the enemy ship.
Yeah.
Or if you're really a worshipper of the four-armed emperor and you want the fourth extra troll option, would just be to have the British quietly shred the restrictions on cruiser submarines and build a fleet of modified X1s.
I was going to suggest that, and I'm glad you did.
I think it was. I think Clark was doing a thing about the submarines. Literally, I think yesterday was or the day before. And what was it? HMS Splendid's crew, I think, was the really nuts ones.
Oh.
Well, I wonder what they would have been able to do with HMS M1 with the 12-inch gun.
The ones who basically decided that no, torpedoes aren't for me, guns are.
Yeah.
We will engage everything with guns.
Submarines don't need torpedoes.
The reason I like the X1 design is because they have the whole fire control system linked to the periscope.
It's
so
great.
You can position the guns while you're at periscope depth. So the first and hopefully last thing any enemy sees is a slight boiling of the sea as a plausibly large submarine pops up, and then it immediately opens fire at point blank range with high velocity rounds straight into the waterline.
I actually hadn't heard of X1, but I've just checked.
She's carrying 5.2
inch guns is not bad.
I just realised, 5.25s instead of 5.2s.
You probably wouldn't want to use them on a sub, but possibly, maybe. I
mean, if you go with a single-purpose mount.
Given that your submarines are engaging at usually 800 to 1,000 yards, the fact that it's a cruiser caliber gun doesn't actually really matter that much, because unless you're trying to put rounds into the belt armor of a battleship, there's pretty much nothing else on the planet that will stop you.
Oh.
And even if you come across a battleship at those kinds of ranges, you might not make it through the 12-inch armor belt or something, but that's such point blank range. At that point, you just pre-position your guns to aim at the steering gear.
Oh no, I get.
And just bid Bismarck or Scharnhorst or Littorio or Congo or whatever else. Good luck getting anywhere now that you can't steer.
No, I meant in terms of simplifying ammo supplies, because I don't think the 5.2 inch is produced anymore.
Well, I mean, if you build passively to them, then you would build up the stocks. But
you've got a point. Yeah, you've got a point.
5.25 inch 5.2 doesn't really make much odds as long as you make sure it's waterproof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The most just very quickly before I move on to the next question, the most insane thing for me was the fact that I don't know where I read this. I think it was in the Osprey book about the British submarines of World War One. But apparently the M-class could fire her gun from periscope depth, submerged.
Yeah.
As long as the gun's above water, basically, yeah.
Well, as long as the muzzle is above water, the rest of it can be underwater because it's preloaded.
Yeah.
That's hysterical.
So what you're saying is you could sneak up on an enemy to within like a kilometer and just fire the gun.
Yes, that was the whole point.
Yeah.
And put a 12-inch round right where you want it.
There's a slight.
That was their whole cunning plan.
Because M1 through 3 were all launched with the gun, and M2 and M3 were converted later. I think it's M2. There's actually a photo of one of the crew just using some manila rope to tie a bayonet to the muzzle of the gun.
Yeah, that sounds like something someone would do.
So, from Discord now, Timu Locker, hi Timu, asks, your thoughts on the Finnish Hurricane, aka the VL Murski. I've been looking up this aircraft while we've been talking. It seems to be just a fairly effective, decent monoplane fighter of the early to mid-40s. Decent radial engine, looks to have cannon and machine gun all mounted in the nose. Seems to be a fairly effective fighter aircraft. Knowing the Finns, they probably would have bolted more armament to it if it didn't make it not fly.
Yeah.
I love the Finns. So, next question is unless anyone else has any comments on that aircraft in particular.
Not really, I'll be honest.
No.
Right. Next question.
It's a good aircraft. It's a fairly reliable aircraft.
Next question is from Stephen Mayer, who asks, "What's the unrecorded rambling you most wish to redo?" That's very easy. I wish to redo the ramblings where I had the chieftain on, because that was sadly not recorded, and I will get the chieftain back on at some point and do a recorded ramblings with the chieftain again. Because
I think the ramblings
He was
Sorry, go on.
fantastic to have on. He was extremely kind, and he put up with a lot of awkward questions from the commentators, and he was just genuinely nice to have on.
Honestly, personally, I think the one I wish that you had recorded the most was the one from a couple of years ago now, where you basically went for like almost 20 hours.
Oh, that was the 2-year anniversary.
Yeah, I know, because I remember those entire section where it was just me and Hood discussing new warship lines of how much Hood hated them and just why did wargaming do this? What's the historical basis?
There's also a
this
third.
is what they claim.
Yeah, there's also a third for me, which is the one which is actually the first Ramblings Drac was ever on, where we discussed dystopian wars and the moving oppression palace of doom that I still haven't forgotten.
Moving oppression.
It works.
Concern.
It's literally a Victorian Edwardian style manor house / building with guns on either side and legs underneath.
Fleet, did you just take a book from the 40k approach to weaponry here?
No,
We've got a nice cathedral / manor house here. Let's stick some guns in it.
Dystopian
and put
wars
some extra
sometimes
eagles and gothic.
Dystopian wars sometimes puts 40k to shame.
That doesn't surprise me, but
It truly embraces the meme of if you don't go to church on Sunday, the church will come to you.
Beware the battle church.
So, from Discord this time, Chris asks, what would a Mexican battleship be like? I suppose it depends on when Mexico is choosing to order a battleship. If it's during the reign of the... So, if we're assuming battleship, that would be during when Mexico's independent. And the first period I could see Mexico ordering a battleship would be during during the Mexican Imperial period. Emperor Maximilian may choose to order an ironclad from Austrian yards during that period. The next time I can see the Mexican government choosing to order some form of I'm going to use the word capital ship in loose terms here, because it would probably be some form of coast defense ship. Would be probably in the period just prior to the outbreak of the Mexican Civil War, prior to World War I, when the dictator of Mexico may choose to order some form of coast defense ship or two to bolster Mexico's Atlantic defenses. Beyond that point, though, the periods where Mexico could order some form of coast defense ship or battleship are very limited. In regards to each of those three periods in order, however, given... I will actually open the floor at this point. Am I correct in saying that given Maximilian's ties to the Habsburg monarchy in Austria, he would order from Austrian yards, or would he order from somewhere else? I can see Dr. Clark laughing in the background there.
See? You mean here? You can't see his mad eyes at the moment when he raises an eyebrow looking at you.
Why can't I see them? Is it not showing me? Oh.
My Discord's no longer showing. There we go.
Ah.
Well, I can always tell when Clark thinks you've done something nuts when he raises the eyebrow.
Well, Dr. Clark.
Well, I can't disagree with the periods he's picked. I was however going to save a bottle of Iron Brew for tomorrow, but I think I better open one now.
Oh no.
From the emergency supply. I usually only get through 4 bottles a week. I'm good, I'm healthy.
I drank more than that yesterday.
Voxo drank a lot of Iron Brew yesterday, like
I
over
drank
4
4
liters.
litres of Iron Brew, 3 litres of Pepsi, and a 2-litre bottle of Mountain Dew.
Are you alright over there?
To be fair, my record is 12 bottles of this in one day.
Oh,
Right,
my.
Fleet, keep in mind, normally she has to deal with people doing TV repairs and such. Yesterday was basically a day off from that, so need to get that sugar levels built back up.
I see.
In the thing of, yes, Austria is a good chance of them going, but there's also another option they could go with.
France.
Because they can go with Austria, but, well, yeah, they could go with France, or they could go with Britain, depending on depending on who they decide they want to be in, they're worried about. Because think about it. If your fear of threat is America, for much of that period, who's the only potential counter to America?
Britain.
Yeah,
So
you're
you
also
buy
looking at
ships
it.
off them as well. You have to remember, if you're going to be buying from abroad, part of the reason you're buying from abroad is you're buying a relationship.
Part of what you're also going to have to look at is the exact year, because if you're in the middle of the ironclad race, then the early ironclad race, then Britain is really the only alternative, because they're the only ones with spare shipyard capacity, and you've even got shipyards building ironclads on speculation.
And of
but
course,
then
if it's the Mexican Empire as well, there's the whole...
but then once you move into the Franco-Prussian War period, immediately thereafter, you'd probably get some really good deals out of the French.
Oh,
because
I see what you mean. Just buy...
ordering anything. But at the same, because the Marine Nationale isn't ordering anything, French yards will they'll give an arm and a leg just to secure an order. And then, once you move, as you move further down the line, then other nations' yards start to become more and more operational. Because with the best will in the world, if you try and order an ironclad from Austria in the 1860s, they're going to be like, "Excuse me, who? What? What's an ironclad?"
Weren't Austria building their own ironclads at that point, though? Right in the build-up to the...
By the time you get to Melissa, they are building some, but when you say ironclads, there you're talking about like 1,000, 1,500, 2,000 ton ships, as opposed to the 8, 10, and 12,000 ton ironclad battleships. Those are still being ordered from abroad. I mean, much like the Italians. That's why, like, a Fontadore is from foreign yards. The Prussians are. I mean, even the Prussians, in the aftermath of the Franco-Prussian War, although they're bootstrapping their industry from having just formed the whole of Germany, they're still building the sort of 5,000 to 7,000 ton ironclads themselves, just about. But the really big stuff is still coming from essentially Britain and France. So at that point, you've got to ask yourself, if Mexico is ordering an actual battleship, then pretty much prior to the end of the 1870s, your only two options are Britain and France, because they're the only people who can build you an ironclad battleship. Once you get past the mid-1870s and onwards, then other nations' facilities start to become more capable of building that scale of ship. Whereas if you want something a little bit smaller, 2, 3, 4, 5,000 tonner, then you've got a lot more options earlier.
Yeah. So,
which is where it does get interesting, where you start talking about a coastal defense battleship.
I know,
because
Mexico
if you're building something which more like that, there are certainly slightly more options, but you're then talking about a far smaller ship.
Yeah. I know the Mexican Navy operated one Diodoro-class coast defense ship they bought from Brazil for a fairly extensive period. From about 1924 through 1940. But she was well obsolete by the time she was bought by the Mexicans.
I suppose you've also got to consider transit as well, too.
Yeah, that's a good point, Chair. No, that's a good point.
But, yeah. And the Austrians build something that's capable of going across the Atlantic.
Yeah. I think it isn't going to be Austria. I think the Dr. Clark and Drac have made that quite clear. In terms of coast defense ships...
we weren't trying to shut down your entire soul and worldview. We just felt it was
it was a good discussion. I think I was a bit foolhardy in overestimating Austria's ability to produce capital ships, or just ironclads generally by that point.
If you want to take another sort of off-piste idea, in the aftermath of the American Civil War, there's a bunch of relatively large monitors on the stocks that were never completed. Some of the ones where the US Navy got very creative about 10, 15 years down the line. Peru ended up with a couple of ex-American Civil War monitors on hand. So if you really wanted to twist the ironic knife, you could, buy USS Puritan or Dictator off the stocks and pay the US some money to complete what would then be the most powerful, admittedly coastal ironclad in the Americas, except it now belongs to Mexico instead of the US Navy.
Although then again, given Mexico, they probably just sit around, gradually running themselves down and rusting. The most realistic thing is you're probably, if we're looking at Mexico acquiring a coast defense ship, you're probably looking at them acquiring something equivalent to what the Scandinavian countries had. So, single gun, fore and aft, light secondary battery during the pre-Dreadnought to Dreadnought era. And if we're talking about in the mid-30s to 40s, they wouldn't acquire a battleship, they'd probably acquire some form of heavy cruiser. Probably something like the Canarias class the Spanish acquired from Britain, if we're talking larger ships. The largest ships they can feasibly acquire.
I think they're more likely to go Finnish.
Well, that was a bad idea for the Finns.
Those ships were good, the coastal defense ships.
They had good guns, but they were a mistake.
They're a little bit unstable, but to be honest, at the same time, if you're operating in the Caribbean and the Pacific, the weather settings are perfect or deadly. So
true. Problem is getting them across the Atlantic if they buy a pair of those ships.
Could just buy a pair of Spherias off the Swedes.
If we're talking about the Dreadnought era, yeah, buying a pair of Spherias makes perfect sense. And they could probably last Mexico through to the missile era, when the missile era appears, Mexico, all you have to do to be a competitive naval power and defend your coasts is go to the Russians with a handful of hard currency and go, I want 20 missile boats. Give.
Or if you want to do post World War One, you could buy whichever one of Gorgon and Glanton didn't catch fire.
That's not a bad shout, actually, Drac. That's a really good idea.
It was Gorgon that didn't catch fire, then, wasn't it?
I think. So Mexican battleship we've done. I think we've covered every era. Yeah, Mexican battleship we've done. Which is Knight before World War One. Okay, so what? Okay, so I think from what 1961 has asked on YouTube, the question is thus: what Russian fleet would you see a Russian Revenge class super dreadnought and a Conte de Cavour class dreadnought battleship being deployed to? It'd have to be he said they arrive apparently before World War One, but neither of those ship classes are ready before World War One. But assuming, I propose two versions of this question: one where we hand wave that, and one where we don't. In the hand wave version, the choice is fairly obvious. You deploy them to the Baltic Fleet to bolster the Gangots, and give you an actual, especially with the Revenge class and the Conte de Cavour there. With the 4 Gangots available, that gives you 6 Dreadnought battleships, one of which is very powerful.
I'm going to disagree with you there, actually. Because the German fleet doesn't really make any particular inroads into the Baltic until Operation Albion in 1917.
Okay.
Whereas Goeben is causing no end of trouble from 1914 in the Black Sea.
Aha, but we have by the powers our combined pre-Dreadnought force to deal with it.
Yes, but the problem is the pre-Dreadnought force, although they can hold off Goeben, they can't really chase her down or inflict crippling damage very, very quickly. Whereas admittedly, neither of the two are quite fast enough to catch Goeben on a good day, but Goeben's machinery is not having a good day after a few months in Ottoman service. And also more to the point, especially with a Revenge class, it might not necessarily come down to how fast can you get away, because that's the kind of firepower that could cripple Goeben's ability to run away before she actually works up the speed to.
Yeah,
especially in World War One configuration, you're talking about a flip side of, do you want to get hit by fewer 15-inch shells any one of which, assuming they work properly, could cripple the ship, or do you just want to get smothered in 13 barrels of Italian 12-inch?
Yeah. So that does make perfect sense. The problem now comes to the question of, if the ships aren't complete before World War One and are complete around the time that the sisters in the various classes are, I'm sorry, there's only one place those ships can actually go to get to Russian service: the Northern Fleet. They can't fight their way through the Baltic and the Bosphorus to get to the Black Sea or Baltic fleets.
Historical time, you mean in the middle of the First World War?
Yes. So around the time the other Avengers and the other Continental Wars are commissioned.
They go to the Grand Fleet.
Yeah, well,
That's
yeah.
what they end up in.
They'd be handed over. They'd be handed over to the Russians. No, actually, no, they wouldn't be handed over to the Russians immediately post-war, because by that point the Bolshevik Revolution had broken out. Although
White Russians in the Pacific, out of Vladivostok.
They might send them. Well, no, I'm thinking they might end up in the Baltic because, of course, Cunningham and Cowan went off to the Baltic, basing themselves out of Estonia with Vindictive and a few C-class and the destroyers.
Now, hosting a battle squadron out of the Baltic states is not going to be possible. Hosting one Revenge and one Consider Cavour might just be feasible.
Especially if they were supposed to be Russian ships originally, because then for political purposes, you could get as many white Russian sailors as possible aboard them. I like the way you're
thinking, Drac.
This isn't just a British intervention. This is also a white Russian fleet intervention. And of course, on the extra gripping hand, I'm on a bit of a roll with these. There's also the hilarious possibility of, if they somehow end up being handed over to the White Russians and then taken over by the Red Russians, there's a very, very good chance they'll probably be based in Helsingfors, which means there's an exceptionally good chance that the Finns will then steal them.
Wouldn't they make the ice voyage with the rest of the Russian Red Fleet?
No, because remember when the Finns went and nicked a bunch of Russian warships,
and the icebreakers,
which is what prompted the ice voyage. Yeah, that's what prompted the ice voyage in the first place. The Finns showed up and they realised they only had enough people to steal a few ships, so they ended up stealing the most modern Russian icebreakers. But if there's a pair of super dreadnoughts sitting there, I'd prioritise nicking them first.
And most importantly, a pair of super dreadnoughts that aren't Russian, and you'll be able to get spares for by buying them, because you won't have to deal with the Russians. Although that might have the knock-on effect of freeing up some Russian icebreakers to enable the majority of the Russian fleet to escape to Leningrad without damage.
No.
Unless you chase
you
them
stick
down.
You stick a 15-inch or 12-inch shell in them as you go.
So, oh my goodness.
Like,
any icebreakers gradually behind that you take with you, you just basically go, no, bye-bye, have a shell.
You let the Russian fleet start to slowly make its way through the ice, and then you say, that's a lovely channel through the ice you've just barred. Let me follow you with my gigantic super dreadnoughts and take pot shot at you all the way.
Wouldn't the Russians fire back with those nice 12-inch guns they have on the Gangots?
They can try, but you're firing on a ship. Especially with the Revenge class. You're firing on a ship that is specifically designed to resist that kind of gunfire.
This question is hilarious, and I love it.
There is no good scenario, really, from getting these.
I kind of like the idea of random rabid Finns chasing the rest of the Russian fleet down in a kind of the slow motion ice-bound chase. It'd be a bit like that scene from, was it Deadpool 1 or Deadpool 2, where he chases someone down on an ice rink with the ice rink cleaner?
Yeah.
Oh, that's very funny.
Finished it swearing at the Russians at the same time in Finnish.
Oh, good lord. Oh, that would have been a story for the naval history books, that would have been. Although there is the alternative that if the battleships don't end up with the Russian fleet and they're there with the British intervention squadron, they might end up being given to the Latvians or the Lithuanians or the Estonians.
Is it true?
So we have a question from Discord now, which is Chris. Which is, what would the careers of the Lexington class battle cruisers have been had they been built? And I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay, Drac, do you want to start or shall I start before we start dashing people's dreams and hopes?
I'll give it a go. So
go on, you start.
So if the Lexingtons are completed as battle cruisers, or at least let's say for the sake of sanity, Lexington and Saratoga are, rather than the whole class, that leaves the US in a rather interesting position. I mean, there's the whole issue of what is everybody else going to be allowed to build, since the US has gotten to build a couple of well over 40,000 ton battle cruisers, because theoretically that would imply a Washington Naval Treaty where the Japanese can complete 2 of the Amagis and the British would actually have to build more than the keel plating for a couple of G3s. But that aside, the US theoretically actually then has, I don't know, advantage, disadvantage in that they have apart from Langley, they have an empty carrier tonnage. And you're talking about Washington Naval Treaty 27,000 ton limit rather than the London Naval Treaty 23,000 ton limit, which, given that the Yorktowns, which are much lower tonnage than the Lexingtons, manage almost as great an air complement when you include spares and everything, the US might end up with a better carrier force than historically, because then their first 2 carriers, well, apart from Langley, their first 2 proper fleet carriers are most likely to be 27,000 tonner purpose-built ships. And Ranger probably is also therefore going to be a 27,000 tonner as well, because the overall, without having the extra inefficient conversion tonnage taken into account, you can actually get 3 27,000 tonners instead of Lexington, Saratoga, and Ranger.
Well, they do have the allocation for 5, but the trouble is, again, that's going to be a problematic, because is that going to be enough carriers? They might do the maths and go, that's not going to be enough carriers, and try and work it out. Because that's what the British did as well prior to that. It's, when you've got the allocation of 135,000 tons, and you're doing, right then, do I want to have 5 carriers? No, 5 carriers is not enough. How many carriers do I need for my job? At least 6. Well, that works out at 22,500 tons.
Now, the interesting thing then is going to be that, so that's sort of the effects of them not becoming carriers, but the effects of the Lexington and Saratoga as battle cruisers, you're kind of looking at, I think there's two potential routes. One potential route is that you fast forward the clock to 1940, and because they are the latest and therefore the most modern capital ships in the US fleet, they're also actually, they've only been somewhat refitted over time. They haven't had the deep modernizations that something like Texas or New York would have.
Oh, that disappoints me, because that's the opposite of what I usually go with. I usually say they're dragged in the 30s for reconversion to fast battleships with a complete rework.
You can't convert an Lexington class to a fast battleship.
No, but if you look at the...
it's too far along to the spectrum. It's too much of a battle cruiser, 2 words. It cannot jump to a fast battleship. You can maybe get it to a battle cruiser like Hood is. Hood goes from battle cruiser to battle cruiser, but you cannot jump. You can jump from battle cruiser to fast battleship. You cannot jump for 2 stages on that sort of that spectrum, because it's just too much work. You have to do too much work to the subdivision. You have to do too much work to the armor coverage. You have to do too much work to the internal organization of the vessel.
What you're looking at is, if you look at the Colorados and the Tennessees historically, they were listed for being kept around as long as possible and modernized whilst the US moved its battle fleet over to fast battleships, much like the Royal Navy was going to do with the Queen Elizabeths. But as a result, the Colorados and the Tennessees, as I just covered, they are some of the least upgraded, and Colorado's just gone in for her overhaul when Pearl Harbor happens. And the Lexingtons, although they would have relatively little protection, they would have speed, which would put them definitely on the list of keep these around for as long as possible, because even when the Tennessees and the Colorados are out, the Lexingtons can still keep up with the modern fast battleship fleet, protection levels aside.
How much protection could they be feasibly be given? Because I know the Renowns had their schemes reworked. Could the Lexingtons not have their schemes reworked?
No,
the Renowns don't really have the schemes reworked. They have additional armor put in place. That's not reworking the scheme.
They just had the armor, 9-inch plate instead of 6-inch plate bolted on. The problem with the Lexingtons is that for a good portion of their design process, because they are so long and so lightly built to try and attain the target speed of 35 knots, although obviously for the final time they step it down, the armor belt is actually part of the structure of the ship, which means you can't mess with it very easily. But I think ultimately what that branch, kind of the less optimistic branch of things, would come down to is where are the Lexingtons on December 7th, 1941? Because if they're with the Pacific Fleet, they are going to be stocking great, massive, obvious targets on Battleship Row, and that's probably going to be the end of them.
And that would be a bad situation, because they would probably be the most useful things on Battleship Row had they survived.
Yes, which is why the Japanese would target them, and because they're relatively lightly built, West Virginia, you can blow one of her sides out and just about haul her back up and out. That if you have West Virginia levels of damage on a Lexington, it's probably going to fold in on this. But obviously, if they're not there, or I don't know, maybe they're there on the inboard side of Battleship Row, and the older battleships act as a kind of ablative armor, then they'd probably have rushed refits and be put out there as kind of Colorado, Maryland level refits with anti-aircraft guns. The flip side, the more optimistic outlook on things would be that possibly they would get hauled in, as Dr. Clark said, you're not turning them into fast battleships at all, but a slightly more optimistic take on things would be when Admiral King is turning around in 1939, 1940 and going, we need to put as much anti-aircraft firepower as possible on our fleet, because they have a relatively fast transit time to and from continental United States to Pearl Harbor, and because they have a huge amount of deck space by dint of their size, King you could construct a scenario where he might call them back as the first wave of refit instead of Colorado, and do it a little bit earlier, because you're not going to be doing massive structural work, you're not going to be changing armor, propulsion, etc., etc. But what you can do with a ship that size is just quickly slam it into a shipyard, stick a bit of radar on the mast, and strip out any and all secondary battery, and just it doesn't have to be nice, it doesn't have to be efficient, because you've got the deck space. You just slap as many 5-inch, at that stage 5-inch 25, and maybe some 5-inch 38, depending on what they've got in stock.
And what you basically have then is a ship that is a good carrier escort and is complete overkill against any Japanese surface threat that might likely threaten a carrier, aka a Congo or a heavy cruiser.
Yeah, so at which point that has some interesting knock-on implications, because if they think, because ultimately at the end of the day, 1942 US anti-aircraft, so in the first half of 1942 is nowhere near as good as it will be in the second half or in 43, 44, but the US doesn't know that at that point. If the US buys into the idea that this is essentially a gigantic floating fast anti-aircraft battery, that could have some rather interesting implications for the carrier fights, because even if we temporarily ignore the fact that you're going to have significantly more capable fleet carriers out there instead of historical Lexington and Saratoga, when you're considering the Doolittle raid, they might assign one of the battle cruisers, or possibly both, to escort Hornet in doing her strike, which means Enterprise is available to go to Coral Sea, at which point Coral Sea becomes a 3-carrier, a 3-on-3 fight, Shigaku, Zuikaku, and Shoho versus Enterprise. Now it will be Enterprise Yorktown and not Lexington.
And the Japanese are outnumbered because Shoho is a light carrier.
Yes.
Also, just gonna quickly bring up. Moe was asking.
However, I would.
Karen.
Moe was asking, is it possible that the Lexingtons might have been out with the carriers on the 7th of December
That's a good
instead of
point.
in Battleship Row? Because if they're meant to be used with the carriers, would they be possibly doing training with them, or?
They'd be out on the runs. Let's be honest. If you're sending they're sending those task groups out to reinforce the islands in a high threat scenario. Those are the ships which can keep up with those task groups and provide them with a lead escort. So you're probably going to have the carrier fast capital ship combo idea, which the British have been working with, and which the Americans had toyed with on paper. Had been doing a lot of exercises. They did a lot of they did a lot of war game exercises. Testing out that concept. They did have that concept like the British did. The British practiced it out with Hood, Renown, Repulse, and Courageous and Glorious and Furious on occasion, and also Ark Royal prior to World War II. So, the British had the concept and are testing out the ships. The Americans don't have battle cruisers to test it out with. In fact, they're waiting for fast capital ships to come into service to test it out with them. Thing is, I think in that scenario, you do probably have them out. You do probably have them out there in that sort of scenario. And the 7th of December, they're probably sitting with the They're still probably sitting with the carriers wherever the carriers are.
It's going to depend how U.S. fleet doctrine evolves. Because if you look at the U.S. fleet problems, they do use cruisers, their own cruisers, in various fleet problems to simulate battle cruisers, both in battle line units and escorting aircraft carriers. I think what it's going to come down to is whether in the interwar period, the American analysis of how vulnerable carriers are to airstrikes, whether they change that on the basis of if they assign the battle cruisers to the scouting force and therefore accompanying the carriers, if they think the battle cruisers can provide sufficient anti-aircraft defense that a spotted carrier is not a dead carrier, then they will probably develop that line. Whereas if they conclude that regardless of the presence of escorting surface ships, an airstrike against an aircraft carrier will still kill it, then at that point having a big fast 16-inch carrying gun unit with the carriers is fairly pointless, at which point they might revert to having them act as the fast wing of a battle fleet, because in some of the the fleet problems that they did, they actually ran into exactly that problem where they assumed that the honestly not Japanese fleet had the Congos, and in a few of the fleet problems you had those ships crossing the T of the slower American battle line and causing all sorts of problems for them.
Whereas now you've got 2 Lexingtons to counter them.
Exactly. So it's going to come down to, do they in their calculations for what happens if an airstrike comes in on the carriers, do they think the Lexingtons can make a difference or not? And where they make that decision is going to depend on where the Lexingtons are then going to be. Although there is obviously the sort of potential development out that of if they think, well, maybe the Lexingtons in their current state can't defend, but maybe they could if they were given more guns. That might be another path via which the Lexingtons are actually on the US West Coast being refitted with every 5-inch gun known to mankind at the time of Pearl Harbor.
I think you also have to think the fact is one of the leading proponents of that idea of having fast ships for such a job and was actually Admiral King himself. And so I think that whatever sort of scenario you end up with, if Admiral King has stayed the same, you end up with them fulfilling that sort of doctrinal role of doing the scouting group with the carrier. But it's one of those interesting things. We often get into discussions of when does actually multi-carrier operations come about, and one of the interesting things that you get with the British is the British are talking about multi-carrier operations from early on because of their concepts of operations in the Mediterranean, the South China Sea, etc., and how they're going to be dealing with the effects of land-based air power. With the Americans, they're often also thinking through those sort of problems and how to deal with them. And realistically, the interesting scenario in that thing comes down to if the Americans have come up with the doctrine of we want 2 fast capital ships and 2 fast carriers as working as a pair, and if they think that that's the way to defend against the whole strike thing, and you have almost the case of you have the firepower of them and how they deployed that, because that's what. Let's be honest, that's ultimately what actually turns out to be the best methodology of air defense. It's having the combined group and having having a pair of carriers and having one carrier basically play defense as far as its fighters are concerned. And basically go, right, now my air group's fighters are going to concentrate mainly on defense. And that leaves your fighters and my strike group, your fighters, your strike aircraft, my strike aircraft to concentrate on offense. And that's pretty much what the Americans end up focusing on. Well, you can do that more if you've got a pair of capital ships there to tag up with the carriers, because then there's a case of, well, that you don't need to worry so much about playing defense against enemy surface forces, because there's a pair of Lexingtons there, which can at least provide you with cover as you withdraw. They can die gloriously. And let's be honest, the Lexington class design, I'm sorry, I hope this isn't going to hurt anyone's feelings, but I think someone said earlier that they could actually win a fight against a Congo. They could do, but in a nice way, the sheer amount of damage means that will probably be a mutual kill. Because the Lexingtons are firmly battle cruiser, 2 words, economic warfare, large cruisers, scouting, that sort of role, and that sort of design. The Congos are so firmly in the battle cruiser category, they're heading towards the center of the spectrum. And this is why I argue at least a couple of them, due to the way their modernizations are done, actually cross that line to being fast battleships. But that's something me and Drac like to have an argument over, because it's a whole thing of the subdivision, etc., and their things increase so much in two of the upgrades and the way they work it through that I think it crosses the line to becoming a fast battleship. But they can do that because they're already quite heavily built battle cruisers,
gentlemen,
which are improved Tigers.
Gentlemen,
the Lexingtons are not. The Lexingtons are an American version of the Invincibles, upgraded for post-World War One.
I love how much that you basically crushed all of Fleet's previous points. Because me and Fox and Fleet actually have a little chat we discussed it, and Fleet has openly now said, finally, that's it, right? I admit it, you two were right.
No. Can I post a snip in chat?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. I'll give permission.
So thank you for finally shutting Fleet down on that one. Like, as nice as the Lexingtons might look as a ship.
No, they're a really great idea for the Americans, because what the Americans wanted was a fast ship to track down the enemy, stay ahead from the enemy, report information, so that their big sledgehammer of a battle fleet could catch them and smash them. That was what the Americans were looking at. Whereas the British and the British were looking at a ship which they could send around the world as a rapid reaction force. So it needs to be a different build. And the Japanese are looking at them as a second-line battleship to reinforce their battle line. So they're building them for different things. This is why, if you built a G3 for the Lexington mission, it would be a terrible ship. It wouldn't work. But if you also built a Lexington to do the G3's job, it wouldn't work.
Yeah,
this is
every nation has their own requirements for the design.
Me and Drac make this point on a regular basis, you know. No, the pussycat is allowed to be out there, Raleigh.
I was going to say, is the doggo comment.
All right.
Cat is allowed.
But look, okay, just to very quickly say something. I think what I might have to do is, given the mild disagreements and presumably many discussions that Drac and Dr. Clark have had over the Congo, I think what Fleet needs to do is Fleet needs to host the special ramblings that I will curate, and I will give Drac and Dr. Clark both an ability to make their case.
Oh no, Cher, if you want Fight Night, you just have
and that will be funny.
Talk about all of Fleet's favourite ships.
No, Drac is here. No, Dr. Clark bullying my favourite ship.
Cruiser?
No.
Oh, the what's it called?
No, it's Spanish cruisers. There's Hosh.
No, Hosh is
Anyone want to buy? But actually, Drac.
Shit on Hosh. Shit on Hosh. No,
Leave my favourite ships alone.
Wait, I have something nice. Drac, have you done the 5-minute guide on the Balliet class yet? Because the fleet would really love that to be done. You know the first French torpedo boat?
No, I hate that ship. No. No.
I've actually got one upcoming later this year on the Durandal, but
no,
that's adjacent.
Unhappy
I
fleet
have
noises.
to give the French credit. Like the name Durandal for their ships is a good name.
Well, honestly, the Balliet class are funny because, of course, they have the Capitani Cunny.
Right. So,
I believe
it is a.
Yes, the next one's a YouTube, I believe.
Yes.
Now.
So it's Steve. Ooh, that's an interesting question. Stephen Mayer asks, land ships, but starting from the steam vehicle side of things. When and where do you think they could appear? How big do you think they'll get to? Oh, Stephen Mayer, you've made my day.
That's right. So a steam
engines
land
are horrible things. You don't want them.
Chair, that's where you're right and wrong at the same time.
Wait, are we talking Warhammer Fantasy Old World Steam Tanks?
Nope. No. What we're talking about here...
It says a land ship, so...
Yes, what we're talking about here is the potential of the steam engine to propel a vehicle armoured and armed for war. Most likely armed, not armoured. Now, in theory, the steam engine is a marvellous thing. However, most of its space is taken up by a boiler. So these vehicles only really become practical when you get when you get high-pressure boilers that can be shrunk down, aka your power generation doesn't use up all of your power generation. So... what you basically have to look at is you have to think, right, well, first things first, we have to sort out power generation. So you're probably looking at a boiler of about 4 to 5 tons, which is already fairly heavy.
Well,
then
that's not a particularly heavy boiler.
It's heavy for a thing that has to go across country.
It's heavy for a land ship.
Yeah, I suppose it's for a land ship, yeah.
I'm also glad I've got Chair here because Chair is a fireman on the North Yorkshire Moors Railway, so he's experienced working with and firing steam engines. So we have an experienced person here.
So I guess one question then, Fleet, since this is more your area, honestly, than mine. Would we be talking tracks here or actually wheels?
It depends on when they start. Now, steam vehicles that have
my thought is I'm worried about ground pressure.
Steam vehicles that have basic cross-country performance have been a thing since about the 1870s. Traction engines, aka vehicles that can move themselves either on unpaved roads or basic cross-country, have been a thing in Europe and the UK since about the 1870s, when Foden and Foster and other companies start producing self-propelling vehicles for farm work. And some of that farm work includes going into fields to pull steam plows between two engines. So we have the basics here. However,
immediately it causes a whole load of artillerymen to go, we want you.
Yes, that is very true.
I'm going to put forward... Yeah, I'm going to put forward a hypothetical design which is terrifyingly enough based on an actual design that was mooted in the early World War I period when they were trying to work out what exactly the historical landship was going to be, and of course they ended up with the Mark I.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is an unholy combination of somebody who's read far too much War of the Worlds with the Tsar tank and on steroids.
The big wheel! You're talking about the big wheel!
Oh no! What?
Yeah, so you've seen the Tsar tank, presumably, at some point, that multi-speed monstrosity. So someone legitimately came up with what, at least on paper, was a semi-workable design that involved 3, and depending on the design variant, possibly 4, but usually it was 3, gigantic spoked wheels. So imagine kind of if someone had taken a American cage mast and just squashed it down to form a gigantic wheel.
Yeah, you're basically talking about the expansion of the sort of heavily... When Drax says spokes, he means very heavy metal spokes of the kind you would find on traction engine wheels. So basically, the rear wheel of a traction engine, but expanded outwards massively.
And so you've got 2 of these up front and 1 at the back, which is also your steering wheel.
Oh boy.
And linking it all together is the central power plant - fighting compartment, which is then suspended about 40 feet off the ground and armed with a battery of 4.7-inch guns.
Aren't they twins as well with shielded mounts?
It depends on the design, because there's like half a dozen different sketch designs. One of them has 4 guns in a pair of barbettes, and they're not superimposed. Basically, you have a pair of barbettes coming off of the back of the fighting compartment with one 4.7-inch gun at the top of the barbette and one underslung underneath the barbette. And the idea was that the 2 on top could provide long-distance artillery fire, and the 2 slung underneath would provide direct shrapnel, canister, and HE against infantry that might be milling around your wheels.
Please tell me those 2 different guns were fed from the same magazine for the above and below mount, respectively, to at least fire ammunition. Oh, that's good.
Well, the magazines were in the main fighting compartment, and then you had someone passing shells along the little passageway to the barbette, at which point shell goes up, shell goes down, shell goes up, shell goes down.
That's horrifying.
Yeah.
It's
effective. It is technically possible to do, and it is probably the only design of land ship that I am aware of that is historical, where you could plausibly, because obviously this being World War One, they were going to use diesel or petrol engines, but it is physically large enough that you could fit a fairly large, a decently powerful steam plant in it instead.
Question is, would you do direct drive steam? Direct drive steam to the wheels may not be practical, so it might be steam driving an electric generator.
No, or you probably, to be honest, given the time period, you'd probably actually use a compact trunk engine and just have the wheels connected to axles, and the power plant would be.
I mean, you could.
The pistons rotating the axle.
Yeah, you could work it like. You could work it like some of the paddles. Yeah, we literally came to the same thought, like the late model triple expansion paddle steamers.
Yeah. I mean, it would have a speed of advance of probably walking pace, but it would be a case of like a traction engine of,
I'm going that way.
Infinite torque.
Yeah, it's like, I'm going that way. Nothing will stop me. Come with me if you want. Oh dear.
Oh, I would not like to be the prawn.
I wouldn't want to be the poor stokers on that, although given what it is, it would probably be oil fired to make it more reasonable.
Yeah.
Although someone pointed out, it would make an absolutely wonderful part for rapid fire field artillery.
Drac, never mind rapid fire field.
Cloud of black smoke.
Never mind rapid fire field artillery, Drac. I'd love to be a big Bertha crew within range of that thing. Drop a 16-inch shell right down its throat.
Yeah, maybe at point blank. I suspect they've been moving just about fast enough to be beyond the aiming and cranking capability of a late 1800s heavy field.
Oh no,
artillery.
No, Drac, I'm talking about the actual mobile 42cm guns the Germans came up with for the Great War. The big Berthas, the ones that were actually fairly responsive with a shield. Those ones.
Yeah, by the time you've aimed at the target's moved slightly.
Yeah, you've got a point there. Yeah, the shell misses.
Although in a theoretical War of the Worlds scenario, it would be very funny because these things would be bigger than the tripods.
Do you want to know the funny thing, Drac? In the sequel, they actually build one of these. With diesel engines, but they still build one. And send it to go kill tripods. And it ends up literally... Because they built it out of the cylinders, it's heat ray proof, and it ends up literally just bowling over 4 tripods by ramming through them. Oh. So,
fires, you do reduce some of the issues that you get with like coal-fired boilers, coal-fired engines are horrible to keep going constantly.
We see that at Jutland with the Germans aboard some of their battle cruisers with the fire grates falling away.
Yeah, like I would not like to do an ash pan under fire. Yeah, all we fired, I suppose. My biggest concern would be, how much can you carry?
Ah, yeah, that's a good point.
You're not fitting a condenser in that thing. Good grief.
No.
You're not like. How much water can you carry without just you've just got a massive box full of metal, a massive metal box full of water on your thing.
Oh dear, someone's put a round through it. There goes our water supply. Oh dear, the boiler crown's melting.
You have to, you have to drop your fire and you're fucked.
At that scale, you know what they might end up doing?
Towing a trailer?
It would still be hilariously vulnerable to shrapnel. But you know how the Mark 1s and the Mark 4s historically had that pair of turning wheels that they towed?
Yes.
At this scale, you, like the crocodiles had in World War II, you might have a water bowser, a much smaller water bowser, just be towed along behind it with a bunch of pops leading up to the fighting and engine component.
I've got an even better idea, an even better thing, Drac. That rear wheel needs ground pressure to be an effective turning device. Put the water tanks around the rear wheel to weigh it down so it's a good turning device.
Oh dear. I mean, it would still be hilariously vulnerable, but you would at least still have some water. And of course, because it's on ground level, it means you could have, as you start to run out of water, you could do on the fly re-watering.
just some poor sod in a 19th century lorry with a water tank on the back. Just
thinking about that, but the problem is you wouldn't be able to feed water from any of the tanks below the level of the spindle.
The spindle?
The axle. The axle. I meant.
Yeah, unless
that's how a live steam injector works, and I assume you'd probably use it for something like this. Is you've got the water falling into the system, and then you fire steam through that accelerates the water into the boiler, and also sort of heats it up as well. So you need.
You might have to stick a little pump or something on to pump it up to the.
We'll have a poor bloke called. Have a poor bloke called Jenkins. Just working the pump.
But again, this pump would have to be mounted on the wheel. You'd have to have multiple basically a pump per tank.
Am I the only one who's starting to seriously think about what kind of messed up scenario you're in that this starts to seem like a good and practical idea?
There's a reason why this vehicle wasn't adopted.
Yeah, like, I very much would go. So this is all well and nice, but these guys have got a working prototype here.
How much dating the dragon people were doing to come up with these ideas.
Well, the thing is, at this point, Garden. To be fair,
period appropriate euphemism, isn't it, dragon? That they were chasing the dragon.
To be fair to Chair and Drac, they are doing what might be termed talking shop at this point. An engineer and a fireman are talking shop.
I have a feeling I have the exact perfect scenario where the British Empire would be mad enough to actually develop this kind of thing.
Go on then, Drac. Lay it on us.
Second World War.
If you say that...
God.
Oh God, yes. How did I know he was going to go there?
Because I mean, look at Admiral Percy Scott, although I think he was captain at that point. With was it Powerful or Terrible?
They mounted some of Powerful's 7.5 inch guns on flatbeds.
They took half a battery off for the Siege of Ladies.
Yeah, they mounted them on Bobo flat cars.
Yeah. Now imagine a slightly more steampunk era for the British Empire.
Oh no!
The first part of the Second World War hasn't really gone to plan, and so instead Percy Scott shows up with all the troops in Powerful, and also a big freighter from which he unloads a couple of these gigantic tri-wheel war wagons, which then get probably towed by locomotives along the path of the railway to Ladysmith, and then while the Boers are engaging in
The problem you've got, Drac, is that we're on the 3'6" gauge in South Africa, and I don't know if there are any locomotives powerful enough to pull those things along the route of the railway lines.
Individually, here's a question: individually powerful enough?
Yeah, you just chain them together because they don't have to pull trains. They're literally just hauling these things along.
It is just going to be.
Really.
I suppose as it rolls, the question is your center wheel is just going to ruin the track bed.
Oh yeah, that's the point. It might be worth disassembling them and moving them by rail, and then assembling them near the front.
No! Take the rear wheel off, mount it on a flat car.
Yes! Share! Genius!
Put the centre wheel on a flat car, and off it goes, and then
Yeah, and then mount the rest of the frame on a flat car as well.
Oh yes!
And then the relief of Ladysmith becomes when like 2 or 3 gigantic war wheels just roll over the horizon, and the Boers just
panic,
just peace out.
You're still absolutely cooking the crew.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
But
Someone
also,
give me a nice
no-
gun to put an end to this monstrosity.
Nicest way. Can anyone imagine what World War One turns out like that if that's been the scenario in the Boer War? Imagine what the Germans and the French are building in that scenario.
Well, funny thing is, I can kind of tell you, because if the British have used that in the Second Boer War, I guarantee you the Austrians and the Germans will not have turned down that gentleman who came to them with a diesel-powered gun wagon in the 1900s. The thing that had a single turret mounting I think it was a 7.5cm Krupp field gun. The Geschutzwagen. It was only a small thing, it was no larger than what we would think of the FT-17.
Fleet, you're being a nice little person again. Let me rephrase that. Imagine what Kaiser Wilhelm's ego demands the Germans to invest in.
He's going to demand they put a bloody torpedo boat on the tracks, isn't he?
Why do you think you do a torpedo
boat?
boat?
The French build in response to it.
Oh no. Drac, what have you done?
But the problem is these things aren't going to be very useful in Europe because of massive loading gauge restrictions.
That's true, Gumshare, but has that ever stopped the idiot dictators that any countries manage to produce producing these sorts of weapon systems?
No.
I mean, yes, one or two might get. I could see them used in like the. Oh fuck. This is exactly why they go through Belgium.
There are a few people
because they don't have tunnels.
Yeah. And suddenly you get a big battle in Belgium between the British ones, the German ones, and the French ones.
Battle of the Marne, Miracle at the Marne, but different.
All while I can only hope the British are laughing at this, going.
We've built actual tanks.
We've got the combustion.
Yeah.
We've got the combustion engine now. We've got the Mark 1s, the Mark 4s.
Yeah,
we've got 2 of these guns.
Again, you're forgetting this is the British Army. Remember what they did when they were in control of the Royal Flying Corps?
Oh, whack.
Well, why don't they make just a bigger, combustion engine tank? I'm sure they could do something.
No!
Like, they've got the Flying Elephant. They can scale this up a bit.
Right, next...
Discord should be now, I believe.
Yeah, next question. And I will have to take a short sabbatical quickly. If I can figure out where we are.
This is going to be a bit of an odd one if it's the one I'm thinking it is.
Hang on, let me find it. Oh,
should be from Gunnery Officer, I believe.
Come on, Fleet, find your thing. Where were you? Oh my lord, I am.
We are South African engines that are going to pull this thing.
Oh boy.
Wellesley Gunnery Officer asks a fair number of questions. They're kind of like Knight.
So
except they're more broad. So
it's your typical gunnery officer. Question 17. Dragon, read it.
Is it possible for a refit of Furious or Courageous class carriers like what the IJNs did with the refit of Kagi and Akaga to increase the number of air groups they can carry? If they could, how would these refits carriers change doctrine? So I can only presume this means increasing the flight deck in design, because they were initially designed with the twin launch pack, so you've got the lower level one and the upper level. Extend the top flight deck further along to give a longer flight deck and slightly use the front of the ship perhaps for more hangar, but
it's going to give you a bit more hangar space, but honestly, the British are not going to go full IJN where they ended up making some of their ships unstable because they tried to truck that sort of thing. Because for the British, you always have to remember this is a factor, and this is what causes people fun. Why did the Royal Navy not invest in lifts, not in deck edge lifts, but keep on with the internal lifts and second line lifts? And the reason is literally it's in the North Sea because they lost so many aircraft to the North Sea, nicking them. And so they don't like it, and they get very worried about the sea nicking these things. So realistically, the British are always going to be too worried about stability to do changes. There's also the other scenario is that by the point at which the British would probably do the changes, they are building enough new carriers coming into service, because the advantage for the British is pretty much all their carriers are classified as experimental because their keels are laid early enough that they are classified as experimental vessels, that the British are building new carriers anyway, so why go to the expense and the stress of doing it?
Makes sense.
But if they were going to do it, however,
yeah,
if they were going to do it, then well, I think you're going to. There'll be two separate lines of refit. So with Furious specifically, you'd completely redo her funnel trunking because she has internal funnel trunking all the way down aft, which is why she has much less aircraft capacity than her sisters or half sisters.
It's wide beam trunking because they overestimated how much space they need in the trunking to get the gases through. So they're about twice the size they need to be. So they really do take up a lot of hangar space.
Oh, good lord!
With Furious, it would be essentially building a compact island with funnel and trunking of everything up there. Alone would probably.
Did Furious ever get an island in her career historically?
She got a little. Yeah. She eventually got a little one, but it's not very substantial. Whereas in this scenario, you'd be doing a combined island funnel, which they usually end up having more island space anyway, because the funnel takes up so much volume. You might as well. But the thing is that alone would probably buy you 12 to 18 aircraft spaces in the hangar, capacity one, and then for all three, I think at that point, if you want to do it the most efficient, albeit still expensive way, is essentially going to be just completely reshaping the bow, redoing the bow. So if you look at the bows on Hermes and Eagle, fully enclosed, pretty much that. So you're eliminating the steps, extending the flight deck well forward, enclosing the bow against the weather, and with the deletion of the little secondary launch platforms and everything, that's probably going to buy you another half a dozen aircraft, plus a little bit longer flight deck. So you're probably looking at carriers now capable, at least at the beginning of World War II, of operating 40 to maybe 50 aircraft, depending on what you operate off them. Which
we both
still as capable as in like Yorktown or anything, or Ark Royal or anything, but then they're not purpose-built ships, and they're nowhere near the size of Lexington, so that's not exactly surprising. But it would potentially give them fairly useful strike loadout, because you might at that point be looking at maybe a couple of fighter squadrons plus either a full swordfish squadron and a flight.
Makes sense.
Overall, I don't think it'll actually affect British carrier doctrine much, though. With having
it's not going
changes.
By the time you're rebuilding them, you'll be using the experience and doctrine you have to influence the rebuild rather than the other way around. Doctrine and experience will influence the rebuild rather than the rebuild influencing carrier doctrine.
There is actually also potentially a point of departure where you could, in theory, actually justify it, which is the Abyssinia crisis. Because the Abyssinia crisis, amongst other things, prompts the construction of Unicorn, because they look at the number of aircraft they've got on, at that point, Courageous and Glorious, and then they go, oh, hang on a minute, if if we assume a relatively realistic level of both operational and mechanical losses during a campaign, with the 2 to 3 dozen aircraft you've got on those carriers, you drop below minimum viable air wing very quickly, and that's what leads them to go, well, we need something like Unicorn to be able to repair all the damaged and mechanically malfunctioning aircraft and supply new.
I would like to quickly clarify something my colleague has just said. It doesn't provide the reason for Unicorn, it provides the justification they can give the Treasury for Unicorn. They've been trying to get Unicorn for a good 4 years.
According to this, Unicorn wasn't laid down until 26th of June 1939, so why the delay?
Because they've got to
Have
design...
you tried working with the Treasury?
Yeah, the thing is, you've got the idea, you've got the justification, and then you've got to actually come up with the design, and then and then get everyone to agree to pay for it. Plus, also even with the rearmament, the late 30s, there is a limited amount of money available. But in this alternate scenario, it relies on the Treasury being persuaded to kick loose a few more £1 million. But in theory, in parallel with Unicorn, someone could also be going, well, hang on a minute. The other way of doing it, since we're already modernising Warspite and Renown and so forth, would be to stick these carriers in, have their bows rebuilt, in Furious's case, have its trunking and island rebuilt, because at that point, it further enhances your capability, because if you're able to operate 46 aircraft instead of 30 to 35 aircraft, that immediately, at least under the calculations made under the Abyssinia crisis, gives you 2 or 3 days more flight operations before you need to call on Unicorn to resupply you. So there is actually a fairly significant amount of logic behind it based on historical trends. It's just that historically speaking there wasn't the money available, so it was decided to invest it in the Illustriouses and Unicorn and just keep Courageous, Glorious and Furious pretty much as they were, and just make
sense.
in Furious minimal adaptations during the war so she could fly off things like Barracudas.
Yep, makes sense.
And do you want to know something which is really typifies this whole point, and this is why me and Drac especially have fun sometimes with people telling us about the Royal Navy being incredibly honest and well behaved. I can point to documents where they literally say in the justification for Unicorn, this is the Abyssinia crisis and supporting operations. And then their doctrine of operations, their actually concept of fleet deployments, they actually put for the Unicorn not to be deployed to Mediterranean. There's no need to support air operations there because of the basing of facilities we have at Malta and Alexandria. We don't need these supports there. We need Unicorn is for supporting operations in the Far East and where we do not have existing infrastructure.
Yeah, makes sense.
So literally, when they're making their financial justifications, they're going, Abyssinia, Mediterranean, this is very important. And then when they're talking about their concept of operations, they're going, the stuff the Treasury's not going to see. Far East.
Right. Phoenix is saying His Majesty's Treasury is a hostile foreign entity nestled within the British government.
What was it?
Hates spending money on anything.
What was it, Fisher?
The austerity may lead to people to conclude they're actually a German entity. The Kaiser's last revenge, so to speak.
What was it Fisher said about the enemies of the Royal Navy, Drac? You've said it a few times before.
Oh yeah, it's in third place was the Imperial German Navy, in second place was Satan, and in first place was the Treasury.
Right.
Can believe it.
Okay, now if you'll excuse me, the next question is from YouTube, and I have to take a deep.
Disappointed. He was being cruel to Satan there because surely Satan should have been number 3, the Germans should be number 4, and number 2 should have been dockyard workers because usually he's complaining about them.
Oh, very funny.
Well, is it the dockyard? Is it the workers or the unions?
Well, I was going to say, it's running the unions.
Right. Okay, for this next question from Knight6831 on YouTube, Fleet needs to take a very, very deep breath to get it all out in one go.
Which question is it? It's hard to actually figure out.
Breathe in. If the Russian pre-dreadnought battleship fleet of 2 Andrei Pervozani, 2 Estavi, 5 Borodino, 1 Sarajevich, 1 Retisvan, 1 Potemkin, 3 Peserovich, 1 Rotislav, 4 Petropavlos, 1 Sisoy Veliki, 1 Tresvetliano, 1 Dvesler Apostov, 2 Emperor Alexander, 2 2 Imperator Alexander II and 3 Ekaterina II had not been so decimated by the 1900s, when do the fleet come to be replaced and what goes when? Which basically translates to, if summarized, what if... Which basically translates to...
Fleet. Can you repeat that? Because I missed half of it.
Yeah, it basically summarized
in the Discord chat.
It's basically summarized as, what if the Russian losses of the Russo-Japanese War do not occur? What comes in the Russian fleet building program if those losses do not occur?
You know, I do appreciate Knight going into detail at times, but could you not have shortened that one down a bit?
Well, I can start off with, I mean, the Borodinos
are the latest and greatest in the Baltic Fleet.
Yeah, Slava point shows that you can do some rather interesting things with the Borodinos. That they're surprisingly solid designs when competently led. To be perfectly honest, though, the single greatest contribution that the vast majority of the Russian pre-dreadnoughts could make Russian dreadnought building is being scrapped, and the scrap value and their crews being put into further construction of Gangut's.
The thing is, though, do we see the revision? Because we see the ships that come after the Russo-Japanese War. If I remember correctly, I forget the name of those pre-dreadnoughts all the time. The ones that were very heavily revised halfway through their build cycle. As a result of experience, they won't be as heavily revised. The Andrei Pervozani class, the second ones that were built after the other ones were lost. If they're not so heavily revised, what might they turn out like? Do we know what they were going to be originally?
To be honest, it really probably doesn't matter that much, because by the time World War I rolls around, whatever way, shape, or form they are, they're pre-dreadnoughts.
Yeah.
So
what I will point out is that,
but you will have more crews, and you will have money from at least scrapping them, as opposed to just dead losses at Tsushima. Because with the best will in the world, you know, the pre-Borodino Russian pre-dreadnoughts are the only group of pre-dreadnoughts with snagging lists that include things like, we accidentally dropped a crewman down the gap between the hull plating and the armor plating, and it took a while to get it back. It's like, that is a catastrophic level of poor build quality.
Is it a bad time to say that
I'd like to point out they did bother to get him back. They did consider at one point not trying to.
Is it a bad time to point out that Fleet has a soft spot for Russian ironclads and pre-dreadnoughts?
To be fair, it's entirely on brand.
Fair enough.
Also, to be fair, Russian ironclads are nowhere near as terrible. Some of them look like factory stacks that escaped to the ocean, but generally speaking, the Russian ironclads were vaguely competitive. It's when they get into the pre-dreadnought period that it really takes a bit of a left turn, because pre-dreadnought battleship technology starts to somewhat outpace the capabilities and skills of most of the Russian shipyards, and two, they have the misfortune to think that French pre-dreadnought design is clearly the thing to follow.
And for some reason, the Russians' best pre-dreadnoughts all seem to end up in the Black Sea Fleet.
Well, yes, that's the Prestige Fleet.
Yeah.
Because, bearing in mind, prior to the Russo-Japanese War, the Russians have had a fairly successful byline in beating up on the Ottomans.
Yeah,
when the French don't get involved.
Yeah.
And the last time the Russian Baltic Fleet had done anything of any particular significance, it was to try and beat the Swedes, which didn't really end too well for them, considering the relative size and capability of those two empires. So the Baltic Fleet was gaining in importance, partly because that's where a lot of the heavy industrialization was occurring.
And of course, there's the Germans right over there.
Yeah, but the prestige placement, it was still the Black Sea Fleet, much as the Mediterranean Fleet was the premier placement for British ships right up until just before the First World War.
Yeah. One thing I will say is about this scenario is that I know the Russo-Japanese War is rightfully credited as Russia, dropping the ball a bit, but it's hard to overstate the sheer organizational and industrial change that comes over the Imperial Russian Navy between the end of the Russo-Japanese War and the outbreak of the First World War. That is a force that basically reorganizes itself from top to bottom. It's why you have officers like Kolchak appearing. It's why you have peasants climbing the ranks to be NCOs and, in some cases, lower commissioned officers.
I would like to point out during the Russo-Japanese War, the Russians actually have some very good officers.
Oh no, I'm not saying they didn't.
Rozensky might make a meme of chucking binoculars at things, but let's be honest. The man got that fleet around the world, which was a frigging feat of logistics and
you're not on your channel. You can swear you're fine.
And then on top of that, he actually gets them into something resembling fighting order. Yes,
I still maintain
by a fleet which is well rested and well organized and actually homogenous and hasn't had to deal with as many favourites who are in positions who, frankly, no one would ever let them into that position in any sensible navy.
I say this
reflecting on the Royal Navy in the same period being equally stupid in some regards.
I still maintain that if Rossisvensky had had shells that were slightly more effective, Togo would have been punished for that turnabout he did, and he would have lost Mikasa and perhaps another battleship.
The single biggest change, to be honest,
I don't think he'd have lost Mikasa, but might have lost another battleship.
The single biggest change with the Russian fleet between the Russo-Japanese War and the First World War is they decided they were actually going to have at least a core of career enlisted. I mean, yes, there are lots of other changes involved, especially at the higher echelons, but that is probably the single biggest change, because that's also the single biggest problem when it comes to the Russo-Japanese War. The core of the Russian fleet is not that bad, if you like the professional core of it. The problem is that the Russians are, at that point, still operating their fleet like it's the age of sail, where in peacetime you would have 10-15% of your fleet in active service, and then when war comes, you bring the vast bulk of your fleet out of reserve. You grab a whole bunch of random people off the street and say, congratulations, you're in the Navy now.
Yeah.
And within a few months, they've theoretically got themselves roughly into fighting shape. The problem is modern ships and modern combat is so much more complicated than it was in the age of sail, that whole method doesn't work except for being able to put bodies in ships.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got the whole thing about, quite a few men who were in the 2nd Pacific Squadron prior to being told, welcome to St. Petersburg, here's your ship.
They hadn't seen the sea.
Like, how you expected them to be, put into decent fighting shape in any, or understand signalling and everything in a short period of time. It's a bit beyond things, but
I will point out the Russians do come out with some winners in terms of ships between the end of the Russo-Japanese War and the outbreak of and the First World War.
Yeah.
For example, the armored cruiser Rurik, the Ganguts, etc.
But at the end of the day, without having that expanded core of professional sailors, it doesn't really matter what you've got.
True.
If the people running it are incompetent.
True. I think it all comes together to create a fleet that punches far above its weight during the First World War. I mean, look at what Slava does. I mean, Slava brings it all together and humiliates two of the most powerful dreadnoughts in the Imperial German Navy.
Well, to be honest, it's also something of a knock-on effect from the Russo-Japanese War, because the Russians go from a position of assuming that unless they're facing Britain, they'll have equal or larger numbers of ships, to starting almost from scratch and having to acknowledge that actually they're probably going to be fighting as the underdogs, especially given the way their fleets still have to be split up. And that forces them to then take a look and go, instead of going, like in the Black Sea, instead of going, oh, okay, well, we'll just build dreadnoughts to counter the enemy dreadnoughts. Although they do, they start that program, they're also looking at the situation and going, yes, but we might have to bring some of our pre-dreadnoughts in. And if we are now legitimately thinking about putting pre-dreadnoughts in a battle line with dreadnoughts, how can we make them competitive? Hence the Voltronization of the fire control.
Be back in a second.
Right. With Discord question now, sufficiently nautical. What happens in regard to Allied shipping if the US loses at Midway? Assume a hard loss scenario where all CVEs and the atoll itself is lost. Congratulations, you just made all Americans hate you by killing Enterprise. Especially does stress on the US-Australian supply lines, especially after the Japanese move down to the Solomons, and demands to reinforce Pearl Harbor, prevent, torch, or cripple Malta and the Arctic convoys. So, first things first, and Drac will correct me if I'm wrong here, Pearl Harbor does not need to be reinforced if Midway falls. Despite every alternate history author and their mother claiming it, Japan had no plans to attack or occupy Pearl Harbor during the Second World War.
It depends what you mean by reinforce. If you mean reinforce with troops, no. If you mean reinforce with aircraft, it very definitely does, because this is the weird thing. Where Midway is, it doesn't, in and of itself, affect US-Australia supply lines all that much. That's the threat that Guadalcanal represents. Midway's in entirely the wrong position to threaten convoys to Australia, but what it is in a position to do is...
It's the first tripwire. It's the first tripwire in the Japanese defensive line.
Well, this is what I was saying about, you might need to reinforce Pearl Harbor, just not with troops. It's also potentially a forward submarine base for the Japanese, which means that, with their big cruiser subs.
I mean, I know the Japanese have their big cruiser subs, and we've talked about this previously, you and me. But what would they have? What would they have to bring forward? Would just a few submarine tenders be enough to turn Midway into a submarine base, or?
Yes, for what the Japanese cruiser subs need, that is literally all you need, because the Japanese cruiser subs have the range. They have the range to get to Pearl Harbor anyway without Midway. The difference is what kind of supplies have they got for prolonged operations there. And the submarine tenders, they just need a sheltered anchorage. So if you can position 2 or 3 submarine tenders and keep them supplied, then Midway becomes a stop-off for Japanese cruiser subs, which means instead of heading over from the Western Pacific, they're now basically operating at what for them is exceptionally short range, which then means they'll have a ridiculous amount of on-station endurance.
Not only that, they could also start menacing shipping. They could also start menacing shipping, not so much shipping to Australia, but ships transiting the Panama Canal, aka coming out the western side and being menaced by Japanese submarines. It's a long shot, I admit, but
yeah, if I was in charge of the Japanese submarine campaign, I would prefer to put a ring around Pearl Harbor and then maybe a couple of submarine lines mid-ocean on the route from Panama and California to Pearl Harbor, rather than, because the problem is if you go to the Panama Canal or the US West Coast, outside of nuisance raids, even with Midway as a stop-off, you're still operating at a fair distance, and you're operating in the teeth of the enemy.
Yeah, that's true.
The other thing that you could use Midway for is, obviously, we know historically there was the rather anemic, couple of Emilys that went and bombed Pearl Harbor. Well, they didn't even bomb Pearl Harbor, they bombed Hawaii, generally.
If you have Midway as a base, you could operate a large number of H6, and although I would say if Midway has been taken, you wouldn't get the raid against Pearl Harbor with H8Ks, you'd get H6Ks being sent probably about 20 to 30 flying boats to provide a full, all-day, perhaps even all-night reconnaissance patrol to the east of Midway. And then you might have G4M. I think if you given the extreme range of the Betty, if you put some G4Ms on Midway, you might be able to start raiding Pearl Harbor. Might.
Pearl Harbor is about 1,300 miles.
I bet it can do that. I bet he can do that.
Can it do that and get back?
Yes, the Bettys have incredibly...
Right.
The thing that people don't realise is the Bettys sacrificed almost everything for range. They are ridiculous.
You could do it with a light bomb load. Yeah, you could do that with a light bomb load, but the flying boats would obviously work out a little bit better. But the main thing is not so much that you're going to be doing the blitz on Pearl Harbor. It's the fact that you would be able to be doing constant reconnaissance, aerial as well as submarine reconnaissance, observation, and perhaps nuisance raids. And when the Pacific Fleet does sail,
you'll know.
You'll know, and that's also when you can put a crimp in their plans, because even if the submarines don't work for whatever reason,
fly off a sortie of Bettys from Midway with torpedoes and bombs.
You're not going to torpedo strike them off of Oahu, but you're basically going to force the Pacific Fleet to have to deploy straight south long enough to get away from the operational range of aircraft based on Midway, and then they can start heading southwest or west rather than their more ideal shipping routes.
I mean, the worst thing you've got is if the Japanese, towards the late 42 period, because obviously, given what we've got here, a straight hard loss at Midway where no Japanese carriers are sunk and all the US carriers are sunk, what we've got here is a scenario where the Japanese just walk through the Guadalcanal campaign with no opposition. Which therefore means go on, Dragon.
Yeah, that would be a second order effect that would actually threaten Australian shipping. But the other thing is that while a lot of stuff wouldn't affect US morale so much, the single biggest change which might affect US morale in the short term and force the US Navy's hand to do something it wouldn't otherwise necessarily want to do would potentially be those long-distance attacks on Pearl Harbor. Not that they'd have any great military effect.
The political effect though, would be somewhat more.
If Hawaii is being hit by, maybe you put a couple of squadrons of Bettys or a squadron of Bettys and some Emilys, and you launch your raids such that they hit at night. Because otherwise, you can put any arbitrary number of fighters in Hawaii, which would shoot down day raiders.
But the US isn't going to have night fighters to deal with night raids.
Yeah. So what you do is you just keep up nuisance raids with half a dozen to a dozen aircraft every single night with 50 and 250-pound bombs. You're not even really aiming for any military infrastructure. You're just
dropping bombs to cause trouble.
Yeah, it's on civilian areas. At which point, the newspapers are going to be going, they'll blow it up as they always do. So they'll be like, Japanese siege of Pearl Harbor continues, 4th week of continuous bombing, etc., etc. And it's not going to break the American will to fight, but it is going to impose a huge political pressure for the US Navy to do something about Midway first, rather than anything else, which puts them in a bit of a bind because obviously
they've got what? Saratoga as their own carrier strength, and I mean, I know. Okay, they can call Wasp back from the Atlantic, so that gives them Wasp and Saratoga. I know for a fact that are they desperate enough at this point to call Ranger in?
They might be, at least for attacking Midway, because that's a much shorter range operation. But the thing is, the U.S. Navy is going to be looking at going militarily. Going back after Guadalcanal is the much bigger problem, but politically,
Midway needs to be dealt with. Yeah.
Although that could lead to some rather amusing scenarios, because one way you could get out of having to invade Midway in the immediate term would be to arm up a bunch of Catalinas and privateers, and rather than use them as patrol aircraft or bombers, have them. In Europe there was that scheme at one point to armor up and overgun some liberators and flying fortresses and have them act as basically defense units for the rest of the bombers.
Yes.
Effectively, it would be cheaper to take a couple of squadrons of privateers and Catalinas, give them a little bit of armor, as many 50 cals as you can fit, and then because you are definitely out of range of Japanese fighter cover, position a bunch of radar on, I mean, more radar than they already had on Hawaii. And maybe flying radar pickets and on the more western islands to spot the incoming Japanese bombers.
Does the US have radar-guided AA on their ships at this point in mid to late 42?
No.
So that's okay. So that's
no,
option.
no one does.
No, I just wanted to ask before.
The only ones who have the only radar-guided gun system which has actually been worked out for AA that's actually, how to put it, deployable is the Hazemeyer system, which were the Dutch.
Right.
At this point, in the early 1940s.
So basically, Drac, what you're saying is, Drac, is that the Bettys are intercepted by the gun Catalinas.
Yes. Yeah. So you'd have a mixture of flying boats and 4-engine heavy bombers fitted to bursting with 50 cals, and then you'd just end up kind of like if you imagine the Bay of Biscay operations where Sunderlands were being attacked by converted Ju-88s.
Yeah, I think I get what you're driving at here.
So you just have heavy bomber air battles to the west of Hawaii to try and, because if that can blunt the Japanese air attacks,
that might buy the US some political breathing room.
Because then you've stopped the so-called siege of Pearl Harbor without actually having to go on a naval expedition. Plus, of course, every aircraft that goes down in those battles, the Japanese are not getting those pilots back.
Yep.
But considering half your attack force is flying boats anyway, you might as well have a couple orbiting and going, that looks like a friendly that went down, I'll just go and pick up the crew.
Yeah. There's also something else to point out, that given Midway's airbase and what we know it possessed, I don't think the Japanese, given what they need to do, would be actually using land-based fighters. The reason I say this is that to do an air raid on Pearl Harbor every night, you'd be looking at rotating aircraft, so an aircraft would do a raid one night, then be down for maintenance another night. But the thing is, the Japanese would probably send roofs. So, the A6M2N, the float plane Zero, and Midway would probably be, Midway's fighter defense would probably be roofs until the US starts countering the bomber raids, at which point they'd bring in proper Zeros. But that's possible. That's just my thought.
I think the US would probably adopt a similar attitude once they've blunted the air raids. I think they probably, at least in the short term, while they're dealing with Guadalcanal, adopt a similar attitude to what they did with Truk, which is essentially neutralize its offensive power and then contain rather than attack. And then any attack on Midway will probably be in mid-43 once the Essex class fleet has had a chance to build up.
That is going to
mention, apropos of not much to do with what we're discussing at the moment, but I'm just watching out of my hotel window. I've just watched Nimitz come in.
Hey, Nimitz is back.
Yeah, some of the tugs.
Are you sure it's Nimitz?
It has a big 68 on the.
Yep, there we go.
That's usually way to tell it. A clue.
Some of the tugs were
US carriers have nice big symbols.
Yeah, they were having a bit of fun because the. I don't know whether it was just the tugs arrived fractionally late, or maybe Nimitz didn't throttle down quickly enough, but she overshot the pier. They had to bring her back by about 3/4 of a ship's length.
Them nuclear carriers, they do have the speed.
Now, get a bit quirky.
They definitely have the inertia.
One question, Drac, regarding oh, hang on, never mind. This is the next question is from Paul.
A number of
so
people, by the way, just quickly, are mentioning that would Japan even be able to supply a Midway if they were able to take it?
Yes.
A lot of people are saying they wouldn't be able to.
No, if Midway is taken, you've got
incredibly hard.
If Midway is taken, you've got a secure line back through Japanese territory.
Also, one or two people were mentioning about B-17 raids from potentially Hawaii to Midway.
That's something the US can do, but that's not going to stop supplies reaching Midway.
Also, as someone who really despises the B-17, I don't think it would do it very well. Considering the range we're talking about here, it's not a big bomb load they're getting.
Yeah,
We think it could get a big bomb load to Germany.
Yeah. For the B-17
Yeah.
to have a long range, it really has to drop bomb load down to almost to actually lower than medium bomber levels.
The funny thing is, the Bettys can probably carry more to Pearl Harbor than the B-17s can carry to Midway.
Yeah,
honestly,
but also
that's
you don't
not probably wrong.
The last thing you want to do is nuisance raid. The thing is, a nuisance raid from Midway to Pearl Harbor has great political value for the Japanese. What effectively are nuisance raids by B-17s on Midway aren't really going to accomplish all that much, other than when the Japanese stick some zeros on there, you'll end up losing a bunch of B-17s and their crews. So it's in theory, yes, you could do it, but from a practical perspective, it doesn't gain the US anything. So, and as we said, the US didn't have a policy of invading and constantly striking absolutely everything. I mean, even look at look how long Wake Island was left in the Japanese hands.
Yep.
Even if sent to the end at the end, it was being used as a live fire training ground.
The person who actually posed the questions also added on a bit of a thing of asking. I didn't mean to ask this as an alternative history, but more to get at what was at risk when Nimitz pushed his CVs west from Point Luck. Was that risk appropriately calculated against strategic concerns outside the PTO, which I'm guessing Pacific Theatre Operations?
Sorry,
give me a moment.
Back in the
article
tick.
clarified, and didn't mean to ask this as a alternative scenario, but more what was at risk when Nimitz pushed his CVs west from Point Luck? Was that risk appropriately calculated against strategic concerns outside the Pacific Theatre Operations?
Yeah, well, as much as it ever is.
Yeah, I think it was, because at the end of the day, the US wasn't going to be sending anything apart from Ranger and Wasp to operate outside the Pacific Theatre. So, and they don't really want Ranger in the Pacific Theatre either. So, in terms of the calculation of what happens to our carriers if we do this, that it confines things a bit more to the Pacific Theatre than perhaps some other considerations, but also when it comes to the Pacific, up until you get to the point where the US has built up the massive Doom fleet that can just roll over everything, the early stages of the Pacific campaign are a lot of gambles by both sides. Because of the sheer distances involved, you can't quickly follow up with something else. So, it's when you look at, even in operations in the North Sea and the Arctic convoys, and even the Battle of the Atlantic, if something goes wrong, like for example when Hood and Prince Wells intercept Bismarck, and you're expecting to sink Bismarck, and it turns out Bismarck sinks Hood, even in the relatively confined waters of the Atlantic, it takes several days for the Royal Navy response to get close enough to actually cripple and then finish off Bismarck. And the same with Arctic and North Sea and Norwegian operations, where your response time can be in terms of days. In the Western Pacific, for both sides, you'll be lucky if your response time can be measured in weeks if something goes horribly wrong. The fact that Yorktown managed to hightail it back from Coral Sea, get patched up and get back out to Midway is about as fast as you can possibly hope to do, and that was something of a miracle in and of itself. At which point, when it's a case of do we send our carriers west, you're rolling the dice on have I got enough force to accomplish a goal that is going to divert enemy attention and strength sufficiently to justify the risk, because a lot of those earlier Pacific operations, they're not even so much about destroying the enemy; they're more about diverting their attention. Because if you can force the Japanese to reposition a bunch of capital ships, whether they be battleships or carriers, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 miles away from where they want them to be, then 2-3 months down the line, when you go after the the actual area of strategic operations, now all of a sudden half the Japanese fleet is completely out of position.
And that's pretty much a lot of their policies the whole time. It's between I did this when I did the video about the American carrier raids. They are about causing maximum distraction and maximum dispersion of Japanese forces. That's what they're for.
Dromo's saying that I think we're really underestimating how many B-17s are present in Hawaii. I actually don't think there is that many, relatively speaking, B-17s in Hawaii.
I return to the point that you, regardless of how many B-17s you have, any arbitrary number of B-17s, they cannot carry that much in terms of bomb load each to that distance. And the more B-17s you're using, the more fuel you're using, and
that's going to reduce Hawaii's fuel reserves.
Yeah, well, while the Americans don't have anything close to the fuel problems that the Japanese will have later on, there is a finite amount of fuel available at Pearl Harbor, especially in the early part of the war. And especially if you've got an increased submarine presence facing itself from Midway, every drop of fuel at Pearl Harbor has to be tankered in from the US.
And oh boy, what's that? It's a Japanese cruiser submarine with a metal chair!
And you've got the whole the loss of airframes and the loss of aircrew to no real gain, because ultimately, even if you show up with 100 B-17s over Midway,
I mean, the Japanese,
the chances of anything of any value is minimal. I mean, all the Japanese would have to do would be to have a picket ship, a patrol aircraft, something that's just like, oh yeah, a B-7 or even a submarine off the west coast of Hawaii. They just go, oh yeah, some B-17s are arriving.
Now I will
the submarine sail 50 miles out to sea to the west of Midway. You can carpet bomb the whole of Midway and achieve nothing.
Yeah, and I
from a strategic.
And I will point out that even if the Japanese are only using roof float plane zeros, those are still capable enough to dent B-17 raids without impacting how many bombers the Japanese can send the other way.
Looking at it, honestly, the B-17 could theoretically make it there and back, but we're talking about a bomb load less than 4,000 pounds. We're probably looking closer to around 2,000.
Yeah, well, but
honestly, Dromo, you say it can do 4,000, but no, it can do 4,500 pounds up to 800 miles.
That's not far enough to get to Midway and back.
Keep in mind, Midway, that's 500 miles short, and then you're not even getting home again.
Can we, I know this has been going for a little bit, but can we start winding this down?
Range is incredibly short, relatively speaking.
Yeah, because it has armor and defensive armament.
There's a reason why a lot of us do criticize it as a long-range bomber, because we're not just wrong.
It's more a heavy medium bomber.
Yeah.
Dr. Clark, that is a brilliant designation.
It can do 12,500 with 4,000 pounds. Yep, 1,250 miles. That doesn't get the bomber home.
And it's also still 50 miles short of Midway.
Even that's combat radius. That's still not far enough to get there. And again, from other things I've read, that's not enough still.
Well, you're also talking about you're also talking about assuming that the weather conditions are right, assuming you have no headwinds either way, which might eat into your fuel reserves, assuming that your navigation is completely spot on, which, let's just say, flying over 1,000 miles over the Pacific, that's not necessarily a guarantee. It's the same kind of thing as, you have to be very careful about on-paper values versus what capabilities were actually demonstrated. We can point to early Japanese raids on Singapore, for example, at extreme distance, and it shows that is kind of possible. Whereas if you look at the paper stats of a Dauntless, so on paper, a Dauntless can go 300 to 400 miles on a strike mission. Now show me how many times the US Navy sent them 300 to 400 miles on a strike mission.
Rex
also,
made
if I'm reading
the chart that he gave us correct, it's not even a very large bomb load.
No.
For the Rangers talking, like looking at
no
the potential max ranges involved. 1,800 miles with 4,000.
Yeah,
You're not going 1,800 miles in a B-17 with any bomb.
No, it's
yeah.
So just to put a pin in it, basically
2,000 miles.
B-17
2,000 miles. Yeah, 2,000 miles is apparently the 6,000 pound load.
No.
Yeah, I agree. I get that you're providing. Yeah, I get that you're providing an actual source at least, which I do appreciate. But long range, 1,800 miles with a 4,000 pounds worth of bombs on the B-17E.
That's
and again, that still isn't getting you home. And I'm sorry, but I don't think the US is willing to basically send their people on a suicide mission. What?
I will point out that I think it's more likely that the US will wait until B-24s come on strength at Pearl Harbor to start these raids. If they do them at all. Because I do kind of want to put a pin in this and move forward somewhat. We have things...
I'd say it's more like the B-29 program.
Yeah. Like, the B-17 is not a great bomber. They get much better ones very quickly. They might use B-24s later. That's probably about it.
Okay, so where was
basically
good old
Phoenix.
Fleet? Where was good old Fleet when he was poking his head in things?
Why do you poke your head in that hornet's nest, my friend?
Not in the horn.
What if they borrowed Avro Lancasters?
Dr. Clark.
And then, in simple terms, you've been doing this now for 50 episodes. Surely you've learnt. What is a hornet's nest?
By the way, Fleet,
learn,
this is
never. Gorbian, yes, that is Drac, and Dr. Clark is here as well. See, Fleet knows people. Fleet knows people. So next is Paul Amos's question from YouTube. Given an equitable Washington naval treaty where the US and UK have a maximum of 18 capital ships, Japan 12, France and Italy 6.5, does this put off World War II, and for how long? So,
might I ask, how do you have half a ship?
Yes, that's a good point.
Multiplying up.
Right. Okay. So if it's tonnage load, maybe.
So that offers the French like the option of building, say, 3 Dunkirks or 2 Richelieus or something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
And that still doesn't reach the level. Basically, you need for it to be equitable to the level at which the Japanese are happy. They want a 70%. For the British and Americans to have the 6 clear ship advantage they want over the Japanese each, then you're talking about 20. So it's 20 to 14. 18 to 12 is still going to be 2/3. So that's not going to be. The Japanese are still going to go away feeling they're not strong enough because they always wanted the 70%.
That's Paul. This is Paul Amos saying this.
No. What you might do is you might serve still. It's not going to necessarily prevent World War II, but it might slow it down, because when you look at the fleet strength from the Washington Naval Treaty, in some ways, I stress not all, but in some ways, the Royal Navy for battleships at least comes out ahead because they have built so many battleships recently. So the smallest unit that the British have is their last generation 13.5-inch super dreadnought, the Iron Dukes. Everything else they have is a 15-inch ship, or bigger in the case of the Nelsons. US, even though they get 3 Colorados, they still have a few of their 12-inch dreadnoughts, and then they have the New Yorks, which are equivalent-ish more along the lines of the Orions or the King George V, and then you have the Nevadas, which are they are the first standard battleship to a certain extent, but the Nevadas are probably more akin to the Iron Dukes, and then you get the 12 gunners, which are more along the lines of the 15-inch ships, roughly speaking. And then you look at the Japanese, and the Japanese are actually officially originally allowed to keep even the Kawachis, and the French are down to like the Dantons.
Didn't they also keep the Republiques as well?
Yeah, but this is the thing. So everyone except for the British under the historical terms of the Washington Treaty is keeping some ships which, even by 1918, are known to be either obsolete or hopelessly obsolete, either pre-dreadnought or 12-inch armed ships. If you up the tonnages so that you now have 18, 18, 12, etc., then you've basically got one of two scenarios. Either you let everyone build a ton of 16-inch ships, which is directly counter to the whole point of the Washington Naval Treaty, so that's probably not going to happen. So you'd still get the Colorados and Nagatomatsu and the Nelsons, but that would still be about it. But it means that everybody is keeping 3 additional, even older ships. So at that point, for the Japanese, you're saying, oh, great, you have ships, but you're basically, on a tonnage basis, you're giving them essentially their pre-dreadnought fleet.
Yeah. Congrats, Japan, you're evil.
Or alternatively, they all get under the Nelson and Rodney scenario, and they all get to build some new ships.
Yeah, but I don't think that's not going to happen, because the whole point of Washington is naval limitation. Treaty that's we're going to limit the treaty after we built a ton of really expensive ships is not really a limitation treaty. Whereas in this scenario, the British are going to have to keep more of their 13.5-inch ships. The Americans will have even more of their 12-inch ships, and as we said, the Japanese are going to have their pre-dreadnoughts. Now that initially is not really so much of a problem, because hopefully no one wants to go to war. But the reason why I say it will delay the Second World War is that when you get to the other end of things, when you get to the 1930s,
I do have a point, Drac. I do have a point I want to make, Drac. In this scenario where everyone's retaining older fleets, I know you're talking about delaying the Second World War, but do we see a First London where the build holiday is allowed to lapse in order to allow people to replace the older parts of their fleets?
You might have a First London that doesn't extend the building holiday, but it's difficult to tell, because part of the reason First London agreed to extend the building holiday was because you're in the middle of the Great Depression and they're negotiating it, and no one has any money. So yes, they might want to build some ships. So you might, for example, see a First London as a balance where everybody is allowed to build, let's say, if the British and the Americans are allowed to build 2 or 3 additional ships. Let's say 3 additional.
Three additional for the British and Americans, 2 for the Japanese.
Yeah, and that allows everybody to scrap some of their hopelessly obsolete ships and build replacements.
Because, of course, building ships is actually good for the economy, as Dr. Clark keeps saying.
I do want to ask one minor thing here, though.
There is one interesting thing here, that, if you don't mind me popping in quickly, Dragon. There is one interesting thing. Under this scenario, they might keep Princess Royal around and give her to the Australians to replace Australia.
Well, it'll be better. It'll be better than Invincible.
Would that? Wouldn't that not violate the terms of Washington?
No, because the terms of Washington was the Royal Navy, all the fleets were combined together and represented together, and it was structured so much that the Royal Navy kept them all together. But if you've got the extra tonnage, you might well turn around to the Australians and go, well, would you like HMS Princess Royal, because she's the latest Lion class, and you're keeping Tiger, remember? The Royal Navy kept Tiger.
That's true. But I do.
So you could give them, you could give them the Princess Royal. Unfortunately, you can't give them Queen Mary because she got lost. She has a bad case of water poisoning. The thing is, Princess Royal would be quite a good ship to replace for the Australians.
I can't help but feel. I get what you're saying, and obviously Drag is welcome to weigh in on this on either side, whichever one of you thinks is right. But I personally think that if you're doing that, given the RN has more battle cruisers at this point, I would say the RN keeps Princess Royal, since she will be at home with a lot of more capable battle cruisers around her, and since you want a very capable ship on the spot, you send Tiger to the Australians, not Princess Royal. Drac, what do you think?
No, they want to keep Tiger.
The Royal Navy wants to keep Tiger.
It depends. It also all depends when all these transfers are occurring. Because if we go back to the scenario I was talking about, so by the time let's say First London allows two or three additional ships to be built, you've still got a lot of obsolete ships at the tail end. Because obviously this is all based on tonnage. So numerically, everyone's going to have either a lot of obsolete ships sitting in reserve, or they'll have scrapped them and they'll have spare tonnage. Which means that when you get to Second London, the mid-1930s, when everything historically breaks down, the Japanese especially are going to be looking at a scenario where the Americans and the British have objectively much larger fleets, and especially if they built 3 additional ships in the early 30s, considerably more modern fleet. And everyone else is going to be looking at the same scenario, at which point you need, if you're the Japanese, even if you decide you're going to go off and do your own thing in the mid-30s, you've got a lot further to catch up, and with a larger fleet to maintain, theoretically Britain and America should have larger shipbuilding industries compared to what they had historically.
Especially with the injection of capital in the early 30s by the building programs that they did.
Which means that the Japanese calculation is going to have to be looking at, the British and the Americans building 3 or 4 capital ships a year instead of 2, which in turn means, again, they're going to have to aim for a considerable number of Yamato or Yamato-like ships. If that's
Aren't
the
the Japanese going to have whatever their pair of ships is, which will presumably be 2
Yes, but when they're considering fighting potentially the Americans and the British at the same time, they have advanced their fleet by 2 modern units, and the combined threat has advanced its fleet by 6 modern units.
Yeah, no, you've got a point there.
Already had to begin with, which means
and also
plus the technologically inferior but numerically larger fleets, which go and fight the Fusas and the Iseis and everything. But essentially, what it boils down to is that if the Japanese can keep up the deception on what the Yamatos actually are, which we know historically they were able to do, the Japanese are going to look at it from a scenario not that where they're confident of going to war with 2 or 3 Yamatos, either available or almost available. They're going to be looking at this from a scenario, if they want to be able to beat even the US fleet on its own, they're going to think they need 4, 5, 6 Yamatos or Yamato derivatives to take on the sheer mass of ships that the US both has and is now potentially capable of building in short order. And that in turn means they can't afford to go to war until 43, 44, 45, assuming that they can find somewhere up to get their oil from or not antagonize the Americans by invading China.
So I do just have 2 points I do want to mention, because it will be a question to try into. So, the Washington Naval Treaty System, but does this really affect Germany and Germany's whole thing of going after Poland, which starts the war basically? So just from a brief look at it, I don't think it actually would delay the war necessarily.
The thing is,
Germany kind of needs to go when they do.
One thing you have to bear in mind, Dragon, is that as myself, Dr. Clark, and Drac have discussed, any scenario in which the treaties are extended or expanded, or any scenario in which the powers are able to build capital ships in the early 30s, is the Kriegsmarine's worst nightmare.
True, but then they might also be able to realize we can't win in a surface war at this point, and also really they need to start moving when they do.
Yeah, no, Dragon, you're right.
Very limited time of operations.
The problem we've got. Go on, Dragon.
I can see Dragon's point that it's not necessarily going to affect a land campaign in Europe. However,
do the Germans still build the Scharnhorst as is, Drac, or do they try and fit them with some form of 13.8-inch?
Oh no, they'll still build the Scharnhorst as is. But, I mean, they didn't want to antagonise the Royal Navy at the size it was, let alone if it's even bigger. But no, I think that the thing is actually the thing that might delay war in Europe is the second order effect, because yes, having a larger fleet plus the cash injection from building a few new ships in the early 30s means that the armor making, the shipbuilding, and the gun making capacity for warships is increased. But
plus, you've added another generation of capital ship design.
Yes, but those industries are part of the greater defense industry, because if you're making more steel, if you have more foundries, if you have larger gun pits, if you have more gun foundries, etc., then that means once everybody starts to get a bit leery and looking sideways at each other in the mid-30s, the total defense manufacturing capability of, in Germany's case, Britain, and potentially even France, is larger, which means that both countries can rearm faster, and which therefore they potentially pose more of a threat to Germany. And the German war industry, of course, is having to play catch up. So similar to the Japanese on the sea, the German, I mean, Hitler might chance it. You never know. He is after all Hitler.
Dr. Clark. Sorry, go on, Drac. I'll let you finish.
Because
I'll say what I'm going to say.
I want to point out one thing, because
I was just going to say,
I wanted to point out one thing.
Being able to build more artillery, more planes, more tanks, more rifles faster, because ultimately Vickers, if they're making 16-inch guns, or they're making 4.7-inch field artillery, or they're making Vickers tanks, etc., a lot of that extended industry has multiple uses.
Yeah.
And so Hitler's got further to go.
One thing I would like to say, and I think Dr. Clark, if I may,
it further, because
if I may, Dr. Clark.
Okay.
The first time Dr. Clark, the reason that I want to say this is that the first time Dr. Clark was on Ramblings was in relation to a question regarding what if the High Seas Fleet showed up in Europe in January 1st, 1939. And it was made abundantly clear to me then the limitations of the German armaments industry regarding refitting warships, building warships, gun foundries, armor plant foundries, machinery foundries, etc. We're basically looking at the same situation now, just in a different circumstance.
And actually, it could get worse, because let's think about it. What's the biggest driver for engine power development in aircraft?
A war?
In the late 1930s. It's naval aircraft. Because especially in Britain, the RAF is doing their best to ignore their own fighter command, let alone the fleet. But the reason the Royal Navy, one of the reasons the arguments the Royal Navy gets control of its naval aviation is because of the larger percentage, the more growing appreciation of how important fleet naval aviation is to the Navy, but also the larger size of it. So if that's happened earlier, the Royal Navy's probably got control of the naval aviation earlier, which means the Royal Navy probably orders things like the 2,000 horsepower engines earlier, because they realised very quickly that 1,000 horsepowers, it's a useful engine for a interceptor based on land, but due to the weight of aircraft for sea, for them to being stressed, the airframe to be stressed for carrier landings, for all the stuff you need to carry when you're flying over water, which you don't have to worry about so much on land, i.e. shark repellent on life rafts and all sorts of things like that. It all adds up. All those little things they have to add up. 2,000 horsepower engines are really the point at which the aircraft start to develop the similar operating characteristics they need to deal with land-based fighters.
So
you could have that being pushed on. So
are you saying, Dr. Clark, that basically we're looking at a more advanced naval aircraft for all three of the major carrier operators earlier?
Yes, and that's going to have a spill-on effect to the land-based aircraft those nations are operating.
Which may put the Germans even further behind.
Might actually, Germany. Well, no, the German. Well, yes, but I think that's why the Germans would start it if they can even earlier. Because
are you saying war over Czechoslovakia?
Yeah, Hitler's not going to come to power any earlier.
Yeah, it's more of a case of I'm meaning sort of 1939-ish. The Germans have got. They know that they cannot keep up in terms of armament. If they do wait longer, Britain and France will have more hope.
Yes,
well, no, Britain and France can rebuild a lot more. I'm sorry.
Yes, that's true, but for the Germans, the trouble is Hitler doesn't come to power at the same time. The British and the French will have started their rearmament program in 1930, before Hitler, 5 years before Hitler's come to power, because of the building construction that's going to take place after the First London Treaty. So it's going to start. So in the nicest way, they're not only going to be starting from behind, they're going to be starting from behind after the others have already started.
Also,
so the other point, the Germans, what I think they might do is they might actually shamelessly start concentrating. They might even not build up their navy. They might build up their navy, but it's only going for status units and not actually a full fleet.
Would like to make
There's all sorts of options they might do.
I would like to make a suggestion to Dr. Clark and Drac. Might not Durnitz get his way?
No.
No? Drac, do you have an opinion on that? Regarding Dernitz's call for U-boats prior to World War II?
Well, the problem they're going to have is that, assuming a Washington Naval Treaty originally setting those tonnage limits so much higher, presumably that is going to apply proportionally across the board. Otherwise, everyone will be complaining about the lack of escorts for their capital ships. At which point, you've got a Royal Navy with a much bigger escort fleet to start with, which makes the idea of trying to catch up with U-boats even less plausible. And also, again, much greater naval industry. Instead of ordering 50 or 70 or 80 Flower-class corvettes, you'll be ordering 150, 200, 250. And also, if you've got that many more battleships, that many more carriers, and cruisers, etc., the threat to Germany requires, even if the Germans don't necessarily decide to go with the mission that they eventually sign the Kriegsmarine, they're still going to need a force that can at least keep the German coastline secure. So they're still going to want capital ships of some description.
Might the Weimar Republic...
If Dönitz does get his submarine building boost, it probably won't be for Type 7s or Type 9s. It'll probably be discretionary funding for a couple of dozen coastal defence subs.
Might the Weimar Republic...
Ronnie's response probably to that is going to be completely overwhelming it, because the British are so leery of submarine as a threat, because of World War One, because of how close the Germans come to winning in World War One. The moment the British see a one-dimensional threat, and this is the whole point I've made repeatedly about the Germans, if Donitz wins, and the reason he doesn't win is because quite a lot of people are arguing against it as a one-dimensional threat, and it actually makes the job easier for the British to deal with. Because if you just focus on just building submarines and don't build anything else, that makes it easy for the British. Think about how easily the British can just churn out small sloops and corvettes.
Oh no, you're right. You're quite right.
Imagine not having really any battleship presence in the North Sea that they can just send them to the Med.
Yeah. They can just send the capital ships off the Mediterranean to the Far East, and they can they don't then have to escort them.
Yeah, no.
So they don't even have that. It just makes their lives a lot easier.
Quick thing for Dr. Clark, for Alex and Alex, both of you. So bear in mind, we know when Hitler comes to power, the Deutschlands are laid down before he comes to power. Do they not go with the Deutschlands in this timeline? Do they instead go with the 11 or 15-inch armed coast defense ships?
Probably still the 11-inch armed ships, because they can't build a bigger gun than that at the moment with their foundries at that point, thanks to their size.
Weimar's still going to go for the Deutschlands, because remember, Weimar is basically living in, not necessarily denial, but as far as their strategic calculations are concerned, the position of Weimar Republic Germany is, we are not going to war with Britain, that's stupid. The Deutschlands are built with the objective of fighting anyone other than Britain, like, say, France.
But with this alternate Washington Treaty, might not France have some funny MacGuffins?
I mean, they might, but the thing is, from a Weimar perspective, building ships that can at least menace French trade, even with the increase in displacement the French get, is still a semi-plausible tactic. So, therefore, they might as well keep building the Deutschlands, because France isn't going to come knocking on Germany's coastline.
Yep, fair enough.
They're just flat out in denial about a potential of a war in Britain, so they're not going to build defence ships against a war they just decided they're not going to have.
Fair enough. That makes perfect sense, Drac. I'd like to... Does anyone have any final comments?
I did want to quickly ask one point, because we mentioned earlier. So, you mentioned that in this timeline, the Japanese would actually get one or two of their capital ships from the sort of treaty era.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We had a bit of a debate earlier of, would they actually... What would they prefer, going for the Amagi class or the Tosa class if they could build basically one or the other.
Well,
Tosa.
Right.
Yes,
Fair enough.
I was
You need to think
right.
about that.
Fleet was right.
Yep,
Victory.
Fair enough. I personally thought they might prefer the Amagis overall because of the higher speed capability and basically being able to intercept things more quickly. But hey, I guess the idea of operating them potentially with Nagatos could work because then it was a very good form.
The Toes and the Nagatos mesh really well.
Well, the other thing is that although objectively what you're saying, Dragon, you are correct. The Amagis make more sense on a grand scale. The fact is that even with this expanded Washington Treaty, they're still going to be looking at ships that are capable of conversion into carriers. And if you're given a choice of, obviously they don't know the Great Kanto earthquake is coming, but if you're essentially given the choice of, you can strengthen the battle fleet with 2 Tosas and have 2 Amagi class carriers, or you can strengthen the battle fleet with 2 Amagis and have a pair of Tosa based carriers.
The choice is obvious.
Yeah, you would want to convert to the Amagis to the battle cruisers, carriers. They're a better hull to do it with.
Just so that Dr. Clark and Drac
fair
are
enough,
aware.
then.
Just so that Dr. Clark and Drac are aware, this was related to a question regarding a weird timeline in which the RN got all the admirals. But I'll leave that there because that was
not go back into that one.
Yeah, that was answered a long time ago.
That one was confusing.
First things first.
In any scenario where the Royal Navy gets all 4 admirals, including all 4 admirals, the Hood and the 3 successor admirals, the Washington Naval Treaty is incredibly different because you can hand wave past 1 ship, which is 40,000 tons.
Yeah,
you cannot hand wave past 4.
Yeah, we did this. We've done this.
We all agreed on that, but we had different opinions on fleet wanting to allow others to build 16-inch arm ships while Britain has to deal with the hoods, or just the hoods.
Yeah,
now Britain would go, well, that's not really fair to us.
We've dealt with Dragon, we've dealt with this, moving on.
I know, I'm just giving context.
Okay,
by the way,
our fleet couldn't do basic math.
Now, listen here, I can do mathematics. I can do mathematics. Look, okay, moving on. Moving on.
Discord fleet.
Yeah,
It's a fun one.
Moving on. Okay, first things first. Drac and Dr. Clark, are you both familiar with Supreme Commander, the strategy game, at all?
Yeah. Yes.
Drac?
Music launch detected.
Ah, good. Because in that case, then this question you'll love this one. Brackman asks, somewhere on a backwater planet, a commander builds a metal extractor. The planet is in the Tau Empire, and it's a Cybran commander. Will the Cybran be able to survive in the 40k galaxy? Fire away, boys!
Against the Tau? Yes.
Yeah,
Tau, yes.
Right, remember, the Cybran commander comes with an antimatter cannon.
In a land campaign for control of a planet, yes. The only problem is going to be spacefaring capability, because theoretically the Tau fleet could just blast the planet if they lose. But given Supreme Commander in a lot of ways, obviously, yes, it's an RTS game. But if we're going to, assume it also works that way in real life, Supreme Commander is very much almost like the home world of ground strategy, in that you can find your enemy is building a thing, and very quickly you are now capable of building that thing. Like your salvage corvettes in Homeworld, where it's just like, we have stolen the frigate. Now we know how to build it.
Drac, are you saying that the Cybrans might very quickly be constructing battleships, and also because it's the Tau, very safe warp drives that don't require navigators?
Right, no, Fleet. I don't think you realise how busted that FTL is for the Cybran.
We know how the Tau land things like the Walkers, the giant flying soap bar ship.
Walkers.
Not wrong.
And so, the Cybran will win the ground campaign very easily. They will come across a bunch of grounded Tau spacecraft, at which point they'll be like, we shall disassemble them for resources, and now we will build our own equivalents.
Oh my god!
Because of the slow nature of Tau FTL, by the time the Tau fleet shows up, there will probably be a Cybran space fleet in orbit, and then now it will be
planetary annihilation moment, basically.
Oh, yeah, worse than that. With the tech,
No,
the
because-
Cybran have the hands.
Because remember, the Cyberns have gate tech, so in a
But
nicest way,
will that work in the
and
40k galaxy?
teleportation tech.
Yep, they have
Yeah.
multi-planetary teleportation. They can just go, we are at your capital now, with a full
Yeah.
army now.
Are we... Wait,
And they
wait,
can
wait,
literally-
hold on. Are the Cybran the counter to the Tyranids?
No.
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 The only thing that
Because,
counts the Tyranids is another Tyranids.
No.
You know the whole thing that we mentioned earlier, Fleet, about how the Necron's antimatter weaponry is starting to be adapted to by the Nids at this point?
Yes. Oh.
The Cybran use antimatter and lasers primarily, as well as
Oh.
some kinetic.
But
They can just adapt
You
to
can't counter the brick! The brick is God!
Yes, you can with enough point
Yes,
defense.
you can.
The Cybran brick is the
I
god of
regularly
all assault
wreck
bots.
bricks.
Like, as
No, it's
someone who
not.
UEF superiority, tier 3 point defense.
Look, I'm a UEF player myself, alright, but even I have to respect the brick.
The brick is a decent defense and stuff, but yeah. The
I've noticed that
antimatter
Drac
need
is
a bit
sitting
more for
there
UEF
quiet.
but they do have some on it.
Well,
yeah, you've got electron laser. Like, but honestly, it's the planetary teleportation that's the most horrifying thing. As long as they have the coordinates, they can just teleport.
Also,
Okay.
Imperial Titans aren't
Okay.
a threat, because the Cybrans have the Monkey Lord.
Oh no, the Titans are still a threat. Monkey Lord's strong, but not.
Yeah.
Usually, in the nicest way, I win most campaigns on a Supreme Commander when I'm UEF, when my fat boys just roll across the base.
The main thing you
Yes,
have to just
best
hope
way.
is that the planetary
Yeah.
teleportation doesn't translate into warp-based teleportation.
Oh dear.
Question,
I'm
does the
skeptical to think it is,
Commander
but
style
very
commanders have
quickly.
access to planetary conkers like the planetary annihilation lot.
no.
Very quickly,
That's not something Supreme Commander really
given the
develops.
scale that Supreme Commander operates at, do we think there are any Supreme Commander experimentals that can fight Imperial Titans? And what Imperial Titans
Fat
can
boys.
they fight?
Well, a fat
Fat
boy, I
boys.
don't think it would be able to fight an Imperial Titan, but the Imperials would go.
Well, no, the
That's
Fat
a
Boy's
what?
has the Fat
Can
Boy
we buy
has
them?
shields. The Fat Boy has shields. I think a Fat
Yes,
Boy
it
can
has,
fight a
it has
Warhound.
right, but Fleet, it's got electron shields versus
it's
void
probably
shields.
Closer, it's closer to maybe like a Mastodon command vehicle, or maybe one of
Yeah.
the small capital Imperialis. But
because
it's not Warlord or Imperator.
a Fat Boy has
In a nicer-
4 triple battleship cannons, and they are not equivalent to Titan weaponry.
Well, no, actually, no. A fat boy wins because it turns up somewhere. A couple of them turn up somewhere, and they attack with a horde of things they manufacture.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the thing about a fat boy.
The Titan then
Uh,
just deploys its blast cannon.
what
and
about
boom.
the monk?
Yes, but
Okay,
it has to find a fat boy first to do it.
what about the Galactic Colossus, the Aeon experimental walker? That's got to be
Well,
a
that's
Warhound
huge
equivalent, right? That's got to be a Warhound
No.
equivalent.
No.
No.
Right, Fleet, do yourself a favour and actually read the literature about the Warhounds and any bigger Titans. They are fucking scary when they get going.
Yes, I know the Warhounds are the
Pretty
terrifying.
much
boys.
anything.
So
And look, I would like to point out there is a. Does anyone know what the name of the general, the highest ranking general in the UEF is?
Oh, do you? Okay,
I should remember
do
them
you,
off the top of my head.
Do you mean in the original campaign, or do you mean in Forged Alliance? Because those are two different generals.
In the original campaign.
Oh, what's he called? I haven't played the original campaign.
I'll be honest, it doesn't.
Commander through
I'll be
Forged
honest, I
Alliance.
don't remember. So, if you wouldn't mind, because I don't off the top of my head. I'll be honest. General Clark is in the second game.
Yeah,
but in
Dr.
the first,
Clark,
I don't actually
you're
know
not
it's just a
seriously
general.
suggesting. Oh
Like-
great! Oh great! Dr. Clark's
The
in
re-
Supreme Commander lore. We're doomed.
Well, yeah, of course, Supreme Commander's a
No.
good game. But
I'm not claiming that at all. I have done a lot of computer game testing during my time.
yeah, I'm just looking through the Titan grade weaponry. I don't see anything Supreme Commander has on par.
Okay, so
The Titan Gatling macro cannon, which a lot of Titans have as one of their arm weapons, is a 6-barreled battleship cannon.
Oh, I thought that fired Lehman
bigger,
Russ shells.
No.
No. No.
Or am I thinking of the Warlord? Am I thinking of the Reaver rotary
Fleet?
cannon?
No, Fleet. No, because that's even bigger.
The Reaver.
No,
Right.
So go on, Drac.
The Warhound. Actually, no. Even the Warhound doesn't have anything as small scale as battle cannon stuff. No,
the smallest thing it's got's the
Vulcan
what's
bolter.
called Mega Bolter.
Yeah, which is a weapon found on super heavies. The Vulcan Mega Bolter is basically built stuck on a Bane. I think it's a Stormlord.
Yeah,
Is
I think so.
Vulcan Mega Bolter on a Baneblade chassis, and that's one of two weapons you could fit on a Warhound. And the Warlords are like, Warhounds, that's cute.
I will admit
Hound
one
one's
of,
actually bigger though than the Stormlord one.
I will admit one of my finest moments when I still play tabletop was watching my Baneblade send one of its main gun rounds through a Warhound Titan's void shields, through its armor, and detonating its reactor, all in one turn. I was very happy.
Also,
Jeez,
just to bring up a
that
point-
can't happen after 7th.
Yeah.
Because
Also,
the
just to bring up a point-
Titans have too many wounds
It
now.
wasn't after 7th, I can tell you that much.
Because also to compare, the Reaver Titan's Gatling Mega Blaster has a rate of fire of over in the multiple thousands of rounds a minute.
Therefore, dear grid coordinates.
No. This is the I want accuracy weapon.
Dear
This is-
square
you
mile.
in particular are dying.
Dear square mile.
No, because as I said, this is the precision weapon
Dear
for killing infantry.
Dear square foot.
Yeah, that's basically what you can do with a Reaver. Like,
okay, so
Reaver's just fucked that guy in particular.
So even Supreme Commander
That's
can't
if you're
match
using the smaller
40k. That's
weapons.
impressive.
right. Do you remember what Random Idiot mentioned earlier?
Actually, what game do we fit? What game lore do we think could match 40k?
So to be fair,
Anyone think?
Halo.
Supreme Commander stands a decent chance in general 40k combat because Titans are not regularly deployed on every battlefront.
Yeah.
So Supreme Commander 40k.
Drac, Supreme Commander experimentals are equivalent to knights. I've just realised.
Yeah.
Well, but what you would do is, as a Supreme, if Supreme Commander is trying to fight 40k, is you take over a bunch of lower importance worlds first, and use your ridiculous building capability to spam out like so many units that you could theoretically eventually overwhelm Titans by sheer numbers.
All you've got to do is get the void
one
shields
on one.
down. Once the void shields are down, you hit them with the ridiculous Supreme Commander artillery.
Well, what you'd be looking for would be actually in the, I don't know if you've seen the Exodite mini series that they've done on Warhammer Plus, but in that one there's a pair of Warlord Titans, and one of them is equipped entirely with heavy weaponry, and it gets swarmed by something like 4 dozen battle suits.
Oh
And
yes, I
it's
remember
not-
that. The warlords are going ham on the tower, and then the tower shot with battle suits.
But it's initially it's not at risk, but it is clearly at risk in the sort of medium term because yes, a volcano cannon can clearly maximize one battle suit, but there's many of them. But then the other one that's got Vulcan Mega Blasters on it shows up and just wipes them all out.
Yeah.
So you'd basically then have to just hope that that the Imperials deploy actual god machine killer Titans as opposed to the anti-infantry spec Titans.
I mean, I would
Also,
agree.
right.
With,
I want to put this to bed at the moment.
Yeah, all right, fair enough.
Planetary Annihilation is not even close to equivalent to 40k. Planetary
Commander
Annihilation is a
closer.
spiritual successor to Supreme Commander, and the actual stuff you see, the orbital capabilities are better, yes, because we actually see orbitals for once, but the orbital ships actually available in Planetary Annihilation are pitiful, honestly.
No,
versus
right.
an Imperial Destroyer.
Okay, no,
The idea of
Dragon, you say that, but you can strap guns to a moon and fly it at your opponent.
Now,
Foxo,
now,
we're
I was hoping
burying
you were going
it.
to mention that.
Foxo,
Need I
we're
mention
burying it.
the orcs?
Oh yeah,
The orcs have done
weaponized
this
moon.
before.
The weaponized
What if
moon.
we strap bloody huge engines to this planet and cover it in all of the guns? Like,
All of
have
the-
you not heard of Mordaka Prime?
Excuse me. Sorry, boys. We gotta strap all the guns to the moon, boys, and the big rockets, boys, and we send it off
Also,
round the human home
In
world,
case of
boys.
emergency, there's always the Imperium always has one very good solution.
Exterminatus.
It's called Exterminatus.
Dragon, counterpoint.
Foxo.
All
Foxo, I'm
Exterminatus
sorry.
does
Foxo,
is
I'm
turn
sorry.
that planet-sized projectile into a shotgun blast.
Yeah,
No,
Foxo,
not-
I'm sorry.
Not if you use the Atomic Annihilator
Yeah,
warheads.
Foxo, I'm sorry. We have to move on. Because the next question from Discord is very funny.
I think you're all missing. It's galactic civilizations.
Galactic
No.
Civilization stands. Actually, what's it called? A friend of mine was recently playing a game that, when you get to the later levels, you're becoming even more ludicrous than 40k. Where it's like, yeah, I'm just using my mind to generate a planet, sort of capabilities. Whenever you get to those sort of level civilizations, even 40k just sort of goes.
Discord, Derp Squad, Drac Derp
another one
Squad on
is Stellaris.
YouTube supports your
Yeah,
theory.
potentially
He
late
says,
game Stellaris.
he says, you take over low-value worlds and rely on the fact the Imperium won't notice for a millennium.
Yeah, genuinely.
Yeah.
As long as the Imperium doesn't notice you. Also, technically speaking, Cyberns are humans.
They are cybernetic. Oh wait,
Yeah.
cybernetic humans.
The only-
wait, the
only
Mechanicum might
problem-
fall in love.
Yeah, you've only got one problem here. They also really like AIs.
Oh, Dragon.
but I
Yeah,
can
let's
see
open that can of worms for a second.
Yeah, but
Like-
the Cyberans might declare themselves to be the real messiah of the Martians.
Yeah, like, I think you could
And
potentially
take
see a
over Mars.
split in the Mechanicus of, they are the Omnissiah, they're not the Omnissiah, they're a very naughty boy sort of group. Like, you'll probably have two camps again.
You'll have a third.
Oh, well,
You'll
yeah,
have,
probably.
you'll have Krull trying to get hold of them so he can study them and become one.
Like, teach me your secrets. Let me have multiple bodies, please.
The mechanics is always shrapneling.
But yes, you
Look
said you
at what
wanted the
Tau
next
Ceti's doing. Just completely ignoring Mars and being told to stop bang Mars.
Ooh.
Makes
That's an
Primaris
interesting one,
anyway.
Leslie, but I get the feeling we won't get to it. Anyway, you said you wanted the next fleet.
I could talk about Mars for so long.
We can talk. Both me and you could talk about 40k for an entire ramblings. Hell, we could talk about multiple sci-fis for a whole ton of them.
Oh, we definitely should do a 40k.
Another one that could fight 40k. The Foreigners from Halo.
Yeah.
We should do a 40k ramblings.
Yeah, honestly,
yeah.
40k ramblings in general could be wonderfully fun.
Ooh, what about
And no trucks, so you can't just keep. Sorry, go
What
on,
about,
Drac.
what about our ramblings where we simultaneously also live stream a multiplayer Battle Gothic Armada 2 match between everybody making comments?
That could be fun. Glory to my dark angels.
The problem is that me and a few others tried to get Gothic Fleet Armada 2 working. You can't do custom multiplayer battles with your friends.
You can. Right, yeah, right. You can't set up a 2v2 in custom.
Yes, that's the problem.
Oh, but we could be doing a mini tournament, so like me and Dragon versus Desert Fox, and then the winner.
I get the feeling I'll lose.
I
play
suck.
Space Marine.
I really suck. So Drac is gonna wipe the floor with me.
I think Armada 2, you say?
Look, in the nicest way, what we could do, because I also have that, and I play that as well quite regularly. I could, in the nicest way, pop into whichever match I feel like and act as a swing person to sort which side I like. So
Please
I might
support
turn
me,
up
Dr.
in
Clark.
the Drac versus Foo one and back up Foo. I might back up Drac. I might wipe out both of you.
Okay, just for that, I'm going to play the Necrons.
Good, I know how to
I'm
kill
sorry,
the Necron.
Dibs. I have the Necron
You know,
physical
honestly,
models.
honestly, given
this is why you don't get 40k people.
Honestly, given my penchant for nonsense and backwards thinking, I really probably kind of have to be shoehorned into my foothole as the Orcs. Since I love obsolete things with wind
Sorry,
turrets.
backwards thinking, obsolete ideas, love for ships that are actually quite shittily designed. You're perfect for the Imperial Navy.
No, I can't be the
Foxo.
I can't
He's
be the
perfect.
Imperial Navy because Drax's the Imperial Navy.
No. Right, Foxy, you're missing one. He's actually perfect for chaos. Old, outdated ships.
Never! I will never touch the Chaos Gods. I'm a good boy.
And also the fact that, he will die for his beliefs.
Yes.
He's perfect
And
for chaos.
I'm sorry, but
wait, are you?
But
hang on,
Tzeentch really
hang on a
is sort of
minute.
the French ironclad or pre-dreadnought of gods.
Hang on a minute. Are you telling me that because I like French ironclads and pre-dreadnoughts are you telling me that Hosh is the symbol of chaos undivided?
No,
No,
I'm telling you, the French are all the apostates of Tzeentch. And since you are French, you play as to Tzeentch.
Please, Drac, say something. Please, save me.
Now, also, I get the feeling you've got the wrong question coming up, because you've said there's an interesting one. So I'm curious if you're going for the one after the next question.
All right,
So what
moving
do you
on.
think
Moving on.
40k rambling at some point, clearly, but what question do you
moving
think's
on.
next, Fleet?
We already had that. It just wasn't recorded. Timu Locker asks, how many fleets would Fleet need to dominate
Knew
the
it.
whole world?
You missed one.
Did I?
Yep. I knew as soon as you said this was a fun one for you and started going, I realized what the next. The one actually, there was one before of why was HMS Euphrates cancelled?
Where? Where's that?
Which it should be just above it, or at least was. Well, I
I
say
don't-
just above it. That's a very.
Oh, there we go. Yep. Why was HMS Euphrates cancelled? What is HMS Euphrates?
Third member of the E class.
Oh, I don't know. Dr. Clark, Drac, thoughts, opinions, knowledge, please help.
Treasury.
I'll be honest, I couldn't actually find anything on it. So
Treasury.
yeah.
It's Treasury.
Emerald Claw.
It's the simple E class, the third member of the E class. She was going to be the one which was probably because you have to remember the E class are the transition to turrets. For like designs, and so basically she's even further down that route.
So they cancelled her in favour of the Arthusas.
No, they cancelled her and didn't build anything to the Leanders.
This is the transition. This is the point in history when the Royal Navy is going, we'd really love everybody to build 6,000-ton 6-inch ships, and then the treaty said, yeah, but the biggest ship you can build is a 10,000-ton 8-incher, and everyone's like, yes, we shall build this.
Yeah.
And the Royal Navy's
Is this
going,
when the
"But we
county?
wanted to build."
Is this when the county class spree takes off?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The E class is terminated with Enterprise, and it's just county class for days until the 30s.
Yeah. Okay, so now I get to the question that I like, which is...
Yeah, the one that you actually wanted.
Yeah. No, sorry, I can't answer that because I have to answer a YouTube question now.
So someone came up with one.
Which is...
Derp Squad's asking, wait, why don't
Derp
we use
Squad.
the tabletop simulator to play Battlefleet Gothic Armada?
That could be interesting.
No. I'm not touching that tabletop
Derp
game.
Squad. Derp
Unfortunately, a
Squad.
lot of people haven't taken the time to make the models from Gothic into tabletop.
There is. I've got them all.
Yeah,
It's
but a
more
lot of
case
the
I don't want to
Xenos
spend 10 hours learning the rules.
Yeah, a lot
Derp
of Xenos
Squad.
ones are
The
the
thing is, Drac would win that because
I
Drac...
love the way that you think you learn the rules in 10 hours.
Drac has all the models
Yeah.
for Gothic Fleet Armada, including some that aren't exactly official.
But you
Yes.
said there's a
Derp
YouTube
Squad.
question now, please.
Derp Squad asks, alternative history idea. Naval treaty limits all... Okay, so we're probably going to have either fun or screaming with this one. Alternative history idea. Naval treaty limits all signatories to a single capital ship with no other limitations. Other than Tillman exploding, what else happens?
What? So basically, for some reason, Someone has affected the minds of everyone on the planet
Yep.
to say we are only
Yep.
allowed a flagship.
Okay,
basically.
okay. One nation at a time. First things first, the United States of America. Dr. Clark, Drac, go!
Well, Tillman 4-2, isn't it?
Let me get my vault.
Wait,
pistol.
Drac. Wait, Drac,
If they're only
4-2?
allowed one, if they're only
They're
allowed
only allowed one ship.
if they're only allowed one ship, 2 Tillman 4-2s catamaran.
Oh my goodness, Drac, you are being slightly insane there. Okay, so
Give me a
okay,
moment. There's
okay,
a Yamato
okay,
design I need to bring up.
Okay, okay, that is
in
the
the nicest way,
baseline. That is the baseline. What does Britain do?
Take a very large diamond wire saw, detach the Isle of Man from the seabed, and equip it with engines.
France? I assume France and Italy are just crying into their hands.
Yes!
Well, we all know what...
But they're not doing the worst that Japan is doing, because Japan, short of borrowing that diamond saw from the UK,
we know what Japan's gonna do. We know
free the home island.
No,
They cannot do anything.
No, Dr. Clock, we know what Japan's gonna do.
The 500,000-ton battleship.
Yep!
No!
How do you actually build
No.
that, though?
No!
Drac,
It's
have you heard
actually
of
easier to
the
attack
500,000-ton
Japan
battleship
and
proposal?
Like, I genuinely agree. Like, it's probably easier just to cut an entire island off the bottom than build that thing.
Yes.
If you do not come to Okinawa, Okinawa
will
comes
come
to
to
you.
you.
Oh, I know what the French would do. The French would just take all the captured German Zeppelins, strap them to Mont Saint Michel.
Well, I admire your principle there, Drac. The Zeppelins don't... am I showing my over-knowledge of Zeppelins here by their lift capacity? I think I am.
If you're going to say they don't have lift capacity for that much solid lump of rock that is Mont Saint Michel, then no one's surprised. I think that thing goes straight down to the core.
You just have to reduce its relative. You just have to reduce its relative weight by enough that it can float.
Damn you, Drac, for ruining my logic with extra logic.
I don't think even then that's enough, but good luck.
Well, there you are. You
Tell them it can fly, and it can fly.
Either that, or you just activate secret machinery inside the Statue of Liberty.
Secret not. Oh. Ah, yes.
Can we not create conspiracy theories this week?
Oh.
Found it.
Oh,
if you want something more reasonable, Japan just clearly builds one of these.
No,
Yep, both
no.
me and was agreed on the same thing.
Dragon.
You know, when you've got broadside-mounted 18-inch guns under the runway.
Wait, what what are you talking about?
Yeah, it's got broadside 18-inch guns.
No, I refuse to allow that monstrosity No, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it with a
Who would
passion.
win?
Yeah,
Who
like
wins
not
that or the Isle of Wight?
Like there's three triple 18.1-inch turrets on each side under
You
the
know
runways.
what? Just for fun,
I would love to land on that in a crosswind.
Just for fun, just a minute. I'm going to allow Drac and Dr. Clark 3 minutes each to tear this thing apart if they're willing. Who wants to, okay. Who wants to go first? Who wants to go first?
even need
Drac or
3
Dr.
minutes?
Clark?
I don't need 3 minutes, but I will quite happily start. Let's start off from the stern with the lift design. Why the friggin' are you mounting lifts next to guns? That's a good way to have them broken, and that's a good way to have those lifts not be able to use. So there's no docking aircraft down at the back there. As for similarly for the lifts forward. Then we've got the smokestacks and everything in the middle. We've got the fact that it's got the beam of a oil tanker on steroids. And not the good kind of steroids that make you muscly, the bad kind of steroids that just make you fat and flabby. That thing's going to have the turning circle of the moon. Now, let's carry on from there. I don't know where they've got the idea of it actually firing its gun from, because if those decks are actually made of wood, they're goodbye and sayonara to the flight decks. If they are metal strength decks, then they are going to be just about strong enough that every shell that hits them is going to set off and go boom right underneath them where you have a lot of fuel and explosives. So
Sorry, I
that's going
actually
to
made a
blow your
mistake.
ship up.
They're
Huh?
20-inch guns.
You fucking what, mate?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. They could be 6-inch guns. They'd still be ripping up the deck.
Yeah.
Okay, alright, okay,
Apparently this is the
okay.
site for it, but
A 20-inch gun, it might as well be launching torpedoes instead of shells.
Okay, alright, I have to hear what Drac has to say, given Dr. Clark's passionate performance. Come on, Drac, take it away!
I can't even... It says 9... Oh yeah, 9x20...
Dragon, let the Drakenfell speak.
I thoroughly support the construction of this ship. Because, all the conspiracy theories in World War One about how Agincourt was going to break its back and roll over when it fired a full broadside
would actually come to pass.
The single most effective attack method of this ship is to sail into an enemy port and then open fire, thus self-destructing.
Apparently you have a cruise speed of 60 knots and a full burst of 120 knots. Good luck!
On that note, I have to actually head off.
Go on, get some sleep.
Yeah. Honestly, the only thing I think is even remote... it says 400 meters long, 100 meters wide. I could maybe believe that. Yeah.
What's the length to beam ratio I wouldn't want to be going at speed with?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Thank
you, Drac. It's been a pleasure.
Cry over.
Alright, I will see you guys later. I'm moving off into San Diego.
Goodbye.
So, of those stats, I'm only going to go off the actual measurements, but even then...
Oh my god. I'm so glad. I am so glad Drac was here.
Question: would it be
that's the only thing I can
physically
find for it.
possible to make a 90-inch Maybell?
No.
Well, actually, what's 90 inches in meters?
Hey, would you have to composite together?
2.3 meter thick belt, apparently.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Good luck making that thing actually hard.
You'll need a lot of Viagra.
Oh, good lord. That. Well, first things first, for those who've been sad, Boom Boom Dan, welcome! I know you've been sitting quietly. Yeah. Welcome. I've noticed you've been there. Thank you for joining us.
No problem.
How was teaching today?
Tiring.
Dr. Clark and Drac have kind of been going ham, so they've kind of run away with things a little bit. But now that Drac's gone, we can bring things back a little bit.
Oh no, you don't. More insanity shall prevail.
Nice way. When Dan gets his full energy load, trust me, he and I can have fun with some of these ideas.
It was awfully nice of Drac to show up.
Oh, he's just finding another one.
From a chemist's perspective, 90 inches thick steel armor. That's never going to set hard, is it?
It's not so much setting hard, it's as soon as you stick it in water, it's going to sink straight to the bottom.
Yeah.
If you look at the density of that, there's absolutely no way you will get that to float.
They reckon it's 300,000 tons.
That's not even close.
I'm skeptical.
So basically, as soon as you put it in the water, it's going to sink.
Yep.
So, yep, kind of blown that one out of the water.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting when you get people who don't have necessarily a lot of specialist knowledge in one particular area come up with an idea in their area of expertise without actually consulting with people who actually know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, it's the twin Yamato catamaran shrine thing that I've also just found that also just makes me confused. Why are there giant steel cats on it?
I think that's a question beyond our understanding. So first things first. So we have a question from Timu Locker.
Now it's your question. Now it's the question you want.
How many fleets would Fleet need to dominate the whole world? Well,
none. He's not competent enough.
Well, hey, just a minute. I could be the world. I could be the emperor of mankind.
You're enough. Right, no offense, Fleet. Like, you have my respect in at least a number of regards, but I do not think you're competent enough to manage fleets to secure global domination.
Oh, that's what you're wrong, kiddo.
Fleet, I beat you an empire at war.
Yeah, but that's because you had the advantage of being the motherfucking empire against the New Republic.
I beat you as any faction we played, basically.
No, you didn't.
Anyway,
you always played the empire, you colossal MacGuffin.
No, I also played. Fleet, I literally beat you as the Heaps.
Before we get into this seriously, let's consider the sheer amount of administrative and paperwork and bureaucracy which has to go into running even a single fleet. And that's before we've actually codified what actually constitutes a fleet in terms of ship numbers. Yeah. So, the fact is, as much as I do love Fleet, and he works so hard, and I have so much respect for him, his admin skills... I don't think he could sustain a fleet as a single fleet as commander-in-chief, let alone multiple fleets. And you're going to need multiple fleet organizations because you need to have forces in a large swathes of the planet at different times at the same time, but at different places at the same time. So I just don't think. I think you can give him as many fleets as you want to give him, and I don't think he'll achieve it. I think the fleets will just collapse due to lack of someone not filling in the paperwork.
Like, Fleet, you can't even give the communication officers decent enough warning about things.
Mo, that's a bit cruel. Can Fleet captain a boat? He probably could if he had a decent XO, chief, and a fair number of people, and it wasn't a very big one, okay? We're talking a rowboat with a crew of about 4.
Now, listen here. I've got good leadership.
No, I don't know, because Clark, I feel it at that point. You would try and stand up in the rowboat to say forwards and fall out.
Now, listen here, Dragon. I will not stand for these insults against my character.
It may be possible
Of course
that
you
he
won't
could
stand.
command
You
the life ring.
Yeah, you fell in the water, you're now swimming.
No, he's in command of the good ship Life Ring that has been thrown into him.
Chair! Having met me, I know where you live.
And
in regards to how many fleets would Fleet need to dominate the whole world, I need 20 carrier fleets, each centered around a Nimitz-class supercarrier.
I think you might need a bit more than that, but...
No, you don't. Theoretically, all you need is like 90 fleets of nuclear submarines.
Oh, no, you misunderstand.
If you nuke the planet and wipe everyone out, technically you rule over it.
No, you misunderstand. Each of those Nimitz-class fleets only has a Nimitz. It has a Ohio-class ballistic missile submarine with it.
And a single submarine's not going to wipe out the planet.
No.
He got 20 of them.
No, he's saying 20. No, going off of that, he said he would want 20 Ohio-class ballistic missile submarines.
Each accompanied by a Nimitz-class carrier group.
Fleet, I'm pretty sure if we gave you 100 Red Octobers, it wouldn't be enough for you.
No, it would.
Well, yeah. Obviously, he'll start declaring loudly in his submarine. And then the local Seawolf would pick it up.
Well, first things first, we concentrate on Africa and nuke all the major population centers and then establish my kingdom in Africa. And from there we expand out.
You're a radiated
of one person.
So I think we've
I am Khan Nguyen Singh! I am Khan from Wrath of Khan, and I will dominate the planet!
You know what? Spitfire, you're right. He would need, in our modern day, to have a fleet of Venator-class Star Destroyers enough to block out the sun. You might stand a chance. Good luck organising the supply. Good luck organising the supplies.
Admin work that he would have to be in charge of for that to work.
Oh yeah, it would be glorious seeing his head explode.
Oh, Bracken, no. Because whenever you try and do that and you try to be a cartoon villain, NASA will just strap some guns to a space shuttle and give it to a mute with no blood. And he would die.
Honestly, I suspect he might have a rebellion on his hands, because why are we following this guy?
Something got Emperor Fleet.
Are we in realism or delusion land? Good question. I think most of us here are in realism, but Fleet might be slipping into the delusion lands.
I've had too many drinks tonight.
Look, Fleet, with your engineering expertise, I wouldn't trust you to run an RC boat, never mind a ship.
So,
maybe an RC boat.
They're
pretty simple.
YouTube
why are you also not
question.
RC boat?
YouTube question from Paul Amos. How high up in the RM would Captain Johnny Walker have attained if he had lived 10 years longer than he did? Dr.
Which one's
Clark?
Johnny Walker, sorry?
The anti-submarine
Andy
wizard.
Walker probably would end up about Vice Admiral.
Hey, well done to Johnny.
Because he's going to be a senior guy, especially if you consider post World War II, the emphasis on developing anti-submarine warfare. He's the sort of personality you want to keep around to develop those capabilities, to develop those skills, and run those schools. So he's going to be there. He's going to be there, doing that basically. But honestly, he's one of a number of officers who the Royal Navy has basically wrecked running a war. The Royal Navy, basically, there are a lot of senior officers who die prior to World War II because they basically wrecked their health preparing for World War II. And then there's a lot of officers who died during World War II because they literally worked themselves to exhaustion.
Yep.
The Royal Navy is not very interesting for a service which is so obsessed with managing sailors and personnel, the lives of junior officers and sailors, and who have spent so much, ensuring that officers at sea on postings and captains have, stewards to look after their physical health and make sure they have food and they're able to rest when they can, and sort of things to make sure they look after. They are very bad at looking after their senior officers' psychological health, and just basically tired. They're just the mental strain of their jobs. But part of that is because they don't have enough of them, because they've killed off a lot of them working to prepare for World War II. If you consider the number of admirals who the Royal Navy loses in the run-up to World War II, in the last couple of years before World War II, I'm talking 1937, 38, 39, who die from various stress-related illnesses. Strokes and heart attacks and those sort of things. It puts a real strain on the service by the time you get to World War II. And there's, of course, the good example I tend to use is Admiral Henderson, who was detailed for senior experience, who was a vice admiral, senior officer, third Sea Lord, who's the guy who prepares the fleet in 1933 to 39. Just about in 1939, he's due for a theatre posting because they want him to come back as a first Sea Lord, because he's very good at the political game for the Navy. But you need to have gone and done a theatre command before you can become a first Sea Lord. And so they're talking about where he's going to go, and he's probably going to go to the Far East or something like that, as they don't want to move Cunningham from the Mediterranean. And one of the reasons why they want him to go and do that posting, Henderson to go do that posting, is Cunningham's on the route to become an admiral of the fleet already, but Cunningham's considered a fleet command officer. They don't want to have to. He's got the skills for being a first Sea Lord, but they don't want to use him as a first Sea Lord. Henderson's a good. Basically, they're kind of dipolar. They're kind of sort of the flip of each other. Henderson's a good fleet commander, but a great political admiral. Cunningham is a good political admiral, but a great fleet commander. Both are very useful officers. But the trouble is they use Henderson up getting ready for war, and he basically works himself to death. And so that's why Cunningham ends up being First Sea Lord. And the strain of Cunningham being First Sea Lord is probably what shortens his life more than the fleet command. Because as he writes himself, commanding fleets, he was able to put himself on the line and fight alongside them. When he was fighting the political battles, it wore him down like nothing else. So you really, this is the problem for the Royal Navy during pre-World War II, during World War II, and post-World War II, is so many senior officers have basically died. And there's a reason why why Philip Vian goes on to become an admiral of the fleet. Literally, he's made an admiral of the fleet with the sole intention that if there is a major war, they call him to command the fleet at sea against the Soviets. That's his purpose. He's not First Sea Lord. He's one of the last admiral of the fleet who is not First Sea Lord. And literally, he goes through the career path which Cunning would have done. You go to Admiral of the Fleet because that means we can call you up as long as you're still fit at any age to command the fleet on operations because you are a great war fleet commander. But you're not who we want doing the politics, because VN's approach to the politics of debate was to whack people around the head.
So
currently, the most popular view seems to be that if we have a fleet of Venators and the Fu is in charge, we maroon him on a random asteroid.
I'm in charge. You can't maroon me. My Venators will conquer the world.
So far, I've been told I need to remove him from power.
Yeah.
And oust his command, because apparently I'm his second in command.
The attempt on my life has left me scarred and deformed. The dry dock will be reformed into the first Felician Empire.
Fleet, how did the attack on
do a Barbaros-style mutiny on you, Doom?
Yeah, how did the attack on leave you deformed? You already are.
I hate you.
So
from Discord, from Discord, and I'll give you 2 minutes to answer this one while I take a quick sabbatical. AMC Woods asks, what if Admiral Nimitz with Admiral Ugaki as his Ugaki as his chief of staff is in charge of the IJN, and Admiral Yamamoto with Admiral Spruance as his chief of staff is in charge of the US Pacific Fleet? How does the war in the Pacific go? Dr. Clark, that is all your show.
So basically we're swapping Yamamoto and Nimitz. Well, Nimitz can't really do any better than Yamamoto in that situation. And Yamamoto probably does a similar approach to Nimitz in that situation. And there's going to be slightly more aggression from Yamamoto than Nimitz. He's slightly more on that line. But they both have a similar background in terms of their fleets and where they've come from. The thing is with Nimitz is there's no real benefit he can achieve that Yamamoto doesn't achieve in terms of operations, because the limit for the Japanese the whole time is their infrastructure and their force strength and the realities of their force design and the situation they found themselves in. They can't really get past that. They have doing the best operations they can within that confinement. Yamamoto replacing Nimitz, he suddenly has the freedom to move around the carriers and do all sorts of things he wants with those carriers, which is exactly what Nimitz does. So whilst the exact details of operations will probably vary and probably differ because of differing personalities, the actual results will not change. And the actual likely operations in overall spectre probably don't change that much, because again, they probably do the similar things. They probably do raiding when they want to divert forces. They'll probably do major assaults when major battles when they have to, sort of thing.
Also,
Mo, they're both. Wait, so they're both poker players. Yes.
Also,
Yamamoto is a very interesting personality, but one of the things you learn about the Japanese Navy quite early on is a lot of their officers like to gamble. They like to. Some of them do poker. Some of them do lots of games. Some of them do a lot of Japanese, some of the Japanese style games. But Yamamoto did actually play poker a lot when he was on his embassy postings.
Also, since I double checked this, we have indeed unfortunately missed one question, which I know Wellesley's been after. Yes.
Okay.
What if we strap rocket-powered tallboy launchers to British battleships? Now, as I recall, this was actually something that was very, very shortly considered.
Also, Chair, welcome back. I realised you came back during Drac, but welcome back.
I think I seem to recall Drac mentioning in one of their videos, was it possibly Drac? Yeah, it was Drac on his late 40s designs for battleships. That someone did mention the idea of using rocket-powered tall boys from a battleship-shaped platform.
But you need a ridiculously powerful rocket to achieve the altitude that you want.
Gentlemen, we have a person familiar with chemicals and explosives. Boom Boom Dan, how much rocketry will be required to lift a tall boy from the deck of a British battleship?
To an altitude where it would fall at supersonic speeds, I suppose.
That is an interesting question, one which I cannot think of an answer to off the top of my head.
Just give us a
I
rough,
don't-
just roughly, just rough it. Napkin rolls.
Considering
So a tall boy weighs 5,400 kilograms, roughly, just for the people who was asking. Yeah, or 12,000 pounds.
And so basically, assuming you've only got to lift the warhead of the tall boy, like all the tail thing can be replaced with a rocket.
But then it stops being a tall boy.
Yeah, but we have to give Boom Boom Dan something to work with here.
But the whole point of the tall boy is that the casing allows it to fall at the speeds.
Yeah, we know, Chair, but we gotta give Boom Boom Dan something to work with here.
Shut up.
You'd probably modify it a bit.
If you think of the V1 and the fact that its warhead is what? I mean, can't remember what warhead of a V1 was. Let's have a quick little look.
Silly.
See if I can find it out of the top of my head. It's going to be tiny. I mean, you're looking at sort of 100 of those strapped together to try and probably get it off the deck of a ship, I should think.
Yeah.
From what I can find, the warhead weight of a V1 is 850 kilograms, with a total mass of 2,150 kilograms.
You're probably looking at something equivalent to the V2's rocket motor to lift a tall boy. Perhaps two of them strapped together.
Well, that would explain because the V2 is 2,200 pounds.
So it's 1,000
of warhead, and the that's 1,000 kilograms, and in terms of mass, it's 12,500 kilograms. So it's 12.5 tons to lift. So it's basically 11.5 tons to lift and guide a ton. A tall boy is bigger.
Drag that you're going to have from a heavier warhead, and the fact that it's wider.
Yeah.
It's not a smooth cylindrical cone shape. It's great. It's basically a great big.
You're
boulder.
basically looking at 2 to 3 V2 rocket motors being required to lift a tall boy from the deck of a British battleship.
I think you're going to have at least 10.
Yeah.
Basically, AMC Woods. Sorry.
System and you actually want it to be accurate, I don't think you're going to be short of 20. And then if
you need a ludicrous amount by the
damage
seconds.
that will then do to the deck of the warship, you're probably going to sink the warship. Because if you look at a lot of the V2 launch sites that they had in the Netherlands, and literally they would launch them from.
The funny thing is, the V2s were actually really mobile, funnily enough, in a weird way.
Well,
maybe that's because they destroyed their own launch sites.
Yeah, I can't see you using less than 20.
Yeah. There you are,
You
folks.
need a hell of a lot of stuff.
You basically can't launch a tall boy from the deck of a British battleship unless you
And then
purpose
you
build a
also
warship
have
for
find a
the
way
launch purpose.
Get all 20 of them to ignite simultaneously.
Mm.
There couldn't be any sort of delay whatsoever between them, because otherwise you'll have what happened to the R7 when the Soviets were trying to compete with NASA and Apollo. And basically, if one starts firing a fraction of a second before the others, basically you get so much of a thrust imbalance, it basically topples over and explodes on the launch site. Because that's what happened when they were testing the Soviet one, when they were to compete with the Apollo, and it was hushed up by the Soviet hierarchy because they didn't want the Americans to realize what had happened.
Fair enough.
Finding a way to actually get at least 20 to fire simultaneously, yeah, good luck.
Yeah.
You're not precision in the 1940s.
Gorbian asks a question related to what we were talking about previously. Cyber and invasion of Holy Terror. That was the entire Imperiums with Tizzy, which is basically sort of not a question, more of a yeah, it would.
Yeah.
Derp says
Would,
Cyber
at least.
and Demon engines. Not really, since Cyber and electronics are fully electronic and slave to the will of the commander. In a way that, in the same fashion that Mechanicum. Robotics are same thing. So the first,
Mechanicum robotics fall to demons.
So the first real question is, Gorbian asks question: can the Imperium resist a flood outbreak on Holy Terror? YouTube question.
No.
On Holy Terror? No.
Blood plus Hive World is instant Gravemind.
There are trillions of people on Terra. Like, keep in mind, there are entire sections of the planet that have not seen light for years. And I don't mean sunlight, I mean artificial light.
Yep.
Like, there are thousands of levels of Terra which are in permanent darkness because it's been built up so much over time.
Yep.
The only place you might see any hope of resistance is basically the Emperor's Palace. Because you're not getting in there.
Yep.
Sewers.
If there's one force that can deal with the flood, it's the Custodes. The 10,000 Golden Warriors will just tear through the flood. And also bear in mind, there is an entire Titan Legio from the Great Crusade within the Imperial Palace. Legio.
It's more of a problem of, though, you just get instant great. Like, they literally turn the rest of the planet into soup.
That may be true.
And then Nurgle goes, ooh, this looks nice. Finally, someone's gone and done this.
Well, the thing is, the Gravemind is its own thing. You're looking at a psychic force that would not be willing to slave itself to Nurgle, since the Flood doesn't.
Who said it had a choice?
Well, no, the Flood doesn't. Well, I suppose, but look, anyway, fair enough. So,
but also the Flood doesn't really operate in that way. The Flood is. Let me put it this way: Nurgle gets control. The Chaos Gods get control by being able to communicate with something.
And of course,
it's kind of like
extract belief.
They don't communicate on the same level you can communicate with.
Yeah, and of course, extract belief. Whereas the Flood doesn't believe in anything.
Didn't Kalgar talk to Tyranid Hive ship?
Yes.
No, but that was different.
Yes, actually.
So, this is actually a really good question.
Talk to them.
Steve Clark asks, Italy joins the Central Powers in 1915. How is not important? I mean, I can answer the how for you, Steve. The Austrians are basically given an elbow in the chest by the Germans and give the Italians everything they want. The French fleet fights Italy. What do they need to borrow from the RN, who must still maintain overwhelming superiority versus the High Seas fleet? The French fleet doesn't need to borrow anything from the RN to fight the Italians. The problem is now the Italians and the Austrian fleet are now working together. That's where the problem lies. The Eastern Mediterranean is now a massive problem for the Entente. Because you've got the Ottomans, the Italians, and the Austrians all working together. That's a total of 4 dreadnoughts for the Austrians, plus 3 very capable semi-dreadnoughts. You've got, depending on when, you've got 4 to 5 dreadnoughts for the Italians, plus a bunch of very capable pre-dreadnoughts. You've got Goben, which is now Yavuz, and Breslov.
I can tell you now one thing that definitely happens under this scenario. You know the Admiral class, you know they're built as battle cruisers. They're going to be built as fast battleships in this scenario. And they're going to be built a lot more quickly because the British are going to want to reinforce have a heavy squadron down at Gibraltar. And to reinforce the Gibraltar with a heavy enough squadron, you're going to need to take some units temporarily from probably the Grand Fleet, as well as from the Channel Fleet. In which case, you are going to be very, very, how do I put this? Wanting to replace those losses far more very quickly.
Dr. Clark, bearing in mind what we discussed last time, on Brew Ships yesterday,
yeah.
All 6 Duncan class at Gibraltar.
It could even be. They could even decide to leave the Duncans in the Channel Fleet, and they could take the King Edward VII, weren't they? The ones that came afterwards.
With these wing 9.2s.
Yeah.
Yeah. Agamemnon and her sister.
They're already in the Mediterranean fleet. So the Mediterranean, fleet would be backed up probably by 6th Battle Squadron, which was at that point the King Edward VII and the Duncans. So I think they probably get, they'd probably get that the King Edward VIIs with which are the 4 12-inch and the 4 9.2-inch guns and all sorts of things. Those would be what would probably be sent. They're a decent class, and if you send all 8 of them, and you would have most of them available at that point, you might not have all 8 by that point. I think they might have lost one because they lost 2, and probably Lord Nelson's. I'm not sure whether you send Swifter and Triumph. You might reinforce with Swifter and Triumph. You might not. Probably do. You're going to be the Royal Navy's going to have to send a lot of pre-dreadnoughts down there to reinforce to mount a blockading force in Gibraltar, because the problem for them is going to be what happens if any of that force breaks out. You do not want it to be a scenario where the Goeben, whatever it's now called, can break out from the Mediterranean into the Atlantic at will. And the thing is, with enough of that
she can be covered by the Italian fleet and the Austrian fleet, which will happily deal with the French fleet just by itself.
Yeah, and if it's nighttime, we're talking World War I nighttime, she could be able to run the gauntlet of Gibraltar. But also, you've got the fact that the British are also going to have to reinforce and defend Alexandria, and then there's going to be the fun of Malta. Malta convoys, World War I style.
Here's the thing you have to bear in mind. The Austrians have one thing that makes them deadly in this scenario. The Austrians and the Italians have a thing that makes them deadly in this scenario that's not often considered. Because the Italians build a pre-dreadnought class that is capable of 22-23 knots, that is built in the classic age of the pre-dreadnought, and that's the Regia Elenas. And what is funny in this scenario, where the Austrians join the Central Powers, is that the Austrians build a class of very powerful semi-dreadnoughts that can also do 21 knots, the Radetskis. Now, if you combine the Radetskis and the Regia Elenas, what you've got is a force of ships that can move at dreadnought speeds, but are not dreadnoughts. Therefore, you can use them for operations where you don't want to risk dreadnoughts, but you require battleships. You get where I'm going with this, don't you, Dr. Clark?
Yeah.
It's
you could use them as attack. You could keep your dreadnoughts back in a covering role in case the enemy engage with their dreadnoughts, by you sending those things, which will be able to beat out pretty much anything which isn't a dreadnought.
Yeah. So let me just do a quick check, quickly. So the Regia the Regia Elena class is 4 battleships, and the Radetski class hang on, I'm just trying to figure out how many ships there are here.
I think you're dealing with about a 8-ship squadron once in effect.
No, 7. So you've got the four Regina Elenas are... hang on. So the Regina Elenas are 22 knots. The Radetskis are 20.5. Either way, they're still a fast unit together. So basically what you've got is the Regina Elenas will probably be... what you've got there is basically a battle fleet in miniature. So the Regina Elenas can act as a fast wing, doing 22 knots, and the Radetskis can act as a sort of heavier thing for the Regina Elenas to fall back on. And then again, as Dr. Clark says, and then again, as Dr. Clark says, you've still got the dreadnoughts to fall back on if the Royal Navy or Marine Nationale tries something funny.
And what I'd say is Mo Wafu has already asked the question. What about breaking a battlecruiser squadron off from the ground fleet to deal with that? You're not going to do that.
No, there's no way.
Battlecruisers are not blocking ships. They are racing to and seizing territory ships and being your presence there. They're not what you're going to have to block as a blocking squadron. They are A, too valuable in their maneuver role, and B, the thing for a battlecruiser it depends on is speed and ability of maneuver to make up for its lack of armor.
I'm going to point this out. There is no curtailment of the. Sorry, go on, Dr. Clark. I'll say what I've got to say in a second.
There's no way it can actually be. You can use a battlecruiser force as a blocking force.
Let me make one thing abundantly clear here: all 8 Revengers are built in this timeline.
Well, unfortunately, it depends on how quickly he's done it, because he might well have already changed them to Renowns.
It's 1915 when the Italians joined the war. The Jackie Fisher may basically go, with the situation being what it is, we need all of the Revengers in the home fleet to free up 12-inch battleships to go to the Med.
The trouble is he cancels the R-class battleships to free them in August 1914. It's one of the first things that he does.
Honestly, though, I don't think they're necessarily worse off getting the Renowns, honestly.
No, they're not worse off getting the Renowns. Renowns are useful. What I'm saying is that, in simple terms, the Admiral class are not built as battlecruisers; they're built as fast battleships, and they are started in 1915.
What do they look like then, Dr. Clark? Lay it on us.
Basically, you're taking Queen Elizabeth class. You've got small tube boilers. You're going to go for a 28-knot vessel with about 8 15-inch guns. And that's what you're doing. And the reason you're doing that is that gives you the speed of strategic mobility to to go reinforce Gibraltar. And you basically you're possibly even in a nicer way. They go out and they join the Grand Fleet, and they're used to send off a squadron of the 12-inch ships, or the Dreadnought era ones, down to Gibraltar.
2 squadrons.
I was going to ask, would we not perhaps see the Bellerophon class at least? Possibly, because by this point,
you're basically
considered lesser useful.
What you're looking at is you're looking at Bellerophons and Zempison. You're looking at 2. Right. You're looking at both of the 3-ship squadrons. So you're looking at the Bellerophons and the Zempisons are going to the Med. 6 12-inch ships are going to the Med.
And Dreadnought.
Yeah,
and
so potentially a squadron of 7. Honestly,
that's the thing is
not a force to scoff at.
No, it isn't.
Even if they're old, they're still.
No, it isn't. But the problem is that the Mediterranean pre-dreadnoughts they're facing are unique opponents, because the Regia Elenas can run and the Radetzky class can fight. Because the thing
but you also probably find that squadron gets a flagship, so that's probably going to get HMS Queen Elizabeth as its flagship, right?
Probably one of no.
You're gonna have the
Why not Queen Elizabeth then, fleet?
Because it would, in order to retain similarity of gunnery, the 4th ship would probably be one of the 12-inch cross-deck firing ships.
Fleet, which was the ship sent to be flagship of the Mediterranean force at Gallipoli?
It was Queen Elizabeth, Dr. Clark.
Why was Queen Elizabeth sent?
I don't know, Dr. Clark.
Because she was one of the ships fitted as a flagship, and not all dreadnoughts were fitted to be a flagship, so they'd have had to take them into work to fit them as a flagship. But also, she has enough firepower that anything which turns up, she could deal with pretty much solo, if necessary.
I always find it amusing when Clark goes into teaching mode.
And the same thing goes along with this. In a nice way, if they make that decision around Gallipoli, in this scenario, we are sending off these dreadnoughts down there. We need to make sure that's going. The really interesting thing, though, is here's the thing. Suddenly, command of that fleet becomes a very important position, and Admiral Beatty might decide to push himself forward for it. So he might actually end up with a decent admiral in charge of the battle cruisers, and Beatty's off trying to run a battle fleet down in Mediterranean.
No, I will not allow that.
Someone who might actually be able to communicate with Jellicoe at Jutland.
Yeah.
Is that well? Thing is, considering the Mediterranean battleships won't do much, that's probably better.
But they could do a lot.
Yes, and it's the Mediterranean posting. It's the massive boost for his ego. He gets to be Nelson in charge of the Mediterranean fleet.
True. All right, Dr. Clark, I get it.
Like fleet, like the Mediterranean's still considered a golden posting for the Navy.
I know. Look, all right. So, okay. So, all right. We have by late 1915 the Bellerophon class, the St. Vincent's, Dreadnought, and Queen Elizabeth in the Mediterranean. Facing them, we have a expendable Central Powers force that is the Radetskis and the Regia Elenas, along with all of the Italian dreadnoughts, all of the Austro-Hungarian dreadnoughts, plus a fast wing consisting of Goeben and whatever fast cruisers can accompany her. How do the Entente proceed, Dr. Clark, considering they have no battle cruisers in theatre?
Probably in the nicest way. They start off by working from one side of the square. What's going to interesting happen is what forces you place where. Because what they could do is proceed by basically just flushing them a training from one end to the other. So they could do it by first working.
That won't work. Despite
Why not?
Despite the addition of British forces to the theatre, the Central Powers still have the advantage in dreadnoughts.
Yes, they do, as long as they retain them. Because there's another thing which the British will send. You send a load of dreadnoughts. What do you send with the dreadnoughts?
I don't know, Dr. Clark.
What do they historically not send a lot of to the Mediterranean?
Submarines?
Pride destroyers. And there's also another power which will turn up, because who's the great ally of Britain who's got a nice big battle fleet at the other side of the Mediterranean?
The Japanese?
So the Japanese will probably be incentivized by being offered the Italian Empire.
You don't get to pull the Japanese at Jutland scenario. I know what you're gonna do.
So the Japanese are going to come from Alexandria, base from Alexandria, and come from that way.
Dr.
And
Clark.
you've got the combined British and French fleet coming from Gibraltar and the West.
Dr. Clark,
in the nicest way.
You said in your video. I listened to your video on the Japanese. You said it was all or a minor contribution. Are you seriously suggesting the Japanese sent Fuso to Alexandria in this timeline?
Yeah. You can imagine how confused the Italians are.
How much would the British be prepared to offer in that scenario to get the Japanese to do that?
Probably
Are you seriously suggesting the Japanese sent Fuso and the Congos?
We would basically go, you want the Italian African Empire? It's yours, Japan.
Which is basically saying, do you want a full Ethiopian puppet state rather than an empire?
Also, I'm pretty sure that has some resources they could make use of.
You do really. So you're saying all of the Congos plus Fuso turn up in Alexandria with escorts?
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah.
Again,
oh bloody hell!
Could you imagine how confused the Italians and the Central Powers are going?
That's gonna fuck. The Congos are an out. The thing is, the Congos are an out of context problem for the Mediterranean powers. Completely.
Yeah.
If the Congos meet,
I just want to know what the admiral who sees them first goes of. That's a what now?
Because if all four Congos, which they will be operating as a group, meet an Italian fleet, they fuck it. If all four Congos meet the Tegetovs, they fuck them up. If all four Congos meet an Ottoman fleet, they fuck it up. It's that bad.
Honestly, since they go like 27.5 knots.
Yeah. Also, it gets worse. It gets worse because do you want to know what happens? The flagship of the Mediterranean fleet for the RN, Queen Elizabeth, does 24.5 knots. Fuso does 24 knots. So you know what happens there, don't you? Fuso and Queen Elizabeth operate together as a fast wing.
Yes. It works very well, thank you.
Honestly, at this point, the British are probably very glad that they chose to, keep Agincourt, just because, if we did give you this,
the problem
would have
is
even more
the
stuff
problem
against
isn't
you now.
navally. The problem is what happens on the land. Because
to be honest, I don't think Italy can do much against southern France going through the Alps.
That's not the problem.
The Japanese army get to sweep North Africa.
No, the problem isn't that. The problem is what happens in... Because the Italians aren't distracting the Austro-Hungarians, the Russian campaign is over easier. And the German...
It really?
Is it?
Yes.
How useful are the Austrians going to be? Have you looked at their logistics?
No, I'm aware of that. The thing is, all the Austrians have to do is bleed to stop the Brusilov offensive in exchange for which means the Germans don't bleed quite as much. If the Germans don't bleed quite as much, that means the Germans are able to do even more during their offensive in 1916. This is the thing. If the Austrians...
Not really. Because what stops the Germans in 1916? Is it running out of personnel, or is it running out of logistics and reaching the end of their logistics lines?
In Russia, you mean, not the West?
In Russia and the West.
This is a really difficult scenario. Fucking hell.
Because in the nicest way, this scenario does not change their infrastructure issues. It does not change their logistic issues. In fact, it makes it worse because they're now supporting the Italians as well.
Because the Italians
and
have
the
had because the Italians have had all their sea trade cut off. The Italians are basically blockaded. Because the Otranto barrage, supported by some French dreadnoughts and pre-dreadnoughts, is one thing. The Otranto barrage patrolled by the Congos is entirely another thing.
It doesn't even need to be the Otranto barrage. It doesn't. The British, in the nicest way, what do the British?
Oh wait, the Otranto barrage doesn't exist because the Italians aren't in it. The Otranto barrage can't exist.
Shut down Gibraltar. They shut down Gibraltar and the Suez and just go, no one's getting in. And tell the Spanish they can only use their Atlantic ports.
Presumably pay some... honestly, given how much the Spanish are supporting the Entente war effort, the British may actually be willing to fund the expansion of the Spanish rail network in a way that wouldn't be seen till the aftermath of the Civil War.
Yes, and the British may also be willing to pay good money for the Hispania class to join the side.
Look, I love Look, I love the Hispanias. I really, really love the Hispanias. But even I have to admit, they are ships that are capable of overmatching pre-dreadnoughts only.
But in this scenario, imagine them being used as extra patrol ships for Gibraltar to free up the main fleet.
I've just realised something. If you have the Hispanias, that's a perfect counter to the quasi Austro-Hungarian Italian pre-dreadnought force we were talking about before.
Yep.
The Hispanias get to do something! Fleet is vindicated!
This is a very specific scenario, and they are going to still be completely outclassed by the Congos in their war effort contributions.
Oh. Chair, be sad for me.
In fact, in a nice way, Fuso and Queen Elizabeth, so as a pair, will probably account for more of the war effort than the entire Spanish fleet. But that's fine.
Chair.
In this scenario, it's just they will do the things they need to do, and that's the thing. The thing that always, when the people do present these alternate histories, I go is, look, how far are you pushing the other side? And the one thing the British have shown in their entire history is that they will do a deal with anyone if it means beating their enemy. Churchill, who absolutely hates communism, goes and smiles and shakes the hand of Stalin. In this scenario, in a World War I scenario like this, where you've got Italy is the enemy, and they've got the Mediterranean like that, it is not much effort for the British government to go, Japan, would you like the Italian Empire? We can give it to you. They gave them the German Eastern Empire. That's where Japan picks up a lot of their territories in the Southwest Pacific.
Yep.
It's World War One, and they also get all sorts of other things as well. Britain quite happily gives them the German Chinese territories, which gives them the foothold in China. And Britain knows that's going to cause some trouble down the road, but they don't care because they'll deal with that later.
Wow.
And the other funny thing you've got is, of course, the Japanese will probably provide troops to reinforce the British forces in Palestine. So it could be an Anglo-Japanese force going up the British Empire / Japanese force going up the going through Iraq towards the Ottoman Empire from that direction and going up through Palestine. Because the Japanese army will love to get involved in this.
Was this a was this last question a YouTube question? Was it? It was a Discord question.
No, that was Discord. That was Discord. Yeah,
well,
you've got 22 more to go.
Well, oh boy. Gorbian asks, on the day Turbits becomes head of the German Navy, you all wake up sharing his body like some ship-obsessed hive mind. How do you head the Navy before you all end up going crazy? Oh boy.
Shoot myself.
Well,
Attempt to at least.
Well, the fleet part of his brain demands that all big gun battleship construction begins immediately.
You demand this. How do you get it?
Well, we're all sharing. So
Right.
okay. So
Right.
first, okay.
Just because-
Okay.
just 'cause
Okay.
we're in
Whoa,
the head,
whoa,
how do you
okay.
actually
Whoa,
get
whoa,
it
whoa.
done?
Okay. First things first. Let's go from the top of the voice chat down. So, what does Dr. Clark ask for on the day that Turbits become about a day after? Let's say the next day when we all realize what's going on. What does the Dr. Clark part of Turbits' hive mind demand? And I'll go from the top of the voice chat downwards.
When did he become in
Pistol.
charge?
Boom Boom Dan, what do you demand of the German from the hive mind of Turbits?
I can think.
Come back to me. I can think.
Desert Fox, what do you demand from the hive mind of the Turbits?
I'm not sure she's there. I currently have a bit of a theory.
Dragon,
curious to see if it'll pan
what
out.
do you demand from the hive mind
Where's
of
that
Turbits?
pistol again?
Garden Chair, what do you demand we do for the German fleet? Chair! He's died. So what do I demand? Simple. We build 11-inch all big gun ships. Guy, the Dutchman, what do you demand from the Tirpitz hive mind? Please don't let it be building battleships for the Dutch for no cost.
That we conclude a technological research agreement with the Netherlands so
You
that we will
fucking
build
son of a
battleships
bitch.
for them at a 99% discount.
Technically speaking, if we're going off like actual control of the brain, at least two of us. There's at least been so far 2 votes to shoot ourselves, and no one else has had enough majority to stop us. So
I vote for Guy's proposal.
trying to be a bit more serious. Yes, but I'm honest, not going off the idea that we're not in a hive mind because, oh God, please kill me. I probably do tend to agree. See about trying to organize, can we actually get a dockyard to build an all big gun battleship? Knowing also, with a bit of the future side, I want to try and argue to see if we can get super firing. Like, if we can figure that out at this point, because to me that's far better than the wing turret designs, if possible.
Problem is,
we can't. We also can't compete. We can't compete with the Royal Navy in terms of numbers.
The problem is, Dragon, we're still stuck with triple expansion engines, so we kind of have to do it.
Yes, as soon as we can. Hey, Britain, how many Parsons steam turbines can we buy off you so we can reverse engineer?
We do not want to. We're already.
Unfortunately, Wellesley, we can't soften it because we're only chief of the Navy. We're not the ones in charge of the entire German Empire.
Already buying too many Parsons turbines for our destroyers. Than not being able to reverse engineer them because there's massive fines for opening the turbines. We basically have to go with hexagonal dreadnoughts.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
No, we don't.
We do.
South Carolina.
Yes, but look how terrible that bloody ship was.
And it was still better than Nassau.
No, it bloody wasn't.
In terms of overall layout, yeah.
No, it bloody wasn't.
Yes, you can definitely get a 242 aft design with vertical triple expansion.
You can, but it's abysmal and you can't reach.
No, it's not.
Nassau was faster than South Dakota. Why do you think
South
that
Carolina? But right. So your opinion, right? So going off the idea that this isn't, a hive, Michael. I'm suggesting since we've got a bit of future knowledge, if we do want to go for an all-gun, big-gun battleship, try and figure out super firing to begin with. Instead of doing a hexagonal design where it's
exists,
two-wing.
But we can't...
And Fleet's suggesting that you can't have a super firing battleship.
I'm not saying you can't have a super firing battleship with triple expansion. I'm saying that the South Carolinas show why it's not a good idea. Please, Dr. Clark.
Do they, though?
Alright, Dr. Clark.
Why the South Carolina?
Okay, if you're on the super firing issue, I've been sitting here listening. I wandered off to wash my hands and was listening away on headphones. And super firing issue. The reason you don't have super firing in the first generation of dreadnoughts is because it's believed you need at least 6 guns firing forward to be able to salvo forward, because it's 2 sets of 3 because you need 3 shells for a salvo shot. And they don't want to go for triple turrets because that's going to take too long to develop. The theory is that would take too long to develop. So that's why Jackie Fisher decides to go for the 2-wing turrets on HMS Dreadnought, and why lots of others copy him. Basically, what's really sad is if he hadn't been quite so in a pissed-off mood with Vickers and actually talked to them, he'd have found out there was a triple turret available, which was actually designed around the 14-inch gun from Ellswick. So he could have had 5 triple 14-inch guns in a sort of, I don't know, Orion-style layout instead, and could have been carrying 15 14-inch guns on HMS Dreadnought, and that triple turrets would have also, whilst wing turrets, you think you'd be wider with wing turrets, you're actually slightly wider in the core hull when you have triple turrets, because wing turrets, they take up space on the side of the hull, but you mount it in series rather than in parallel and try to do strange things for your hull when you're using it solo. So you'd actually have more space for boilers, which might mean within an equivalent dreadnought hull size for such a scenario, you'd probably end up with HMS Dreadnought having 15 14-inch guns and 24 knot speed if they'd gone for the triple turret approach. And that would have really screwed up the Germans. But in the nicest way out of this scenario, if you don't want me to shoot him and shoot myself, then it's going to be go for a cruiser design with 11-inch guns and heavy torpedo armament and invest in long-range torpedo armament.
I'll be back in 5 minutes. Go ham.
Because personally, if I kind of would like an all-big gun battleship, but I know we can't beat the British in terms of they just can outproduce us. This is known. Try and have perhaps some heavy elements to at least have some sort of force projection as needed, but I still
Basically,
think
invent a battle cruiser earlier. Go with a battle
Yeah.
cruiser, but go with not a battle cruiser 2-word. Go with a battle cruiser 1-word, or,
Yeah.
or heading towards a fast
if we can
battle
get
line.
it.
Yeah.
I'm not too familiar with vertical triple expansion, admittedly, so I'm curious of what it would require to get battle cruiser / fast battleship out of vertical triple.
Honestly,
expansion.
the Germans decided to invest. Usually bought from Parsons and other people, but their other option would have been to invest in a Swiss firm that was doing turbine production and get them to build a subordinate in Germany, and basically ply them with a lot of money.
That would be the ideal, because I'll be honest, personally, if I was in this and with future knowledge, I want to get away from triple expansion as soon as possible. But
the big problem with the Germans was one of the problems of relying on Parsons turbines, and this is what started to affect them as the war went on, was guess who the spare parts came from?
Parsons, I'm guessing, which is Britain, and you're now at war with them. Yeah. This is something I did mention, would it be possible to try and reverse engineer the Parsons ones ourselves, but fully then mentioned massive fees for doing that, because they don't like us doing that.
The Germans thought that because they supplied detonators to Britain for the shells, that would stop the British wanting to declare war on them. But
no.
Let's put it this way. When you stockpile detonators, they don't wear out until you use them. So are you going to run them through detonators first, or turbine parts?
Definitely turbines, because you've got basically trials, actual usage, training. Yeah. Let alone even then, if you have to do any sort of conflict with them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to think about guns, but the idea of going with the 11-inch is an interesting one. Try and get more of them out.
Cut out the whole gun development. Stop trying to chase the British and just go for something your own. Because the British have to do the gun development. Because the British gun development is not about Germany.
You probably like
gun development.
The Germans.
As I always try to explain to people, there is a quantitative race versus the Germans in the Dreadnought race. The qualitative race is Britain, America, Italy, Japan, and occasionally Austria-Hungary. That's the qualitative race going on.
Do you think it would be possible to try and get the Krupp and such to develop a triple turret?
It's possible. The Germans.
It might not be available initially, but
the Germans
next couple of classes on.
The Germans need to concentrate on developing. So the Germans should jump up to 12-inch with the Helgolands, keep 12-inch with the Kaisers, but what they should have done is with the König class. The König class should have been either, if they can manage 10, they should have gone with 10, but if they couldn't, there should have been 8 13.8-inch armed ships.
Can I ask a question, Fleet?
Yes.
Where's the money coming from? And you have to remember, every time you use this money for developing new guns, and you go into the new gun development, you are taking not only money, but also gun development opportunities away from the army, which leads to you having a political argument. This is what the British worked out very quickly. How did the British win? How did the British win the Anglo-German naval race?
You yourself told me.
How did they win it?
Fleet,
I know. The British
How did the British win the Anglo-German naval race?
The British build more and better ships. I'm aware, but you yourself have told me.
No, that's not how the British win it. How do the British win it?
Go on, Dr. Clark. Just say it already.
Okay.
Well,
all right. The whole British were behind the Queen Elizabeth class and those things is they raised the cost of dreadnoughts and the amount of the cost of money to develop and focus on developing guns to the level that it causes there to be a political dispute between the army and the navy, and the army always wins. The Royal Navy wins by manufacturing a situation where there's going to be a political fight between the army and the navy over funding in Germany, knowing that the army's going to win.
I know that.
I
know that.
And so
I'm aware.
If you want, If
Then
you
let
want
us-
to win this battle,
I'm
if you want to do this, what you have to do is avoid getting a situation where you can ever end up in a political fight with the army over this funding.
I can't, and I can't avoid that. It's inevitable.
Yes, you can.
No.
Right.
No,
something
yes,
will
you can.
eventually
No, what I...
Something
no,
will inevitably
you'll-
happen, yes,
you'll-
but you can
you'll
still limit
note-
it.
You'll note what I said was... You, Dr. Clark, have said that Krupp has various gun calibers available that the German Navy didn't take on owing to cost and overruns, etc. You yourself have said
Also
this,
because they were guns on paper.
including
Both me and Bracken talked about it. They have a huge number of guns on paper.
Yeah, so let me put it this way.
This isn't like Vickers who will have a look at our catalogue.
Dr. Clark, let me be clear. If the German Navy wanted to create the Königs as 8 13.5-inch ships, so remove the middle turret that has 12-inch guns, and have the remaining 4 turrets have 13.5 or 13.8, whatever the German caliber that was going to go on the Mackinsons was, would Krupp be able to supply those guns, and would the cost of the Königs be so much greater that the army would raise a stink?
Now, here's the interesting thing. Despite having them on paper for a long time, though the moment the German Navy is going to put those on the Mackinsons, the Krupp still needs to do a whole load of development because they've never actually made one.
Well, yeah, I get that, but we know
Which
that,
means
we know that
they're
guns
actually
are...
they're actually not even as far along in the process as the 15-inch guns were when they were selected for the Queen Elizabeth class, and they were considered criminally early in the process.
Well, okay. What's the largest leaping caliber that can be accomplished for the Königs? Because we see
Why are we
that
trying to leap in
no,
caliber?
No. We see the
Why?
we see the Germans. Because you said that the Germans
Why?
sticking with the 12-inch is criminally denying their navy the ability to fight the RN.
But there's nothing they can do to change that. So a nice way
Why
to
do
change
the Bayerns
change-
have a 15-inch gun?
Because they're copying the British and they shouldn't be.
I
They are
get
playing
that.
against their own strength.
Right. So here's one instead, actually, then. No. Right. So instead of trying to go for bigger gun, we've already got the 11, and we'll get the 12-inch probably, maybe. They're reasonable. If they're good enough, they will still hurt the enemy ship.
No, they won't. The 12-inch
Yes,
cannot
they will.
fight the British. We've been through
did,
this.
though.
The Drac has said it multiple times.
Yeah, but Fleet, we know it does hurt the British. And quite often, they will at least be able to penetrate a good portion of the enemy ship.
And also, here's the thing. Why? Nicest way. If you build your ships, if you concentrate, what does not compete with the German army for funding and research time development? Engines. Engines. So if you say what I'm saying is instead you concentrate on 11-inch guns or 12-inch guns when they come available, and that's fine. You just let the research take its time, and instead you concentrate on building fast battleships. You don't build
Wait a minute.
Don't build battle cruisers and everything.
I
You
understand
concentrate on the
now.
engines.
I understand now.
And remember, now
let him finish.
think about this from the point of view of the British. The British have to be doing the gun development because they have to deal with everyone else. And you're spamming with 11-inch fast battleships. So they also have to make their ships fast. So you're actually you're reversing the situation to make it more costly for the British.
Dr. Clark.
Because the British have to build their ships to be faster. So nicest way, that is the one scenario where you can start causing the British a lot of trouble.
Dr. Clark, I have a question here.
Yeah?
What if we went all in as the German fleet? Instead
What do you mean
of
by all
building... Well, let me finish.
Yep, go on.
You've said what you said, and I've taken it on board. What if the Königs weren't five twin 12-inch ships? What if they were 4 twin 12-inch ships that could do 25 knots, like you've said. A
Then you have a scarier problem. But realistically, what you want to be aiming for is 27, 28 knots and as a fast battleship in this period.
Well, good. If so, let's say we know.
So you might have missed something. You might have missed something earlier, Fleet, when we were talking about potentially getting basically get a startup from a Swiss turbine company in Germany.
I get that. I get that. But
I know. I'm just saying in case you did.
I did. Well, it actually factors in even further. The Deflinger class battle cruisers. What if we just don't build the Koenigs?
What?
And we just build 6 Deflingers?
No, because battle cruisers won't do it for you.
But the Deflingers have the same
battle cruiser
armor.
1/fast battleships as
but
class.
the Deflingers
Because
have similar armor to the
trouble is-
Koenigs.
No, because in a nice way, what's my main strategic advantage against the British? Being able to threaten their trades and trade supplies. Yes, the Flingers can maybe have speed, but they can't get past the British blockading me. They don't have enough. They basically, how the British deal with the Flingers and battlecruisers, they have squadrons of battleships at various positions and their own battlecruisers out to try and slow them down and catch them. You need something which can fight its way through what it's going to find the initial blockading forces, which means it needs to be fast battleship. It needs to be able to take some damage and keep going.
Okay, Dr. Clark. What? So
And the Flingers are battlecruisers.
I can't think of this because I'm currently you're dealing with slightly inebriated fleet right now.
Slightly.
Slightly, yes, I know. It's not slightly, it's a lot, but still. What would you build in this scenario for the Germans then, Dr. Clark? I trust you know what you want to build.
I'd have kept spamming. I'd have honestly been concentrating on 8-gun ships in 4 twin turrets, super firing each end, and speed. And I'd have made them as well armored and as fast as I could as before. And basically, I'm accepting they have slightly less guns, etc. But I'd be concentrating on 11-inch guns or 12-inch when it comes available. But I wouldn't be pushing these things. And I'd literally be challenging. I'd be letting the rest of the world challenge the British in terms of their gun size and gun quality, and I'd be challenging the British in terms of the speed of their battle fleet, and make the British have to build their battle fleet fast as well.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the 11 and 12 inches could definitely deal with the British. They could definitely work against British battle cruisers on average, which are the things that we're having to deal with that keep up with us. So we don't need to. We don't really want to engage their fleet in a fleet action.
The QEs are the problem.
In that way, yes, but the trouble is the British will have to build their fleet, all their ships. So whatever ships I build, the British will have to build all their ships at that speed, and they'll still be having to build a number because I can spam out these smaller ships.
Mine might
because they're not going to. Also, they're going to keep the cost rather relatively same because engines don't increase at the same rate of cost as weapons do.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure we already know. Like, yeah, we're going to have problems fighting the British whenever that comes around because, well,
and also,
yeah,
development costs for turbines, etc., and engines can be shared with the liner companies.
Mm-hmm. Like, we already know.
And remember, the one thing the American Germans do have is a lot of liners. Yeah. So, in the nicest way, for me, that's a cost saving that I can use to push forward. And there are also other countries which would quite like to not be buying British turbines, and they might buy them from me. Their traditional options are to go British or American in this period.
It's a good thing Foxo can't see that at the moment.
So, pretty much, in this scenario, you cause the British a lot more trouble, because the British still have to keep developing their guns, but they also now have to have fast ships. So the British have to develop a ship which is... They can't afford to concentrate on armour and firepower, which is what they do. That's how the British battle fleet develops, and then they have the battlecruisers for speed and the rest of the world. They'll suddenly have to go for all three. The really interesting impact is it's going to have is on the rest of the world's battle fleets, because the British are going for speed and firepower and armour, because they have to go for all three. Everyone else is going to have to go for all three, and it's going to cause a massive cost increase on the Dreadnought production program around the world.
I do agree that the 4x2 is definitely a nice idea. I'm just wondering if... Again, this is sort of me thinking more modern necessarily, but I'm wondering how expensive it would be and how hard it would be to try and get triple 11s potentially.
Well, I think that is the other option.
Would it affect speed too much?
The other option you could end up going with the triple 11s, but that would be instead of the 12-inch guns. You might go with the triple 11. It might be, you might consider it easier to pay for turret development than to pay for get gun development.
Because I'm thinking, if we want something that's relatively quick and easy, if we can get them, oh god, go to the Tegenhovs. That sounds like a bad idea. If you go with a 3x3 design, you at least then can still save on weight in that regard, and you still get an extra gun basically. Or if you're being really mad, a 4x3.
You could go that way, yeah.
Because 12, 11-inch guns is nothing to scoff at, really.
Nope. And the thing is also, you're also probably forced the British to go for the triple turret as well when you do that. So the British will have a lot of twin turrets, and then you'll suddenly produce a triple turret, and you're still going for the speed. So the British suddenly have to go for the triple turrets, and you can dictate a bit of the race to them, because if you look at it, most of the naval race against the Germans is the Germans racing to catch up with the British and matching the British, and keep trying to build the British fleet in miniature, and that's the problem.
Yeah, we can't do that.
The Germans. They can't do that. They don't have the infrastructure. They're not going to get a finance model, because the moment they start to get close to spending enough money towards doing it, they're immediately in competition with the hair, and the army just goes bye-bye. Because in political power matches in Germany, the navy might have the support of the Kaiser, but their political power is about here, and the Kaiser's only a little bit above that. The armies is up here.
Prusa Gloria.
Boom. And it's an interesting conversation, because basically they're trying to get more funding, and Tirpitz goes to the Kaiser and tries to get more funding, and Kaiser has a very interesting conversation with the Chief of the Army, and the Chief of the Army basically goes, "That will mean we can't fund our divisions, sir." Kaiser shuts up.
Now, Slayer's pointing out we could try and go to Austria-Hungary and license the Tegenhov triple turret.
No!
You could do. But
I guess
the thing is, the reason the German government didn't do that is because, honestly, while Skoda and the Austrian arms companies work quite well together, Krupp view Skoda as their biggest continental threat, and will not work with them. It's kind of like getting Boeing and Lockheed Martin to work together. Good luck.
No, the more accurate description of Boeing and Airbus.
No, well, let's be honest, Airbus in defence production don't do much in defence procurement. They really don't. Yeah. When we're talking about defence equipment, we have to go with Lockheed and Boeing.
So we gave our serious answers, and now also I do still think me and Clark agree of where's that pistol? If it's the hive mind.
I still think that's easy, because honestly, I don't want to share a mind with Fleet. I like him very much, but sharing a mind with him would just be too crowded.
Sharing a mind with Boxo could be amusing, but with too many of the, and also I don't want to see what's coming up next. Honestly, this is just going to end badly for me. This whole war is going to end awfully and through stupidity. If I try and affect things, it'll just be worse.
And I've still got Kaiser Wilhelm to deal with, so honestly, the temptation is going to be to shoot him, then shoot myself.
I guess with some capability, you could try and say, so here's what a tank's like. You go and deal with that as you wish. Now, give me a moment. Where's the back room? Bang.
No, Kaiser Wilhelm first. Save the world a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it would, honestly. Honestly, it would be more amusing to see what would happen to us. Admiral Tirpitz shoots Kaiser Wilhelm and shoots themselves in the newspapers around the world. Everyone else looking confused of what the just happened.
The next question from Discord, I think, at least what I think is the next question, is Yomo Waifu asks, which Royal Navy ship would you choose to conduct a wave motion space battleship conversion? You are free to choose any of them as long as they were built and was in active service. Yes, Man of War and Ship of the Line is open for selection. Well, Fleet is gonna state the obvious answer here. Vanguard. She's the best choice.
No, she's not.
Yes, she is.
No, she's not.
Yes, she is.
If you were being really serious, actually, the best one for a wave motion style refit is Nelson or Rodney.
No!
Yeah.
Absolutely
Agreed.
not!
Yes,
they have no rear turrets!
Exactly. Right. Keep in mind, in Space Battleship Yamato, almost all of the time they're shooting either broadside or near broadside.
Yes,
It's
but
very rare they
yes,
use
but
the rear turret to shoot what's behind them.
during the carrier engagements, they're very useful.
But that's what our AA is for.
It does
And then we've
fuck
got
all.
AA on the stern.
And also, then we've got our twin 6-inch, which we know of from Space Battleship Yamato. Their triple 6-inch are pretty decent enough as is. We've now got 3 twin 6-inch on either side that can shoot the rear. Perfectly good enough.
I'm also horrified by the fact that Yamato might actually be a battle carrier in... Sorry, Nelson...
It is in Space Battleship Yamato.
Sorry, Space Battleship Nelson or Rodney may actually be a plausible battle carrier, given the rear deck space and how Yamato launches her fighters.
It depends on if you go with the new designs from 2205, but honestly, you could just do the revolver system in the lower hull.
Yeah.
With Nelson or Rodney, you wouldn't need it.
But it saves you external space at the back. You could do it, but like...
Yeah, but Fleet's dying.
I think Fleet needs to go and get some sleep.
Nope, not yet.
I think the alcohol's kicking in, and I think
haven't finished my drink.
I am pretty sure we already have one person to sleep on this panel.
Look, Fleet's gotta finish.
I'm pretty sure Foxo's currently asleep, and she's yet to prove otherwise to me.
Look, Fleet's got to finish his.
I was wondering where my jesting partner gone.
Right, because I've messaged her a couple of times, and also I'm not sure if you heard earlier, but there was very faint, quiet murmuring coming from her multiple times.
Look,
and I know how she sounds when she's falling asleep, and that sounded identical. So I suspect Fox is already asleep. I suspect Fleet's going to fall asleep pretty soon.
So,
I think Dan probably deserves to be asleep, considering he's been teaching all day.
I do.
I pity you, honestly. I keep being told.
Right, I tell you what.
Coaches.
All right.
No, thank you.
All right. Fleet's gonna scroll down through the Discord chat and pick one final question.
Okay. You've still got like 22 questions to go then, because I missed Moe's.
You know what, Dragon?
You've got a lot of choice.
Dragon, you've got all the questions. You pick a final question, and then we'll answer it. Lee, I trust you.
Not that one.
That's,
not that one.
That's always
Just
a
go with something
bad
actually
situation,
pretty
really.
serious. Save that one for a different
Pick
day about the
something
Connie
fun.
refits.
Pick something fun.
That's what I'm trying to find, something that's actually fun but still somewhat decent enough. Wait. That one could be fun, but I actually don't know enough of that period.
We might.
Already got that. There was one which is, what if Julius Caesar was never assassinated? Would there still
Nope,
eventually be
that's
such a second
far
triumph of
outside
civil
my
war?
realm. That's...
Yeah, you said that you might have said like that one's bit far out of my personal knowledge. Actually, you know, this one's at least semi one I do like. Was Poland right to focus on large destroyers and some such as the Grom and Bliskovice, as well as submarines like Orzel and Sep, or would it have been better for them to build mine layers and mine sweepers and focus their resources on the army and the air force?
I think Dr. Clark will
They
agree
didn't
with
have many options.
I think Dr. Clark will agree with me here that given Poland's situation sandwiched between the Germans and the Soviets, large destroyers and capable submarines were entirely the right choice.
Yeah, they don't really have many options due to their strategic situation. They can basically go for large destroyers and submarines, or they can go for large destroyers and submarines. They don't have the options. It's just
because here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Large destroyers and submarines can stand and fight against the Soviet Baltic Fleet, or large destroyers and submarines can run rapidly to the UK and live to fight another day in terms of a war with Germany. So in both cases, Go on.
Large destroyers or submarines can reinforce the Latvian-Finnish defensive lines in the Baltic, which is supposed to block up the Baltic fleet, which is literally what they were for.
Yeah, either way, either way,
Rom class are pretty good destroyers, honestly.
Either way, thing is, Poland bought, in terms of destroyers and submarines, the absolute pinnacle of what was available. Polish destroyers and Polish submarines were some of the finest vessels available in 1939 in terms of those classes of ships. There's a reason why the RN, when they received the Polish destroyers and submarines, said, "Fuck, why don't we have some of these?" Dr. Clark.
And then they were reminded. That the Polish were buying 2, whereas the British were buying about 60, and that makes a difference in the costs of what you're buying. Things you're prepared to pay for when you have a fleet of 2 versus things you're prepared to purchase when you're buying a fleet of 60 are different.
True, but you will admit, Dr. Clark, the Polish submarines with their enclosed deck guns were incredibly effective for as long as they survived.
They were very, very good. They are wonderful. But the thing is, again, if you consider that cost of paying for that over a fleet the size the British had, that would cost a lot of money. And that money, in the British terms, could have paid for extra submarines.
True. I will also point out
the improvement or the extra submarines.
I will also point out that Bliskovica basically said, "No, Luftwaffe, you may not raid the Isle of Wight."
Yeah.
Which I do love. I do love that Jingles brought attention to that before Drac did.
Yeah, it's just an interesting thing.
I will point out
also,
that,
Wellesley,
Dr. Clark, you are in. Do you have a form of contacting the Mighty Jingles?
I don't have a direct one. I was basically, we were at the point at which we were supposed to be introduced and working together on the Armchair Admirals, and he decided to retire.
Dr.
And
Clark,
basically,
was you?
I was called in to sub on that, and then suddenly I found myself as the regular replacing Jingles, because Jingles decided to retire, and he knew me and Drac were friends enough that I would still support Drac. So basically, Jingles was hanging around to support Drac.
I get.
Honestly, as someone who
on the thing of just come in once to help out, and you'll get to meet Jingles. And I was going, "Yay, I'd like to meet Jingles. He seems really cool." And then I turn up, and Jingles goes, "I'm retiring."
Dr.
As someone who has to work with wargaming, I understand
I get that.
a bit iffy at times.
Would you do me a solid, please?
Yeah.
Would you work? Because I know Drac has contact with Jingles through Square and all that nonsense. I would really, really, really like to have Jingles on Ramblings. Would you please work through Drac to get in touch with Jingles? I would love to have him on Ramblings. Please. What? What the heck just happened there?
Good job,
I think Fleet, that's Discord telling you to go to sleep.
Yeah. Discord, you mother...
No, right, Clark, that was not me. I was thinking
that wasn't me either.
Over 9 hours, Wellesley.
Although we do now know who's gone to sleep.
Yes.
Look, okay. So anyway, as I'm saying, Dr. Clark, would you please talk to Drac about talking to Jingles about appearing on Ramblings, please.
Yeah,
I would really love to have him on Ramblings.
I'm happy to have him. Besides, I'm trying to get enough people to appear on Ramblings with you in the nicest way. You know, what's a couple more?
Honestly, Dr. Clark.
We'll have to arrange also the 40k one.
Honestly, Dr. Clark, you, me, and Jingles talking about Royal Naval experiences. If C Dollars is around, I could bring up C Dollars to talk about the Royal Navy post Jingles. Because C Dollars is an active serving member of the Royal Navy.
But yes, Fleet, I think it's time for you to get some sleep and to burn the
Go
alcohol.
get some sleep. Go on.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, everyone, for watching this 50th Live Ramblings. Please, if you can, follow the link in the video description to support Fleet on
Seriously?
on Patreon, because Fleet has plans he wants to fulfill, and if Fleet doesn't get a job, while Dr. Clark would like to help me, he's currently moved house and is short on finances. Bless him.
To be fair, I do have the option of I am getting a spare room sorted out down here. So in the nicest way, worst comes to worst, I'll just tell you to come move down here and bring your books.
Well, that would be lovely.
Fleet right now.
While that would be lovely, that wouldn't pay for all of my bills. The thing is, my mother doesn't pay any of my bills, so I like to pay for them myself. So without a job,
mine doesn't either.
Yeah, I get
mine just scares me in case I don't pay
yes,
the bill.
Dr. Clark, that doesn't solve my problem.
Fleet, get some sleep.
Get some sleep.
Fair enough. Thank you everyone watching. Thank you everyone for watching Fleet's 50th Ramblings. I'll see you all next Monday. Take care, folks.